Chapter 3152. Duan Ling Tian. When the elders and disciples regained their senses, they instinctively turned to look at the scoreboard in the middle realm of the southern heaven ancient realm. With just a glance, they saw, the name, Duan Ling Tian, was no longer in its original position. It had squeezed into the top 20 and was ranked 19th. Duan Ling Tian now had a total of 58 points. 58 points, if I remember correctly, he only had 34 points before. In other words, he obtained 24 points from the disciples of the Fire Glaze Mansion. 24 points? How many of us did he eliminate? When the elders and disciples of the Fire Glaze Manor saw Duan Lingtian's ranking on the scoreboard, they were all dumbfounded. He eliminated 23 of us. One of us has 2 points. Not bad. The most infuriating thing is that he actually blocked the entrance and shouted, and said that whoever dares to go out will be eliminated. Too arrogant. He's too arrogant. I want to inform Senior Brother Tan Yuan and Senior Brother Mo Pingji. If his strength is really as the rumors say. Senior Brother Tan Yuan and Senior Brother Mo Pingji, I'm afraid they might not be his match, right? That's right. Since he dared to block the entrance of our campsite, there's no way he didn't consider Senior Brother Tan Yuan and Senior Brother Mo Pingji. Who said they were going to fight him one-on-one? Tell Senior Brother Tan Yuan, Senior Brother Mo Pingji, and the other seniors and juniors in the middle realm of the southern heaven ancient realm to join forces against him. Isn't this a bit too much? Bully? He's already riding on top of our Fire Glaze Manor, and you're saying that we're bullying him? In the middle realm of the southern heaven ancient realm, Duan Ling Tian, an outer court disciple of the profound Nether Mansion, was shouting at the entrance of the Fire Glaze Mansion's base. When the news spread in the Fire Glaze Mansion, all the elders and disciples of the Fire Glaze Mansion were furious. Even the vice mansion master of the Fire Glaze Mansion was furious. Whoosh! 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 Many transmissions were sent from the Fire Glaze Mansion to the transporting formation in the middle realm of the southern heaven ancient realm. Then, the elders in the transporting formation in the middle realm of the southern heaven ancient realm would transmit the transmissions to those in the middle realm. While the commotion in the Fire Glaze Mansion's estate continued, the people from the other grade 6 celestial mansions also noticed the change in Duan Ling Tian's ranking. Duan Ling Tian from the profound Nether Mansion has entered the top 20 in just a blink of an eye. 24 points, seems to have been obtained directly. Who did he eliminate this time? Keys. Duan Lingtian's ranking? It's not only that person who didn't get eliminated. Even the other people on the scoreboard didn't get eliminated when he got into the top 20. What's going on? Isn't this too strange? The people from the grade 6 celestial mansions were curious about how Duan Ling Tian managed to obtain so many points. It was not the middle of the month yet. Duan Ling Tian was considered to be in the middle of the month, so 24 points was still a lot. He was already in the top 50. However, they did not expect Duan Ling Tian from the profound Nether Mansion to obtain so many points. Do you remember how Duan Ling Tian eliminated more than a dozen people from the Martial Battle Mansion last month? An elder from a grade 6 celestial mansion asked. Elder, are you saying Duan Ling Tian eliminated more than a dozen people from the Martial Battle Mansion? Are you stupid? The Martial Battle Mansion's base changes every month. It's already a coincidence that Duan Ling Tian managed to find it last month. Do you think he'll find it again this month? Is the Martial Battle Mansion that unlucky? Does this mean Duan Ling Tian from the profound Nether Mansion managed to find another grade 6 celestial mansion's base? The people from the grade 6 celestial mansions discussed among themselves. Soon after, some of the people from the grade 6 celestial mansions received messages from their friends in the Fire Glaze Mansion. They were stunned when they read the messages. Duan Ling Tian blocked the Fire Glaze Mansion's base and eliminated more than 20 people from the Fire Glaze Mansion. That Duan Ling Tian even said that he would eliminate anyone who dares to leave the Fire Glaze Mansion's base? How deep is his enmity with the Fire Glaze Mansion? Duan Ling Tian from the profound Nether Mansion is a madman. He offended the martial battle mansion last month, and now, he's offending the Fire Glaze mansion. Just wait and see. The Fire Glaze mansion won't let this matter rest. Gradually, news of Duan Lingtian blocking the Fire Glaze mansion's base in the middle realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm spread to all the Grade 6 celestial mansions. Even the Profound Nether Mansion had received the news. I was wondering how Duan Lingtian managed to obtain so many points. I didn't see anyone on the scoreboard being eliminated. I didn't expect him to be so bold as to block the Fire Glaze mansion's base. Is he tired of living? It's good that he did that, but did he not think about how the Fire Glaze mansion would let him off the hook? Even if the Fire Glaze mansion didn't kill him in the middle realm, the Fire Glaze mansion would definitely seek revenge on him. Reckless. He's too reckless. Everyone in the Profound Nether Mansion thought Duan Lingtian was too reckless when they learned about Duan Lingtian's actions. That brat, Qi Tianming, was dumbfounded when he heard the news. It's fine if the Martial Battle Mansion sent themselves to him last month. I don't think the Martial Battle Mansion will hold a grudge against him. However, why did he go to the Fire Glaze Mansion's base and make a ruckus this time? How is the Fire Glaze Mansion supposed to face him? Qi Tianming's expression was solemn when he regained his senses. His eyes were filled with worry. Meanwhile, in the Profound Nether Mansion's estate, an uninvited guest appeared in a palace hidden behind an illusory formation. The guest was a tall and well-built middle-aged man dressed in a dark green robe. He had a dignified expression on his face. After he entered the palace, he easily made his way to the courtyard at the back of the palace. The courtyard was huge, and half of it was occupied by a lake. At this moment, a thin and short old man wearing a bamboo hat could be seen fishing at the side of the lake. Grandmaster. The green-robed middle-aged man stood behind the old man. He stood there quietly for a while until the old man caught a fish and placed it in the basket. Only then did he dare to speak. Why are you here again? The old man in patched robes put his fishing rod aside and picked up a wine gourd from his waist. He opened it and drank as he asked impatiently. Grandmaster, it's about that little fellow. The green-clad middle-aged man replied in a slightly nervous manner. Although Duan Lingtian was the true master of the Profound Nether Mansion, he was still like a child in front of the old man who had brought him up. He did not dare to act recklessly. The old man's dignified aura had left a deep impression on him. Oh. The old man turned to look at the green-clad middle-aged man. What's wrong with him? He entered the middle realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm for a day, but he's ranked 19th. Moreover, he's standing in front of the Fire Glaze Mansion's base and announced that he'll eliminate anyone who dares to come out of the Fire Glaze Mansion's base. The green-clad middle-aged man smiled bitterly. Grandmaster, do you really want him to become the imperial tutor of the Profound Nether Mansion? He's a troublemaker. He's already so troublesome even before becoming the imperial tutor of the Profound Nether Mansion. Once he becomes the imperial tutor of the Profound Nether Mansion, he'll probably cause a ruckus. Moreover, I've looked into it. The reason he's able to achieve so much at such a young age is because he consumed the heaven sacrificial divine fruit. A few years ago, when he joined the Simplicity Celestial sect, he was only a peak overarching heavenly supreme celestial. Moreover, he didn't comprehend the law of space. The heaven sacrificial divine fruit must have given him the law of space when it granted him his cultivation base as a 10-direction celestial duke. At this moment, the old man interrupted the green-clad middle-aged man. What are you trying to say? Grandmaster, I'm afraid he's not as outstanding as you think he is. The green-clad middle-aged man sighed. Are you afraid he's too arrogant and won't restrain himself after becoming the imperial tutor of the Profound Nether Mansion and harm me? The old man's eyes, which were originally cloudy, suddenly lit up with a bright light. He was in high spirits. At this moment, it was as though he could see through the green-clad middle-aged man's thoughts. Yes. The middle-aged man nodded. Those who don't dare to cause trouble are mediocre. The old man shifted his gaze away from the green-clad middle-aged man and continued to fish as he said indifferently, I think I like him. As for whether he'll become the imperial tutor of the Profound Nether Mansion, we'll have to see if he passes the test I've set for him. After the old man finished speaking, he no longer paid any attention to the middle-aged man. Upon seeing this, the middle-aged man could only smile wryly and leave. He no longer dared to disturb the old man. In the middle realm of the southern heaven ancient realm. Duan Lingtian, why aren't you leaving? I'm sure the Fire Glaze Mansion's disciples are already on their way here. Duan Lingtian continued to say, I'm sure the Fire Glaze Mansion's disciples are already on their way here. Wan Qingqing grew anxious when she saw Duan Lingtian had no intention of leaving after eliminating more than 20 people from the Fire Glaze Mansion. Upon hearing Wan Qingqing's voice transmission, Duan Lingtian replied calmly, there's no hurry. I'll wait for another day. If the Fire Glaze Mansion's disciples don't show up, I'll leave. Don't worry, I'll give you more points to make up for the 2 days you've been waiting for. Duan Lingtian comforted Wan Qingqing. You'll have to be able to leave this place alive. Wan Qingqing said angrily. At this moment, Duan Lingtian ignored Wan Qingqing and sat cross-legged in the air above the Fire Glaze Mansion's base with his eyes closed. You! Wan Qingqing was infuriated when she saw Duan Lingtian's reaction. Chapter 3153. The Transportation Profundity. As Duan Lingtian rested his eyes, he continued to comprehend the law of space's transportation profundity. Currently, he had only comprehended half of the transportation profundity from the law of space. Once he fully comprehended the transportation profundity, his speed would increase by more than twofold. Once he fully comprehended the transportation profundity, his speed would not be slower than Wan Qingqing. In the future, he would no longer need to team up with 10 Direction Celestial Dukes who were as fast as Wan Qingqing. Naturally, while he was comprehending the transportation profundity, Duan Lingtian constantly extended his divine consciousness to scan his surroundings. Soon after Wan Qingqing left, he discovered a group of people in the surroundings. Several divine consciousnesses swept out from the Fire Glaze Mansion's base and shrouded him. After a while, more and more divine consciousnesses appeared and shrouded him. There are quite a lot of people here. Due to the increasing number of divine consciousnesses, Duan Lingtian opened his eyes and studied the Fire Glaze Mansion's base. The Fire Glaze Mansion's base was packed with people. So many people? Well, it's only natural. Those below the Celestial King stage can enter the base. They won't be in danger if they don't leave the Fire Glaze Mansion's base. Duan Lingtian was certain these 10 Direction Celestial Dukes were not 10 Direction Celestial Dukes. Most of them were not 10 Direction Celestial Dukes. They were only here to watch the show. Duan Lingtian had indeed guessed correctly. When news of Duan Lingtian ambushing people outside the Fire Glaze Mansion's base in the middle realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm spread, the people from the Fire Glaze Mansion were furious. Many of them even went to the Fire Glaze Mansion's base to obtain accumulative point jades. Many of them were outer court disciples from the Fire Glaze Mansion. Many people wanted to enter the base as well. However, the elders on duty did not dare to let more people in. After all, there were already too many people in the middle realm of the Fire Glaze Mansion's base. If there were too many people in the Fire Glaze Mansion's base, many of them would be pushed out of the base. If they were pushed out of the Fire Glaze Mansion's base, would it not give Duan Lingtian a chance to obtain more points? Even if each person only had 1 point, as long as many people went out, Duan Lingtian could still get a lot of points. To prevent such a thing from happening, the elder on duty at the transporting formation in the middle realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm had decided not to allow anyone who was not a 10 Direction Celestial Duke to enter the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm. He's Duan Lingtian? Many of the Fire Glaze Mansion's disciples turned to look at Duan Lingtian. Wow! He's so handsome, and he's not even 100 years old. He wasn't even 100 years old, yet he was already so powerful. What did he eat to grow up? If only I could marry him. Among the disciples of the Fire Glaze Mansion, there were many female disciples. Many of them were looking at Duan Lingtian with infatuation. Where did the profound Nether Mansion find such a strong helper? Not only is he young, but he's also so strong. I heard senior brother Tan Yuan, senior brother Mo Pingji, and the other senior brothers and senior sisters in the middle realm of the southern heaven ancient realm have already received a message. If Duan Lingtian doesn't leave, they'll return soon and join forces to eliminate him. Isn't it too easy for him if he's eliminated? Even so, we have no choice. Duan Lingtian's cultivation base is so strong at such a young age. Even in the 15 strongest forces in the southern heaven territory, the 10 major clans, and the 5 major sects, there might not be someone like him. There's no doubt he has an extraordinary background. That's right. Although I don't know where the profound Nether Mansion found such a strong helper, the Fireglaze Mansion won't dare to kill him unless we're certain he doesn't have an extraordinary background. At the very least, we won't kill him openly. He's not even 100 years old, but he's already a 10-direction celestial duke. How can someone like him not have an extraordinary background? If he really doesn't have an extraordinary background, how terrifying would his fortuitous encounters be? The disciples from the Fireglaze Mansion discussed among themselves. Although the high-ranking officials of the Fireglaze Mansion had ordered them to join forces to kill Duan Lingtian, they did not think it was necessary. After all, if Duan Lingtian's background was extraordinary, the Fireglaze Mansion would be in trouble if Duan Lingtian was killed. No matter how much the high-ranking officials of the Fireglaze Mansion hated Duan Lingtian, they did not dare to kill him openly before they were certain of his background. It's a pity he's in the base. Our attacks won't be able to bypass the formation protecting the base. Otherwise, he won't be able to retaliate if we attack him from inside the base. One of the disciples from the Fireglaze Mansion sighed. While the formation protected the base, it also separated the base from the outside. Attacks from inside the base would not trigger the formation, but they would not be able to bypass the formation. You're really daring. Let's wait for Senior Tan Yuan and Senior Mo Ping Ji to return and watch them eliminate this brat. Another disciple from the Fireglaze Mansion said. Just like that, Duan Lingtian hovered above the Fireglaze Manor's campsite, surrounded by a group of Fireglaze Manor's disciples. There were more than 1,000 Fireglaze Mansion's disciples in the campsite, but none of them dared to leave the campsite to attack Duan Lingtian. Even some 10-direction celestial dukes who were hiding among the 10-direction celestial dukes did not dare to show themselves. They were waiting. When Tan Yuan and Mo Ping Ji arrived with the others to deal with Duan Lingtian, they would join the battle against Duan Lingtian. In their opinion, moreover, Tan Yuan and Mo Ping Ji were among the top 10-direction celestial dukes. It would not be difficult for them to eliminate Duan Lingtian. In fact, if Duan Lingtian saw so many people attacking him, he might even crush his accumulative point jade and leave the middle realm of the southern heaven ancient realm. About half a day later. At this moment, many people had gathered 10 kilometers away from the Fireglaze Mansion's campsite. These people had come from different directions. When they were 10 kilometers away from the Fireglaze Mansion's campsite, they began to circle around the Fireglaze Mansion's campsite. Senior Mo Ping Ji. When the three of them appeared in front of the other two, the three of them respectfully saluted the young man among the two. The young man was dressed in a loose blue robe. He had a slim figure, but there was a valiant air about him. He was none other than Mo Ping Ji, the second strongest 10-direction celestial duke in the Fireglaze Mansion. Among the 10-direction celestial dukes in the Fireglaze Mansion, his strength was second only to Tan Yuan. Over the past year, he had been ranked in the top 20 for 10 months in the middle realm of the southern heaven ancient realm. His best result was that he was ranked 11th in the middle realm of the southern heaven ancient realm. Due to his strength, kindness, and righteousness, he was very popular among the 10-direction celestial dukes in the Fireglaze Mansion. In fact, the 10-direction celestial dukes in the Fireglaze Mansion respected him more than Tan Yuan. Although the 10-direction celestial dukes in the Fireglaze Mansion respected Tan Yuan, it was only because of his strength. In other words, if Tan Yuan no longer had his current strength one day, there would definitely not be many people who would still care about him. However, Mo Ping Ji was different. Even if he lost his current strength, most 10-direction celestial dukes would still respect him. Yes. Mo Ping Ji nodded in response to the greetings from the three men. Currently, the smile on his face was replaced by a gloomy expression. He had rushed back after receiving a message from the two vice-mansion masters of the Fire Glaze Mansion. He did not expect that the Fire Glaze Mansion would be attacked. He did not expect the Fire Glaze Mansion's campsite to be blocked. Moreover, the person blocking the Fire Glaze Mansion's campsite was Duan Lingtian, the outer court disciple of the Profound Nether Mansion. Senior Mo Pingji, how many people should we gather? One of the three men asked. Let's meet up with senior brother Tan Yuan first before we think about the past. Our opponent this time is not ordinary. Mo Pingji said solemnly. Although he had never met the Profound Nether Mansion's outer court disciple before, he was certain the rumors about the Profound Nether Mansion's outer court disciple were not baseless. Moreover, he was a cautious person. He wouldn't do anything that was too risky or that he wasn't confident in. Senior Mo Pingji, my master has sent me a message saying we can't kill Duan Lingtian. Both of them have received the same order as well. How are we supposed to vent our anger? That Duan Lingtian is riding on top of our Fire Glaze Mansion. Another one of the three said angrily. I've also received a similar message from Vice Mansion Master Shao. In fact, they're very thoughtful. Who knows if Duan Lingtian has a powerful background? If he doesn't, we can just kill him. However, if we kill him, do you think the people behind him will let us go? That's right. Although Mo Pingji's eyes flashed with killing intent, he did his best to lower his voice as he said, I'm sure all of you understand. That's one thing, but I can't bring myself to do this. The last of the three said with a wry smile. Before the Fire Glaze Mansion gets to the bottom of his background, we can't do anything to him in broad daylight. Therefore, we have no choice but to swallow this insult. Mo Pingji continued to say, now, let's meet up with the others. Mo Pingji's two-man team was now a five-man team. They continued to circle the area 10 kilometers away from the Fire Glaze Mansion's base to look for the others. This time, when the high-ranking officials of the Fire Glaze Mansion contacted the Fire Glaze Mansion's disciples who were in the middle realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm, they were told to gather at a place 10 kilometers away from the Fire Glaze Mansion's base. They were to gather everyone in the vicinity before they made a move on Duan Lingtian. They were to wait for Tan Yuan and Mo Pingji to arrive. They were not to make a move until they arrived. Mo Pingji and the others seemed to be circling the Fire Glaze Mansion's base. Mo Pingji and the other Fire Glaze Mansion's disciples did not notice a figure hiding in the dark watching them. Chapter 3154. They're keeping a certain distance from the Fire Glaze Mansion's base. This place is about 10 kilometers away from the Fire Glaze Mansion's base. Wan Qingqing was none other than the Martial Battle Mansion's Wan Qingqing. Not long after Wan Qingqing left the Fire Glaze Mansion's base, she encountered two disciples from the Fire Glaze Mansion. Although she was capable of eliminating the two disciples from the Fire Glaze Mansion, she did not make a move. After all, she did not want to eliminate the disciples from the Fire Glaze Mansion at this moment. It was only a matter of time before the fact that she had joined forces with Duan Lingtian was exposed. However, she did not want others to know that she had joined forces with Duan Lingtian before the Fire Glaze Mansion's base was exposed. She was worried the Fire Glaze Mansion would vent their anger on her. However, even if she did not eliminate the two disciples from the Fire Glaze Mansion, she did not continue to leave. Instead, she turned around and returned to the Fire Glaze Mansion's base. It did not take long before she discovered Mo Pingji, who was widely acknowledged as the second strongest 10 Directions Celestial Duke in the Fire Glaze Mansion. She had been following Mo Pingji for some time now. She had seen him meeting up with one of the disciples from the Fire Glaze Mansion before he met up with 3 other disciples from the Fire Glaze Mansion. It seems like the Fire Glaze Mansion is planning to gather their disciples from the Fire Glaze Mansion who are currently in the middle realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm 10 kilometers away from the Fire Glaze Mansion's base to deal with Duan Lingtian. A hint of worry could be seen in Wan Qingqing's eyes when she thought of this. She gritted her teeth and returned to the Fire Glaze Mansion's base. When Wan Qingqing arrived near the Fire Glaze Mansion's base, she was shocked by the number of disciples from the Fire Glaze Mansion. There are so many disciples from the Fire Glaze Mansion. There were more than 1,000 disciples from the Fire Glaze Mansion in the base. Normally, the Fire Glaze Mansion would only send 300 disciples to the middle realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm each month. He's quite calm. Wan Qingqing was speechless when she saw Duan Lingtian sitting cross-legged in the air above the Fire Glaze Mansion's base. Could it be that this Duan Lingtian doesn't have the slightest sense of danger? Duan Lingtian. If it were not for the fact that she had joined forces with Duan Lingtian, she would not have reminded Duan Lingtian through voice transmission. The Fire Glaze Mansion's disciples who entered the Middle Realm earlier are gathering 10 kilometers away from the Fire Glaze Mansion's base. If I'm not mistaken, they should be around 10 kilometers away from the Fire Glaze Mansion's campsite. Once they have gathered enough people, they will come to deal with you. Wan Qingqing reminded him in a serious tone, You're suggesting that I go to a place 10 kilometers away from the Fire Glaze Mansion's camp and defeat them one by one? Duan Lingtian guessed what Wan Qingqing meant. This is a good opportunity. Wan Qingqing said. This is indeed a good opportunity. Almost at the same time, Duan Lingtian disappeared into thin air. When he reappeared, he was already 100 meters away. Teleport. Teleport. Before the disciples in the Fire Glaze Mansion's camp could react, Duan Lingtian had already teleported out of their sight. Where's Duan Lingtian? He ran away just like that? I was waiting to see him get eliminated. What a coward. Humph. He's definitely not a fool to have achieved so much at such a young age. Now that he saw so many of us here, he must have guessed something. I think so too. He must have guessed we're here to watch the show. The thousands of disciples in the Fire Glaze Mansion's camp were slightly disappointed when they saw Duan Lingtian had left. After a while, some of them left. Gradually, more and more people began to leave. Since the main character had left, there was no point for them to stay any longer. Naturally, a small number of people remained. Most of them were 10 Directions Celestial Dukes. Even if Duan Lingtian did not show up, they would still enter the Middle Realm. Therefore, they did not leave with the others. Why did they come out? They're all out? At the transporting sites in the Middle Realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm, the Fire Glaze Mansion's disciples who were late to enter the Middle Realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm to watch the show were stunned when they saw the people who had entered the Middle Realm leaving the Middle Realm. Did Duan Lingtian get eliminated? He must have been eliminated. Otherwise, why would they leave the Middle Realm before the show is over? It's a pity I came too late. If I came earlier, I would have been able to watch the show as well. Me too. What a pity. The Fire Glaze Mansion's disciples sighed and lamented. However, it did not take long before they realized they were overthinking things. That Duan Lingtian left on his own. What a waste of time. If I knew Duan Lingtian was such a coward, I wouldn't have entered the Middle Realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm. I should have come later. If I came later, I wouldn't have been able to enter the Middle Realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm. The Fire Glaze Mansion's disciples who had just exited the Middle Realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm felt better when they heard the disciples' words. So what if they came early? They still did not get to watch the show. Although they were late, based on the current situation, it was not a big deal at all. Swoosh. 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 The Fire Glaze Mansion's disciples were still complaining when a few figures appeared in the middle of the transporting sites in the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm. A total of 7 people appeared in the middle of the transporting sites in the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm. Damn it. Wasn't that Duan Lingtian waiting outside the Fire Glaze Mansion's base? Why did he suddenly appear there? I didn't even have time to react before he almost killed me. Fortunately, he showed mercy. Otherwise, I would have died. Did he leave early because he was worried we'd join forces? The 7 people who appeared in the Middle Realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm were none other than those who had entered the Middle Realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm. They had been wandering around in the Middle Realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm when they received news that they had joined forces to deal with Duan Lingtian, the outer court disciple of the profound Nether Mansion. However, they did not expect Duan Lingtian would suddenly appear. Just as the 7 of them were searching for the others in the Middle Realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm, a figure suddenly appeared and almost killed one of them. After witnessing the strength of the gambling den and discovering the figure was none other than Duan Lingtian, they instinctively crushed their accumulative point jades and left the middle realm of the southern heaven ancient realm. They knew their own strength very well. They knew that even if the 7 of them joined forces, they would still be no match for Duan Lingtian. Moreover, Duan Lingtian had already shown mercy to one of them. If they still did not know what was good for them and continued to stubbornly resist, who knew if Duan Lingtian would feel that they were not sensible and kill them? With their lives at stake, they did not dare to linger. They crushed their accumulative point jades and left the middle realm of the southern heaven ancient realm. All of you encountered Duan Lingtian? How unlucky are all of you? All of you encountered Duan Lingtian as soon as he left. The Fire Glaze Mansion's elders and disciples were speechless when they learned the 7 of them were eliminated by Duan Lingtian. They felt the 7 of them were unlucky. At this moment, none of them, including the 7 people who had been eliminated, expected Duan Lingtian to encounter Duan Lingtian. After all, it was not a coincidence that Duan Lingtian had encountered the 7 people. Heavens! Look at Duan Lingtian's points. He already has 70 points. Now, he's killed his way to the 16th place on the rankings. He's ranked 16th with 70 points. These 12 points were given to him by the 7 people who were eliminated by the Fire Glaze Mansion. Isn't Duan Lingtian's luck too good? How did he manage to encounter the 7 people from the Fire Glaze Mansion so coincidentally after leaving the base? But, why are those 7 people together? It must be one of the high-ranking officials from the Fire Glaze Mansion who asked them to meet up somewhere. Meeting up? Did the 7 of them tell Duan Lingtian where they were going to meet up? I don't think so. If they did that, wouldn't they be a burden to the others? If Duan Lingtian decided to eliminate them one by one, I don't think anyone would be able to stop him, right? I think so too. Apart from senior brother Tan Yuan, I'm afraid senior brother Mo Pingji and the others will be eliminated if he attacks them one by one. At this moment, the elders and disciples of the Fire Glaze Mansion realized the severity of the matter. However, what the 7 of them said next made them feel much more at ease. Don't worry, we didn't tell him where we were going to meet up. That's right. We know what we're doing. Even if we have to die, we won't betray our seniors and juniors. Based on what you said, Duan Lingtian must have left the Fire Glaze Mansion's base. It must be a coincidence that he encountered the 7 of us. In short, we're unlucky. Duan Lingtian obtained 70 points and was ranked 16th on the scoreboard, and it was directly displayed on the scoreboard. The people from the Profound Nether Mansion and the other celestial mansions were shocked when they saw this. Duan Lingtian seems to be guarding the Fire Glaze Mansion's base. Did the people from the Fire Glaze Mansion give him points again? Isn't it obvious? I really don't know what the people from the Fire Glaze Mansion are thinking. Don't they know they shouldn't make a move unless they're confident they can eliminate Duan Lingtian? Those who are eliminated aren't on the scoreboard. It seems like the people who gave Duan Lingtian points are just ordinary 10 Directions Celestial Dukes. When the people from the other celestial mansions saw the changes in the scoreboard, they thought the people from the Fire Glaze Mansion were giving Duan Lingtian points recklessly. Naturally, there were also some well-informed people who had received news from the Fire Glaze Mansion through communication celestial talismans. Chapter 3155. Coincidence? Duan Lingtian's luck is heaven-defying. Not only did he leave the Fire Glaze Mansion's base, but he even encountered 7 disciples from the Fire Glaze Mansion. What kind of luck does Duan Lingtian have? The people from the other celestial mansions were dumbfounded when they heard the news from the Fire Glaze Mansion. He felt that Duan Lingtian's luck was too good. But why are there 7 of them walking together? Don't tell me they're going to join forces to enter the middle realm of the southern heaven ancient realm. 7 of them? Impossible. It's pointless to join forces like that. Even if they manage to obtain a lot of points, they won't have much points left after splitting them among the 7 of them. Indeed, it's pointless. The people from the other celestial mansions were still mulling over this matter when they received news from the Fire Glaze Mansion. The 7 people who were eliminated by Duan Lingtian had gathered together through a message sent by someone outside. They had a meeting place. However, they did not tell Duan Lingtian where they were going to meet so they would not drag the other Fire Glaze Mansion's disciples down with them. I didn't expect Duan Lingtian to leave in the end. I thought I'd be able to watch a good show. I also thought I'd be able to watch Duan Lingtian's name disappear from the scoreboard. Although none of the 6 people who rank in the top 6 are from the Fire Glaze Mansion, Tan Yuan from the Fire Glaze Mansion is quite strong as well. Coupled with Mo Pingji and the other disciples from the Fire Glaze Mansion, it shouldn't be difficult for them to eliminate Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian is really smart. It's as though he sensed danger and retreated in time. I think the Fire Glaze Mansion must have leaked the news about their plan to eliminate Duan Lingtian. The high-ranking officials of the Profound Nether Mansion must have sent a message to Duan Lingtian. That must be it. Duan Lingtian knew he would be eliminated if he stayed there. It's only natural that he wouldn't stay there. The people from the other celestial mansions were still discussing the matter. Swoosh. 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 Whoosh. Whoosh. In the Fire Glaze Mansion, a total of 13 people were eliminated from the transporting formations in the middle realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm. Of course, the 13 figures were scattered across several teleportation points. Each teleportation point only had a few people. However, even though there were only a few people, it was enough to cause an uproar. Why did you come out together? They've all been eliminated? The people at the teleportation point were stunned when they saw the people in front of them. It's Duan Lingtian. Didn't you say that Duan Lingtian had already left? He even eliminated 7 of our Fire Glaze Manor's disciples along the way. How did we end up encountering him? Out of the 13 of us, including me, 5 of us almost died at his hands. If he hadn't shown mercy, we would have died long ago. Does he know where we're meeting? Is that why he left the Fire Glaze Mansion's campsite so he could defeat us one by one? That must be it. Otherwise, he wouldn't have encountered us after eliminating the 7 people in front of him. There's only one possibility. He knew where we were going to meet up with him, so he followed the path and killed all of us Fire Glaze Manor's disciples along the way. There must be a mole in the Fire Glaze Mansion. Moreover, the mole must have spread the news to the Profound Nether Mansion and Duan Lingtian. News of 13 people being eliminated by Duan Lingtian spread like wildfire in the Fire Glaze Mansion's teleportation points to the middle realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm, shocking the entire Fire Glaze Mansion. A mole. Find the mole. The mole is either the person who informed them of the meeting point or the 7 people who were eliminated earlier. Investigate. We must investigate thoroughly. A mole like this is too terrifying. We must find him. After 20 people from the Fire Glaze Manor were eliminated, a huge commotion broke out. Many of the Fire Glaze Manor's elders and disciples were clamoring to find the traitor. Due to this, the high-ranking officials of the Fire Glaze Mansion, including the Mansion Master of the Fire Glaze Mansion, gathered together. We're the only ones who knew about the meeting point before the 7 inner court disciples came out. In a grand hall in the Fire Glaze Mansion's base, the Mansion Master of the Fire Glaze Mansion stood at the head of the hall. He looked at the high-ranking officials of the Fire Glaze Mansion with a gloomy expression. Based on the current situation, there must be a mole in the Fire Glaze Mansion. Otherwise, how would Duan Lingtian know about the meeting point of the Fire Glaze Mansion's disciples? Lord Mansion Master. One of the Fire Glaze Mansion's inner court elders stepped forward and said solemnly, "There's no doubt that there's a mole, but it might not be us. The 7 inner court disciples who came out earlier might be the mole as well." The other high-ranking officials of the Fire Glaze Mansion chimed in as well. Lord Mansion Master, Elder Qian is right. We're all seniors in the mansion, so it's unlikely that there's a mole among us. I think it's more likely that there's a mole among the 7 inner court disciples. I agree. At this moment, the high-ranking officials of the Fire Glaze Mansion had a grim expression on their faces. Due to the presence of a mole, the Fire Glaze Mansion's disciples who were still in the middle realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm might be killed by Duan Lingtian. The fact that Duan Lingtian did not kill the Fire Glaze Mansion's disciples was, without a doubt, the best consolation for them. This was the only bit of consolation they could give themselves now. Lord Mansion Master. Suddenly, an aged figure walked out from outside the main hall. He was none other than one of the vice mansion masters of the Fire Glaze Mansion. He was unaware of the meeting point of the Fire Glaze Mansion's disciples in the middle realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm, since he had been sent by the Mansion Master of the Fire Glaze Mansion to investigate the matter. I've investigated the matter. Before the 13 Inner Court disciples were eliminated, none of them returned to the Fire Glaze Mansion's base in the middle realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm. Therefore, we can rule out the possibility of a mole among us. The words of the Vice Mansion Master of the Fire Glaze Mansion further confirmed the suspicions of the 7 Inner Court disciples and the high-ranking officials of the Fire Glaze Mansion. Vice Mansion Master Yuan, bring the 7 Inner Court disciples here, the Mansion Master of the Fire Glaze Mansion ordered. Bring them here, the Mansion Master of the Fire Glaze Mansion ordered in a deep voice. Yes, Lord Mansion Master. Although the Mansion Master of the Fire Glaze Mansion did not reveal the identities of the 7 Inner Court disciples, the Vice Mansion Master of the Fire Glaze Mansion knew who they were. Lord Mansion Master, we must get to the bottom of this. That's right. We must find out who the mole is. We must kill the mole as a warning to the others. The high-ranking officials of the Fire Glaze Mansion were furious. It was clear they hated the mole who had exposed the meeting point of the Fire Glaze Mansion's disciples in the middle realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm. Now, we can only hope that the remaining Inner Court disciples who are still circling the Fire Glaze Mansion's base will leave as soon as they receive our message, an elder of the Fire Glaze Mansion said with a sigh. The high-ranking officials of the Fire Glaze Mansion, including the Mansion Master of the Fire Glaze Mansion, felt their hearts skip a beat when they heard this. For a time, the hall fell into a dead silence again. Meanwhile, in the profound Nether Mansion, the 3 transporting formations in the middle realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm were in an uproar when they learned Duan Lingtian had obtained 70 points and was ranked 16th. Heavens! Duan Lingtian is too terrifying. How long has it been? How did he obtain 23 points? 93 points. He's already reached the 12th place in the rankings. It has only been less than 2 days since he entered the middle realm, right? How did he obtain 93 points and rank 12th in less than 2 days? How did he do it? At the 3 transporting formations in the profound Nether Mansion, the elders and disciples were shocked by Duan Lingtian's heaven-defying performance. Meanwhile, Qi Tianming, the inspector of the profound Nether Mansion, also received the news. That brat is really heaven-defying, Qi Tianming sighed with a wry smile on his face. Since the profound Nether Mansion was shocked by Duan Lingtian again, it was only natural that the other celestial mansions were shocked as well. Apart from that, they also learned that Duan Lingtian's score had increased tremendously. Once again, Duan Lingtian's points had skyrocketed due to him eliminating the Fire Glaze Mansion's disciples. 13 disciples from the Fire Glaze Mansion were eliminated by Duan Lingtian, and they gave him 23 points. Moreover, Duan Lingtian was ranked 12th on the scoreboard. The Fire Glaze Mansion is doing this on purpose, right? That's ridiculous. 20 disciples from the Fire Glaze Mansion were eliminated by Duan Lingtian. Moreover, this doesn't include the disciples who were eliminated by Duan Lingtian outside the Fire Glaze Mansion's base. The Fire Glaze Mansion is deliberately giving away points to Duan Lingtian, right? Is it possible that the profound Nether Mansion and the Fire Glaze Mansion have reached an agreement? Is that why the Fire Glaze Mansion is giving away points to Duan Lingtian? That must be it. I wonder if the people from the Fire Glaze Mansion took the initiative to bring Duan Lingtian to the Fire Glaze Mansion's base after they encountered Duan Lingtian in the middle realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm. The profound Nether Mansion and the Fire Glaze Mansion are too bold to do this. Aren't they afraid the 10 major clans will investigate this matter? As far as I know, the 10 major clans have zero tolerance for this kind of thing. Any grade 6 celestial mansion that dares to do this will be severely punished. After the law of the middle realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm was revealed, the 10 major clans issued a joint statement. Grade 6 celestial mansions were prohibited from colluding with each other and openly giving points to each other in the middle realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm. Otherwise, they would be severely punished by the 10 major clans. I think all of you have misunderstood the Fire Glaze Mansion. I just received news from the Fire Glaze Mansion that there's a mole in the Fire Glaze Mansion. It did not take long for those who were well informed to receive news from the Fire Glaze Mansion. There was a mole in the Fire Glaze Mansion. Chapter 3156. There's a mole in the Fire Glaze Mansion? So that's how it is. Does this mean the 13 inner court disciples from the Fire Glaze Mansion were tricked by their own people? I knew the Fire Glaze Mansion wouldn't be so bold as to collude with the Profound Nether Mansion and violate the rules set by the 10 major clans. How could the Fire Glaze Mansion and the Profound Nether Mansion disobey the rules set by the 10 major clans? The people from the other celestial mansions were relieved when they learned there was a mole in the Fire Glaze Mansion. In fact, some of them even felt pity for the Fire Glaze Mansion. In the middle realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm. A mole? As a disciple of the Martial Battle Mansion, Wan Qing, naturally, had a good relationship with her senior and junior sisters in the Martial Battle Mansion. I'm afraid no one knows. There's no mole in the Fire Glaze Mansion. Duan Lingtian only found out about the meeting point of the Fire Glaze Mansion's disciples because of me. Although Wan Qing knew this, she couldn't tell anyone, not even her close friends in the Martial Battle Mansion. She had to keep a low profile. If news of this spread, the Fire Glaze Mansion would not let her off the hook easily. However, until now, Duan Lingtian has only encountered 20 ordinary inner court disciples from the Martial Battle Mansion. He hasn't encountered Mo Pingji yet? Wan Qing frowned slightly when she thought about this. She felt sorry for Duan Lingtian. Before she entered the middle realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm, Mo Pingji had already accumulated more than 100 points and was ranked in the top 10. She knew Mo Pingji was ranked in the top 10. Mo Pingji was ranked so high because he had entered the middle realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm on the first day it opened. Apart from that, Mo Pingji was quite lucky this month. Although Mo Pingji was strong, his speed was not fast enough to outrun Duan Lingtian since he had comprehended the law of water. On the other hand, Duan Lingtian's speed was on par with Mo Pingji's speed. Moreover, his teleportation profundity was even more mysterious. Recalling the way Duan Lingtian had eliminated Heng Feng, Wan Qing shuddered. In the middle realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm, it was unlikely that any of the 6 people in the middle realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm could cast such an attack. After all, not all 6 of them had strong attacks. Each of them had their own strengths. Some were good at attacking, some were good at speed, some were good at support, and some were good at defense. Of course, among the 6 people, the one who specialized in defense would not be weaker than Heng Feng, but his speed was far superior to Heng Feng's and could be compared to her. Wan Qing didn't think that Mo Pingji was a match for Duan Lingtian. However, Duan Lingtian wants to meet Mo Pingji now. I'm afraid it will be difficult. Now, the Fire Glaze Manor must have sent a message to Mo Pingji and the others to stay 10 kilometers away from the Fire Glaze Manor's camp. Wan Qing thought to herself. As a matter of fact, Wan Qing was right. Mo Pingji had indeed received a message from the Fire Glaze Manor's high-ranking officials, telling him to stay 10 kilometers away from the Fire Glaze Manor's camp. When Mo Pingji received the message, there were no longer only 4 people by his side. There were also 3 more people. There were 8 people in total. Have all of you received the message? At this moment it was obvious that Mo Pingji was not the leader of the 8 people. The leader was a middle-aged man with a medium build and an ordinary appearance. The middle-aged man looked ordinary. However, all 7 of them, including Mo Pingji, were willing to follow him. Senior Tan Yuan, you received the message as well? One of the inner court disciples asked with a ferocious expression on his face. I can't believe there's a mole in the Fire Glaze Manor. If I find out who it is, I won't let him go. What if the mole is an inner court elder? With your strength, why don't you let him go? Another Fire Glaze Manor inner palace disciple sneered. There's no way it's an inner court elder. It must be one of the 7 people eliminated by Duan Lingtian. They must have leaked the location of our meeting. Mo Pingji scoffed. He was certain the 7 people were the ones who leaked the location of their meeting. Let's not jump to conclusions before we get to the bottom of this. Mo Pingji said in a deep voice. Junior brother Mo is right. We shouldn't jump to conclusions now. Tan Yuan, the strongest 10 Directions Celestial Duke in the Fire Glaze Mansion, said in a timely manner. Senior brother Tan Yuan, should we scatter and leave according to their instructions, or? Mo Pingji's eyes flashed with battle intent as he looked at Tan Yuan. It was obvious he had no intention of following the instructions given by the high-ranking officials of the Fire Glaze Manor. It was obvious he wanted to meet Duan Lingtian. The reason why he dared to make such a bold decision was naturally because he had met up with Tan Yuan. Tan Yuan had met up with him 15 minutes ago. If he was alone, even if it was just to be safe, he would not have thought of waiting for Duan Lingtian to come looking for him. It seems like you want to meet the outer court disciple from the profound nether mansion, junior brother Mo, Tan Yuan smiled. I'm afraid I'm not the only one. Mo Pingji looked at the other 6 disciples of the Fire Glaze Manor and saw that they were all looking at him and Tan Yuan expectantly. Among the 6 inner court disciples from the Fire Glaze Mansion, only one of them managed to make it into the top 100 after spending 10 days in the middle realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm. His best result was that he was ranked 86th on the scoreboard. Apart from him, the other 5 inner court disciples were not as strong as Tan Yuan and the other 2 inner court disciples. Only 2 of them were lucky enough to rank in the middle realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm. There were only 100 names in the middle realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm. Those who managed to rank in the middle realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm were ranked in the top 100. What? Are you that confident in junior brother Mo and me? At this time, Tan Yuan also noticed the gazes of the 6 people. He couldn't help but smile, revealing 2 shallow dimples. Senior brother Tan Yuan, since you and senior brother Mo are both here, I don't think Duan Lingtian will be able to eliminate us. An inner court disciple from the Fire Glaze Mansion said. That's right. Senior brother Tan Yuan, we believe in you and senior brother Mo. Another inner court disciple chimed in. Senior brother Tan Yuan, let's wait here for Duan Lingtian. I'm sure he won't expect you and senior brother Mo to be here. Another inner court disciple from the Fire Glaze Mansion said with bright eyes. Based on his words, it was as though he could already see Duan Lingtian being eliminated by Tan Yuan and Mo Pingji. The other 3 inner court disciples from the Fire Glaze Mansion had similar thoughts as well. Since everyone is so confident in me and junior brother Mo, I'll look like I'm afraid of Duan Lingtian if I don't stay. Alright, I'll stay. Tan Yuan laughed. Then, he looked at Mo Pingji and asked, Junior brother Mo, what do you think? Senior brother Tan Yuan, I'll stay with you. It just so happens that I want to meet that outer court disciple from the profound nether mansion who has recently become famous in the other celestial mansions. Mo Pingji smiled. Mo Pingji's smile was brimming with confidence as well. Junior brother Mo, since Duan Lingtian is able to have such a reputation today, it shows that he's definitely not a mediocre person. When he comes, we'll join forces to deal with him. After Mo Pingji agreed, Tan Yuan's expression turned serious as he spoke to Mo Pingji. Senior brother Tan Yuan, don't worry. Although I don't think he's a match for both of us, I'll be careful and do my best. Mo Pingji said solemnly. That's good to hear. Tan Yuan heaved a sigh of relief. As the strongest person in the Fire Glaze Mansion below the Celestial King realm, Tan Yuan was, naturally, aware that Duan Lingtian was a famous person. A person whose reputation had spread to such an extent was definitely not a simple person. For this reason, he would do his best to deal with Duan Lingtian. Junior brothers, all of you can choose to stay at the side and watch over us. Naturally, all of you can also leave after Duan Lingtian shows up. Mo Pingji looked at the other 6 disciples and said, with senior brother Tan Yuan and me here, he won't have a chance to chase after all of you. As soon as Mo Pingji finished speaking, one of them took the initiative to speak up. Senior brother Mo Pingji, I'll stay behind to watch over you and senior brother Tan Yuan. Moreover, I'd like to see how the legend of the profound nether mansion ends in your hands. Senior brother Mo Pingji, I'll stay behind as well. Senior brother Mo Pingji, I'd like to see you eliminate Duan Lingtian as well. In the end, all 6 of them chose to stay behind to watch over Tan Yuan and Mo Pingji. Naturally, they knew Duan Lingtian was only here to watch over them. In fact, Mo Pingji was giving them face when he said they could stay behind to watch over Tan Yuan and Mo Pingji. In fact, with their strength, it was impossible for them to watch over Tan Yuan and Mo Pingji. In fact, even if they joined forces, they were not qualified to watch over Tan Yuan and Mo Pingji. Not to mention those who were stronger than Tan Yuan, even those who were stronger than Mo Pingji were not people they could contend against. After the 8 of them came to a unanimous decision, they stopped moving and waited for Duan Lingtian to show up. At the same time, the rest of the Fire Glaze Manor's inner court disciples who were within 10 kilometers of the Fire Glaze Manor's campsite quickly left the area after receiving the message from the Fire Glaze Manor's upper echelons. I've eliminated 2 groups of people in a row. The Fire Glaze Mansion must have discovered that I know where they're meeting up in the middle realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm. Duan Lingtian thought to himself as he circled around the area 10 kilometers away from the Fire Glaze Mansion's base. However, I'm already halfway there. I'll finish circling around the middle realm after another half of the journey. I'll finish the rest of the journey and look for Wan Qing. Although Duan Lingtian was certain he would not encounter any more disciples from the Fire Glaze Mansion, he was determined to complete the rest of the journey. Chapter 3157. Swoosh. Duan Lingtian used the teleportation profundity to locate the 8 figures in the distance. With another teleportation profundity, he appeared near the 8 figures. At the same time, he looked at the identity tokens hanging on their waists. They're all disciples of the Fire Glaze Mansion. Duan Lingtian's eyes lit up immediately. Of course, the names of 2 of them also entered his eyes at the right time. Tan Yuan and Mo Pingji. Both of them were among the strongest 10 Direction Celestial Dukes in the Fire Glaze Mansion. They could be said to be the strongest 10 Direction Celestial Dukes in the Fire Glaze Mansion. Wan Qing from the Martial Battle Mansion had told Duan Lingtian about them, including the laws they comprehended. Tan Yuan comprehended the law of metal. Mo Pingji comprehended the law of water. Mo Pingji's speed was about the same as Duan Lingtian's. As for Tan Yuan, he was slightly faster than Duan Lingtian, but not by much. With the teleportation profundity from the law of space, it was difficult for Tan Yuan to gain an advantage over Duan Lingtian in terms of speed. Naturally, Mo Pingji was not as good as Tan Yuan in terms of offense. It's obvious they're waiting for me here. It was not difficult for Duan Lingtian to figure this out. It was not difficult for him to guess the reason the 8 disciples of the Fire Glaze Mansion dared to wait for him. The presence of Tan Yuan and Mo Pingji gave them a boost of confidence. He's here. It's Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian, an outer court disciple of the profound Nether Mansion. When Duan Lingtian suddenly appeared in front of the 8 people from the Fire Glaze Mansion, they immediately regained their senses. All of them stared at Duan Lingtian fiercely. With just a glance, they were able to confirm Duan Lingtian's identity through the identity token that hung on his waist. Duan Lingtian, you're here. Tan Yuan stood out and stared at Duan Lingtian with a gloomy expression, and cold lights shot out from his eyes. Naturally, although he could not wait to kill Duan Lingtian, there were still 7 other people present. Due to this reason, he did not dare to act recklessly even if he could kill him. Who knew if this Duan Lingtian had some sort of extraordinary background? After all, even the high-ranking officials of the Fire Glaze Mansion had repeatedly warned him to show mercy even if he had the chance to kill Duan Lingtian. Before he investigated Duan Lingtian's background, he was not allowed to kill Duan Lingtian. Swoosh. When Tan Yuan stepped forward, Mo Pingji stepped forward as well. He stood next to Tan Yuan and looked at Duan Lingtian coldly. Duan Lingtian, you're quite capable. In less than a day, you've eliminated more than 40 inner court disciples from the Fire Glaze Mansion. Currently, the Fire Glaze Mansion only had about 200 inner court disciples who had entered the middle realm. However, Duan Lingtian had eliminated more than 40 inner court disciples in less than a day. Duan Lingtian had set a new record in the middle realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm. Swoosh. 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 While Mo Pingji and Tan Yuan stood side by side, facing off against Duan Lingtian, the other 6 Fire Glaze Mansion's disciples flew out and surrounded Duan Lingtian from afar to provide support for Mo Pingji. Naturally, at the same time that they were supporting the two of them, they were slightly lacking in confidence. They were deeply afraid that Duan Lingtian would become enraged and attack them. After all, Duan Lingtian had comprehended the law of space's teleportation profundity. If he really wanted to kill them, Tan Yuan and Mo Pingji might not be able to save them in time. At this moment, they regretted not leaving Duan Lingtian earlier. We're almost at 50 people now. Duan Lingtian grinned when he heard Mo Pingji's words. At the same time, his celestial origin energy surged out of his body through his 99 heavenly veins and formed a spatial territory around him. At this moment, the space around Duan Lingtian began to tremble slightly under the naked eye. It was as though a piece of paper was gently swaying. You. Mo Pingji's expression changed drastically. Naturally, he understood the meaning behind Duan Lingtian's words. Duan Lingtian was implying that he was confident in defeating the 8 of them. Apart from the 8 of them, Duan Lingtian had indeed eliminated more than 50 inner court disciples in a day. But did this Duan Lingtian think the 8 of them would be so easily eliminated? How arrogant. Do you really think you're a match for senior brother Tan Yuan and senior brother Mo Pingji? You're not even 100 years old. You must have had some fortuitous encounter to be so strong. However, since you've encountered senior brother Tan Yuan and senior brother Mo Pingji, you're destined to be eliminated. You've reached the end of your journey in the middle realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm. If you're smart, crush your accumulative point jade and leave now. If you dare to make a move, senior brother Tan Yuan and senior brother Mo Pingji will definitely make you suffer. At the same time, the 6 Fire Glaze Mansion's disciples also understood Duan Lingtian's words. Their expressions changed drastically as they spoke to boost Tan Yuan and Mo Pingji's morale. Everyone knows how to boast. Let's see if you're strong enough to eliminate us. Tan Yuan sneered as his body shone with a golden light. His entire body seemed to be shrouded by a layer of metal. The law of metal's metal body profundity. Duan Lingtian's brows twitched when he saw this scene as he discerned the ability Tan Yuan executed. Humph. Mo Pingji coldly snorted. A burst of blue light swayed on his body. Then, his entire body was covered with a layer of blue water. It was as if he had turned into a water person. Swoosh. In just a blink of an eye, Tan Yuan turned into a streak of golden light as he shot toward Duan Lingtian. As his figure flashed, streaks of golden light blades followed him like shadows as they charged toward Duan Lingtian together with him. Swoosh. 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 The golden light blades shot toward Duan Lingtian and Mo Pingji, leaving behind dazzling golden afterimages in the air. Swoosh. As Mo Pingji's figure swayed, his entire body seemed to have transformed into a vast ocean as he surged forward. Wave after wave crashed toward Duan Lingtian. Swoosh. Waves splashed as a stream of water appeared in the air before splitting into 2 streams. It was as though they had transformed into 2 water dragons that bared their fangs and brandished their claws as they pounced towards Duan Lingtian. The duo's attacks were swift and violent. In just a blink of an eye, they were already in front of Duan Lingtian. Swoosh. However, just as the duo's attacks were about to land on Duan Lingtian disappeared into thin air again. When he reappeared, he was already behind them. Rip. A spatial crack appeared in the void before a gray ray of light shot out from it. It was apparent that Duan Lingtian had cast the dimensional/profundity after he teleported. Is this the law of space's dimensional/profundity? At the same time, the 6 disciples of the Fire Glaze Mansion were attracted by Duan Lingtian's technique. They were mentally prepared for the teleportation profundity. Although they were shocked, they were still able to accept it. However, this was the first time they had seen someone cast the dimensional/profundity. They were shocked when they saw Duan Lingtian casting it. Buzz. 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 Swoosh. Swoosh. Whether it was Tan Yuan or Mo Pingji, both of them quickly turned around after they made sure Duan Lingtian was no longer in front of them. Of course, Tan Yuan had turned around before Mo Pingji. Whether it was his speed or his reaction speed, he was obviously faster than Mo Pingji. It was precisely this confrontation that allowed Duan Lingtian to seize the initiative. In order to end the battle as soon as possible, Duan Lingtian summoned the Chaos Divine Flame and the Profound Divine Metal. The dimensional/profundity that was boosted by the law of space's profundities was now shrouded in a layer of golden flames. What technique is this? Tan Yuan, Mo Pingji, and the other 6 disciples of the Fire Glaze Profundity could not tell what kind of power Duan Lingtian had imbued the dimensional/profundity with. However, there was one thing they were certain of. The golden flames had nothing to do with the law of space. Naturally, they did not think it was an external technique since external forces were not allowed in the middle realm of the southern heaven ancient realm. Let alone celestial talismans and pills, even celestial weapons could not be used. The dimensional/ pierced through the air and locked onto Tan Yuan and Mo Pingji. Even if the two tried to avoid it, it still locked onto them. Meet force with force and break his dimensional /. Tan Yuan transmitted his voice to Mo Pingji. Mo Pingji was already feeling a little depressed because he had been targeted by dimensional /. Now that he heard Tan Yuan's voice transmission, his eyes suddenly brightened. He was waiting for Tan Yuan to say this. Whoosh. Crash. Wang. 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 Mo Pingji and Tan Yuan attacked at the same time. A vast and majestic stream of water and a sky full of golden blade lights swept out, meeting Duan Lingtian's dimensional /. The two of them had originally thought that their combined strength would be more than enough to break through Duan Lingtian's attack. However, after a moment, they all realized that they were too naive. The dimensional / passed through the net formed by the water flow and the golden saber light, annihilating the water flow and the saber net with crushing force. Although the golden flames on the surface of dimensional / had disappeared, its volume had not decreased by much. In other words, the combined strength of the two of them just now did not cause a destructive blow to the dimensional /. Not only did it not cause a destructive blow to the dimensional /, but after the dimensional / destroyed their attack, it still swept toward them rapidly. Whoosh! In the face of the menacing dimensional /, Tan Yuan's whole body burst with golden light, and he turned into a golden light shadow to escape. Poochie! However, the moment Tan Yuan escaped, there was a sound of something being cut open at the place where he had been standing. A bright and dazzling flower of blood bloomed in the void. It was bright and dazzling, like a blood-red rose. Poochie! Another slight sound of something being cut open was heard. This time, Mo Pingji was not fast enough and did not escape in time. There was a hideous bloody wound on his chest. However, at the critical moment, the dimensional / disappeared in front of him and mysteriously appeared behind him. It went far away in the void, circled around, and returned to Duan Lingtian's side at lightning speed. It kept spinning around Duan Lingtian's right hand. Thank you for showing me mercy. Mo Pingji thanked Duan Lingtian with lingering fear in his heart. His entire body was drenched in cold sweat. He knew in his heart. Chapter 3158. The sudden scene stunned the 6 Fire Glaze Mansion's inner court disciples, and they were unable to regain their senses for a long time. This was because the scene before them was too shocking. Not only did Duan Lingtian injure their Fire Glaze Mansion's Tan Yuan, but he had also nearly killed Mo Pingji. Based on the current situation, if Duan Lingtian did not show mercy, their senior brother Mo Pingji would have died. The 6 Fire Glaze Mansion's inner court disciples were still in a daze. Watch out! Tan Yuan's thunderous voice resounded in the ears of the 6 Fire Glaze Manor's inner court disciples, deafening their ears. Upon hearing Tan Yuan's words, the 6 Fire Glaze Mansion's inner court disciples shuddered. In the next moment, they saw a gray saber ray flashing in front of their eyes. Then, they felt a chill on their chests. When they lowered their heads, they discovered their robes had been cut open, and there was a bloody wound on their chests. The wound was just right, it did not harm their vital organs. It was clear Duan Lingtian had shown mercy. Swoosh! As soon as the 6 Fire Glaze Mansion's inner court disciples were hit, Duan Lingtian's figure vanished into thin air. Tan Yuan's attack missed as well. Damn it! Tan Yuan's expression was extremely unsightly. Senior brother Tan Yuan, you should leave. His attack is too terrifying. Although his speed is slightly slower than yours, it's strange. You don't have any advantage over him. Mo Pingji sent a voice transmission to Tan Yuan. Without waiting for Tan Yuan's reply, Mo Pingji took out his accumulative point jade and looked at Duan Lingtian solemnly as he said, Duan Lingtian, it's my fault for underestimating you. I hope you'll be able to survive until the end. As soon as he finished speaking, he crushed his accumulative point jade and left the middle realm of the southern heaven ancient realm. If Duan Lingtian did not show mercy, Mo Pingji would have died. For this reason, Duan Lingtian left the middle realm of the southern heaven ancient realm with a guilty expression on his face. Duan Lingtian, thank you. Duan Lingtian, I will remember your kindness in sparing my life. If there is a chance in the future, I will definitely repay you. Duan Lingtian, thank you for sparing my life. After Mo Pingji crushed his accumulative point jade and left, the 6 Fire Glaze Mansion disciples also took out their accumulative point jades with bitter expressions on their faces. After thanking Duan Lingtian, they also automatically crushed their accumulative points jade. Just now, if Duan Lingtian had not shown mercy, they would have all died. While they were grateful to Duan Lingtian for sparing their lives, they were too ashamed to stay any longer. They all crushed their accumulative points jade and left. Profound light and shadow. Mo Pingji's reminder before he left made Tan Yuan calm down instantly. Earlier, when he was injured by Duan Lingtian, he was so angry that he had lost his mind. Mo Pingji's reminder was like a bucket of cold water that had been splashed on him. He quickly cast the Law of Metal's speed profundity and prepared to leave. At this moment, Tan Yuan was about to cast the Law of Metal's speed profundity and cast the other profundities from the Law of Metal to flee. It's too late. Duan Lingtian's voice rang in the air again. Tan Yuan's figure flashed as he crashed into the void, causing the void to tremble. He was sent flying back. This is the Law of Space's restraining profundity? Tan Yuan's eyes widened in shock. However, although Tan Yuan's entire body was shot back, he did not have the intention to stop just like that. As his hands opened and closed, he once again launched an attack. This time, he did not target Duan Lingtian. Instead, he targeted the space that imprisoned him. He knew clearly in his heart, although the Law of Space's restraining profundity could confine space, it could be broken with sufficient strength. At this moment, Tan Yuan was trying to break free from Duan Lingtian's restraint. Swoosh! Swoosh! However, as soon as Tan Yuan made his move, golden flames suddenly appeared in the void around him. This golden flame actually condensed into a clear cube in the void, trapping Tan Yuan inside. The cube was the outline of the space shackle. If Duan Lingtian did not strengthen the space shackle with the help of the Chaos Divine Flame and the Profound Divine Metal, he might not be able to trap Tan Yuan. However, with the help of the Chaos Divine Flame and the Profound Divine Metal, Tan Yuan was trapped in the space shackle. Of course, under Tan Yuan's tyrannical attack, in the blink of an eye, the spatial imprisonment showed signs of collapsing. However, it would take some time for him to break free from the space shackle. Based on the current situation, he would need at least a few breaths of time. However, a few breaths of time was more than enough for Duan Lingtian. Buzz! Duan Lingtian stood in the distance. With a wave of his hand, the cross-dimensional/profundity shot toward Tan Yuan, who was trapped in the space shackle. The golden flames on the cross-dimensional/profundity burned fiercely as though it could tear anything apart. Crack. Faced with the ferocious cross-dimensional/profundity, Tan Yuan weighed the pros and cons before he finally took out his accumulative points jade and crushed it. As soon as the cross-dimensional/profundity entered the space shackle, Tan Yuan had already left through the transporting formation in his accumulative points jade. Naturally, even if he did not leave, Duan Ling Tian did not plan to kill him. He had crossed the line by coming to the Fire Glaze Mansion's campsite. If he continued to kill the people from the Fire Glaze Mansion, it would only make things worse. At that time, the Fire Glaze Mansion would hate him even more. Although he had offended the Fire Glaze Mansion by coming to their campsite, he did not kill anyone from the Fire Glaze Mansion. Therefore, the Fire Glaze Mansion would not go overboard if they wanted to deal with him. After all, Duan Lingtian's goal was to obtain more points. For this reason, Duan Lingtian did not mind offending the Fire Glaze Mansion. He was willing to take the risk. However, killing the people from the Fire Glaze Mansion was not his goal. My current points. Tan Yuan muttered to himself. After eliminating Tan Yuan, Duan Lingtian took out his accumulative points jade. His eyes widened when he glanced at it. His eyes instantly became bright and sparkling, like the dazzling stars in the night sky. In the Fire Glaze Mansion. At one of the transporting formations in the middle realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm. Mo Pingji and 6 other inner court disciples from the Fire Glaze Mansion were eliminated one after another. Mo Pingji? Heavens! Senior Mo Pingji has been eliminated? Just as the group of Fire Glaze Manor's elders and disciples were shocked by the fact that Mo Pingji and the other 6 had been eliminated, a commotion broke out. Swoosh! A figure appeared at one of the transporting formations in the middle of the transporting formations. As soon as the figure appeared, it caused a commotion in the transporting formations. Tan Yuan? It's Senior Tan Yuan. Heavens! Why is Senior Tan Yuan eliminated as well? What's going on? I just received news that Senior Mo Pingji has been eliminated as well. Senior Tan Yuan and Senior Mo Pingji are the representatives of the Fire Glaze Mansion in the middle realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm. How can both of them be eliminated? Moreover, they were eliminated one after the other. Following Tan Yuan's elimination, the transporting formations in the Fire Glaze Mansion was bustling with noise and excitement. Everyone, look at the scoreboard. It did not take long before the people in the transporting formations in the Fire Glaze Mansion shifted their attention to the scoreboard. With just a glance, they were attracted by the 3 dazzling words Duan Ling Tian on the scoreboard. At this moment, Duan Lingtian's name had left the 12th place and was now at the 5th place. Duan Lingtian was a disciple of the Profound Nether Mansion. With 286 points, he was ranked 5th on the rankings. Gasp! 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 The elders and disciples of the Fire Glaze Mansion gasped when they saw the name Duan Lingtian on the scoreboard. Duan Lingtian, an outer court disciple of the Profound Nether Mansion, had risen to the 5th place. When they thought about how Duan Lingtian had only appeared on the scoreboard for less than 2 days, they could not help but feel that Duan Lingtian was a monster. In the history of the Southern Heaven Territory, is there anyone who has accumulated so many points in less than 2 days? One of the Fire Glaze Mansion's elders asked. I don't think so. Indeed. Duan Lingtian has accumulated 286 points in less than 2 days. This record is enough to be recorded in the history of the Southern Heaven Territory. If I remember correctly, the fastest person to accumulate points in less than 2 days was 190 points, right? It hasn't even been a month since Duan Lingtian appeared before our eyes. However, we've successfully remembered him. At the very least, we won't forget him as long as we don't lose our memories. Where did the Profound Nether Mansion find such a monster? A commotion broke out in the Fire Glaze Mansion when the news spread. Everyone in the Fire Glaze Mansion knew the reason Duan Lingtian was able to rise to the top in such a short time was because he had eliminated Tan Yuan and Mo Pingji from the Fire Glaze Mansion. Before Mo Pingji was eliminated by Duan Lingtian, he had already accumulated more than 100 points. On the other hand, Tan Yuan had accumulated almost 100 points after Mo Pingji. Coupled with the points of the other 6 disciples from the Fire Glaze Mansion, Duan Lingtian's points had risen from 93 to 286 points. Why? Why didn't all of you leave? All of you could have left easily, but all of you waited for Duan Lingtian to arrive. Are you confident you're stronger than them? Damn it. All of you could have avoided him. It's all because of your arrogance that Duan Lingtian obtained all of your points. It's all your fault that the Fire Glaze Mansion is humiliated. A group of high-ranking officials from the Fire Glaze Mansion criticized a group of 7 people who were standing in a row in a spacious hall. These 7 people were none other than Mo Pingji and the others who had been eliminated by Duan Lingtian. A total of 8 people had been eliminated by Duan Lingtian. Chapter 3159. As the representative of the Fire Glaze Mansion in the Middle Realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm, Tan Yuan, who was only slightly over 500 years old, held an extraordinary position in the Fire Glaze Mansion. Apart from that, he knew how important the scoreboard was to the Fire Glaze Mansion. For this reason, he ignored the summons of the high-ranking officials from the Fire Glaze Mansion. Naturally, Mo Pingji could have ignored the summons of the high-ranking officials from the Fire Glaze Mansion since he was younger than Tan Yuan and was the representative of the Fire Glaze Mansion in the Middle Realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm. However, Mo Pingji decided to attend the summons for the sake of the other 6 people who had been eliminated. This was one of Mo Pingji's strengths. The 6 high-ranking officials from the Fire Glaze Mansion were touched by Mo Pingji's words since they knew Mo Pingji did not have to attend the summons. Lord Vice Mansion Master, Elders, this has nothing to do with the 6 of them. I was too careless and underestimated Duan Lingtian. I thought I could eliminate him if I joined forces with Tan Yuan. Mo Pingji stepped forward and said. Upon hearing Mo Pingji's words, the high-ranking officials from the Fire Glaze Mansion were rendered speechless. They knew they could not go too far with Mo Pingji. If they went too far, Mo Pingji might be in a bad mood and refuse to enter the Middle Realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm again. It would be a loss to the Fire Glaze Mansion. After a while, the Vice Mansion Master of the Fire Glaze Mansion stepped forward and said loudly, actually, Mo Pingji can't be blamed for this. After all, he hasn't met Duan Lingtian before today. He doesn't know how strong Duan Lingtian is. Moreover, Tan Yuan is by his side. It's only natural for him to be so confident. In my opinion, it's because the Profound Nether Mansion's outer court disciple is too strong. I wonder where the Profound Nether Mansion managed to find such a strong helper. The Vice Mansion Master of the Fire Glaze Mansion sighed. The other high-ranking officials from the Fire Glaze Mansion chimed in as well. Upon seeing this, the 6 high-ranking officials from the Fire Glaze Mansion sighed in relief. At the same time, they were even more grateful to Mo Pingji. After all, they knew Mo Pingji was not an easy opponent. If it were not for Mo Pingji, they would have to bear the responsibility for this matter. Duan Lingtian, an outer court disciple of the Profound Nether Mansion, had 286 points and was ranked 5th on the scoreboard. Most importantly, it had been less than 2 days since Duan Lingtian entered the Middle Realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm. Where did the Profound Nether Mansion find such a powerful ally? Not only is he unpredictable, but he's also so strong. The Fire Glaze Mansion will be completely destroyed this month. However, that Duan Lingtian is really daring. Isn't he worried that the Fire Glaze Mansion will hold a grudge against him and take revenge on him? Do you think someone like Duan Lingtian doesn't have a powerful background? Before finding out his background, the Fire Glaze Manor would definitely not dare to touch him. Even the Fire Glaze Manor doesn't want anything to happen to him. Because once something happens to him, everyone will suspect the Fire Glaze Manor. I wonder where the Profound Nether Mansion found such a powerful ally. What does Duan Lingtian want from the Profound Nether Mansion? He's actually willing to enter the middle realm of the southern heaven ancient realm as a disciple of the profound nether mansion. I'm afraid only Duan Lingtian and the profound nether mansion's people know about this. The news of Duan Lingtian entering the middle realm of the southern heaven ancient realm caused an uproar in all the major celestial mansions. At this moment, even those who did not pay much attention to the middle realm of the southern heaven ancient realm had heard about Duan Lingtian. The profound nether mansion was bustling with activity. It had been a long time since the profound nether mansion was able to hold its head high in front of the major celestial mansions. Duan Lingtian's performance had greatly excited the profound nether mansion. Good job. He actually entered the middle realm of the southern heaven ancient realm and ranked 5th in less than 2 days. Amazing. Amazing. Qi Tianming, the inspector of the profound nether mansion, laughed heartily when he heard the news. At this moment, as an inspector of the profound nether mansion, he was genuinely happy that someone from the profound nether mansion was able to achieve such a feat in the middle realm of the southern heaven ancient realm. There were no benefits to be had. Duan Lingtian entered the middle realm of the southern heaven ancient realm and ranked 5th in the middle realm of the southern heaven ancient realm. Moreover, he defeated Tan Yuan and Mo Pingji from the Fire Glaze Mansion even though they joined forces. His strength is actually so tyrannical. Bihai Mingfeng, the other inspector of the profound nether mansion, was shocked when he heard about Duan Lingtian's performance in the middle realm of the southern heaven ancient realm. I remember Duan Lingtian seems to have a good relationship with one of the new disciples the coupling celestial sect recruited at the Scaling Cloud Lake. What's the new disciple's name again? Bihai Mingfeng sent a message to the grade 7 coupling celestial sect, one of the 3 sects and 2 clans under the profound nether mansion. The sect leader of the coupling celestial sect received the message. Investigate. Among the new disciples we recruited at Scaling Cloud Lake, who came from the same place as Duan Lingtian? The sect leader of the coupling celestial sect ordered immediately. He was a 10-direction celestial duke who had comprehended many profundities from the law of space before he was even 100 years old. In less than 2 days, Duan Lingtian had entered the middle realm of the southern heaven ancient realm and ranked 5th in the middle realm of the southern heaven ancient realm. Duan Lingtian was destined to have a bright future as long as he did not die prematurely. Now that the coupling celestial sect had a chance to establish a good relationship with Duan Lingtian, it was only natural that they would do something about it. Sect leader. When Huang Jialong was brought to the sect leader of the coupling celestial sect, a confused expression appeared on his face. Could it be that Duan Lingtian had gotten himself into trouble? You're Huang Jialong? Huang Jialong heaved a sigh of relief when he saw the sect leader of the coupling celestial sect looking at him in a friendly manner. It seemed like things were not going as he had expected. Are you close to Duan Lingtian? The sect leader of the coupling celestial sect asked with narrowed eyes. He's my brother. Huang Jialong nodded. Sect leader, you're asking about this. Did something happen to my brother? Huang Jialong's expression changed drastically when he heard Huang Jialong's question. A hint of worry could be seen in his eyes. Although he had not known Duan Lingtian for long, he had long regarded Duan Lingtian as a close friend due to their similar personalities. How did you get to know him? The sect leader of the coupling celestial sect asked. We met in the supporting Fall Nation. Naturally, he's not from the supporting Fall Nation. I'm the young master of Passage City in the supporting Fall Nation. Huang Jialong replied. Humph. As soon as Huang Jialong finished speaking, the sect leader of the coupling celestial sect's expression changed drastically. He scoffed and said, I'll give you one more chance. Are you sure you're Duan Lingtian's brother? Yes. Huang Jialong was shocked by the sudden change in the sect leader of the coupling celestial sect's expression. It seemed like he was right. Duan Lingtian had indeed gotten himself into trouble. Moreover, it seemed like he had offended the sect leader of the coupling celestial sect. You should have Duan Lingtian's soul pearl, right? The sect leader of the coupling celestial sect said in a deep voice, hand over his soul pearl. I'll use the soul pearl to contact him and tell him that I have you. If he doesn't come over, I'll kill you. Naturally, I won't kill you. I'm only planning to lure him over. After I kill him, I'll take you as my last disciple. In the future, it won't be impossible for you to become the sect leader of the Coupling Celestial Sect. The sect leader of the Coupling Celestial Sect was, without a doubt, tempting Huang Jialong to cooperate with him in killing Duan Lingtian. Sect leader, may I know how Duan Lingtian offended you? Huang Jialong's expression changed drastically as he kneeled on the ground. Crack. When Huang Jialong knelt on the ground, a cracking sound came from below him. He stood up and saw a soul bead under his feet. It was a soul bead he had forcibly broken. The soul imprint in the soul pearl had also disappeared. Under normal circumstances, a soul pearl would only shatter after the person who had left the soul imprint on it had died. However, if the soul orb was forcefully destroyed, the soul orb would still be destroyed, and the soul imprint inside it would disappear. Brother Duan, don't be threatened by the Coupling Celestial Sect. The sect leader of the Coupling Celestial Sect wants me to hand over your soul pearl to threaten you. After sending this message, I'll destroy your soul pearl. If there's a chance in our next life, I'll still be your brother. Before destroying Duan Lingtian's soul pearl, Huang Jialong crushed a communication celestial talisman and sent a message to Duan Lingtian. You destroyed his soul pearl? The sect leader of the Coupling Celestial Sect raised an eyebrow. Aren't you afraid of death? Who's not afraid of death? However, I won't betray my brother. Even if I die, I won't betray my brother. Huang Jialong said proudly. At this moment, he no longer feared the sect leader of the Coupling Celestial Sect, the sect leader of the Celestial Sect. What did he have to fear when he was about to die? However, to Huang Jialong's surprise, the sect leader of the Coupling Celestial Sect began to clap his hands. Good. 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 From today onward, you, Huang Jialong, will be my last disciple. Huang Jialong was taken aback by the sect leader of the Coupling Celestial Sect. When he regained his senses, he asked, Sect leader, what's going on? In the middle realm of the southern heaven ancient realm, Duan Lingtian, who had just met up with Wan Qingqing from the martial battle mansion, was shocked when he received Huang Jialong's message. What? What's going on? The sect leader of the Coupling Celestial Sect is threatening me to join the Coupling Celestial Sect? At the same time, Duan Lingtian's expression changed drastically. At the same time, he was also slightly confused. He had no idea what was going on. However, he was certain Huang Jialong was not a fool. He knew Huang Jialong would not make such a joke. In other words, Huang Jialong was indeed in danger. I have an urgent matter to attend to in the Profound Nether Mansion's base. Give me your soul pearl and follow me to the Profound Nether Mansion's base before returning to the Martial Battle Mansion's base. Return to the Martial Battle Mansion. I'll contact you after I'm done here. At that time, come to the Profound Nether Mansion's base to look for me. Chapter 3160. Duan Lingtian had asked Wan Qingqing to follow him to the Profound Nether Mansion's base so she would know the way. Otherwise, it would be difficult for him to find her again. It was obvious Wan Qingqing would not tell him the location of the Martial Battle Mansion's base. Otherwise, he could look for her the next time he entered the Profound Nether Mansion's base. If the Martial Battle Mansion's base is closer to the Fire Glaze Mansion's base than the Profound Nether Mansion's base, we can meet here. Duan Lingtian took Wan Qingqing's soul pearl and said, Where's the Profound Nether Mansion's base? Wan Qingqing asked. It was not difficult for Wan Qingqing to see that Duan Lingtian had something urgent to attend to and was not trying to get rid of her. If Duan Lingtian really wanted to get rid of her, there was no need for him to come up with such an excuse. Over there. Duan Lingtian raised his hand and pointed in the direction of the Profound Nether Mansion's base. Let's meet at the Fire Glaze Mansion's base. Wan Qingqing said. The Fire Glaze Mansion's base was located between the Martial Battle Mansion's base and the Profound Nether Mansion's base. She would have to pass through the Fire Glaze Mansion's base to get to the Profound Nether Mansion's base. Under such circumstances, it was best for them to meet at the Fire Glaze Mansion's base. All right. Duan Lingtian nodded. Then, he said to Wan Qingqing, I'll come in after I send you a message. If you can't come in because you have something urgent to attend to, just send me a message." After he finished speaking, Duan Lingtian passed his soul pearl to Wan Qingqing. Without waiting for Wan Qingqing's reply, he teleported 100 meters away, and another 200 meters away. Swoosh! 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 After about 10 teleportations, Duan Lingtian disappeared from Wan Qingqing's sight. Wan Qingqing turned around and returned to the Martial Battle Mansion's base. Swoosh! Wan Qingqing's speed was much faster than Duan Lingtian's teleportation profundity. The distance between the Fire Glaze Mansion's base and the Martial Battle Mansion's base was closer than the distance between the Profound Nether Mansion's base and the Fire Glaze Mansion's base. Furthermore, Wan Qingqing was faster than Duan Lingtian, so she was able to reach the Martial Battle Mansion's camp before him. Senior Sister Wan Qingqing. Senior Sister Wan Qingqing. As soon as she returned to the Martial Battle Mansion's camp, the disciples greeted her respectfully. Wan Qingqing nodded. Then, she stepped onto the stone platform and left the middle realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm through the transporting formation. Senior Sister Wan Qingqing joined forces with Senior Brother Heng Feng this month, but Senior Brother Heng Feng was eliminated. A disciple from the Martial Battle Mansion sighed. "I just came in. Senior Sister Wan Qingqing's name wasn't on the scoreboard before I came in. It seems like Senior Sister Wan Qingqing didn't get many points after Senior Brother Heng Feng was eliminated." Another disciple from the Martial Battle Mansion who had entered the Middle Realm less than 15 minutes ago chimed in. With Senior Sister Wan Qingqing's strength, it shouldn't be difficult for her to make it into the top 30. Even though she's been in the Middle Realm for 4 days, she'll only be able to stay in the Middle Realm for 6 days. That's right. Unless Senior Sister Wan Qingqing's luck is really that bad, it shouldn't be difficult for her to make it into the top 30. Why did Senior Sister Wan Qingqing leave the Middle Realm all of a sudden? I don't know. I think she has something to do. While the disciples in the Martial Battle Mansion's camp were discussing among themselves, Wan Qingqing had already left the Middle Realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm and arrived at one of the transporting formations in the Martial Battle Mansion's camp. In the Middle Realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm, one would appear in a different place after crushing one's accumulative point jade and returning to the camp. For this reason, nobody thought Wan Qingqing was eliminated when she returned to the Middle Realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm. After all, she was standing at the same spot where she had returned to the Middle Realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm. 5th place? Wan Qingqing instinctively glanced at the scoreboard and saw Duan Lingtian's name was in 5th place. Duan Lingtian's points had also reached an exaggerated 286 points. Senior Sister Wan Qingqing, you and Senior Brother Heng Feng encountered Duan Lingtian together. Senior Brother Heng Feng was eliminated while you were lucky enough to escape. It must have been dangerous, right? A Martial Battle Mansion's disciple asked curiously when he saw Wan Qingqing. It must have been dangerous. Another Martial Battle Mansion's disciple chimed in. Even Tan Yuan and Mo Pingji from the Fire Glaze Mansion were eliminated by Duan Lingtian. Based on this, one can imagine how strong Duan Lingtian is. Senior Sister Wan Qingqing must have been very lucky to escape from him. That's right. According to the news from the Fire Glaze Mansion, Tan Yuan's speed is on par with Duan Lingtian. However, since he didn't escape in time, he was trapped by Duan Lingtian's restraining profundity and was eliminated by Duan Lingtian. You can't say that. Although Tan Yuan's speed is not bad, he's still slower than Senior Sister Wan Qingqing. At the very least, Senior Sister Wan Qingqing has never been eliminated by Tan Yuan. Regardless, Senior Sister Wan Qingqing managed to escape from Duan Lingtian while Tan Yuan was eliminated. Based on this alone, Senior Sister Wan Qingqing is stronger than Tan Yuan. The Martial Battle Mansion's disciples discussed among themselves. Most of the male disciples were fawning over Wan Qingqing. However, Wan Qingqing did not seem to be listening to them at all. Wan Qingqing stood rooted to the ground. Her cold eyes were filled with astonishment. He He eliminated Tan Yuan and Mo Pingji from the Fire Glaze Mansion. Earlier, when she met up with Duan Lingtian in the middle realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm, Wan Qingqing had received a message telling her to leave in a hurry. For this reason, she did not have the time to ask about Duan Lingtian's progress. Since it had not been long, her senior sisters and junior sisters in the Martial Battle Mansion did not have the time to inform her about Duan Lingtian's advancement to 5th place on the scoreboard. It has only been 2 days since he entered the middle realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm, right? Wan Qingqing was extremely shocked at this moment. She did not expect Duan Lingtian to be so strong. She did not expect Duan Lingtian would be able to accumulate so many points in such a short time. I still have 6 days left. Wan Qingqing thought to herself. She could not help but feel excited when she thought about how long she would be able to stay in the middle realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm. How many points would she be able to accumulate in the middle realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm with Duan Lingtian? What would her ranking be? Senior Heng Feng. Wan Qingqing suddenly recalled something and immediately sent a message to Heng Feng. You didn't tell anyone that I'll be joining forces with Duan Lingtian after you're eliminated, right? Up until now, only she and Duan Lingtian were aware of the fact that she had joined forces with Duan Lingtian. Even Heng Feng was unaware of this. However, Heng Feng was aware of this fact. He knew there was a possibility that she would join forces with Duan Lingtian. After all, before Heng Feng crushed his accumulative point jade to leave the middle realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm, he had tried his best to persuade her to join forces with Duan Lingtian. Junior sister Qingqing, you've joined forces with Duan Lingtian? Heng Feng replied to Wan Qingqing with a surprised tone. Also, how did you manage to send me a message? You've come out. Those outside the middle realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm could send messages to those in the middle realm. However, those in the middle realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm were not allowed to send messages to those outside. After receiving Wan Qingqing's message, Heng Feng knew she had come out. You didn't get eliminated, right? No, I came out on my own. Wan Qingqing replied. If I'm not mistaken, you've joined forces with Duan Lingtian, right? It won't be easy for Duan Lingtian to find the Fire Glaze Mansion's base. Both of us happened to pass by the Fire Glaze Mansion's base. Heng Feng replied. For days ago, Heng Feng and Wan Qingqing had entered the middle realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm together from the Martial Battle Mansion's base. They had coincidentally passed by the Fire Glaze Mansion's base during their journey. For this reason, it was not difficult for him to deduce the reason. Wan Qingqing and Duan Lingtian had joined forces. It was not difficult for Duan Lingtian to find out the location of the Fire Glaze Mansion's base from Wan Qingqing. Yes. Wan Qingqing knew it was pointless for her to deny it. You didn't tell him where the Martial Battle Mansion's base is, right? Heng Feng asked again. His tone was solemn this time. I won't tell him. Wan Qingqing replied. That's good. Don't tell anyone that you've joined forces with him for the time being. At the very least, don't let anyone know you've joined forces with him before he arrived at the Fire Glaze Mansion's base. Otherwise, I'm worried the Fire Glaze Mansion will target you. Heng Feng said. I know. I didn't show up. Wan Qingqing replied. That's good. Don't worry, I won't tell anyone about this. Heng Feng said. Thank you, Senior Heng Feng. Wan Qingqing hastily expressed her gratitude. She trusted Heng Feng's character. Otherwise, she would not have agreed to join forces with him. In the profound Nether Mansion's base. Duan Lingtian? Duan Lingtian's sudden appearance in the profound Nether Mansion's base attracted the attention of the profound Nether Mansion's disciples. The profound Nether Mansion's disciples looked at Duan Lingtian excitedly. After all, Duan Lingtian was the profound Nether Mansion's treasure. He was the reason the profound Nether Mansion was able to hold their heads up high in front of the other celestial mansions. However, before they could regain their senses, Duan Lingtian teleported again and appeared on a stone platform in the campsite. In just a blink of an eye, Duan Lingtian left the middle realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm through a transporting formation. Why did he leave? Based on his anxious expression, it's obvious he has something urgent to attend to. As the disciples in the profound nether mansion's base discussed among themselves, Duan Lingtian appeared at one of the transporting formations that led to the middle realm of the southern heaven ancient realm. As soon as he appeared, he attracted a lot of attention. It's Duan Lingtian. Chapter 3161. Old Qi. Duan Lingtian ignored the stares from his surroundings. He immediately sent a message to Qi Tianming, the inspector of the profound nether mansion. In the message, he told Qi Tianming about the message he received from Huang Jialong and his relationship with Huang Jialong. The sect leader of the Coupling Celestial sect wants to lure you to the Coupling Celestial sect to kill you? That's impossible. Qi Tianming was stunned when he received Duan Lingtian's message. Wait a moment. I'll ask Bihai Mingfeng about it. When Qi Tianming sent a message to Bihai Mingfeng was stunned. The sect leader of the Coupling Celestial sect wanted to lure Duan Lingtian to kill him? At this moment, Bihai Mingfeng anxiously sent a message to Gong Sun Wenqing, the first sect leader of the Coupling Celestial sect. Duan Lingtian has come out of the middle realm of the southern heaven ancient realm? Gong Sun Wenqing knew things had gotten out of hand when he learned that Duan Lingtian had left the middle realm of the southern heaven ancient realm after receiving Huang Jialong's message. Therefore, he quickly explained to Bihai Mingfeng that he had tested Huang Jialong. Huang Jialong is now my direct disciple. I only told Duan Lingtian to return to the middle realm of the southern heaven ancient realm with peace of mind. It's just a joke. However, it's true that Jialong treats him like a brother. Gong Sun Wenqing did not forget to add on. I see. Bihai Mingfeng sighed in relief when he learned about what had happened. Then, he sent a message to Qi Tianming. In the end, it's just a farce. That brat, Gong Sun Wenqing, really has nothing better to do. After Qi Tianming learned about this, he quickly sent a message to Duan Lingtian to comfort him. Misunderstanding? Gong Sun Wenqing, the sect leader of the Coupling Celestial sect, took Jialong as his direct disciple after testing him? After listening to Qi Tianming's message, Duan Lingtian heaved a sigh of relief. His tense nerves finally relaxed. The moment he relaxed, he heard the voices around him that he had ignored. Duan Lingtian, do you have the confidence to secure a spot in the top 5? Duan Lingtian, there are still a lot of people who haven't shown their strength yet. Do you think you can make it into the top 10 this month? In just 2 days, Duan Lingtian had accumulated nearly 300 points and was ranked 5th in the middle realm of the southern heaven ancient realm. However, the elders and disciples of the profound nether mansion who were present on the scene knew very well what was going on. That was because Duan Lingtian was lucky enough to find the Fire Glaze Manor's camp, and the Fire Glaze Manor's people kept giving him points. Duan Lingtian's current strength had been more or less figured out. Although Tan Yuan from the Fire Glaze Manor had been eliminated by Duan Lingtian, that was because he had been careless. Otherwise, with Tan Yuan's speed, he would have been able to escape from Duan Lingtian. For this reason, many of the elders and disciples of the profound nether mansion were certain Duan Lingtian would not be able to make it into the top 10. After all, even Tan Yuan would not be able to make it into the top 10 every month. If Tan Yuan had not been careless, Duan Lingtian would not have been able to eliminate him. Top 5? Top 10? Duan Lingtian smiled nonchalantly when he heard the questions from the elders and disciples of the profound nether mansion. Then, he teleported to the stone platform in the depths of the main hall. Duan Lingtian took out his accumulative point jade and teleported to the middle realm of the southern heaven ancient realm through the transporting formation. As soon as Duan Lingtian left, his voice echoed in the main hall. My goal is to rank first in the middle realm of the southern heaven ancient realm. Upon hearing Duan Lingtian's words, the people in the main hall fell silent. They looked at each other for a long time before they regained their senses. First place? Duan Lingtian's ambition is so great. Is it possible that he's been concealing his strength all this time? That's unlikely. After all, he's not even 100 years old yet. If the strength he's shown so far isn't his true strength, is he still human? Based on his words, it's obvious he's very confident. I'm beginning to look forward to his performance. Unless he repeats his trip to the Fire Glaze Mansion's base once or twice, it'll be very difficult for him to rank first. Although Duan Lingtian's words were filled with confidence, many people still believed him. However, there were very few people who believed in him. There were also some who thought Duan Lingtian was confident. Duan Lingtian only needed to find a few more campsites of celestial mansions. Perhaps, he would be able to rank first. However, many people felt it was impossible for Duan Lingtian to repeat his trip to the Fire Glaze Mansion's base. The reason Duan Lingtian was able to obtain so many points outside the Fire Glaze Mansion's base was because the Fire Glaze Mansion was unaware of his strength. After this incident, not only did the Fire Glaze Mansion learn about Duan Lingtian's strength, but the other celestial mansions also learned about Duan Lingtian's strength. Even if Duan Lingtian successfully intercepted their bases in the middle realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm, they would not recklessly send their disciples to kill Duan Lingtian. Therefore, it was impossible for Duan Lingtian to repeat his trip to the Fire Glaze Mansion's base. In the middle realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm. Before returning to the middle realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm, Duan Lingtian had informed Wan Qingqing of his intention to enter the middle realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm through a communication celestial talisman. When he arrived at the Fire Glaze Mansion's base, Wan Qingqing was already waiting for him. "You're done." Wan Qingqing thought she would have to wait for Duan Lingtian for at least half a day. She did not expect Duan Lingtian would send her a message not long after she left. "Yes, it's just a misunderstanding." Duan Lingtian nodded. He didn't expect that such a blunder would appear. He was not surprised by Huang Jialong's performance in front of the sect leader of the Coupling Celestial sect. After all, he knew Huang Jialong was a good friend who could go through thick and thin with him. Nevertheless, he still felt warmth in his heart when he heard about Huang Jialong's performance. Although he and Huang Jialong used to have a good relationship, it had been a few years since they last contacted each other. Naturally, he did not contact Huang Jialong because he did not want to disturb Huang Jialong's cultivation. He was certain Huang Jialong was the same. After not seeing each other for a few years, he was sure that he would not change. Huang Jialong also did not change, which made him very relieved. Apart from that, he knew the sect leader of the Coupling Celestial sect had only accepted Huang Jialong as his last disciple on a whim. As for the reason, he was certain it had something to do with him. Otherwise, why would the sect leader of the Coupling Celestial sect suddenly accept Huang Jialong as his last disciple when he was ranked 5th in the middle realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm? Moreover, the sect leader of the Coupling Celestial sect had even used him to test Huang Jialong based on all these factors. It was clear the sect leader of the Coupling Celestial sect had something to do with him. After I leave the middle realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm, I'll ask Old Shi to bring me to the Coupling Celestial sect. It's been a long time since I last saw Jialong. This time, I'll give Jialong a boost. With this, his path in the Coupling Celestial sect will be much smoother. Duan Lingtian thought to himself. Duan Lingtian, I only found out you eliminated Tan Yuan and Mo Pingji from the Fire Glaze Mansion after I left the middle realm. Wan Qingqing sighed emotionally. Perhaps, Wan Qingqing was unaware that the way she acted in front of Duan Lingtian was different from how she acted in front of others. In front of others, she always maintained a cold and aloof attitude, and her eyes even revealed a coldness that kept people thousands of miles away. However, in front of Duan Lingtian, she was no longer as cold as before. Of course, even Wan Qingqing herself did not notice this. Duan Lingtian, on the other hand, found Wan Qingqing much more pleasing to the eye. She was no longer as cold as before and no longer as unapproachable as before. Mo Pingji is still alright. I only eliminated Tan Yuan by luck. Duan Lingtian shook his head and said, Tan Yuan was careless. Otherwise, he would have been able to escape under my watch. Although Duan Lingtian had eliminated Tan Yuan, he knew it was only a fluke. If Tan Yuan had not been careless, he would not have been able to catch up to him at all. This was the main reason he was willing to work with Wan Qingqing. Although he was not slow, his speed was not low. However, if he wanted to rank first in the middle realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm, he would have to rely on his speed. Let's go. You'll have to deal with the people we encounter next. Duan Lingtian said to Wan Qingqing. Even without Wan Qingqing's reminder, he would still have to face Tan Yuan, Mo Pingji, and the others outside the Fire Glaze Mansion's base. However, if the Fire Glaze Mansion's disciples swarmed him and he fought outside the Fire Glaze Mansion's base, Tan Yuan could easily hide in the Fire Glaze Mansion's base. As for the others, including Mo Pingji, Duan Lingtian was confident he could stop them outside the Fire Glaze Mansion's base and prevent them from entering. For this reason, Duan Lingtian owed Wan Qingqing a favor for obtaining Tan Yuan's points. You don't owe me a favor. If I didn't inform you, you might have been able to eliminate more people. Upon hearing Duan Lingtian's words, Wan Qingqing, naturally, knew Duan Lingtian was going easy on her. Previously, she was worried Duan Lingtian would not be a match for Tan Yuan and Mo Pingji if they joined forces. However, now she knew Duan Lingtian was not a match for Duan Lingtian. Even if Tan Yuan and Mo Pingji joined forces, they would not be a match for Duan Lingtian. As for the other disciples from the Fire Glaze Mansion, they were nothing but cannon fodder in front of Duan Lingtian. Even so, if that's the case, I won't be able to eliminate Tan Yuan. Duan Lingtian shook his head and said firmly, "It's decided. If you're unwilling, there's no need for us to work together." Thank you. Faced with Duan Lingtian's determination, Wan Qingqing no longer dared to reject him. However, her heart was filled with gratitude. She knew Duan Lingtian did not have to do this. Chapter 3162. Lu Ji, a disciple of the Han Qing Mansion, had entered the middle realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm last month and was eliminated by Duan Lingtian. However, Lu Ji was still unconvinced that Duan Lingtian had defeated him due to his carelessness. He felt Duan Lingtian had taken advantage of him. In fact, his speed was indeed faster than Duan Lingtian. After all, he had comprehended 2 profundities from the law of wind. In terms of speed, he was in the second tier of 10 direction celestial dupes in the middle realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm. As for Duan Lingtian, he was in between the second and third tier of 10 direction celestial dupes in terms of speed. This month, when Lu Ji learned that Duan Lingtian had entered the middle realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm, he had followed Duan Lingtian into the middle realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm. At this moment, the people from the other celestial mansions who were paying attention to the middle realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm were shocked by Duan Lingtian's performance. However, Lu Ji knew nothing about what was happening outside. After all, he was a reclusive and aloof person in the Han Qing Mansion. Even the high-ranking officials of the Han Qing Mansion were not fond of him, let alone the disciples. For this reason, nobody told him that Duan Lingtian, a dark horse, had appeared in the middle realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm. As time passed, the people from the other celestial mansions gradually shifted their attention away from Duan Lingtian. 3 days later, Duan Lingtian's ranking had also dropped to 7th on the scoreboard. However, the gap between Duan Lingtian, who was ranked 7th on the scoreboard, and the person who was ranked 8th on the scoreboard was quite huge. There was a gap of more than 100 points between them. Currently, Duan Lingtian had accumulated 322 points. In just 2 days, Duan Lingtian's points had not increased as fast as the previous 2 days. In fact, it was not even a fraction of the previous 2 days' worth of points. The battle at the Fire Glaze Mansion's campsite is indeed the pinnacle of Duan Lingtian's strength. It won't be easy for Duan Lingtian to obtain more points from now on. And now, the people who are ranked behind Duan Lingtian are gradually closing in on him. In just half a day, they have closed the gap of more than 30 points. I wonder if this Duan Lingtian will be able to maintain his position in the top 10 in the end. Wan Qingqing from the Martial Battle Mansion appeared on the scoreboard 2 days ago, but she's already in the top 30 now. Her points increase in the past 2 days is much faster than Duan Lingtian's. It seems that Duan Lingtian's luck is not as good as hers. Let's not talk about luck. In terms of strength, I don't think Duan Lingtian will be able to defeat Wan Qingqing. Wan Qingqing's speed is one of the fastest in the middle realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm. Duan Lingtian's performance in the past 2 days had greatly disappointed many people from the other grade 6 celestial mansions. On the other hand, Wan Qingqing's performance in the past 2 days had attracted a lot of attention since her points had increased the fastest among those who were not in the top 6. It seems like the 6 of them will continue to occupy the top 6 spots this month. Currently, the 6 people who occupied the top 6 spots in the middle realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm were none other than the 6 people who had occupied the top 6 spots in the past few years. Wang Tai from the Martial Battle Mansion. Yi Qiufeng from the Shining Moon Mansion. Lu Danqing from the Grand Xing Mansion. Shimen Hao Xian from the Red Leaves Mansion. Zhuge Yunqi from the Vast Heaven Mansion. Gongsun Wuji from the Azure Green Mansion. These 6 people had occupied the top 6 spots in the middle realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm for the past few years. None of them had been pushed out of the top 6. The 6 of them are too strong. It's almost impossible to push them out of the top 6. And here I thought Duan Lingtian might be able to occupy one of the top 6 spots. It seems like I was too naive. Duan Lingtian? I admit he's strong, but it's not realistic for him to make it into the top 6. That's right. In my opinion, he'll be lucky if he manages to stay in the top 10. Duan Lingtian's performance was short-lived. After 2 days, he gradually faded out of the limelight. Only those from the profound Nether Mansion thought it would be good if Duan Lingtian managed to stay in the top 10 even if he did not make it into the top 6. After all, the profound Nether Mansion had been under a lot of pressure for the past few years. In fact, no one had managed to make it into the top 20 in the middle realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm. Now that Duan Lingtian had finally appeared, even if he did not manage to stay in the top 10 and only managed to stay in the top 20, they would still be able to accept it. It seems like Duan Lingtian was just joking when he said his goal is to rank first. One of the profound Nether Mansion's disciples sighed. How can you believe his words? Do you really think the 6 of them are pushovers? Let alone the 6 of them, even Duan Lingtian wouldn't be able to do anything to Wan Qingqing from the Martial Battle Mansion. Another disciple from the profound Nether Mansion shook his head. It was obvious he did not take Duan Lingtian's words seriously from the beginning. I hope he'll be able to stay in the top 10. Qi Tianming, the inspector of the profound Nether Mansion, was not surprised when he learned that Duan Lingtian had been pushed out of the top 6. However, he still hoped Duan Lingtian would be able to stay in the top 10. After all, this was his greatest hope for Duan Lingtian. Even if Duan Lingtian managed to make it into the top 5, Qi Tianming did not think Duan Lingtian would be able to maintain his ranking. After all, the way Duan Lingtian earned points was not something that could be replicated. Without that method, Duan Lingtian was bound to be pushed out of the top 5 or even the top 6. The 6 of them were like 6 mountains on the scoreboard in the middle realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm. They were lofty and insurmountable. In the middle realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm. Wan Qingqing. A middle-aged man dressed in a fiery red robe looked at the green figure in the distance with a faint smile on his face. I didn't expect to see you again. The green figure standing opposite the red-robed middle-aged man was none other than Wan Qingqing, an inner disciple of the Martial Battle Mansion. Yun Yan. The red-clad middle-aged man was no stranger to Wan Qingqing. He was Yun Yan, a core disciple of the Magic Cloud Mansion who was ranked in the top 10. 2 days ago, she had received a message from Duan Lingtian. Before entering the middle realm, she had glanced at the scoreboard and discovered Yun Yan was ranked 13th. Last month, she had encountered Yun Yan. Although her speed was superior to Yun Yan's, she could not defeat him. Although Yun Yan was stronger than her in other aspects, he could not do anything to her. She could stall him until he was forcefully sent out of the middle realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm, but it would be pointless. For this reason, she chose to give up. Similarly, Yun Yan chose to give up as well. 2 hours ago, I received a message saying that your speed of gaining points is only second to those 6 people. In just 2 days, you've already entered the top 30, Yun Yan said as he looked at Wan Qingqing. Wan Qingqing smiled faintly. I'm quite lucky. Wan Qingqing replied indifferently. From beginning to end, her eyes were filled with a coldness that pushed people thousands of miles away. She seemed incomparably cold. Yun Yan did not think much of it, as he already knew that Wan Qingqing was a cold beauty in the martial battle mansion. Congratulations. Yun Yan congratulated Wan Qingqing before he prepared to leave. In his opinion, he and Wan Qingqing couldn't do anything to each other in their battle last month. There was no need for them to fight again this month. He was certain Wan Qingqing had the same thoughts as well. However, just as he was about to leave, Wan Qingqing suddenly turned into a streak of green light and appeared in his path, blocking his path. Yun Yan frowned. Wan Qingqing, do you think you'll be able to eliminate me this month? If your strength has improved, I'll fight you again. However, if your strength hasn't improved, there's no need for us to waste our time here, Yun Yan said. All right. Last month, his battle with Wan Qingqing had lasted for half a day. In his opinion, it was a waste of time. For this reason, he did not plan to waste his time with Wan Qingqing. My strength hasn't improved. Wan Qingqing said. If your strength hasn't improved, let's not waste our time here. Yun Yan was slightly annoyed. He had thought Wan Qingqing had stopped him because her strength had improved, and she was more confident in herself. However, when he heard Wan Qingqing said her strength had not improved, he was slightly annoyed. Swoosh. As soon as Yun Yan finished speaking, a figure appeared out of thin air next to Wan Qingqing. The figure belonged to a handsome purple-clad young man. He had dashing eyebrows and bright eyes. He looked like a match made in heaven when he stood next to Wan Qingqing. Swoosh. Yun Yan's eyes widened in shock when he saw the figure standing next to Wan Qingqing. No wonder Wan Qingqing stopped me. She has a helper. I know she has a helper this month. However, didn't Heng Feng get eliminated by Duan Lingtian from the profound nether mansion? Yun Yan had heard about Wan Qingqing joining forces with Heng Feng to enter the middle realm of the southern heaven ancient realm. However, he did not expect Wan Qingqing to join forces with Heng Feng. After Heng Feng was eliminated, Wan Qingqing found another helper to join forces with. Yun Yan shifted his gaze to the purple-clad young man standing next to Wan Qingqing. He saw the identity token hanging from the purple-clad young man's waist. An ominous feeling rose in Yun Yan's heart when he saw the identity token. Since Wan Qingqing was willing to join forces with the purple-clad young man, he was certain the purple-clad young man would not be an ordinary person. When Yun Yan saw the identity token hanging from the purple-clad young man's waist, his eyes widened, and his expression changed drastically. Duan Lingtian? Duan Lingtian's name had spread throughout grade 6 celestial mansions in the southern heaven territory in the past 10 days. As a core disciple of the Magic Cloud Mansion, Yun Yan was, naturally, familiar with this name. Wan Qingqing, you actually joined forces with Duan Lingtian. Yun Yan looked at Wan Qingqing in shock as he struggled to look away from Duan Lingtian's identity token. It's been 2 days. I finally have a chance to make a move. Earlier, Duan Lingtian had learned from Wan Qingqing through voice transmission that the purple-clad young man was ranked in the top 10 of the middle realm of the southern heaven ancient realm. Chapter 3163. Yun Yan finally understood why Wan Qingqing had stopped him. As it turned out, she had asked Duan Lingtian to join forces with her. Duan Lingtian, I'm Yun Yan, a core disciple of the Magic Cloud Mansion. I've heard a lot about you. Yun Yan cupped his hands at Duan Lingtian and took the initiative to greet him. His strength was on par with Duan Lingtian, the Fire Glaze Mansion's Tan Yuan. Since Tan Yuan had been eliminated by Duan Lingtian, he, naturally, knew Duan Lingtian was not to be underestimated. In front of Duan Lingtian, his only option was to flee. However, that was only if he encountered Duan Lingtian alone. His speed was on par with Tan Yuan. Since Tan Yuan said he could escape under Duan Lingtian's nose if he was not careless, he could do the same as well. However, his current situation was completely different from Tan Yuan's situation. Duan Lingtian was not alone. Wan Qingqing was with Duan Lingtian. Although her overall strength was inferior to him, her speed was much faster than him. If she wanted to flee, he would not be able to catch up to her. Similarly, if she wanted to fight him, he would not be able to shake her off. With Wan Qingqing's speed and her comprehension of the law of wood, coupled with Duanling Tian's help, I'm sure they'll be able to defeat any one of those 6 people if they join forces. Yin Yan thought to himself. All right. Duanling Tian nodded indifferently when he heard Yun Yan's greeting. At the same time, he reminded Yun Yan out of goodwill, prepare yourself. The 2 of us will make our move soon. Swoosh. As soon as Duanling Tian finished speaking, Wan Qingqing's body glowed with a dazzling green light. It was as though she was surrounded by a dazzling green flame. It set off Wan Qingqing's devilishly enchanting figure and her near-perfect face, causing everything around her to pale in comparison. If it was any other time, Yun Yan would have looked at Wan Qingqing with admiration. But now, he couldn't find the slightest bit of appreciation. You don't have to do anything. I admit defeat. Yun Yan said with a bitter smile. What a joke. With Wan Qingqing and Duanling Tian joining forces, their strength was comparable to any one of the 6 people in the middle realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm. He knew that he alone was definitely not a match for Duanling Tian and the other man. Therefore, he chose to admit defeat. He didn't suspect that the Duanling Tian in front of him was a fake, because the identity tokens of the major immortal mansions couldn't be faked. Moreover, if it was a fake identity token, he would be able to recognize it at a glance. Duanling Tian, if you have time, you can come to the Demon Cloud Mansion and have a drink with me. Yun Yan said to Duanling Tian with a smile as he took out his accumulative point jade and crushed it. There were only benefits to befriending such a powerful existence at such a young age. There was no harm in befriending him. As soon as Yun Yan's accumulative point jade shattered, Duanling Tian's voice transmission rang in Wan Qingqing's ears. If you don't collect his points, there's no need for us to work together anymore. Wan Qingqing's body stiffened when she heard Duanling Tian's voice transmission. This fellow. Wan Qingqing muttered to herself. Initially, she had planned to leave so Duanling Tian could collect Yun Yan's points. However, when she heard Duanling Tian's determined tone, she no longer dared to act rashly. After all, she knew Duanling Tian was a man of his words. Swoosh. As soon as Duanling Tian sent Wan Qingqing a voice transmission, he teleported away and gave all of Yun Yan's points to Wan Qingqing. Although they had encountered many people before they met Yun Yan, Wan Qingqing was able to handle all of them on her own. According to Duanling Tian, Wan Qingqing was able to defeat all of them. Those that Wan Qingqing could defeat would be Wan Qingqing's turn. Wan Qingqing would collect the points herself. However, Wan Qingqing had given him a lot of points along the way. For this reason, Duanling Tian allowed Wan Qingqing to collect Yun Yan's points. The next time we meet an opponent that we need to work together to defeat, it'll be your turn to collect the points. If you give in to me again, I don't think there's any need for us to work together anymore. After collecting Yun Yan's points, Wan Qingqing did not rush to check the points in her accumulative point jade. Instead, she looked at Duanling Tian solemnly. Of course. Duanling Tian smiled faintly. Although his expression was natural, he was slightly moved. Wan Qingqing was similar to him. Both of them were unwilling to take advantage of others. For the sake of their principles, they were willing to give up their own interests. Take a look. How many points do you have now? I remember that before I came in last time, Yun Yan was already ranked 13th on the scoreboard. At that time, he had almost 200 points. Duanling Tian looked at Wan Qingqing curiously. He wondered how many points Yun Yan had given Wan Qingqing. Upon hearing Duanling Tian's words, Wan Qingqing finally looked at her accumulative point jade. Her eyes widened slightly when she saw the number of points she had. 364 points. Wan Qingqing saw the number of points in her accumulative point jade had increased to 364 points. She had even surpassed Duanling Tian's points. Not bad. Duan Lingtian smiled faintly when he learned about Wan Qingqing's current points. It seems like Yun Yan has also obtained a lot of points in the past 2 days. However, the mantis stalks the cicada, unaware of the oriole behind. In the end, it all went to you. If I give you these points, even if you can't get first place, you can at least get into the top 3. Wan Qingqing looked at Duan Lingtian with a complicated expression on her face as she said this. Wan Qingqing knew very well. After all, the chances of encountering someone with as many points as Yun Yan in the middle realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm were extremely low. After all, the middle realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm was too big. Trying to find a specific person among them was no different from looking for a needle in a haystack. Maybe, the next person can give me more points? Duan Lingtian smiled faintly. It was obvious that he didn't care about giving Yun Yan's opportunity to Wan Qingqing. At this moment, Wan Qingqing's heart skipped a beat when she saw the smile on Duan Lingtian's face. At the same time, her gaze when she looked at Duan Lingtian was filled with gentleness. Martial Battle Mansion. The transporting sites in the middle realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm were initially quiet. However, following a change in the scoreboard, a commotion broke out among the several teleportation stations. Look! 7th place on the rankings. Oh my god. Is this real? This is a little scary. The elders and disciples of the Martial Battle Mansion were shocked to see another person enter the top 10 after Wang Tai of the Martial Battle Mansion. Moreover, it was not the 10th or 9th place, but the 7th place. Duan Lingtian from the Profound Nether Mansion, who was originally ranked 7th, had been pushed down to the 8th place. The 7th ranked person was none other than Wan Qingqing, an inner court disciple of the Martial Battle Mansion. Senior Sister Qingqing. Why is she ranked 7th all of a sudden? One of the Martial Battle Mansion's disciples was shocked. It's not sudden. Look, Yun Yan, a core disciple from the Magic Cloud Mansion, who was originally ranked 10th, has been removed from the scoreboard. It's obvious that Senior Sister Qingqing has eliminated him. Moreover, his points have been given to Senior Sister Qingqing. Another Martial Battle Mansion's disciple said. Yun Yan, a core disciple of the Magic Cloud Mansion? Yun Yan is the strongest person below Celestial Kings in the Magic Cloud Mansion, right? Yun Yan's overall strength is higher than Wan Qingqing's. I think they met last month. At that time, Yun Yan was stronger while Wan Qingqing was faster. Neither of them could defeat the other. It has only been a month, and yet, Wan Qingqing managed to defeat him? Perhaps, Senior Sister Qingqing gained an advantage because Yun Yan was injured. No matter what, our Martial Battle Mansion has occupied 2 of the top 10 spots. 7th place. This is the first time Wan Qingqing's ranking has risen to such a high position. It seems like she has a chance to become a core disciple of the Martial Battle Mansion after this month. Different celestial mansions had different criteria for becoming a core disciple. For example, Zhou Hongjia was a core disciple in the Profound Nether Mansion. However, in the Martial Battle Mansion, Wan Qingqing, who was stronger than Zhou Hongjia, was only an inner court disciple. This was because of Wang Tai. In the Martial Battle Mansion, there was Wang Tai. In front of Wang Tai, Wan Qingqing was inferior to him in every other aspect except for her speed. Wang Tai was a core disciple of the Martial Battle Mansion. For this reason, if Wan Qingqing wanted to become a core disciple of the Martial Battle Mansion, she would have to be compared to Wang Tai. For this reason, Wang Tai was the only core disciple in the Martial Battle Mansion who was not a celestial king. Apart from Wang Tai, the other core disciples in the Martial Battle Mansion were all celestial kings or stronger. Based on Wan Qingqing's performance in the middle realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm, many people believed she had a chance to become the second core disciple in the Martial Battle Mansion who was not a celestial king. Meanwhile, in the Magic Cloud Mansion, the transporting formations that led to the middle realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm were as silent as a graveyard. When Yun Yan was eliminated from the middle realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm, the person in charge of the transporting formations did not even look at the scoreboard. Because of this, they all thought that Yun Yan was eliminated by one of the 6 people. However, when they looked at the scoreboard, they discovered it was not the case. Yun Yan was eliminated by Wan Qingqing, an inner court disciple of the martial battle mansion. Senior brother Yun Yan, is Wan Qingqing from the martial battle mansion capable of eliminating you? Yun Yan, Wan Qingqing is weaker than you, right? How is it possible for her to eliminate you? When the elders and disciples of the Magic Cloud Mansion learned Yun Yan was eliminated by Wan Qingqing, they could not help but wonder if Wan Qingqing was right. Was Wan Qingqing strong enough to eliminate Yun Yan? If it's just Wan Qingqing, naturally, she's not strong enough to eliminate me. Chapter 3164. Upon hearing Yun Yan's words, the members of the Demon Cloud Mansion were shocked. Wan Qingqing joined forces with Duan Lingtian? Duan Lingtian from the Profound Nether Mansion? Yun Yan, are you referring to Duan Lingtian from the Profound Nether Mansion? Yun Yan smiled wryly. Apart from Duan Lingtian from the Profound Nether Mansion, there's no one else like Duan Lingtian in the Middle Realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm who's capable of defeating me by joining forces with Wan Qingqing. The eyes of the members of the Demon Cloud Mansion widened when they heard Yun Yan's words. They could not help but gasp. Wan Qingqing actually joined forces with Duan Lingtian from the Profound Nether Mansion. Rumor has it that Duan Lingtian is capable of breaching Heng Feng's defenses despite his slow speed. In the past, Heng Feng's defenses could only be considered second tier in the Middle Realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm. However, now that he has comprehended the law of Earth's defense profundity, his defenses can be considered first tier in the Middle Realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm. Even so, Duan Lingtian still breached Heng Feng's defenses. Wan Qingqing made up for Duan Lingtian's shortcomings while Duan Lingtian made up for Wan Qingqing's shortcomings. If they join forces, they might be able to pose a threat to those 6 people. When the elders and disciples of the Demon Cloud Mansion regained their senses, they turned to look at the top 6 people on the scoreboard. In recent years, those 6 people had occupied the top 6 spots on the scoreboard without exception. Previously, some people had tried to join forces with others to pull them down from the top 6, but all of them had failed. Now that Duan Lingtian and Wan Qingqing had joined forces, would they be able to break the 6 people's records? Although they were looking forward to it, they did not hold out much hope. After all, those 6 people were not only powerful but mysterious as well. However, I'm curious. Wan Qingqing is from the Martial Battle Mansion while Duan Lingtian is from the Profound Nether Mansion. Why are they together? What do you mean by hooking up? I'm just teaming up. Didn't you say that Wan Qingqing teamed up with Heng Feng and encountered Duan Lingtian? Heng Feng was eliminated by Duan Lingtian, and Wan Qingqing successfully escaped. Could it be that they had joined forces at that time? I don't think so. Duan Lingtian went to stop the people from the Fire Glaze Manor, but I didn't hear that Wan Qingqing was there as well. They must have met again later on and started to work together. I think so too. The news of Duan Lingtian and Wan Qingqing joining forces spread throughout the Demon Cloud Mansion and the other immortal mansions. The 6 people in the top 6 of the rankings also received a message from the higher-ups of their respective immortal mansions. In the middle realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm, on top of a steep mountain peak, a lone figure stood there, unmoving like a mountain. Duan Lingtian and Wan Qingqing teamed up. The proud and aloof figure was a tall young man with a handsome appearance. He wore a crimson robe that fluttered in the wind, as if a bloody fire was burning fiercely. Interesting. The corners of the young man's lips curled up slightly as his eyes glinted. Boom! A figure broke out of a calm lake, causing water to splash everywhere. Then, a thin figure appeared in the air above the lake. The figure was a young man dressed like a scholar. He had delicate features and looked like a scholar. Duan Lingtian? Wan Qingqing? I hope I'll be surprised when I meet them. The young man smiled before he turned into a streak of light and flew into the distance. King Tai. I admit defeat. At this moment, a figure who looked like a deity appeared above a forest. King Tai was so frightened that his face turned pale as he hurriedly admitted defeat. Crack. As soon as he admitted defeat, he crushed his accumulative point jade and withdrew from the middle realm of the southern heaven ancient realm. The figure bathed in flames raised an eyebrow. A hint of surprise could be heard in his voice. Junior sister Qing has teamed up with Duan Lingtian from the profound nether mansion? Based on the words of the person who crushed his accumulative point jade, it was obvious the person was none other than King Tai from the martial battle mansion. Within the vast gorge, a figure was seated cross-legged with his eyes closed in a depression on the walls of the gorge. He seemed to be waiting for something. The figure was dressed in a long, gray robe. He had the youthful appearance of a young man, but his hair and eyebrows were white. He had white hair and a ruddy complexion. Ding! A crisp sound rang in the air as the gray-clad young man opened his eyes. A copper coin had appeared in his hand before he flicked it up. A moment later, the copper coin fell, accurately landing in his palm. It seems like I won't be able to meet Duan Lingtian this month, the gray-clad young man said with a sigh. The gray-robed young man sighed. Then, he closed his eyes and rested. He didn't seem to want to leave the canyon for a long time. It was as if he was waiting for something. The profound Nether Mansion's disciple who killed Gongsun Jing has teamed up with one Qing from the martial battle mansion. In the sky above an ice field, in the biting cold wind, a figure flitted through the air and suddenly stopped in midair. The reason why he stopped was because he had just received a message. Even if you've teamed up with one Qing, you'll still die if I meet you. A young man dressed in a long, black robe scoffed as he narrowed his eyes. I heard the profound Nether Mansion sees Duan Lingtian as their only hope. This time, I will crush their hopes. As soon as he finished speaking, he moved again. A bloodthirsty killing intent appeared in the eyes of the black-robed youth, as if he was about to devour someone. It'll be great if I can meet Duan Lingtian and one Qing this month. That way, I won't be bored anymore. In the sky above a lofty mountain range, a figure that was swiftly flying past received a message and suddenly slowed down. At the same time, his eyes lit up. It's pointless even if I meet those 5 fellows. They can't eliminate me, and I can't eliminate them as well. Usually, those 5 fellows are the only ones worthy of me fighting with my full strength. If I meet Duan Lingtian and one Qing this month, I might be able to fight them to my heart's content as well. I can't wait to meet them. In the profound Nether Mansion's 3 transporting sites in the middle realm of the southern heaven ancient realm, many people exchanged a look when they heard about Duan Lingtian and one Qing joining forces. Duan Lingtian and one Qing joined forces? Moreover, they eliminated Yun Yen from the Magic Cloud Mansion together? However, why did Duan Lingtian give Yun Yen's points to one Qing? I was wondering why Duan Lingtian's points didn't increase in the past 2 days. As it turns out, he's with one Qing. Moreover, it's obvious he's giving in to one Qing. Even a hero can't resist the charms of a beautiful woman. It seems like even Duan Lingtian can't break this curse. The elders and disciples of the profound Nether Mansion sighed. They thought Duan Lingtian was a hero who could not resist the charms of a beautiful woman and was willing to be used by one Qing. Although they were speechless, it was inappropriate for them to voice their opinions. After all, it was Duan Lingtian's decision. Moreover, based on Duan Lingtian's current results, even if he gave all his points to one Qing, it would still bring glory to the profound Nether Mansion. Don't tell me that brat is infatuated with one Qing from the martial battle mansion? Qi Tianming, the inspector of the profound Nether Mansion, was exasperated when he heard the news. He immediately sent a message to Duan Lingtian. Brat, don't forget about the test the Imperial Tutor Pavilion gave you. Moreover, one Qing isn't human at all. Since she's not from the martial battle mansion, she's definitely not human. It's best if you keep your distance from her. Otherwise, you won't even know you're being sold out. Don't foolishly give her the majority of your points again. Qi Tianming sent more than 10 messages to Duan Lingtian. Most of them were to persuade Duan Lingtian not to be obsessed with one Qing's beauty. In the middle realm of the southern heaven ancient realm, Elder Qi, Duan Lingtian was slightly taken aback when he received Qi Tianming's messages. However, he quickly regained his senses and shook his head with a wry smile on his face. Elder Qi was unaware that he had joined forces with Wan Qingqing. He was also unaware that he owed Wan Qingqing a favor from Tan Yuan, the disciple of the Fire Glaze Mansion. If he had not attacked Tan Yuan outside the Fire Glaze Mansion's base, he might not have been able to eliminate Tan Yuan even if Tan Yuan had been careless. The only reason he was able to attack Tan Yuan outside the Fire Glaze Mansion was because of Wan Qingqing. After Duan Lingtian gave Yin Yan's points to Wan Qingqing, he no longer felt like he owed Wan Qingqing a favor. Naturally, he would be able to distribute his points as per normal. News of us joining forces has already spread outside. Wan Qingqing's voice transmission rang in Duan Lingtian's ears. Duan Lingtian and Wan Qingqing did not usually travel together. Although they were separated by a large distance, they could still sense each other's presence with their divine consciousness. As long as one of them encountered an enemy, the other would immediately rush over to help. That's within my expectations. Duan Lingtian replied through voice transmission. As soon as Duan Lingtian replied to Wan Qingqing through voice transmission, he seemed to have sensed something. His eyes narrowed as he looked in front of him. Swoosh! A figure shrouded in green energy appeared in front of him. Initially, he was heading in another direction. However, as soon as he saw Duan Lingtian, he began to charge in Duan Lingtian's direction. Duan Lingtian. As the figure charged toward Duan Lingtian, he shouted coldly. His voice was so cold that it seemed as though it could freeze the air. Although the figure was not as fast as Wan Qingqing, he was much faster than Duan Lingtian. In terms of speed, he could be considered as one of the second-tier powerhouses in the middle realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm. His speed was comparable to Tan Yuan from the Fire Glaze Mansion and Yun Yen from the Magic Cloud Mansion. After a while, the figure appeared in front of Duan Lingtian and blocked his path. His eyes were filled with killing intent as he stared at Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian, you ambushed me last month and eliminated me. This month, I, Lu Ji, will kill you to avenge myself. Chapter 3165. Lu Ji. As soon as the newcomer appeared, Duan Lingtian recognized him. It was none other than Lu Ji whom he had eliminated last month. However, Duan Lingtian did not rely on the 5 divine elements when he eliminated Lu Ji last month. Instead, he relied on his own strength to eliminate Lu Ji. Moreover, the entire process was extremely fast. Naturally, Lu Ji had been careless in eliminating Lu Ji last month. By the time Lu Ji discovered Duan Lingtian's strength, it was already too late. He did not even have the time to dodge Duan Lingtian's attack. Lu Ji. As soon as Duan Lingtian came to a halt, Wan Qingqing came to a halt as well. Since she was quite a distance away from Duan Lingtian, and Lu Ji did not look in her direction, he did not notice her presence. Although she was far away, with her hearing, she could still clearly hear Lu Ji's words. You want to kill Duan Lingtian? Lu Ji's words rendered Wan Qingqing speechless. After all, Lu Ji's strength was not even comparable to hers. Even she did not dare to say she could kill Duan Lingtian. If she had the ability to kill Duan Lingtian, Hang Feng would not have been eliminated by Duan Lingtian. It seems like the rumors are true. Lu Ji's character is not good, and he's not well liked in the Han Qing mansion. The news of us joining forces and how you eliminated Tan Yuan from the Fire Glaze Mansion and Yun Yen from the Magic Cloud Mansion has spread like wildfire. However, it's obvious he doesn't know about it. Wan Qingqing sent a voice transmission to Duan Lingtian. She had her reasons for thinking this way. After all, if Lu Ji knew about this, he would not have acted so arrogantly in front of Duan Lingtian. I'd like to see how you're going to kill me. Duan Lingtian's expression was as calm as ever as he faced Lu Ji, who was filled with killing intent. However, Lu Ji was even more furious when he saw Duan Lingtian's nonchalant expression. You won't be as lucky as you were last month. As soon as he finished speaking, Lu Ji pounced towards Duan Lingtian like an eagle. At the same time, green gales raged all over his body, causing waves of crisp wind sounds to resound in the void, followed by faintly discernible wind blades. Wang! 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 Lu Ji rushed towards Duan Lingtian like a ghost, followed by a sky full of wind blades that were no slower than Lu Ji's movement speed. They gathered together like raindrops falling from the sky, enveloping Duan Lingtian and penetrating every inch of his body. As soon as Lu Ji made his move, he used almost all the profundities of the law of wind that he had comprehended. On the other hand, Duan Lingtian calmly raised his hand and waved it through the air. The next moment, rip! A spatial crack appeared in the path of the wind blades. Hum! After the spatial crack, the gray blade light whizzed out and circled around Duan Lingtian's body. During this process, the gray saber light was like an inflated balloon, rapidly expanding. At the same time, wisps of golden flames raged on the surface of the gray blade light and enveloped it in the blink of an eye. Wang! 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 At this moment, the sky full of wind blades that were less than 10 meters away from Duan Lingtian directly charged into Duan Lingtian's space territory. Although Duan Lingtian's space territory contained the distorting profundities of the law of space, it still could not withstand Lu Ji's storm-like wind blade attacks. Under the direct attack of the wind blades, Duan Lingtian was steadily losing ground. Lu Ji, who had sensed this, flew out with the wind blades with a smug smile on his face. At this moment, Lu Ji felt as though he could already see Duan Lingtian dying in front of him. Go! However, even though the wind blades that filled the sky had the upper hand and were about to land on him, Duan Lingtian still waved his hand calmly. In the next moment, the gray blade light that was circling around him shot out like a bolt of gray lightning. Wang! The gray lightning swept across the void and circled around. The gray blade light with golden flames raged on and on, forming a powerful offensive attack that met the wind blades in the sky. The two of them held on for a while. The golden flames around the gray blade light dimmed completely as though they would be extinguished at any time. The wind blades that filled the sky were also annihilated. Upon seeing this, Lu Ji's eyes widened. An expression of shock and disbelief appeared on his face. He could not help but exclaim, "No. Impossible." However, when the gray blade light charged at him like a bolt of lightning, Lu Ji had no choice but to accept it. His celestial origin energy that had merged with the wind elemental profundity erupted as he dodged the gray blade light's attack. Swoosh! 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 Lu Ji's body swayed like a gust of wind as he narrowly dodged the gray blade light. Swoosh! After dodging the fatal blade light, Lu Ji's expression changed again before he could even catch his breath. This was because when Lu Ji came to a halt a few dozen meters away, a figure appeared in the void not far away from him. It was none other than Duan Lingtian who had teleported to Lu Ji's side. Shackle! Before Lu Ji could react, Duan Lingtian had cast the shackle profundity from the law of space to shackle the space around Lu Ji. Do you think you can trap me? How laughable! Although Lu Ji was shackled by Duan Lingtian, he quickly regained his composure. Then, he sneered as green energy surged out of his body and formed hundreds and thousands of wind blades. As the wind blades swept out of Lu Ji's body, the outline of the space around Lu Ji was shackled by a layer of golden flames, revealing the outline of the space shackle. A cuboid burning with golden flames trapped Lu Ji inside. At this moment, although there was a layer of golden flame between Lu Ji and Duan Lingtian, the golden flame was translucent. Through it, Duan Lingtian and Lu Ji could still see each other. It's over. When the golden flames ignited in the space shackle that trapped Lu Ji, Wan Qingqing walked out and stood next to Duan Lingtian. Wan Qingqing. Lu Ji saw Wan Qingqing appear before the wind blades swept out. She did not attack Duan Lingtian. Instead, she stood next to Duan Lingtian. Lu Ji's expression changed immediately. As long as he was not stupid, it was not difficult for him to guess what this meant. Qi. Chi. 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 At the same time, Lu Ji discovered that no matter how hard he tried to destroy the space shackle, he could not break it. Even when he attacked with all his might, the space shackle did not show any signs of collapsing. How's this possible? This Duanling Tian. How is he so strong? Lu Ji's expression changed again and again. He did not expect Duanling Tian to be so strong. If he had known earlier that Duanling Tian possessed such strength, no matter how much he hated Duanling Tian for catching him off guard last month, he wouldn't have dared to be arrogant in front of Duanling Tian when he encountered him this month. In fact, he would have buried this hatred deep in his heart. Even Tan Yuan from the fire-glazed mansion couldn't break my space shackle. Do you think your attack is stronger than his? Duanling Tian asked curiously as he glanced at Lu Ji. Tan Yuan? Lu Ji's body stiffened when he heard Duanling Tian's words. Why you? Did you eliminate Tan Yuan? Tan Yuan, the fire-glazed mansion's disciple, was one of the top 10 disciples in the middle realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm. Lu Ji had encountered Tan Yuan a few times, but Tan Yuan had eliminated him every time. Although Lu Ji's speed was on par with Tan Yuan's overall strength was far superior to Lu Ji's. Are you so uninformed? I'm sure there are many people outside who are paying attention to the middle realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm. I'm sure there's no one who doesn't know about me eliminating Tan Yuan, right? Didn't anyone tell you about this through voice transmission? Duanling Tian feigned surprise. You. Don't tell me you don't know that I'm ranked 8th on the scoreboard and have more than 300 points. Lu Ji's expression darkened as Duanling Tian continued to speak. In the end, his attacks on the space around him began to weaken. Duanling Tian is currently ranked 8th, and I'm ranked 7th. It's all thanks to him that I managed to eliminate Yun Yen from the Magic Cloud Mansion. At this moment, Wan Qing, who was standing next to Duanling Tian, chimed in. Duanling Tian was taken aback when he heard Wan Qing's words. After spending some time together, Duanling Tian had learned a lot about Wan Qing. He knew she was cold on the outside but warm on the inside. He did not expect her to say something like this. This did not seem like Wan Qing at all. Upon hearing Wan Qing's words, Lu Ji finally stopped attacking and brought out his accumulative point jade at lightning speed. Just as Lu Ji was about to crush his accumulative point jade to leave the middle realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm, swoosh! A frighteningly fast cyan silhouette streaked across the void. At this moment, time seemed to have stopped. Then, before Lu Ji could crush the accumulative point jade, the cyan silhouette snatched the accumulative point jade away. Swoosh! Wan Qing's silhouette did not disappear before it reappeared. At the same time, a accumulative point jade appeared in her hand. It was none other than Lu Ji's accumulative point jade. Before Wan Qing appeared, Duanling Tian had already told her to keep an eye on Lu Ji. If Lu Ji tried to crush his accumulative point jade, she had to snatch it from him. Wan Qing was not confident she could snatch Lu Ji's accumulative point jade from such a distance. For this reason, she decided to appear next to Duanling Tian. At this distance, she was confident she could snatch Lu Ji's accumulative point jade. Chapter 3166. With his accumulative points jade taken away, Lu Ji could no longer leave through the transportation formation in the accumulative points jade. He could only rely on himself to return to the Celestial Mansion's camp and leave through the transportation formation there. However, Lu Ji was currently trapped in the confinement space by Duanling Tian. Since he could not break out of the confinement space, it was obvious he could not return to the Han Qing Mansion's camp on his own. Moreover, with Wan Qing around, even if Duanling Tian did not restrain him, he would not have a chance to return to the Han Qing Mansion's camp. Although he was fast, Wan Qing was faster than him. Whoosh! Lu Ji's expression changed drastically when Wan Qing took his accumulative points jade away. His eyes widened in horror. Even his body began to tremble violently at this moment due to the excessive shock and fright he felt. Let me give you a piece of advice, Duan Ling Tian looked at Lu Ji calmly and said unhurriedly, "In your next life, if you want to seek revenge again, it's best if you investigate the background of your enemy before you decide what to do next. Otherwise, you might be killed instead of avenging yourself." As soon as he finished speaking, the corners of Duan Ling Tian's mouth curled up into a cold arc buzz. The gray saber light swept past, killing Lu Ji just as he was about to kneel and beg for mercy after experiencing the terror and torment of life and death. When Lu Ji died, his eyes were wide open, and his mouth was agape. His expression was one of horror. As soon as Lu Ji was killed, Wan Qingqing threw the accumulative point jade in her hand to Duan Ling Tian and took a step back. In the next moment, the accumulative points jade shattered, and all of Lu Ji's points were taken by Duan Ling Tian. Lu Ji still has more than 60 points. After killing Lu Ji, Duan Ling Tian looked at his accumulative points jade and discovered his points had increased to 387. It was obvious Lu Ji had given him 65 points. This was because he originally only had 322 points. This Lu Ji is digging his own grave. Wan Qingqing coldly glanced at Lu Ji's corpse and thought to herself. Along the way, she and Duan Ling Tian had met people who didn't want to kill them. Therefore, when they eliminated those people, they didn't kill them. Furthermore, even when Duan Ling Tian had gone to the Fire Glaze Manor's camp, Duan Ling Tian had not killed a single person from the Fire Glaze Manor. At that time, it was clear that Duan Ling Tian was not a person who killed indiscriminately. This time, although Duan Ling Tian had killed Lu Ji, she could completely understand why he had done so. She knew very well in her heart, today, if Lu Ji was stronger than Duan Ling Tian, the one to die would be Duan Ling Tian. Let's go. After taking Lu Ji's storage ring, Duan Ling Tian bid farewell to Wan Qingqing before continuing onward with her. Up until now, Duan Ling Tian had been in the middle realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm for almost 5 days while Wan Qingqing had been in the middle realm for almost 7 days. I just hope I'll be able to meet one of the 6 people before she leaves. Duan Ling Tian thought to himself. In 3 days, Wan Qingqing would be forcefully transported out of the middle realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm. At that time, without Wan Qingqing's help, he would not be able to eliminate any of the 6 people. Duan Ling Tian. Wan Qingqing looked at Duan Ling Tian and reminded him, although Lu Ji isn't very popular in the Han Qing Mansion, the Han Qing Mansion won't let this matter rest after you've killed an inner court disciple of the Han Qing Mansion. When I, Duan Ling Tian, do things, I seek to have a clear conscience. Duan Ling Tian replied indifferently. From the beginning until the end, he did not seem to be affected at all. It was as though the Han Qing Mansion was just a paper tiger. Wan Qingqing, naturally, could tell Duan Ling Tian was not putting on an act. For a moment, her opinion of Duan Ling Tian rose slightly. Meanwhile, at the transporting formations in the middle realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm, the elders and disciples of the various celestial mansions saw Duan Ling Tian's sudden appearance. Meanwhile, Duan Ling Tian, who was pushed to the 8th place by Wan Qingqing from the Martial Battle Mansion, suddenly gained a huge boost in his points. Wan Qingqing was pushed to the 8th place. On the other hand, Duan Ling Tian regained the 7th place. Duan Ling Tian's points suddenly increased to 65 points. Who did he eliminate? Look! Han Qing Manor's Lu Ji's name has disappeared from the rankings. Lu Ji? Lu Ji again? I remember Lu Ji was eliminated by Duan Ling Tian last month, right? That's right. Lu Ji was eliminated by Duan Ling Tian last month. Lu Ji is really unlucky this time. He encountered Duan Ling Tian again. Moreover, he encountered Duan Ling Tian, who has Wan Qingqing's help this time. Most people in the major celestial mansions had heard about Lu Ji being eliminated by Duan Ling Tian last month. Naturally, they knew Lu Ji was dissatisfied with Duan Ling Tian's result. Lu Ji had even vowed to seek revenge the next time he encountered Duan Ling Tian. This month, Lu Ji met Duan Ling Tian as he had wished. However, the outcome was the same as the previous month. He was eliminated by Duan Ling Tian. I just received news from the Han Qing Mansion. Not only was Lu Ji eliminated by Duan Lingtian, but he was also killed by Duan Lingtian. It did not take long before news of Lu Ji being killed by Duan Lingtian spread in the major celestial mansions. Lu Ji was the second person Duan Lingtian had killed in the middle realm of the southern heaven ancient realm. I remember Duan Lingtian didn't kill anyone when he went to the Fire Glaze Mansion's base, right? No, he didn't. Before Lu Ji, Duan Lingtian had only killed one person. However, that person was from the Azure Green Mansion. The people from the Azure Green Mansion and the Profound Nether Mansion are like fire and water. When they encounter each other in the middle realm of the southern heaven ancient realm, they'll fight to the death. Lu Ji is naturally ruthless. He must have viewed Duan Lingtian as his enemy since he was eliminated by Duan Lingtian last month. This time, he must have wanted to kill Duan Lingtian. That's why Duan Lingtian decided to kill him. Isn't it obvious? Duan Lingtian didn't kill Lu Ji when he eliminated Lu Ji last month, and yet, Lu Ji killed Lu Ji this month. If Lu Ji wanted to kill Duan Lingtian, would Duan Lingtian kill Lu Ji? Although the people from the major celestial mansions did not know Duan Lingtian, it was not difficult for them to deduce Duan Lingtian was not a bloodthirsty person based on Duan Lingtian's behavior. Even the people from Han Qing residence, where Lu Ji lived, had the same thought. However, since Duan Lingtian had killed Lu Ji, it meant Duan Lingtian had become an enemy of the Han Qing mansion. Even if they did not fight to the death, they would not treat Duan Lingtian amicably. As time passed, the names on the scoreboard continued to change. Even the names in the top 10, such as the 10th and 9th places, were constantly changing. Only the names in the top 8 did not change. It was as though they had taken root in the top 8. Duan Lingtian was still in 7th place. Wan Qing was still in 8th place. However, as time passed, their points continued to increase. Although the increase was slow, it did not take long for the gap between them to widen. The difference between the 8th and 9th place was close to 100 points. It was a dividing line. The difference between 7th and 6th place was nearly 200 points, which was also a dividing line. Duan Lingtian, the gap between you and the person who's ranked ahead of you is widening. I can only stay in the middle realm for one more day. If we don't encounter anyone who's ranked ahead of you, I'm afraid it'll be difficult for you to advance any further, Wan Qing said to Wan Qing. In the middle realm of the southern heaven ancient realm, she told Duan Lingtian. It had been 2 days since Duan Lingtian killed Lu Ji, and Wan Qing had spent 9 days in the middle realm of the southern heaven ancient realm. Even if Wan Qing and Wan Qing did not leave the middle realm, they would still be forcefully sent out of the middle realm. Although Wan Qing and Duan Lingtian had encountered a few people over the past 2 days, none of them were ranked on the top of the middle realm. However, none of those people were ranked at the top of the rankings. Not even one of them was ranked in the top 50. Currently, there's a difference of 196 points between you and the person who's ranked 6th. Since Wan Qing was constantly informed about the changes on the scoreboard through voice transmission, she knew the difference between Duan Lingtian and Duan Lingtian. 196 points. Duan Lingtian frowned. Now, after 2 days of accumulation, his points had increased from 380 plus to 435 plus points. But even so, there was still a difference of 196 points between him and the person ranked 6th on the scoreboard. However, you're the only one with a huge gap between you and the person ranked 6th on the scoreboard. That person's gap with the 5 people in front of him isn't huge. Even the person ranked 1st on the scoreboard has only 266 points more than you. Right now, the rankings of the top 6 are constantly changing, and this has been the norm for the past few years. Any one of those 6 people might be able to get 1st place. Their final ranking is more dependent on luck. Duan Lingtian nodded. There's a difference of 196 points between me and the person who's ranked 6th. There's a difference of 266 points between me and the person who's ranked 1st. Duan Lingtian's eyes glinted as he thought to himself. It seemed like luck was the only thing he could do to improve his ranking. If he was unlucky and did not encounter anyone with a higher number of points, he might end up ranked 7th. Wan Qingqing. A voice rang in the air as Duan Lingtian and Wan Qingqing passed through a hill. The voice was getting closer and closer to them. So, you're Duan Lingtian? Upon hearing the voice, Duan Lingtian and Wan Qingqing came to a halt and looked in the direction of the voice. A figure could be seen flying toward them from afar. It seems like we're quite lucky. He's Shimen Xian, a core disciple of the Red Leaves Mansion. Chapter 3167. At this moment, a figure hovered in the air above a hill, blocking Duan Lingtian and Wan Qingqing's path. He studied Duan Lingtian curiously. At the same time, Duan Lingtian could sense the person in front of him using his divine consciousness to scan his surroundings. You're really not even 100 years old. Duan Lingtian, are you really from the Southern Heaven territory? The handsome young man in green first exclaimed in surprise, and then he couldn't help but ask curiously. Sort of. Duan Lingtian replied. Sort of. The green-clad young man, Shimen Xian, a core disciple of the Red Leaves Mansion, frowned slightly when he heard Duan Lingtian's words. The curiosity in the depths of his eyes grew even more intense. Explain yourself. Shimen Xian said solemnly. Sure, you can crush your accumulative point jade and leave. Once you're out of here, come to the profound nether mansion and I'll tell you. Duan Lingtian smiled faintly. Impossible. Shimen Xian shook his head. If you want my points, you'll have to join forces with Wan Qingqing. Duan Lingtian was just casually asking. Naturally, he knew Shimen Xian would not take the initiative to give up the points he had accumulated for so many days just because he wanted to know something. Therefore, as soon as Shimen Xian finished speaking, the atmosphere at the scene became a little solemn again. Duan Lingtian, Shimen Xian hasn't comprehended the law of the 5 elements, the law of ice, the law of thunder, and the law of ice. Moreover, he hasn't comprehended the 4 supreme laws. At this moment, Wan Qingqing's voice transmission rang in Duan Lingtian's ears. The law of destruction? Upon hearing Wan Qingqing's voice transmission, Duan Lingtian knew Shimen Xian had comprehended the law of destruction that was not related to the 5 elements or the supreme laws. The law of destruction was a very special law. It was not derived from the law of the 5 elements, and it had nothing to do with the supreme laws. It could not be comprehended through celestial methods or divine abilities like the law of the 5 elements. It had to be comprehended on its own. However, the speed of comprehension was much faster than the 4 supreme laws. In fact, it was not slower than comprehending the law of the 5 elements. In terms of strength, it was even stronger than the law of the 5 elements. Among the 5 elements, only the law of thunder and the law of ice were derived from the law of the 5 elements could compare to the law of destruction. Everyone knew, the laws of lightning and the laws of ice originated from the laws of the 5 elements. However, if one were to look at them from all aspects, they would be the laws of the 5 elements. Based on the law of destruction, the law of destruction was comparable to the law of destruction. The law of destruction, Duan Celestial who had comprehended the law of the celestial would have comprehended it. When the celestial sword celestial sword and the sword, sabers when sword sabers, sword cultivators, saber cultivators, spear cultivators, rod cultivators, and so on. They'll be able to comprehend the law of destruction after they've comprehended it to a certain extent. With this thought in mind, Duan Lingtian's gaze turned solemn as he looked at Shimen Xian. After all, those who were able to comprehend the law of destruction and specialize in one offensive technique had to be strong-willed. Such a person was not to be trifled with. Duan Lingtian, why don't we make a bet? Shimen Xian suddenly said. While Duan Lingtian, Wan Qingqing, and Shimen Xian were arguing with each other, he proposed to make a bet with Duan Lingtian. What's the bet? Duan Lingtian asked curiously as his eyes flashed. If I eliminate you and Wan Qingqing today, you'll have to tell me your origin. If I'm eliminated, I'll give you a floating image pearl that records the battle between 2 celestial kings who have comprehended 9 profundities from the law of space. What do you think? Not only did Shimen Hao Xian mention the price Duan Ling Tian had to pay if he lost, but he also mentioned the price he was willing to pay if he lost. A floating image pearl that records the battle between two celestial kings who have comprehended 9 profundities from the law of space. As soon as Shimen Hao Xian finished speaking, Duan Lingtian's eyes lit up. If he could obtain such a floating image pearl, it would greatly help him comprehend the transportation profundity and the other 2 profundities from the law of space. Sure. For this reason, Duan Lingtian readily agreed to the bet. Good. That's great. Shimen Hao Xian laughed heartily when he saw Duan Lingtian agreeing to the bet. Duan Lingtian, regardless of whether you're eliminated or I'm eliminated today, I'll go to the profound nether mansion to have a drink with you. I just hope you'll welcome me at that time. Shimen Hao Xian smiled. Of course, I'll welcome you. Duan Lingtian had a good impression of Shimen Hao Xian, so he smiled back at Shimen Hao Xian. Since both of you are joining forces, I'm sure Wan Qingqing will be in charge of chasing after me while you'll be in charge of attacking. To be safe, I won't wait for both of you to make the first move. Shimen Hao Xian smiled faintly before he made his move before Duan Lingtian and Wan Qingqing could make their moves. Swoosh! A gust of wind stirred up as Shimen Hao Xian charged toward Duan Lingtian like an arrow that had been released from a bow. Duan Lingtian felt a sharp aura surging toward him when he saw Shimen Hao Xian charging toward him at lightning speed. It was as though he was a weapon instead of a person. Swoosh! Shimen Hao Xian's body was as nimble as a snake. However, when he approached Duan Lingtian, he seemed to have lost his balance. In the next moment, a black energy flashed around Shimen Hao Xian's body before it transformed into an energy sword that shrouded him. Swoosh! Shimen Hao Xian shook his right hand, and a black sword ray that contained a terrifying destructive aura shot toward Duan Lingtian. The moment the sword appeared, it seemed as though the color of heaven and earth had changed. The sword ray contained a terrifying sword essence. In the past, Duan Lingtian had obtained the inheritance from Feng Qingyang, a sword Dao powerhouse from the Saint Province realm. Although his attainments in the sword Dao were not as high as Shimen Hao Xian's, it was not difficult for him to sense how terrifying Shimen Hao Xian's sword ray was. Swoosh! The sharp sword pierced through the air. It seemed as though the void was about to be pierced by it. Duan Lingtian felt goosebumps rising on his scalp when he sensed the sharp sword chi. He quickly cast the law of space's teleportation profundity. Swoosh! Duan Lingtian teleported 100 meters behind Shimen Hao Xian. His purple robe fluttered as the space territory appeared. Moreover, the void that was shrouded by the space territory seemed to tremble slightly. Moreover, the trembling frequency was getting faster and faster. As expected of the teleportation profundity, one of the 2 most peculiar speed profundities in heaven and earth. It's really impossible to guard against. Shimen Hao Xian was not surprised that his sword had missed. If Duan Lingtian could not even dodge his first sword ray, he would not be able to defend himself. If that's the case, take another sword ray from me. As soon as Shimen Hao Xian finished speaking, his body trembled, and the black energy halo on his body began to wreak havoc. A terrifying aura swept out from Shimen Hao Xian's body. Swoosh! 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 A series of black translucent sword lights emerged from the halo of power around Shimen Hao Xian's body. They rapidly revolved around Shimen Hao Xian. When the sword rays wreaked havoc, Shimen Hao Xian exuded a terrifying destructive aura that seemed capable of destroying everything. Humph! As soon as Shimen Hao Xian turned around, a scoff rang in the air. It was none other than Wan Qingqing. Even Wan Qingqing did not react to Shimen Hao Xian's sudden attack. When Wan Qingqing saw Shimen Hao Xian ignoring her and attacking Duan Lingtian again, her expression turned cold immediately. Swoosh! 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 In the next moment, a gust of cold wind blew past, and Wan Qingqing was in the wind, heading straight for Shimen Hao Xian. Swoosh! 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 As Wan Qingqing moved with the wind, the emerald energy on her body surged. It was the celestial origin energy that had merged with the law of wood's wood elemental profundity. In the next moment, swoosh, 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 swoosh. An ear-piercing sound rang in the air. The emerald energy on Wan Qingqing's body transformed into vines that were as thick as an adult's arm and shot towards Shimen Haoxian. Wan Qingqing, you can't trap me. Shimen Haoxian faintly smiled in the face of those vines which were sweeping towards him from all directions. Then, all the black sword lights around his body whizzed out. Swoosh. 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 The black sword rays collided with the emerald green vines that were falling from the sky. The emerald green vines were destroyed before they could even get close to Shimen Haoxian. However, after the emerald green vines were destroyed, more emerald green vines shot towards Shimen Haoxian, evading the black sword rays. It's useless. Shimen Haoxian raised his hand, and a sword that had merged with the law of destruction's fundamental profundity and the destruction elemental profundity appeared out of thin air. Swoosh. As Shimen Haoxian casually waved his sword a few times, those vines near him were chopped into several pieces, and instantly lost their vitality, turning into yellow withered vines. At this moment, swoosh. 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 Specks of emerald green light poured down from the sky like the Buddha's radiance illuminating the world and delivering all living things from torment, resplendent and dazzling. These emerald green specks of light scattered on the severed withered vines, and at the same time, they scattered on the emerald green vines that were destroyed by the black sword rays that filled the sky. Those emerald green vines, which had originally been twisted into pieces, actually gathered together again after coming into contact with the emerald green light, returning to a complete vine. As for those withered vines that had lost their vitality, not only did they regain their vitality, but they also regained their emerald green color. Even the parts that had been severed were reconnected. Whoosh. 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 Chapter 3168. Child's Play. Shimen Haoxian, who was trapped in the emerald green cage surrounded by vines, was not nervous at all. His face was calm and relaxed. Although Wan Qingqing's binding technique was brilliant, it was not enough to trap him. As long as he was willing, he would only need a few breaths to break Wan Qingqing's technique. Wan Qingqing had to expend a lot of celestial origin energy to cast this technique. It would be extremely difficult for her to cast it again. At that time, he would be able to easily eliminate Wan Qingqing. However, just as Shimen Haoxian was about to spend a few breaths to break Wan Qingqing's technique, his eyes flashed and he saw a figure appearing not far away from him. The cage formed by Wan Qingqing's vines had completely blocked out all light. It was completely dark inside. However, for someone with Shimen Haoxian's cultivation base, the darkness did not affect him at all since he could easily see in the dark. Moreover, even if he did not use his night vision, he could still see through the darkness with his divine consciousness. At this moment, the person who appeared in front of Shimen Haoxian was none other than Duan Lingtian, who had teleported in. Others would have to break Wan Qingqing's binding technique to enter the cage, but Duan Lingtian did not need to do so since he had comprehended the law of space's teleportation profundity. Buzz. 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 As soon as Shimen Haoxian saw Duan Lingtian, he could feel the void around him distorting as spatial energy swept toward him. These spatial powers were like sharp saber lights and sword shadows, emitting bursts of buzzing sounds. Whoosh. 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 However, Shimen Haoxian's celestial origin energy that had been boosted with the destruction elemental profundity surged and transformed into black sword rays that revolved around him to ward off the spatial energy. It seems like the rumors are true. Speed is your weakness. Shimen Haoxian stared at Duan Lingtian and said bluntly, based on your actions, it seems like you intend to use Wan Qingqing's binding technique to limit my speed. You want to fight me in Wan Qing's binding of vines? Shimen Haoshuan's words exposed Duan Lingtian's thoughts. It's not too late to crush the accumulative point jade and leave. Otherwise, I'm afraid you'll have to suffer some physical pain. Duan Lingtian said. Once he fought with Shimen Haoshuan wouldn't have the chance to use his full strength to break through Wan Qing's vines. The shockwaves from their battle were not enough to destroy Wan Qing's vines in a short time. Of course, it was only enough to destroy it in a short period of time. If he didn't defeat Shimen Haoshuan in a short time, Wan Qing's vines would be completely destroyed by the shockwaves of their attacks. Also, Wan Qing had told him, if her binding of vines was destroyed, she would need to rest for at least half a day before she could use the same level of binding of vines again. Therefore, he only had one chance. Chaos Divine Earth. Just to be on the safe side, I'll need you to lend me a hand this time. In order to defeat Shimen Haoshuan in the shortest time possible, Duan Lingtian did not want to give Shimen Haoshuan an advantage in terms of speed. Humph. Upon hearing Duan Lingtian's words, the Chaos Divine Earth snorted. Boy, you finally thought of me. Although I'm not as helpful as the Profound Divine Metal and the Chaos Divine Flame, I'm still comparable to an offensive profundity to the rudimentary stage. Outside the binding of vines. Boom. 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 From the beginning, Wan Qing had been using all her strength to resist the binding of the vines. As time passed, her forehead was covered in sweat. This was because the shockwaves from the battle were too strong. It was not as simple as the shockwaves. It's only been 3 breaths, but the shockwaves from their battle are already giving me so much pressure. Even if Shimen Haoshuan attacks with all his might, it'll take him a few breaths to break through my defenses. However, they're not targeting me at all. After 4 breaths, Wan Qing's face was as pale as a sheet of paper. She was not as pale as a sheet of ice, but she was under too much pressure. If this continues, I'll only be able to hold on for 6 breaths at most. Wan Qing was starting to panic. She discovered she had completely underestimated the aftershock of the fight between Duan Lingtian and Shimen Haoshuan. The aftershock of the fight was not much weaker than the full force of Shimen Haoshuan's attack on her binding vine. Wan Qing gritted her teeth and held on. She did not even have the time to send a voice transmission to Duan Lingtian, let alone use her divine consciousness to check the situation inside. This was because her nerves were completely taut. The moment she relaxed, the vines binding her would immediately be destroyed. It seems like we won't be able to eliminate Shimen Haoshuan even if we join forces. Wan Qing's heart was filled with bitterness. Although Duan Lingtian was strong, she did not think Duan Lingtian would be able to defeat Shimen Haoshuan in 6 breaths. Even if Shimen Haoshuan could not make use of his speed, with Duan Lingtian's strength, he would need at least 10 breaths to defeat Shimen Haoshuan. This was Wan Qing's understanding of Duan Lingtian's strength. Naturally, she also knew Shimen Haoshuan's strength. In the past, she had been eliminated by Shimen Haoshuan once. Naturally, she knew Shimen Haoshuan's strength. After 5 breaths, Wan Qing was shocked to discover that the binding of vines had disappeared. The terrifying shockwaves from the binding of vines had disappeared, and everything had returned to normal. At the same time, the powerful pressure that had enveloped her body and made her unable to breathe had completely vanished. Thank you for showing mercy. Just as Wan Qing was about to extend her consciousness to investigate the situation, a voice came from the vines. It was filled with gratitude. This voice, Wan Qing's eyes lit up when she heard the voice. This was because it was Shimen Haoshuan's voice. In the next moment, Wan Qing removed the binding of vines, and 2 figures appeared in front of her. Duan Lingtian was unscathed. His purple robe had a few cuts, but there were no wounds on the parts of his robe that were cut. Apparently, only his robe was damaged, and he was fine. On the other hand, Shimen Haoshuan had more than a dozen wounds on his body, especially the one on his chest. It was a ghastly sight. If Duan Lingtian had gone a little lower, Shimen Haoshuan would have died. don't forget the bet between us. Duan Lingtian looked deeply at Shimen Haoxuan and said, "Don't worry, I'll deliver it to you personally." After Shimen Haoxuan recovered from his injuries, he took out his accumulative points jade and smiled at Duan Lingtian. At this moment, Shimen Haoxian did not seem like a person who had just walked past the gates of hell. He seemed completely fine as he smiled at Duan Lingtian, who had almost killed him. "I'll wait for you." Duan Lingtian nodded. "There's no need for that. I'll ask my junior uncle to bring me to the profound nether mansion after I leave. By the time you leave the middle realm of the southern heaven ancient realm, I should be there as well," Shimen Haoxuan said. Shimen Haoxuan was a core disciple of the Grade 6 Red Leaves Mansion. He was quite popular among his peers. Therefore, he would be informed about the changes in the scoreboard from time to time. For this reason, he roughly knew when Duan Lingtian would enter the middle realm of the southern heaven ancient realm and when Duan Lingtian would leave the middle realm of the southern heaven ancient realm. "I'll look for you for a drink later." Shimen Haoxuan smiled at Duan Lingtian before he crushed the accumulative points jade in his hand. After Shimen Haoxuan left, Duan Lingtian immediately took out his accumulative points jade. It was clear Shimen Haoxuan was curious about his current points. Shimen Haoxuan was one of the top 6 participants in the middle realm of the southern heaven ancient realm. He was even ranked first on the scoreboard many times. Before he eliminated Shimen Haoxuan's ranking was already higher than his. However, he did not know his current ranking. After all, Shimen Haoxuan and the other participants had been in the top 6 for more than 6 years. The gap between their points was very small. It was easy for them to overtake those who were ranked ahead of them. "How many points do I have now?" Duan Lingtian was not the only one who was curious about his current points. Even Wan Qingqing was curious about Duan Lingtian's points. 1,207. Duan Lingtian put his accumulative points jade away and looked at Wan Qingqing with a bright smile on his face. This was Wan Qingqing's first time seeing Duan Lingtian smiling like this. She was stunned for a moment before she regained her senses when Duan Lingtian stopped smiling. At this moment, even Wan Qingqing herself didn't notice that a faint blush had appeared on her cheeks. "Congratulations." Wan Qingqing congratulated Duan Lingtian when she learned about Duan Lingtian's current points. "With your current points, you'll definitely rank first in the middle realm of the southern heaven ancient realm this month. Based on what I know, it has been 12 years since anyone has accumulated more than 1,000 points in the middle realm of the southern heaven ancient realm." In Wan Qingqing's opinion, Duan Lingtian's current points were enough to rank first in the middle realm of the southern heaven ancient realm. I'm sure those who are paying attention to the middle realm of the southern heaven ancient realm scoreboard are dumbfounded. None of them expected you to eliminate Shimen Haoxuan. The people from the Red Leaves Mansion must be even more dumbfounded. I'm sure they didn't expect Shimen Haoxuan, who they thought was invincible in the middle realm of the southern heaven ancient realm, would be eliminated one day. Wan Qingqing's words were true. When Shimen Haoxian appeared at one of the portals in the Red Leaves Mansion that led to the middle realm of the southern heaven ancient realm, everyone was stunned. Chapter 3169. Shimen Haoxian was a core disciple of the Red Leaves Mansion. He was not even 1,000 years old, but he was already the strongest person below the Celestial King realm in the Red Leaves Mansion. In fact, even in the other celestial mansions in the Southern Heaven territory, no one below the Celestial King realm dared to say they could defeat Shimen Haoxian. However, Shimen Haoxian had been eliminated by someone else. How could the elders and disciples of the Red Leaves Mansion accept this? Senior Shimen Haoxian. What's going on? Senior Shimen Haoxian, who eliminated you? Could it be that 2 of the 5 have joined forces? The disciples of the Red Leaves Mansion looked at Shimen Haoxian with a disgruntled expression on their faces when they saw him being eliminated. Many elders from the Red Leaves Mansion looked at Shimen Haoxian with disbelief in their eyes. Shimen Haoxian had been eliminated. This was the first time Shimen Haoxian and the other 5 people were eliminated from the middle realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm since they were ranked in the top 6. Indeed, I was eliminated by 2 people. However, it's not one of the 5 people. Shimen Haoshuan said unhurriedly with a calm expression while facing gazes filled with shock, confusion, disbelief, and even disbelief. As he spoke, he shifted his gaze to the scoreboard in the middle realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm. It seems like he's going to rank first this month. A smile appeared on Shimen Haoshian's face when he saw Shimen Haoshian's name on the scoreboard. What an interesting fellow. Shimen Haoshian did not seem disheartened at all. Instead, he remained calm as though nothing had happened. He was calm because he knew Shimen Haoshian had defeated Shimen Haoshian. He was convinced he was defeated by Duan Lingtian and Wan Qingqing. Naturally, he knew he had been careless and allowed Wan Qingqing to trap him. If he had not been careless, it would have been difficult for Wan Qingqing to trap him. However, if Wan Qingqing had focused on restraining him, coupled with Duan Lingtian, he would have been defeated in the end. Unless I improve my speed, I won't be a match for both of them. Shimen Haoshuan was well aware of this. Apart from Zhuge Yunqi, none of them would be a match for Duan Lingtian and Wan Qingqing if they joined forces. Because of this, Shimen Haoshuan wasn't discouraged by the fact that he had been defeated by Duan Lingtian and Wan Qingqing. Look, the first place on the scoreboard has changed hands. When Shimen Haoshuan looked at the scoreboard, some people's gazes also followed Shimen Haoshuan's gaze to the scoreboard. With a single glance, they saw that the first place on the scoreboard had already changed hands. What? First place has changed hands? It was by the second place. What? Duan Lingtian? When the group of Red Leaves Mansion's elders and disciples saw that the person ranked first on the scoreboard wasn't one of the 5 people they had expected, their expressions changed. Currently, the person ranked first was Duan Lingtian from the Profound Nether Mansion. No wonder senior brother Shimen Haoshian said it wasn't the 5 people who eliminated him. As it turns out, it was Duan Lingtian and Wan Qingqing who eliminated him. One of the Red Leaves Mansion's disciple was the first to regain his senses. The next moment. Hiss. 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 Sounds of people sucking in cold breaths of air could be heard. The surrounding Red Leaves Mansion's elders and disciples were all shocked. They would never have thought that the core disciple of the Red Leaves Mansion, Shimen Haoshian, was eliminated by Duan Lingtian from the Profound Nether Mansion. Duan Lingtian and Wan Qingqing are capable of defeating the 6 strongest people in the middle realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm if they join forces. However, I didn't expect them to be able to eliminate senior Shimen Haoshian. Since he can eliminate senior brother Shimen Haoshuan, doesn't that mean he can also eliminate the other 5? That's for sure. Senior brother Shimen isn't any weaker than the other 5. Since Duan Lingtian and Wan Qingqing can eliminate senior brother Shimen Haoshian, it shouldn't be difficult for them to eliminate the other 5. The Red Leaves Mansion's disciples discussed among themselves. When they thought about how Duan Lingtian and Wan Qingqing were able to eliminate the other 5 people in the middle realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm, they felt relieved. They could only sigh at Shimen Haoshian's bad luck for encountering Duan Lingtian and Wan Qingqing. While the Red Leaves Mansion was in an uproar over Shimen Haoshian's elimination, the other Grade 6 celestial mansions were in an uproar as well. Duan Lingtian is ranked first. Is this for real? Heavens! Is Duan Lingtian really heaven-defying? He's ranked first in the 2nd month after entering the middle realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm. Moreover, his points have exceeded 1,000. If nothing goes wrong, he'll rank first in the middle realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm. There shouldn't be any surprises. Gong Sun Wuji, who's ranked 2nd, only has slightly over 700 points. If he wants to surpass Duan Lingtian, he'll have to eliminate Wan Qingqing first. He's only eliminated one person in the top 10 who's ranked behind Wan Qingqing. It's impossible for him to catch up to Duan Lingtian. The people from the other Grade 6 celestial mansions who were paying attention to the scoreboard stared at the name that was ranked first in the middle realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm for a long time. The people from the Grade 6 celestial mansions were shocked by Duan Lingtian's current ranking. However, the people from the Profound Nether Mansion could only be described as frenzied. I didn't expect to see a celestial duke from the profound nether mansion ranked first in the middle realm of the southern heaven ancient realm in my lifetime. Many elders and disciples of the profound nether mansion were so excited that their eyes turned red. After all, this was a great honor for the profound nether mansion. Similarly, it was a great honor for them as well. Even if Duan Lingtian was an outsider whom the profound nether mansion had hired, no matter what, the first place was still the first place. There was no doubt that a celestial duke from the profound nether mansion had ranked first in the middle realm of the southern heaven ancient realm. I didn't expect Duan Lingtian to rank first. Gongsun Wuji from the Azure Green Mansion only has slightly over 700 points. Only Wan Qingqing, the 7th-ranked Gongsun Wuji, will be able to help him if he only eliminates one person from the profound nether mansion. A disciple from the profound nether mansion said excitedly. After Duan Lingtian eliminated Shimen Hao Xian from the Red Leaves Mansion, Wan Qingqing's ranking had risen to the first place. After Shimen Hao Xian was eliminated, not only did Wan Qingqing's ranking rise, but the other 90-odd people behind her also rose in rank. Wan Qingqing was eliminated. Shimen Hao Xian was eliminated by Duan Lingtian and Wan Qingqing. Do you think Gongsun Wuji will be able to eliminate Wan Qingqing and Duan Lingtian? Another disciple from the profound nether mansion said disdainfully. If he doesn't eliminate Wan Qingqing, it's impossible for Gongsun Wuji to rank first even if he eliminates the 8th-ranked Celestial Duke. I don't think Gongsun Wuji has much time left in the middle realm of the southern heaven ancient realm, right? He seems to have entered the middle realm earlier than Shimen Hao Xian. He's the first to enter the middle realm of the southern heaven ancient realm. That's why he has an advantage over the other 5. The group of elders and disciples from the profound nether mansion did not think Gongsun Wuji would be able to obtain a large number of points in the middle realm of the southern heaven ancient realm. It seems like Duan Lingtian will rank first in the middle realm of the southern heaven ancient realm this month. This is great. Awesome. Duan Lingtian is truly a hero of the profound nether mansion. A commotion broke out in the profound nether mansion as soon as the news spread. Many of the elders and disciples who did not pay much attention to the middle realm of the southern heaven ancient realm began to pay attention to it. After several thousand years, the profound nether mansion finally ranked first in the middle realm of the southern heaven ancient realm. Unlike the people from the profound nether mansion who were excited, the people from the Azure Green Mansion felt as though they had just swallowed a fly. I'm really lucky to rank first before I leave. I wonder if the other 5 will surpass me in the end. Before Gongsun Wuji was forcefully transported out of the middle realm of the southern heaven ancient realm, he did not receive any news from the Azure Green Mansion about Duan Lingtian's achievement. However, when he was forcefully transported out of the middle realm of the southern heaven ancient realm, he heard people talking about Duan Lingtian's achievement. I didn't expect Senior Gongsun Wuji to be ranked first in the end. Damn it. If it weren't for the martial battle mansion's Wan Qingqing, Duan Lingtian wouldn't have been able to eliminate Shimen Hao Xian from the Red Leaves Mansion and oust Senior Gongsun Wuji. I don't really care about the other 5 people who rank first, but why do I feel indignant that someone from the profound nether mansion is ranked first? Gongsun Wuji's expression turned unsightly when he heard the discussions of the Azure Green Mansion's disciples. He quickly glanced at the scoreboard. With just a glance, he saw Duan Lingtian was ranked first. He was ranked second. As for the person ranked first, it was none other than Duan Lingtian from the profound nether mansion. Moreover, Duan Lingtian had relied on the points he obtained by eliminating Shimen Hao Xian to climb to the top. With more than 1,000 points, it was basically impossible for anyone to push him down this month. Duan Ling Tian. Killing intent flashed in Gongsun Wuji's eyes. In the middle realm of the southern heaven ancient realm. In just a blink of an eye, another day had passed. I'll be forcefully transported out of the middle realm in 15 minutes. Wan Qingqing said to Duan Lingtian, once I'm forcefully transported out of the middle realm, you should leave as well. With your current points, you'll definitely be ranked first. In the past few days, Wan Qingqing and Duan Lingtian had encountered a few more people and obtained points from them. Duan Lingtian had given all the points to Wan Qingqing. Wan Qing was certain she would rank 7th on the middle realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm scoreboard. Chapter 3170. After Wan Qing left, Duan Lingtian returned to the profound Nether Mansion's base and left the middle realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm through the transporting formation in the profound Nether Mansion's base. It was just as Wan Qing had said. With his current points, it was only a matter of time before he would remain at the top of the scoreboard. It would not be difficult for him to accumulate more points if he continued to stay in the middle realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm. However, it was unrealistic for him to accumulate more points. If that was the case, he might as well leave as soon as possible. When Duan Lingtian returned to the profound Nether Mansion's base, a group of 10 Direction Celestial Dukes greeted Duan Lingtian respectfully and addressed Duan Lingtian as senior brother. Now that they knew Duan Lingtian was at the top of the middle realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm scoreboard, they were filled with admiration for this young man who was not even 100 years old. Although they knew Duan Lingtian was only an external aid that the profound Nether Mansion had invited, it did not dampen their enthusiasm. Swoosh! When Duan Lingtian returned to the transporting formation in the middle realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm, it was already crowded with people. As soon as he appeared, as someone exclaimed his name, hundreds and thousands of gazes fell on him. Senior brother Duan Lingtian, you're amazing. You actually obtained more than 1,000 points. Senior brother Duan Lingtian, with your current points, you're destined to rank 1st this month. Senior brother Duan Lingtian, you're my idol. When the profound Nether Mansion's disciples saw Duan Lingtian, they were filled with enthusiasm. Many of them stared at Duan Lingtian with shining eyes, clearly regarding Duan Lingtian as their idol. Senior brother Duan Lingtian, I like you. Senior brother Duan Lingtian, do you have a Dao companion? Some of the bolder female disciples even blushed and asked Duan Lingtian if he had a partner. It was obvious they were willing to become Duan Lingtian's partners as long as Duan Lingtian agreed. Before coming out, Duan Lingtian was already mentally prepared that he would be surrounded again. He did not expect the profound Nether Mansion's disciples to be so enthusiastic. This was especially true for the bold female disciples of the profound Nether Mansion. They were so passionate that Duan Lingtian found it hard to accept. Was he the man, or were these female disciples the men? Since when were women so proactive? Duan Lingtian, I never thought that you would actually eliminate Red Leaves Mansion's Shimen Haoshuan. At this moment, a profound Nether Mansion elder who was standing close to Duan Lingtian stepped forward to help Duan Lingtian fend off the disciples from the profound Nether Mansion. At this moment, he turned to look at Duan Lingtian and sighed emotionally. I was just lucky. Duan Lingtian smiled faintly. Moreover, if it weren't for Wan Qing's help, I wouldn't have been able to eliminate Shimen Haoshuan. There are many people in the major celestial mansions who want to destroy Shimen Haoshuan and the others. However, you and Wan Qing are the only ones who have succeeded. There's no need to be humble. The profound Nether Mansion elder smiled. Duan Lingtian nodded. Then, he turned down the invitations of the profound Nether Mansion's elders and flew out of the transporting formation. Duan Lingtian heaved a long sigh of relief after he left the transporting formation. The profound Nether Mansion's elders were too enthusiastic. Those who had daughters and granddaughters were trying to sell their daughters and granddaughters to Duan Lingtian. It was as though they wanted him to be their son-in-law. Old Qi. After leaving the transporting formation, Duan Lingtian returned to Elder Qi's cultivation place. His temporary cultivation place was also here. Why did you come out so early? Qi Tianming was surprised to see Duan Lingtian. Aren't you supposed to stay in the middle realm for another 2 days? Since Wan Qing has left, it's meaningless for me to stay here. It's better for me to cultivate and comprehend the law of space as soon as possible. Duan Lingtian replied. That's true. In any case, with your current points, it's only a matter of time before you rank 1st in the middle realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm. Qi Tianming had heard about Duan Lingtian ranking 1st a day ago. As soon as he heard the news, he sent a message to Duan Lingtian to congratulate him. I didn't expect you to rank 1st in the middle realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm. Before Duan Lingtian entered the middle realm of the southern heaven ancient realm, Qi Tianming did not think Duan Lingtian would rank first in the middle realm of the southern heaven ancient realm. Although Duan Lingtian had gathered a large number of points from the Fire Glaze Mansion's disciples in the middle realm of the southern heaven ancient realm, Qi Tianming did not think Duan Lingtian would rank first in the middle realm of the southern heaven ancient realm. It was too difficult to rank first in the middle realm of the southern heaven ancient realm. Moreover, there were 6 monstrous geniuses standing in his way. In recent years, the 6 monstrous geniuses had occupied the top 6 spots on the scoreboard. None of them had been eliminated from the top 6 spots. Based on this, one could easily imagine how strong they were. Even when Qi Tianming learned that Duan Lingtian and Wan Qingqing had joined forces, he did not think there was a chance. "I was lucky," Duan Lingtian replied. After encountering Shimen Xian, Duan Lingtian no longer dared to underestimate the other 5 monstrous geniuses who had occupied the top 6 spots in the middle realm of the southern heaven ancient realm in recent years. Even if he did not get eliminated from the middle realm of the southern heaven ancient realm, he would not be able to defeat any one of the 5 monstrous geniuses and Shimen Xian. After all, the 6 monstrous geniuses were much faster than him. Although he could suppress the 5 monstrous geniuses with the help of the 5 divine elements, it was difficult for him to land a hit. At most, he could rely on that kind of attack to protect himself, making the 5 of them helpless. If he wanted to defeat the 6 monstrous geniuses, he would have to comprehend the law of space's transportation profundity. Only then would he have a chance of defeating the 6 monstrous geniuses. Regardless of whether it's luck or not, you'll rank first in the middle realm of the southern heaven ancient realm this month. Qi Tianming smiled. Qi Tianming sighed. "It's a pity that you have Wan Qingqing's help this month, but you won't be able to meet her again next month. There's no one in the profound nether mansion who's as fast as Wan Qingqing." Although Qi Tianming did not witness how Duan Lingtian and Wan Qingqing worked together to eliminate Shimen Xian, it was not difficult for him to guess Wan Qingqing's speed played a huge role in that. If it were not for Wan Qingqing's speed, why would Duan Lingtian work together with her? If you have someone who can team up with you every month and whose speed isn't any slower than Wan Qingqing, it won't be difficult for you to complete the Imperial Tutor Pavilion's test as long as your luck isn't bad. Qi Tianming sighed. Until now, he still found it difficult to accept the test the Imperial Tutor Pavilion had set for Duan Lingtian because it was truly too difficult. It was simply too difficult for a young man like Duan Lingtian who was not even 100 years old to complete the test. Counter soldiers with arms, water with an earth weir. We'll deal with it in the future. Contrary to Qi Tianming's worries, Duan Lingtian was much more optimistic. "Old Qi, I'd like to visit the Coupling Celestial Sect. Do you have time to bring me there?" "What? You want to look for your friend?" Due to the incident, Qi Tianming had learned about Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian had a close friend in the Coupling Celestial Sect. His name was Huang Jialong, yes. Duan Lingtian nodded. "All right, I'll bring you there." Qi Tianming nodded before he brought Duan Lingtian to the Coupling Celestial Sect. With Qi Tianming's speed, it only took him 2 to 3 days to arrive at the Coupling Celestial Sect with Duan Lingtian. Qi Tianming, one of the 10 inspectors of the profound Nether Mansion, was, naturally, welcomed by the first sect leader and second sect leader of the Coupling Celestial Sect. "Senior Uncle Qi. Senior Uncle Qi." Whether it was the first sect leader or the second sect leader of the Coupling Celestial Sect, their seniority was lower than Qi Tianming. Therefore, when they saw Qi Tianming, they had to respectfully address him as senior uncle. "This must be Duan Lingtian, right?" Gongsun Wenqing, the first sect leader of the Coupling Celestial Sect, looked at Duan Lingtian with a smile on his face. Although Qi Tianming did not introduce Duan Lingtian, he could guess Duan Lingtian's identity. "That's right. He's Duan Lingtian." Qi Tianming nodded. "Nephew Duan, you're really amazing. As far as I know, it's been many years since someone from the profound Nether Mansion managed to rank first in the middle realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm. The profound Nether Mansion is truly proud of nephew Duan's achievement." Gongsun Wenqing said with a smile. You flatter me, sect leader Gongsun. I'm here to look for Huang Jialong. Duan Tian smiled as he replied to Gongsun Wenqing. No matter what, Gongsun Wenqing was Huang Jialong's master. Naturally, he couldn't neglect him. I've already sent a message for him to come over. Not long after Duan Lingtian finished speaking, Huang Jialong appeared in Duan Lingtian's field of vision. After a long time apart, the two of them gave each other a big hug. At the same time, Qi Tianming and the other two left tactfully. Brother Duan, you're really amazing. I heard from Master that you're ranked first in the middle realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm this month. Huang Jialong looked at Duan Lingtian in shock. As far as I know, the middle realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm is a stage for 10 direction celestial dukes. Master said you consumed the heaven sacrificial divine fruit. Is that true? That's right. Duan Lingtian nodded. The heaven sacrificial divine fruit helped you comprehend the law of space? Huang Jialong asked again. Duan Lingtian did not notice. When Huang Jialong asked this question, his expression became dignified. His eyes flickered as if he was thinking about something else. Yes. Duan Lingtian nodded. Let's go. Come with me. Huang Jialong bade farewell to Duan Lingtian before he led Duan Lingtian to the depths of the coupling celestial sex estate. Since Huang Jialong was the direct disciple of the first sect leader of the coupling celestial sect, his cultivation place was located in the depths of the coupling celestial sex estate where the heaven and earth spirit energy was the most abundant. Under Huang Jialong's lead, Duan Lingtian entered his room. Swoosh. After scanning the room with his divine consciousness, Huang Jialong spread his hand in front of Duan Lingtian. Soon after, a diamond-shaped black stone appeared on his palm. The Supreme Powerhouse Divinity. Chapter 3171. The Supreme Powerhouse Divinity. The profound divine metal, the chaos divine flame, and the chaos divine earth exclaimed in shock. Duan Lingtian was taken aback. This was the first time he had seen the 5 divine elements lose their composure. What's the Supreme Powerhouse Divinity? Duan Lingtian asked the 5 divine elements curiously. However, the 5 divine elements did not respond to him. It was as though they were still in shock. Jialong, what's this? Duan Lingtian could only ask Huang Jialong since he did not receive any response from the 5 divine elements. Since Huang Jialong was the one who took it out, he must have some understanding of it. I don't know what it is, but I know it's related to a terrifying powerhouse. Apart from that, it can also derive the law of space. However, I'm not very talented. Although I've had it for many years, I still can't figure out how to use it. Huang Jialong said solemnly. Derive the law of space? Duan Lingtian's eyes glinted in surprise. Where did you get it? Duan Lingtian's heart skipped a beat when he recalled how the 5 divine elements had addressed the item hovering above Huang Jialong's palm. The Supreme Powerhouse Divinity? Although Duan Lingtian did not know what a divinity was, he knew what a supreme powerhouse was. A supreme powerhouse was the most powerful being in heaven and earth. Such beings were extremely rare in heaven and earth. For example, the realms of gods, which were separate from the Devata realms and the mundane realms, were all created by a supreme powerhouse. Moreover, the realms of gods were superior to the Devata realms. One could easily imagine how powerful a supreme powerhouse was. It all started 100 years ago. Huang Jialong said as he reminisced. A hint of nostalgia flashed in Huang Jialong's eyes as he said, at that time, I was just an ordinary golden celestial. I was traveling around the supporting Fall Nation with a few friends. Naturally, we were protected by the powerhouses sent by our families. One day, I got separated from all of them in a dark, sunless swamp that blocked out the divine sense. I waited alone in the swamp for a few days in fear before they found me. During those few days, the space beside me started to distort and vibrate. In fact, I even managed to see the region of spatial turbulence behind the distorted space. There were 2 people fighting there. Their movements were so powerful that the spatial turbulence could not get close to them. I don't know how long they fought, but I watched them fight for a day and a night. When I first saw them, one of them was covered in wounds while the other was in a wretched state. After a day and a night, the one who was covered in injuries was defeated and he chose to escape. That was the only one who did not give up. They were leisurely strolling through the spatial turbulence as a matter of course. In the end, the person who escaped seemed to have seen me. He stretched out his hand and took out this stone from his body. He threw it at me and slapped it with his palm. At the same time the stone landed beside me, the turbulent space was also slapped by his palm and calmed down. Do you know? At that time, I thought I was dreaming. Everyone knows the spatial turbulence in the Devata realms is extremely terrifying. Even heavenly emperors would die if they enter it. However, those two people are walking through it as if it's flat ground. They're treating it as a battlefield. When the spatial turbulence in the chaotic space hits them, it's like a gust of wind. They're completely unharmed. Huang Jialong's face was filled with shock and disbelief as he spoke. At that time, I knew, the thing that the man threw at me while he was escaping was not simple at all. After that, I put this thing in my spatial ring. From then on, whenever I fell into a dream, that person's figure would appear in my dreams, and he would perform all kinds of tricks. In the beginning, I didn't know what kind of technique he was using. However, after reading through the books and understanding the law of space, I realized he was using the law of space. Unfortunately, up until now, I still haven't figured it out. Coincidentally, you obtained the heaven sacrificial divine fruit and became a 10-direction celestial duke. Moreover, the fruit helped you comprehend many profundities from the law of space. Therefore, I thought it would be better for you to keep this instead of me. It'll only collect dust with me. As Huang Jialong spoke, he extended his hand and placed the stone in front of Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian did not take the stone. At this moment, Duan Lingtian was completely dumbfounded. He's walking through the spatial turbulence as though it's flat ground? The spatial turbulence in the Devata realms is completely different from the spatial turbulence in the mundane realms. Even heavenly emperors would die if they entered the spatial turbulence. Even an ordinary deity would have no chance of survival if they were to enter it. The profound divine metal and the others said this is the divinity of a supreme powerhouse. Is it possible that the two men are supreme powerhouses? Duan Lingtian's eyes widened, and his breathing quickened when he thought about this. Boy, hurry up and take it. Boy, this is a great fortune. With this, your future path will be smooth sailing. There's almost no treasure in this world that's comparable to this. The voices of the profound divine metal and the chaos divine earth rang in Duan Lingtian's ears. It was as though they were afraid Huang Jialong would refuse to give the divinity to Duan Lingtian. What's this thing? Duan Lingtian asked the profound divine metal and the chaos divine earth. The supreme powerhouse divinity. Does it have something to do with the supreme powerhouse? The supreme powerhouse divinity is something a supreme powerhouse left behind after he condensed his comprehension of the law of space. Unless the supreme powerhouse is willing to leave behind the divinity, no one can force him to do so, the chaos divine fire said. The chaos divine flame's voice rang in the air. Earlier, he said that after he obtained the supreme powerhouse godhead, he saw someone practicing the law of space in his sleep. That means the supreme powerhouse who left behind the supreme powerhouse godhead had comprehended the law of space to the peak and became a supreme powerhouse. In terms of comprehension of the laws of space, in this world, only other supreme existences who have reached the pinnacle through the laws of space can compare to him. If you can obtain this, no one will be able to match your speed in comprehending the law of space in the future. In fact, even if we help you comprehend the law of fire, the law of metal, and the law of earth, it won't be as fast as you comprehend the law of space after you obtain this thing. The chaos divine fire sighed as it said, this boy has obtained the supreme powerhouse divinity for 100 years, but he hasn't even comprehended the fundamental profundity of the law of space. This means he's not destined to comprehend the law of space in his life. He's just a piece of rotten wood when it comes to the law of space. In this world, there were some people who had high attainments in certain laws and comprehended them with ease. However, there were some laws that they would never be able to comprehend. Huang Jialong was clearly such a person. It was impossible for him to comprehend the law of space. This was because the divinity left behind by a supreme powerhouse who had comprehended the law of space to the pinnacle. As long as it was not impossible for someone to comprehend the law of space within 100 years, they would be able to comprehend the law of space. Gasp! Duan Lingtian inhaled sharply when he heard the Chaos Divine Fire's words. When he looked at the supreme powerhouse divinity hovering in Huang Jialong's hand again, his eyes shone brightly. The supreme powerhouse divinity contained the law of space that Duan Lingtian had comprehended to the pinnacle. If he could obtain it, he would be able to comprehend the law of space without any obstacles in the future. Jialong, do you know how precious the thing in your hand is? Duan Lingtian asked solemnly as he looked at Huang Jialong. It doesn't matter if it's precious or not. It has been in my possession for 100 years, but it hasn't shown its full potential. Since you've comprehended the law of space, it means we're fated to meet. You don't have to be so polite with it. Huang Jialong said with a smile. This is the supreme powerhouse divinity. Duan Lingtian did not reach out to take it. Instead, he told Huang Jialong about the origin of the rhombus-shaped black stone. He did not hide anything from Duan Lingtian. The chaos divine earth was rendered speechless by Duan Lingtian's actions. Idiot! Why are you telling him this? If you tell him this, he won't give you the supreme powerhouse divinity anymore. The chaos divine earth said in exasperation. However, Duan Lingtian ignored it. It had its own rules. Huang Jialong treated it as a brother. How could it lie to Huang Jialong? Impossible. Supreme powerhouses. As it turns out, the two powerhouses fighting in the turbulent space are the strongest existences in this world. They're even stronger than the heavenly emperors. Huang Jialong said with a sigh. Brother Duan, keep it. I believe with this supreme powerhouse divinity, you'll be able to go far in the future. I only hope that when you become a supreme powerhouse in the future, you'll come back and have a drink with me. Although Huang Jialong knew how precious the supreme powerhouse divinity was, he still wanted to give it to Duan Lingtian. This is the supreme powerhouse divinity. Keep it. Who knows? You might be able to comprehend the law of space and reach the heavens in a single bound. Duan Lingtian said. He did not reach out to take the divinity. Instead, he kindly reminded Huang Jialong, just take it. I know my limits. Huang Jialong shook his head and said with a smile, moreover, it's all thanks to you that I'm able to reach the heavens in a single bound and become the last disciple of the coupling celestial sect. The further you go, the higher my position in the coupling celestial sect will be. Consider this supreme powerhouse divinity my investment in you. Huang Jialong said in a carefree manner. Chapter 3172. Duan Lingtian caught the stone in his hand. It felt as light as a feather. Senior Chaos Divine Flame, can I transfer the world-cleansing divine water from my body to Jialong's? Duan Lingtian asked the Chaos Divine Flame in his body. Since Huang Jialong had given him the supreme powerhouse divinity, he wanted to repay Huang Jialong. His status as the last disciple of the coupling celestial sect was nothing compared to the supreme powerhouse divinity. You can. However, the world-cleansing divine water might not accept him as its host after it awakens. At that time, it might leave him. The Chaos Divine Flame replied. In that case, I'll keep him by my side. With me and your help, the world-cleansing divine water will believe that Jialong will be able to bring it to greater heights, right? Duan Lingtian said bluntly as his eyes glinted. It's useless. The Chaos Divine Flame sighed. We're in your body. If the other world-cleansing divine water attacks the world-cleansing divine water in your friend's body, we won't be able to do anything. After all, if our energy enters your friend's body, it'll harm him as well. If you give him the world-cleansing divine water, he'll have to rely on himself to keep the world-cleansing divine water after it awakens. The Chaos Divine Flame said. I see, Duan Lingtian frowned slightly. In the end, he decided to give the world-cleansing divine water to Huang Jialong. After learning what the world-cleansing divine water was, Huang Jialong, naturally, did not want to accept Duan Lingtian's gift. Jialong, if you're unwilling, I'll return the supreme powerhouse divinity to you. To me, the supreme powerhouse divinity is far more valuable than a second-form world-cleansing divine water. Duan Lingtian said in a deep voice. His tone was firm. In the end, Huang Jialong had no choice but to accept the gift. However, after I transfer it to your body, it'll remain dormant. When it awakens in the future, you'll have to rely on yourself to keep it. Duan Lingtian reminded Huang Jialong understood. Huang Jialong nodded solemnly. For the next 2 days, Duan Lingtian stayed at Huang Jialong's place. Huang Jialong had another room besides his own. During these 2 days, Huang Jialong asked Duan Lingtian about the heaven sacrificial divine fruit. After learning about how Duan Lingtian had obtained the heaven sacrificial divine fruit, he could not help but break out in cold sweat for Duan Lingtian. It's true that fortune comes from danger. Although I knew that the reincarnated celestial emperor was not a simple person, I didn't expect him to set up such a huge trap. If you and Ling Jueyan didn't have a trump card, I'm afraid you wouldn't be able to escape the fate of becoming the sacrificial offerings of the heaven sacrificial divine fruit tree. After learning about what had happened to Duan Lingtian, even though Duan Lingtian was fine in the end, Huang Jialong still broke out in cold sweat for him. Something worth mentioning was, over the past 2 days, Duan Lingtian had only slept for half a night before he successfully comprehended the teleportation profundity of the laws of space. Naturally, this was all thanks to the supreme powerhouse divinity. You already have a certain level of comprehension of the law of space's transportation profundity. With the help of the supreme powerhouse divinity, it's not surprising that you managed to comprehend it in a dream. These were the Chaos Divine Flame's words. It was not surprised that Duan Lingtian managed to comprehend the law of space's transportation profundity in a dream. The supreme powerhouse divinity in Duan Lingtian's possession was condensed from a supreme powerhouse's lifetime of comprehension of the law of space. Moreover, only a supreme powerhouse who had comprehended the law of space would be able to condense a supreme powerhouse divinity that contained the law of space. With this, Duan Lingtian would be able to comprehend the law of space to the fullest with the help of the supreme powerhouse divinity. After all, Duan Lingtian would no longer encounter any obstacles on his path to comprehending the law of space. At this point, Duan Lingtian had comprehended 7 profundities from the law of space. Moreover, with the help of the supreme powerhouse divinity, it was only a matter of time before Duan Lingtian comprehended the remaining 2 profundities. Jialong, do you want to go to the profound nether mansion with me? When they were about to leave the coupling celestial sect, Duan Lingtian asked Huang Jialong. If Huang Jialong was willing, he could bring Huang Jialong to the profound nether mansion. I want to go, but I don't want to rely on you. I want to rely on my own strength. Huang Jialong said with a grin. Upon hearing Huang Jialong's words, Duan Lingtian no longer tried to persuade Huang Jialong. Then, I'll wait for you in the profound nether mansion. On the second day after returning to the profound nether mansion, Duan Lingtian was summoned by Qi Tianming. What's wrong? Duan Lingtian was puzzled. Based on Qi Tianming's expression, it was obvious Qi Tianming wanted to talk to him about something. Shimen Hao Xian from the Red Leaves Mansion is here with a vice mansion master of the Red Leaves Mansion. He specifically asked to see you. Qi Tianming asked, are you going to meet them? If not, I'll reject them on your behalf. Although the profound nether mansion had to give face to the vice mansion master of the Red Leaves Mansion, Duan Lingtian was not an exception. However, if Duan Lingtian was unwilling to meet them, Qi Tianming could still reject them. I have an appointment with them. Where is he? I'll go meet him. Duan Lingtian did not expect Shimen Hao Xian to come so quickly. He was slightly surprised. After asking Qi Tianming about Shimen Hao Xian's temporary residence, he made his way to Shimen Hao Xian's residence. Duan Lingtian, we meet again. Shimen Hao Xian greeted Duan Lingtian as soon as he arrived at the entrance. At the same time, he handed a floating image pearl to Duan Lingtian and said, this is the floating image pearl I lost to you. Although the floating image pearl was not very useful to Duan Lingtian since he already possessed the supreme powerhouse divinity, he still accepted it. Even so, he still accepted it. As the saying went, no matter how small a mosquito is, it's still meat. Perhaps, he would be able to comprehend the law of space at a faster speed after looking at the floating image pearl. Although the chances of that happening were slim, it was still possible. At the very least, he had to give it a try. After that, Shimen Hao Xian and Duan Lingtian continued chatting. To Duan Lingtian's surprise, Shimen Hao Xian did not ask about his origin at all. He did not even ask about it. After a while, Duan Lingtian learned a lot about the 10 major clans and the 5 major sects in the Southern Heaven Territory from Shimen Hao Xian. These were not things that could be learned from books and memory celestial talismans. Duan Lingtian, there's one more thing. Shimen Hao Xian said as he looked around. Suddenly, Shimen Hao Xian glanced at the surroundings. After he was certain no one was spying on them, he sent a voice transmission to Duan Lingtian. The Blood Skull Gang has reactivated the mission targeting you. Initially, they thought you were sacrificed to the heaven sacrificial divine fruit tree by the reincarnated celestial emperor. However, they've received news about your outstanding performance in the middle realm of the southern heaven ancient realm. Shimen Hao Xian looked at Duan Lingtian meaningfully when he reached the end of his sentence. At this moment, Duan Lingtian finally understood that Shimen Hao Xian already knew a little about his background. No wonder he did not even ask a single question earlier. How do you know the Blood Skull Gang has sent a mission to target me? Duan Lingtian's brows raised as strands of terrifying cold lights were faintly suffused in the depths of his eyes that looked at Shimen Hao Xian. Don't misunderstand. I'm not related to the Blood Skull Gang. I only know about this because I overheard it from a friend of mine. Shimen Hao Xian shook his head and said when he saw the coldness in Duan Lingtian's eyes, his father is an internal affairs elder in the Blood Skull Gang. Shimen Hao Xian had only learned about the mission to target Duan Lingtian the day before. When his friend found out he had been eliminated by Duan Lingtian, he had come to console him, saying that Duan Lingtian would not live for long. Unless Duan Lingtian decided to stay in the profound nether mansion forever. Duan Lingtian, if you leave the profound nether mansion in the future, you must bring Inspector Qi with you. I heard Inspector Qi brought you here from the Simplicity Celestial Sect. Based on how important you are to the profound nether mansion, I'm sure he'll take care of you. Shimen Hao Xian said solemnly to Duan Lingtian, if it's inconvenient for him, you can look for the mansion master of the profound nether mansion. With your current value, he'll definitely take care of you. He won't let anything happen to you. If you're unhappy in the profound nether mansion, just send me a message. I'll ask my old ancestor to bring you to the Red Leaves Mansion. As long as you're a member of the Red Leaves Mansion, the Red Leaves Mansion won't let you die in the hands of the Blood Skull Gang. Shimen Hao Xian's words were sincere and came from the bottom of his heart. Why do you have to remind me? Duan Lingtian looked at Shimen Hao Xian meaningfully. You should know that if I'm killed by the Blood Skull Gang, it'll be a good thing for you and the other 5. Even so, I won't use such a method to eliminate you. Even if I want to defeat you, I'll defeat you fair and square in the middle realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm. Shimen Hao Xian said sternly. Shimen Hao Xian's magnanimity left a good impression on Duan Lingtian. Since you've treated me so well, I won't team up with anyone to fight you the next time I meet you in the middle realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm. I'm afraid you won't be a match for me if you don't team up with anyone. Shimen Hao Xian said with a smile, save your words for a few years later. Just because I wasn't a match for you in the past doesn't mean I'm not a match for you now. After comprehending the law of space's transportation profundity, Duan Lingtian knew his speed was among the best in the middle realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm. For this reason, he was confident he could defeat Shimen Hao Xian even without Wan Qingqing's help. You're so confident? I'll wait and see. Shimen Hao Xian looked at Duan Lingtian in surprise. However, based on his tone, it was obvious he did not think Duan Lingtian would be strong enough to fight him in a one-on-one battle in such a short time. In terms of offense, Shimen Hao Xian knew he was no match for Duan Lingtian. However, in terms of speed, Duan Lingtian was no match for Shimen Hao Xian. Shimen Hao Xian was 70% confident he could defeat Duan Lingtian in the middle realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm with his speed. First place in the middle realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm for 12 consecutive months. The Imperial Tutor Gong. As long as I'm lucky, I should be able to pass the test within a year. Chapter 3173. Currently, there were only 2 weeks left before the scoreboard in the middle realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm would reset. However, among the top 6 people on the scoreboard, only one of them was still in the middle realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm while the other 5 had already exited. Among the 5 people, Duan Lingtian was the only one who had exited the middle realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm earlier than the others. Currently, there are only a few people in the top 30 who are still in the middle realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm. I don't think there'll be any changes to the top 30 by the end of the month. I'm not sure if the other rankings will change, but I'm certain the first place on the scoreboard won't be replaced. With more than 1,000 points, he's half a point ahead of the second place. It's impossible to replace him. In everyone's opinion, Duan Lingtian, the profound Nether Mansion's disciple, would definitely rank first in the middle realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm. It was only natural that an unknown disciple of the profound Nether Mansion would take the first place in the middle realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm. Apart from the Grade 6 celestial mansions in the Southern Heaven territory, even the 10 major clans and 5 great sects were aware of Duan Lingtian's existence. Investigate Duan Lingtian, the outer court disciple of the profound Nether Mansion. He's not even 100 years old, but he's already a 10-direction celestial duke. Moreover, it seems like he has comprehended 6 profundities from the law of space and is in the process of comprehending the 7th profundity from the law of space. The high-ranking officials in the 10 major clans and 5 great sects sent people to investigate Duan Lingtian's background. Even the Su clan, one of the 10 major clans of the profound Nether Mansion, sent people to look for the mansion master of the profound Nether Mansion. Soon after, news of Duan Lingtian being from the Simplicity Celestial sect and Duan Lingtian consuming the heaven sacrificial divine fruit spread to the 10 major clans and 5 great sects. Realization dawned on the 10 major clans and 5 great sects. If it was due to the heaven sacrificial divine fruit that Duan Lingtian was able to become a 10-direction celestial duke and comprehend so many profundities from the law of space, in that case, Duan Lingtian's talent and comprehension were not as heaven-defying as imagined. Although there were not many peak overarching heavenly supreme celestials under the age of 100 who had comprehended 2 or 3 profundities from a law, there were still some in the 10 major clans and 5 major sects. Now, Duan Lingtian was viewed as such an existence, and for a time, the 10 great clans and 5 great sects did not pay much attention to him. The Dao Scholar Profound sect was one of the 5 major sects in the Southern Heaven territory. It was a 5th grade sect. That Duan Lingtian, not only did he not die in Yanhuang Heaven, he even snatched the heaven sacrificial divine fruit from the hands of the reincarnated immortal emperor. In a spacious courtyard in the Tao Scholar Profound sect's encampment, a young man raised his eyebrows slightly after receiving the message. This young man was dressed in a white robe. He had a handsome appearance and held a folding fan in his hand. He was elegant and had an outstanding temperament. One look and one could tell that he was not a simple person. He was none other than one of the 3 true disciples of the Dao Scholar Profound sect, Yan Ruyu. Yan Ruyu was also the youngest true disciple in the history of the Dao Scholar Profound sect. Chen Li. Yan Ruyu sent a message to Chen Li, the son of Qin Yuan Shan, the vice leader of the Blood Skull Gang. Have you heard about Duan Lingtian? You know about it? Clearly, Chen Li had long known about it. Yes. Yan Ruyu replied. Then, he sent another message to Chen Li, are you alright? If you need my help with this matter, just give me a call. Don't worry, I'm fine. My father has already taken responsibility for this matter. The Blood Skull Gang will continue to target him. Chen Li replied. The mission to target Duan Lingtian was issued by the Simplicity Celestial sect in the past, and Chen Li was the guarantor. Initially, they thought it was a simple mission. However, the Blood Skull Gang lost many celestial kings because of it. This made the high-ranking members of the Blood Skull Gang extremely displeased. Under such circumstances, Qinli was in charge. As the guarantor, Qinli was under a lot of pressure. However, no matter what, Qinli's father was still the vice leader of the Blood Skull Gang. It was not difficult for him to take responsibility for this matter. The realm battlefield was a place where two realms of gods intersected. It would appear once every 10,000 years, and it would last for 1,000 years every time it appeared. This time, the realm battlefield would appear when the realm of gods, the divine offering land, and another realm of gods, the land of sanctions met. It had been several decades since the opening of the planar battlefield. Boom. 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 Mountains collapsed one after another. Following that, two figures flew out of the dust-filled sky. One of them was a burly man, and the other was a peerless beauty dressed in white. Blood could be seen trickling down the corner of the peerless beauty's mouth. On the other hand, the burly man was unharmed. "You're not a match for me." The burly man grinned, and his smile was very proud. At this moment, the peerless beauty seemed to be in a daze. A bitter smile could be seen on her face. "No wonder I'm going to die here today, no. If I die here, what about Sister Li Fei? What about Nian Tian? What about Si Ling? What about father, mother, and Uncle Feng?" The peerless beauty's eyes were filled with unwillingness. "If I had the strength from my past life, I wouldn't be afraid of this person. Unfortunately, I'm still a step away from regaining the strength I had in my past life. This step is like a moat that I haven't been able to cross." Her heart was filled with despair. Wisps of faint blood qi appeared on the peerless beauty's body. The rising blood qi gathered together and turned into a strange beast. "You're a direct descendant of the Xia clan in the divine offering land?" The burly man frowned slightly when he saw the strange beast formed from the blood energy. "Who's Xia Jietiyu? You know my third uncle?" The peerless beauty looked at the burly man in surprise. The blood energy that rose from the surface of her body dissipated in just a blink of an eye. "He's your third uncle?" The burly man's eyes widened slightly before he sighed. 10,000 years ago, he went to the land of sanctions and saved my life." A hint of nostalgia could be seen in the burly man's eyes as he sighed. It was as though he had returned to the past. "Since you're his niece, I won't kill you." The burly man shook his head before he turned around and left. The peerless beauty only regained her senses when the burly man's figure disappeared from her sight. The bitter smile on her face widened as she muttered to herself, "I didn't think I'd be so lucky today. It's all thanks to third uncle that I'm still alive." The peerless beauty was none other than Ker. Naturally, Ker was also the young miss of the Xia clan in the divine offering land, Xia Ning Shui. "With my strength, it seems like I shouldn't venture too deep into the realm battlefield. If I didn't run into third uncle's old acquaintance, I would have died." With this thought in mind, Ker turned around and left. She no longer dared to take any risks. Death was like an extinguished lamp. She still had many things to do. She could not die just yet. "I miss Brother Tian so much." Ku'er's sigh was filled with longing. In the spirit overarching heaven. In the profound nether mansion in the southern heaven territory. Ker. Duan Ling Tian woke up with a start from a nightmare. Originally, there was only a figure in his dream that was demonstrating the laws of space. However, for some reason, he suddenly dreamt of Ker. Moreover, he dreamt that something had happened to Ker. When he woke up, Duan Ling Tian was so frightened that he broke out in cold sweat. In fact, it was not entirely a coincidence that Duan Ling Tian had such a nightmare. An omnipotent godhead was the condensation of an omnipotent's lifetime comprehension of the laws. It also contained the omnipotent's power. An omnipotent was the most powerful life form in the world. Every action of theirs involved the laws of heaven and earth. When Ker encountered danger, Duan Ling Tian was still able to receive some sort of hint from the omnipotent godhead. Of course, Duan Ling Tian was unaware of this. He only thought that it was a pure nightmare. He didn't know that Ker had indeed just experienced a life and death calamity. Time flew by. In just a blink of an eye, half a month had passed. On this day, the scoreboard in the middle realm of the southern heaven ancient realm was finally released. Those who were still in the middle realm were forcibly transported out. Duan Lingtian is in first place. Although everyone in the profound nether mansion knew this would happen, they were still excited when the result was announced. The mansion master of the profound nether mansion even announced that Duan Lingtian would be allowed to become an inner court disciple of the profound nether mansion. Nobody in the profound nether mansion had any objections to this. In fact, nobody was dissatisfied even if they were secretly unhappy. After all, Duan Lingtian had brought glory to the profound nether mansion. It was only natural for him to be given this privilege. Everyone in the profound nether mansion thought so. However, to Duan Lingtian, it did not matter if he became an inner court disciple of the profound nether mansion or not. What mattered to him was that he would be heavily nurtured by the profound nether mansion after he became the imperial tutor of the profound nether mansion. Now that he had the supreme powerhouse divinity, he no longer needed to rely on the profound nether mansion for the law of space. However, he still needed to rely on the profound nether mansion for his cultivation base. Once one became a 10-direction celestial duke, it would take a long time for Duan Lingtian to cultivate and become a 10-direction celestial duke. Although Duan Lingtian had the divine crystal and the main branch from the divine tree of life in his little world, he still needed to cultivate step by step. However, it would allow him to absorb as much heaven and earth spirit energy as possible. In the Devata realms, there were many celestial fruits and medicinal pills that could increase one's cultivation base. Such celestial fruits and medicinal pills were extremely precious. Even the profound nether mansion did not have many of them. Usually, only the core disciples of the profound nether mansion would be able to obtain such celestial fruits and medicinal pills through competitions. After becoming the imperial tutor of the profound nether mansion, I'll be able to obtain as many celestial pills and celestial fruits as I wish. Of course, that's only if the imperial tutor's status in the profound nether mansion is as high as old Qi said. Duan Lingtian trusted Qi Tianming. A month later, the middle realm of the southern heaven ancient realm opened again. Chapter 3174. Senior Brother Duan Lingtian. Senior Brother Duan Lingtian. As soon as Duan Lingtian entered the middle realm of the southern heaven ancient realm and arrived at the profound nether mansion's base, he was greeted by a group of profound nether mansion's disciples. The disciples from the profound nether mansion spoke in a respectful tone. Yes. Duan Lingtian smiled and nodded at the group of profound nether mansion's disciples before he made his way out of the profound nether mansion's base. It's a pity senior brother Duan Lingtian can't join forces with Wan Qingqing. Otherwise, even Gongsun Wuji wouldn't be able to do anything to them if they joined forces. One of the profound nether mansion's disciples said with a sigh as he was about to leave the profound nether mansion's base. Over the past few years, Gongsun Wuji has visited the profound nether mansion's base 3 times. During those 3 times, not many people dared to leave the base. Another profound nether mansion's disciple sighed. Blocking a grade 6 celestial mansion's base in the middle realm of the southern heaven ancient realm was tantamount to offending the grade 6 celestial mansion. Not many people would do such a thing. However, it was normal for 2 grade 6 celestial mansions who were at odds with each other to do such a thing. After all, 2 grade 6 celestial mansions were like fire and water. There was no need to worry about offending each other. Gongsun Wuji, a core disciple of the Azure Green Mansion, was one of the 6 strongest people in the middle realm of the southern heaven ancient realm. Every time the profound nether mansion's disciples learned about the location of the profound nether mansion's base, he would come to the profound nether mansion's base. Nobody in the profound nether mansion was a match for Gongsun Wuji. Therefore, the profound nether mansion did not have a way to deal with him. The profound nether mansion's disciples could only hole up in the profound nether mansion's base, not daring to leave. What? Do you know where the Azure Green Mansion's base is? Duan Lingtian turned to look at the 2 profound nether mansion's disciples and asked bluntly, "Are you sure?" Senior Duan Lingtian, a friend of mine passed by the Azure Green Manor's encampment yesterday, and he was nearly killed. Fortunately, he managed to escape by crushing his jade token. He knows the exact location of the Azure Green Manor's encampment, so it won't be difficult for him to find it. The profound Nether Mansion's disciple who spoke first quickly replied when he heard Duan Lingtian's question. He sighed before he continued to say, "It's a pity no one in the profound Nether Mansion is as fast as Wan Qing. Otherwise, we could have assisted you, Senior Duan Lingtian, in stopping the Azure Green Mansion's base. Where is the Azure Green Mansion's camp? Tell me the route from here." Duan Lingtian's eyes flashed as a bright light shot out from his eyes. "Senior brother Duan Lingtian, we know you're not weak. However, there's still Gongsun Wuji in Azure Green Mansion." One of the profound Nether Mansion's disciples reminded Duan Lingtian, "Gongsun Wuji isn't any weaker than Shimen Hao Xian from the Red Leaves Mansion." "That's right, Senior brother Duan Lingtian. The Azure Green Mansion is different from the Fire Glaze Mansion. The strongest person in the Fire Glaze Mansion is Tan Yuan. He's not even on the same level as Gongsun Wuji." Another profound Nether Mansion's disciple chimed in. "Gongsun Wuji isn't any weaker than Shimen Hao Xian?" Duan Lingtian smiled faintly. "Just tell me the location of the Azure Green Mansion's base. You don't have to worry about anything else." Since Duan Lingtian insisted on knowing the location of the Azure Green Mansion's base, the profound Nether Mansion's disciple did not hide it from him. He told Duan Lingtian the route from the profound Nether Mansion's base to the Azure Green Mansion's base. "Thank you." After thanking the disciple, Duan Lingtian left the profound Nether Mansion's base and disappeared from the sight of the profound Nether Mansion's disciples. "Do you think Senior brother Duan Lingtian is going to stop the Azure Green Mansion's base?" One of the profound Nether Mansion's disciples gulped and asked with difficulty. "I don't think so. Although Senior brother Duan Lingtian is strong, I don't think he's a match for Gongsun Wuji. It's not realistic for him to go to the Azure Green Mansion's base unless he finds someone to help him." Another profound Nether Mansion's disciple chimed in. The rest of the profound Nether Mansion's disciples shared the same thoughts. A day passed in just a blink of an eye. Although Duan Lingtian's name had entered the scoreboard in the middle realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm, it was obvious that he had made a name for himself. However, no one knew he had gone to the Azure Green Mansion's base. For this reason, the profound Nether Mansion's disciples were certain Duan Lingtian had gone to the Azure Green Mansion's base to find someone to help him. The Azure Green Mansion's Gongsun Wuji has also entered the middle realm. At the same time, the people from the other celestial mansions saw Gongsun Wuji's name on the scoreboard. Moreover, Gongsun Wuji's name was rising faster than Duan Lingtian. In just a day, Gongsun Wuji had surpassed Duan Lingtian. Naturally, Duan Lingtian was unaware of this. Currently, Duan Lingtian was roaming the middle realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm. He nodded at the profound Nether Mansion's disciples and eliminated the disciples from the other celestial mansions. During this time, he encountered two disciples from the Azure Green Mansion. One of them was eliminated by Duan Lingtian. The other disciple's eyes were filled with killing intent when he recognized Duan Lingtian. For this reason, Duan Lingtian killed him. Duan Lingtian knew this was the case. If he was weaker than Gongsun Wuji would not let him go so easily. Duan Lingtian, in the martial battle mansion, before Wan Qing entered the middle realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm, she saw Duan Lingtian had risen to the top 10. "If I run into him again, I might be able to join forces with him." However, the middle realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm is huge. It won't be easy to run into him, Wan Qing thought to herself. Wan Qing knew this very well. Therefore, she did not expect to encounter Duan Lingtian again in the middle realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm. Duan Lingtian from the profound Nether Mansion is too strong. I didn't even have time to react before he almost killed me. If he didn't show mercy, I would have died. In the past, I was skeptical about Duan Lingtian from the profound Nether Mansion. However, I'm truly impressed this time. Didn't they say Duan Lingtian's strength is so strong that he can't even enter the second tier? My speed is enough to enter the second echelon, but why isn't he faster? It wasn't easy for me to fight my way into the top 20. In the end, I was sent out by Duan Lingtian. My many days of hard work were all for naught. As time passed, Duan Lingtian gradually eliminated people from the various grade 6 immortal mansions. These people were genuinely shocked by Duan Lingtian's strength. Some people even felt that, even if Duan Lingtian did not join forces with Wan Qingqing, he might still be able to fight Shimen Hao Xian and the others. On the 6th day Duan Lingtian entered the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm. With this, he was ranked 7th on the scoreboard in the middle realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm. At this time, he had accumulated 383 points. At this time, something unexpected happened. Duan Lingtian returned to the profound Nether Mansion's base. Senior brother Duan Lingtian, congratulations on making it to 7th place again. Senior brother Duan Lingtian, congratulations. In the profound Nether Mansion's base, a group of profound Nether Mansion's disciples congratulated Duan Lingtian respectfully as they watched Duan Lingtian enter the transporting formation and return to the profound Nether Mansion's base. It seems like senior brother Duan Lingtian didn't join forces with anyone to enter the 7th place on the scoreboard. How amazing! However, compared to Shimen Hao Xian, Gongsun Wuji, and the others, he's still lacking in experience. Otherwise, he wouldn't be ranked 7th since he entered the middle realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm so early. Everyone needs time to accumulate experience. Senior brother Duan Lingtian has done well. After Duan Lingtian left, the profound Nether Mansion's disciples in the profound Nether Mansion's base began to whisper among themselves. Nobody knew why Duan Lingtian had left the profound Nether Mansion's base. At one of the transporting formations in the profound Nether Mansion's estate that led to the middle realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm, Duan Lingtian, naturally, attracted everyone's attention. However, Duan Lingtian did not pay any attention to the excited crowd. Instead, he looked at the scoreboard. Shimen Hao Xian is ranked 3rd. Gongsun Wuji is ranked 2nd. Duan Lingtian sneered when he saw Gongsun Wuji's name on the scoreboard. It's time. If I wait any longer, he might not be able to make it back to the Azure Green Mansion's base in time. Under the shocked gazes of the profound Nether Mansion's elders and disciples, Duan Lingtian returned to the middle realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm. In the profound Nether Mansion's base in the middle realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm, a group of profound Nether Mansion's disciples did not expect Duan Lingtian to return. This time, before they could even greet Duan Lingtian, Duan Lingtian had already teleported and disappeared before their eyes. A day later. The Azure Green Mansion's base. Duan Lingtian followed the route he had learned from the profound Nether Mansion's disciples and arrived outside the Azure Green Mansion's base. He did not bother to hide at all. At this moment, 2 Azure Green Mansion's disciples walked out of the Azure Green Mansion's base. Buzz! A gray saber ray shot out from the spatial rift and left bloody wounds on the 2 Azure Green Mansion's disciples' bodies before they could react. Swoosh! Swoosh! The 2 Azure Green Mansion's disciples' expressions changed drastically. They felt as though they were facing a formidable enemy. After all, they knew Duan Lingtian was not weak at all. If Duan Lingtian did not show mercy earlier, they would have died. Most importantly, they were not weak at all. They did not even see who had attacked them. Swoosh! When the 2 Azure Green Mansion's disciples were still terrified, Duan Lingtian teleported and appeared in front of them. Return to the Azure Green Mansion's base or die. Duan Lingtian said coldly as he stared at the 2 Azure Green Mansion's disciples. Duan Lingtian? The 2 Azure Green Mansion's disciples' expressions changed drastically when they saw the identity token hanging on Duan Lingtian's waist. They hastily turned around and returned to the Azure Green Mansion's base. Although Duan Lingtian's voice was not loud, the group of Azure Green Mansion's disciples in the Azure Green Mansion's base still heard it clearly. Chapter 3175. Duan Lingtian hovered in the air above the Azure Green Mansion's base, looking down at the Azure Green Mansion's base with a calm expression on his face. On the other hand, the disciples in the Azure Green Mansion's base had an unsightly expression on their faces. More and more Azure Green Mansion disciples were trapped in the Azure Green Mansion's base. They wanted to leave but did not dare to. Damn it! How did Duan Lingtian find out where the Azure Green Mansion's base is? An azure green mansion disciple cursed with a grim expression on his face. I heard a profound nether mansion's disciple passed by earlier and was eliminated by our men. He must have leaked the news because we didn't manage to kill him. Another azure green mansion disciple who was well informed said. Damn it. Is Duan Lingtian really planning to stop us from leaving the azure green mansion's base? Is he trying to imitate Senior Gongsun Wuji and block the profound nether mansion's base? Imitate Senior Gongsun Wuji? What a joke. How can he compare to Senior Gongsun Wuji? He's overestimating himself. Now that news has spread, Senior Gongsun Wuji must have received the news and is on his way back. Let's see how Senior Gongsun Wuji is going to deal with this when he arrives. Duan Lingtian was ranked first last month. Does he really think he's that strong? If it weren't for Wan Qingqing from the Martial Battle Mansion, would he have been able to eliminate Shimen Haoxian? If he had Wan Qingqing's help, he might be able to fight Senior Gongsun Wuji. However, if he's alone, Senior Gongsun Wuji can easily defeat him and kill him. The Azure Green Mansion disciples were furious that Duan Lingtian had blocked their way in the Azure Green Mansion's base. At the same time, more and more Azure Green Mansion disciples appeared in the Azure Green Mansion's base. They were here to watch the show. There were even overarching heavenly supreme celestials among the Azure Green Mansion disciples. However, when the number of people in the Azure Green Mansion's base reached a certain number, not many people came in. Clearly, the number of people who could enter the base was limited. He's the Duan Lingtian from the profound Nether Mansion? As expected, he's not even 100 years old. I thought the rumors were fake. You're really amazing. However, in the end, he is no match for senior brother Gongsun Wuji. Humph. In my opinion, when senior brother Gongsun Wuji arrives, the first thing he will do is flee. Escape? Could he escape? Gongsun Wuji's senior martial brother is no weaker than Wan Qingqing. With his speed, how can he escape from Gongsun Wuji's senior martial brother? Senior Gongsun Wuji has no choice but to crush his accumulative point jade and leave the middle realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm. The group of Azure Green Manor disciples who had just entered had heard that Duan Lingtian had come to the Azure Green Manor's camp to watch the show. The transporting sites in the Azure Green Mansion that led to the middle realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm were packed with people. Why don't you let us in? I want to see how senior brother Gongsun kills Duan Lingtian. Even if I can't see senior brother Gongsun killing Duan Lingtian, I want to see Duan Lingtian crush his accumulative point jade and flee from senior brother Gongsun Wuji. Duan Lingtian ranked first last month, and yet, he's so arrogant this month. How dare he come to the Azure Green Mansion's camp? More and more Azure Green Mansion disciples were making their way to the transporting sites in the middle realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm. They could only wait outside for news. Their eyes were focused on two names on the scoreboard in the middle realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm. Gongsun Wuji ranked 2nd and Duan Lingtian ranked 7th. Currently, Gongsun Wuji, a core disciple of the Azure Green Mansion, had 522 points while Duan Lingtian had 383 points. If senior brother Gongsun Wuji can eliminate Duan Lingtian, senior brother Gongsun Wuji is destined to be first this month. In my opinion, Duan Lingtian is here to give senior brother Gongsun points. While the Azure Green Mansion disciples were paying attention to the meeting between Gongsun Wuji and Duan Lingtian, the high-ranking officials of the Azure Green Mansion were also paying attention to the scoreboard. As soon as news of Duan Lingtian's arrival in the Azure Green Mansion's camp spread, they immediately sent a message to Gongsun Wuji. After all, Gongsun Wuji was the only person in the Azure Green Mansion who was capable of defeating Duan Lingtian in the middle realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm. None of the others were capable of defeating Duan Lingtian. In the middle realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm, Gongsun Wuji was, naturally, the person with the best performance in the Azure Green Mansion was none other than Gongsun Wuji. However, after Gongsun Wuji, the person with the best performance did not even rank in the top 30. For this reason, he was not a match for Duan Lingtian at all. When news of Duan Lingtian's arrival in the Azure Green Mansion's camp in the middle realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm reached the ears of the other Grade 6 celestial mansions, Duan Lingtian went to the Azure Green Mansion's camp again? Is he addicted to visiting other Grade 6 Celestial Mansions camps? In my opinion, Duan Lingtian must be targeting the Azure Green Mansion. Everyone knows the Profound Nether Mansion and the Azure Green Mansion don't get along well. Moreover, Gongsun Wuji has visited the Profound Nether Mansion's camp a few times before. The Azure Green Mansion is different from the Fire Glaze Mansion. Last month, Duan Lingtian managed to stop the Fire Glaze Mansion's camp because he defeated Tan Yuan, the Fire Glaze Mansion's strongest disciple in the Middle Realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm. On the other hand, Gongsun Wuji isn't someone Tan Yuan can compare to. Gongsun Wuji is on par with Shimen Hao Xian. Although Duan Lingtian defeated Shimen Hao Xian before, that was only because he had Wan Qingqing's help. How is he going to defeat Gongsun Wuji without Wan Qingqing's help? Most of the people from the Grade 6 Celestial Mansions were not optimistic about Duan Lingtian's chances. In the Profound Nether Mansion, senior brother Duan Lingtian went to the Azure Green Mansion's camp? How reckless. He's too reckless. Doesn't he know the Azure Green Mansion has Gongsun Wuji? Tan Yuan from the Fire Glaze Mansion can't compare to Gongsun Wuji. I hope he'll leave after staying in the Azure Green Mansion's camp for a while. If Gongsun Wuji arrives, he'll have no choice but to crush his accumulative point jade. Similar to the people from the Grade 6 Celestial Mansions, the people from the Profound Nether Mansion were not optimistic about Duan Lingtian's chances. What are you trying to do? Hurry up and leave the Azure Green Mansion's camp. Once Gongsun Wuji arrives, you won't be able to escape. After Qi Tianming learned about Duan Lingtian's actions in the Middle Realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm, he hurriedly sent a message to urge Duan Lingtian to leave the Azure Green Mansion's camp. Meanwhile, in the Middle Realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm, more and more people joined the crowd to watch the Azure Green Mansion's camp. Duan Lingtian went to the Azure Green Mansion's camp? Wan Qingqing, an inner court disciple from the Martial Battle Mansion, had also entered the Middle Realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm a few days ago. She had also received messages from her senior and junior sisters about Duan Lingtian's visit to the Azure Green Mansion's camp. He's too rash. However, he doesn't seem like a reckless person. Why would he do such a thing? Is it possible that he's confident he can deal with Gongsun Wuji? Wan Qingqing shook her head when she thought about it. She felt she was being too naive. About half an hour later, Wan Qingqing received another message. Wan Qingqing received another message. This time, it was from one of her junior sisters, telling her the route to the Azure Green Mansion's camp. Moreover, it was not far from her. I wonder if Gongsun Wuji has returned to the Azure Green Mansion's camp. After receiving the message, Wan Qingqing immediately made her way to the Azure Green Mansion's camp. Initially, there were only a few people from the other celestial mansions outside the Azure Green Mansion's camp. All of them stayed as far away from Duan Lingtian as possible. After all, they were afraid Duan Lingtian would attack them. As time passed, more and more people arrived. The people from the other celestial mansions gathered in groups and avoided attacking each other. All of them were looking at Duan Lingtian. So many people are here to watch the show. Duan Lingtian was slightly taken aback when he saw the people from the other celestial mansions. He could see a familiar face among them. It was Heng Feng, an inner court disciple of the Martial Battle Mansion. When Duan Lingtian shifted his gaze to Heng Feng nodded at Duan Lingtian and forced an ugly smile on his face. Soon after, another figure appeared among the people from the Martial Battle Mansion. It was none other than Wan Qingqing who had just arrived. It's Wan Qingqing. Wan Qingqing is here. Will she join forces with Duan Lingtian? I don't think so. If she joins forces with Duan Lingtian to deal with Gongsun Wuji, the Azure Green Mansion won't let her off the hook easily. That's right. If it were any other place, the Azure Green Mansion would have nothing to say if she joined forces with Duan Lingtian to eliminate Gongsun Wuji. However, this is the Azure Green Mansion's camp. If she joins forces with Duan Lingtian, she'll definitely offend the Azure Green Mansion. Apart from those from the Profound Nether Mansion, I'm afraid no one would dare to join forces with Duan Lingtian. Regardless of which celestial mansion they're from, anyone who dares to join forces with Duan Ling Tian would be an enemy of the Azure Green Mansion. Many people turned to look at Wan Qingqing as soon as she appeared. Do you need help? Wan Qingqing stepped forward and asked through voice transmission as she looked at Duan Ling Tian. Junior sister Qingqing. Heng Feng's expression changed drastically. Although he could not hear Wan Qingqing's voice transmission, he could tell what she was thinking based on her expression and gaze. Wan Qingqing wanted to help Duan Ling Tian. There's no need for that. Duan Ling Tian was slightly surprised when he heard Wan Qingqing's voice transmission. He looked at Wan Qingqing and saw the determination in her eyes. He could tell she was sincere about helping him. She was willing to risk offending the Azure Green Mansion. Duan Ling Tian was touched by Wan Qingqing's actions. After all, although he had worked with Wan Qingqing for a few days, he did not expect Wan Qingqing would be willing to risk her life for him. Are you confident? Wan Qingqing asked through voice transmission again. Yes. Duan Ling Tian replied. Wan Qingqing finally retreated. Heng Feng sighed in relief when he saw this. Duan Ling Tian. About 15 minutes later, a cold voice rang from the distance. It was getting closer and closer. It was clear the person who had spoken was rapidly approaching Duan Ling Tian. Senior Gongsun Wuji. Chapter 3176. It's Gongsun Wuji's voice. Gongsun Wuji is here. Many of the people from the various immortal mansions had heard the voice of Gongsun Wuji, a core disciple of the Azure Green Mansion. Therefore, they recognized him immediately. A moment later, a figure clad in a black robe appeared in front of them. It was a handsome young man with sharp eyes. In a flash, he appeared above the Azure Green Mansion's camp and stared at Duan Ling Tian from afar. You're Duan Ling Tian? The black-robed young man stared coldly at Duan Ling Tian and asked in a cold voice. Gongsun Wuji? Duan Ling Tian looked at the black-robed young man with battle intent in his eyes. Ever since he obtained the Supreme Godhead, his strength had skyrocketed. His current strength was completely different from before he obtained the Supreme Godhead. It could even be said that the difference between them was like heaven and earth. However, he did not make a move after that. This time, he didn't eliminate the two Azure Green Mansion disciples when he arrived at the Azure Green Mansion's encampment. Instead, he gave them a chance to escape back to their camp. This was because he did not come to the Azure Green Mansion's camp just to accumulate points. His main goal this time was to force Gongsun Wuji, a core disciple of the Azure Green Mansion, to show himself and fight him. He wanted to fight Gongsun Wuji to show off his strength and also for the points Gongsun Wuji had. Before he came to the Azure Green Mansion's camp, he had gone out once to check the scoreboard. At that time, Gongsun Wuji was ranked second with 513 points. Now, Gongsun Wuji's points had to be higher. What helpers do you have? Call them out. You alone aren't a match for me. Gongsun Wuji sneered at Duan Ling Tian. He had a rough idea of Duan Ling Tian's strength. Although he did not have much of a relationship with Shimen Haoshuan, he had a close relationship with Shimen Haoshuan. However, he had a good relationship with one of the Red Leaves Mansion's inner court disciples who knew Shimen Haoxian. From that Red Leaves Mansion's disciple, he learned about Duan Ling Tian's strengths and weaknesses. Duan Ling Tian's advantage was offense. Speed was Duan Ling Tian's weakness and shortcoming. It's just me. I don't have any helpers. Duan Ling Tian said faintly, as for whether or not I'm your opponent. We haven't even fought yet, and you're already jumping to conclusions. Aren't you being too hasty? Just you? Gongsun Wuji's sneer deepened, and then his eyes flashed with killing intent. It seems that you are here to die today. You want to kill me? Let's see if you have the ability. Seeing the killing intent in Gongsun Wuji's eyes, Duan Ling Tian narrowed his eyes and a cold light flashed through them. From the moment Gongsun Wuji's killing intent rose, he had no intention of holding back in this battle. 10 breaths, to kill you, I only need 10 breaths of time at most. Gongsun Wuji said coldly. As his voice fell, Gongsun Wuji's black robe fluttered, and a piercing blue wind rose from his body. Clearly, Gongsun Wuji had comprehended the law of wind. Swoosh! As soon as the blue wind rose from his body, Gongsun Wuji locked his gaze on Duan Lingtian. With a sway of his body, he left afterimages in his wake as he shot toward Duan Lingtian. Buzz! 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 Gongsun Wuji left afterimages in his wake as he charged toward Duan Lingtian. At the same time, wind blades shot toward Duan Lingtian as well. Gongsun Wuji's speed was so fast that many people could not even see his movements. How fast? Gongsun Wuji must have comprehended all the profundities from the law of wind. Otherwise, he wouldn't be so fast. In the past, I only knew Gongsun Wuji was strong, but I've never seen him in action. Thanks to Duan Lingtian, I'm lucky enough to see him in action. Apart from the Azure Green Mansion's disciples in the Azure Green Mansion's base, even the weakest among them was a 10-direction celestial duke. They were shocked by Gongsun Wuji's speed, but it was not difficult to tell. Gongsun Wuji had comprehended all the profundities from the law of wind. Gongsun Wuji's speed seems to be slightly faster than Wan Qingqing's. Even Shimen Haoshuan's speed is slightly inferior to him. Duan Lingtian could tell Gongsun Wuji's speed was the fastest he had seen in the middle realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm. Previously, even if he joined forces with Wan Qingqing might not be able to stop Gongsun Wuji if Gongsun Wuji was determined to escape. The law of wind focused on speed, so it would be easy for Gongsun Wuji to break free from Wan Qingqing's law of wood. This was an advantage that Shimen Haoshuan, who had comprehended the law of destruction, did not have. Naturally, this did not mean Shimen Haoshuan was weaker than Gongsun Wuji. Both of them had encountered each other many times, and they had even fought several times. However, they had always ended in a draw. Although Shimen Haoshuan was slightly slower than Gongsun Wuji, he was not much slower. In terms of overall strength, the two of them were equally matched. Neither of them could do anything to the other. Swoosh! When Gongsun Wuji charged toward Duan Lingtian teleported and disappeared from his spot. When he reappeared, he was already 100 meters away. The teleportation profundity. It's the law of space's teleportation profundity. I can't see any traces of Duan Lingtian moving from one end to the other. This means he vanished into thin air before vanishing into thin air. The teleportation profundity allows one to teleport from one place to another. It's normal that we can't see his movements. Duan Lingtian's teleportation profundity caused the eyes of the people from the other celestial mansions to light up. This was the first time they had seen someone use the law of space's teleportation profundity. The law of space was one of the 4 supreme laws. It was difficult to comprehend. Although there were many celestial mansions in the Southern Heaven territory who had comprehended the law of space, most of them had only comprehended the space elemental profundity. Those who had comprehended the teleportation profundity were extremely rare. Gongsun Wuji was not surprised by Duan Lingtian's teleportation profundity. He snorted coldly before he moved again. Whoosh! 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 Gongsun Wuji charged toward Duan Lingtian at an even faster speed. This time, Duan Lingtian was only a foot away from Duan Lingtian before Gongsun Wuji teleported away. It looked like a close call. Many people broke out in cold sweat for Duan Lingtian when they saw this. Although the law of space's teleportation profundity is profound, it can't be used consecutively. Based on the current situation, Gongsun Wuji should be able to catch Duan Lingtian before Duan Lingtian can use the teleportation profundity for the 3rd time. A disciple from a grade 6 celestial mansion said. It was obvious he had seen through Gongsun Wuji's trick. In fact, many people had seen through Gongsun Wuji's trick as well. Now that 2 breaths have passed, I'd like to see how you're going to dodge my next attack. Gongsun Wuji's cold laughter rang in the air, causing the disciples in the Azure Green Mansion's camp to grow excited. Senior brother Gongsun Wuji, kill him. Senior brother Gongsun Wuji, kill Duan Lingtian. With Gongsun Wuji's senior brother, why would he need 10 breaths? He'll only need 3 breaths to kill him. The disciples from the Azure Green Mansion were confident in Gongsun Wuji. Swoosh. 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 A series of afterimages appeared again as they streaked across the sky, heading straight for Duan Lingtian, who had teleported 100 meters away again. It was as though he would not give up until he had hit his target. This time, most people thought Duan Lingtian would be caught by Gongsun Wuji. Even Gongsun Wuji thought so. However, when Gongsun Wuji was still a distance away from Duan Lingtian teleported again. Impossible. Seeing this, Gongsun Wuji abruptly stopped in his tracks. His originally calm expression finally changed. However, he soon discovered something else. Duan Lingtian did not teleport 100 meters away. Instead, he appeared 50 meters away. It's the transportation profundity. As expected, Duan Lingtian has comprehended the law of space's transportation profundity. With his cultivation base and his comprehension of the law of space's teleportation profundity and transportation profundity, his speed is definitely in the top echelon in the middle realm of the southern heaven ancient realm. He's not much slower than Wan Qingqing. I was only willing to let him join forces with Wan Qingqing because of her speed. However, it seems like he's not any slower than Wan Qingqing. It seems like the reason he joined forces with Wan Qingqing last month was to find someone who could help him restrain his opponent. The disciples from the other Grade 1 celestial mansions were shocked when they saw Duan Lingtian casting the transportation profundity after the teleportation profundity. When did he comprehend the transportation profundity? Wan Qingqing was shocked. She knew Duan Lingtian did not comprehend the transportation profundity last month. At most, he had only comprehended the basics. Otherwise, Duan Lingtian could have eliminated her as well after eliminating Heng Feng. Since Duan Lingtian had comprehended the teleportation profundity and the transportation profundity at the same time, it was impossible for him to be slower than her. It seems like he comprehended the transportation profundity before entering the middle realm. I was wondering where he got the confidence to come to the Azure Green Mansion's base. Heng Feng, who was standing at the side, sighed. Not many people knew Duan Lingtian's strength. However, since Heng Feng had been eliminated twice by Duan Lingtian, he knew a lot about Duan Lingtian's strength. However, even if he has comprehended the transportation profundity, he's still slower than Gongsun Wuji. As long as he doesn't flee and gives Gongsun Wuji enough time, Gongsun Wuji will catch up to him. However, before Gongsun Wuji catches up to him, I'm afraid Gongsun Wuji won't be able to withstand his attacks. Chapter 3177. In terms of overall strength, Shimen Hao Xian was on par with Gongsun Wuji. In terms of speed, Shimen Hao Xian was slightly inferior to Gongsun Wuji. However, in terms of other aspects, Gongsun Wuji was slightly inferior to Shimen Hao Xian. Duan Lingtian's attack was so strong that even Shimen Hao Xian admitted he was inferior to Duan Lingtian. In fact, Shimen Hao Xian had publicly said Duan Lingtian's attack was unrivaled in the middle realm of the southern heaven ancient realm. This meant Gongsun Wuji was confident in his strength. If he fought Duan Lingtian head-on, there was no way Gongsun Wuji would be a match for him. If Gongsun Wuji had fought Duan Lingtian before Duan Lingtian cast the law of space's transportation profundity, he might have had a chance of winning with his speed. However, now that Duan Lingtian had revealed he had comprehended the transportation profundity to the rudimentary stage, Gongsun Wuji was no longer able to defeat Duan Lingtian. Although Gongsun Wuji was still faster than Duan Lingtian, the difference was negligible. Damn it! He actually comprehended the laws of space's transportation profundity. Although Gongsun Wuji was unwilling to admit defeat, he knew he was no match for Duan Lingtian at this moment. He had already lost this battle. Return. Although Gongsun Wuji was reluctant, he had no choice but to return to the Azure Green Mansion's base. Even if he did not return to the Azure Green Mansion's base, he had to stay away from Duan Lingtian. Otherwise, Duan Lingtian would be able to defeat him. Swoosh. Gongsun Wuji's figure blurred as he made his way back to the azure green mansion's base. At this moment, a purple figure appeared in his path. It was none other than Duan Lingtian, who had teleported to block Gongsun Wuji's path. What's wrong? Didn't you want to kill me? Are you trying to run away now? Duan Lingtian glanced at Gongsun Wuji with a mocking smile on his face. Ha! Gongsun Wuji, didn't you say you were going to kill senior brother Duan Lingtian? Why are you fleeing back to the Azure Green Mansion's camp? Gongsun Wuji is a joke. Senior brother Duan Lingtian from our profound nether mansion is the best. Even Gongsun Wuji had to flee from him. Some of the profound nether mansion's disciples had come to watch the battle as well. Initially, they did not have much confidence in Duan Lingtian. However, their eyes lit up when they saw this scene. He couldn't help but mock Gongsun Wuji. At this moment, they felt a sense of exaltation. On the other hand, the atmosphere in the Azure Green Mansion's base had turned silent. When Duan Lingtian used the law of space's teleportation profundity, many knowledgeable Azure Green Mansion disciples had already guessed the outcome of this battle. However, even more people didn't know. Now that they saw Gongsun Wuji trying to escape back to the Azure Green Mansion's campsite and hide with them, they couldn't help but feel suffocated. After all, most of the Azure Green Mansion's disciples had come to watch the show. They wanted to see Gongsun Wuji, a core disciple of the Azure Green Mansion, defeat Duan Lingtian from the profound Nether Mansion. However, not only did they fail to defeat Duan Lingtian, but they were the ones who had to flee. Let's go. How boring. I didn't expect Duan Lingtian from the profound Nether Mansion to be so strong. Even senior brother Gongsun isn't a match for him. From now on, who in the middle realm of the southern heaven ancient realm will be able to defeat him? In front of Duan Lingtian, even senior Gongsun Wuji can only flee. Among the 6 strongest people in the past, apart from senior Gongsun Wuji, the other 5 aren't necessarily faster than Duan Lingtian. Senior Gongsun Wuji might be able to flee, but they might not be able to. In other words, Duan Lingtian's appearance will break the balance in the middle realm of the southern heaven ancient realm. Unless he's extremely unlucky, he'll definitely rank first on the scoreboard in the future. The Azure Green Mansion's disciples whispered among themselves with gloomy expressions on their faces. Many of them left the middle realm of the southern heaven ancient realm through transporting formations. He's out. Someone's coming out. Now that someone's coming out, I can go in, right? I want to go in. I want to go in. At the teleportation points of the Azure Green Manor, a group of Azure Green Manor disciples saw someone coming out, and their eyes lit up. They felt that they could enter now. Go in? Do you want to see how humiliated the Azure Green Mansion is? It's meaningless to go in. If I knew this would happen, I wouldn't have gone in. Humiliating. This is too humiliating. Meanwhile, the group of Azure Green Mansion disciples who had just left the middle realm shook their heads when they heard the commotion in the middle realm of the southern heaven ancient realm. Humiliating? What's going on? Is senior brother Gongsun not here yet? The Azure Green Mansion's disciples were dumbfounded. They only learned about what had happened when the people who came out of the transporting formations explained the situation. Gongsun Wuji, a core disciple of the Azure Green Mansion who they thought could defeat Duan Lingtian, was forced to flee by Duan Lingtian? I'm not going in. I'm not going in, it's really boring. I'm not going in as well. Apart from the Azure Green Mansion's disciples, even the Azure Green Mansion's elders had grim expressions on their faces. If Gongsun Wuji could not defeat Duan Lingtian in the middle realm of the southern heaven ancient realm, who else in the Azure Green Mansion would be able to defeat Duan Lingtian? It was obvious the Azure Green Mansion's disciples would not be able to perform well in the middle realm of the southern heaven ancient realm this month. It's a good thing senior brother Gongsun is currently ranked 2nd. With his ranking, he'll definitely be able to. Many of the Azure Green Mansion's disciples were looking at the scoreboard with a relieved expression on their faces when they saw Gongsun Wuji's name. This was because Gongsun Wuji's name had disappeared from the scoreboard. On the other hand, Duan Lingtian, who was originally ranked 7th, had instead replaced the person who was originally ranked 1st on the scoreboard. He had once again ascended to the top of the scoreboard. How's this possible? Senior brother Gongsun was eliminated by Duan Lingtian? Wasn't he planning to flee? Isn't he faster than Duan Lingtian? What's going on? The transporting formations in the Azure Green Mansion were in an uproar. Nobody expected Gongsun Wuji to be eliminated by Duan Lingtian. Even if Duan Lingtian's speed was not much slower than Gongsun Wuji's, Gongsun Wuji would still be able to escape if he wanted to. Who could tell them what was going on? At this moment, the people who had witnessed Gongsun Wuji's elimination from the Azure Green Mansion's campsite were even more shocked. To be more precise, they had witnessed Gongsun Wuji being killed. If Duan Lingtian had only comprehended the teleportation profundity and the transportation profundity from the law of space, his speed would be slightly slower than Gongsun Wuji's. If Gongsun Wuji wanted to flee, he could have easily escaped. However, when Duan Lingtian caught up to Gongsun Wuji and killed Gongsun Wuji under Gongsun Wuji's incredulous gaze, the onlookers realized something was amiss. Even though Duan Lingtian had killed Gongsun Wuji earlier, he had still held back. How terrifying! 3 spatial tiers and 3 cross-dimensional profundity surrounded Gongsun Wuji from all directions. Gongsun Wuji didn't even have time to dodge. Tearing 3 spatial tiers and casting 3 cross-dimensional profundities at the same time. I don't think the rudimentary stage of the cross-dimensional profundity is capable of that, right? Based on what I know, only the initial stage of the cross-dimensional profundity is capable of tearing 3 spatial tears and casting 3 cross-dimensional profundities at the same time. Duan Lingtian isn't even 100 years old, but he's already a 10-direction celestial duke. How did he comprehend the profundity of a law to the initial stage at such a young age? Inside and outside the Azure Green Mansion's base, the people from the profound Nether Mansion, and the other major celestial mansions were stunned. At this moment, their attention was not on Gongsun Wuji who had just been killed by Duan Lingtian, but on Duan Lingtian himself. Duan Lingtian had comprehended the law of space's cross-dimensional profundity to the initial stage. Normally, only those who had comprehended 9 profundities from a law to the rudimentary stage would have a chance of comprehending a profundity to the initial stage. Most of those who had comprehended profundities to the initial stage were celestial lords or stronger. Even among immortal kings, there were very few people who could comprehend the profound meaning of a certain law to the initial stage. They had never heard of celestial dukes before. Even throughout the history of the Southern Heaven Territory, they had never heard of anyone who had comprehended a profundity to the initial stage of a law before becoming a celestial king. Duan Lingtian must have concealed his strength. Heng Feng from the Martial Battle Mansion said with a solemn expression on his face as he looked at Duan Lingtian hovering in the air above the Azure Green Mansion's base. Meanwhile, Wan Qingqing, who was standing not far away from him, was stunned. Her originally cold and beautiful face was now filled with shock and horror. What she had just witnessed was too shocking for her. Apart from Heng Feng, even she felt Duan Lingtian had concealed his strength. In fact, there was no need for Duan Lingtian to join forces with her. He was strong enough to dominate the middle realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm. He would not find it strange if Duan Lingtian managed to completely comprehend the transportation profundity that he had only comprehended previously in just half a month. However, she did not believe that Duan Lingtian had only comprehended the cross-dimensional profundity to the initial stage in just half a month. Since Duan Lingtian has comprehended the cross-sectional profundity to the initial stage, he should have comprehended the other 7 profundities from the law of space to the rudimentary stage at the very least, apart from the fundamental profundity. Among the spectating disciples of various immortal mansions, there was no lack of knowledgeable people who came to such a conclusion. It has been 2 months since Duan Lingtian entered the middle realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm and killed Gongsun Wuji in the Azure Green Mansion's base. After this battle, I'm certain no one in the middle realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm will dare to challenge him. Chapter 3178. You've comprehended the law of space's dimensional profundity to minor completion. Why did you ask for my help last month? Wan Qingqing asked Duan Lingtian through voice transmission. She could not help but ask. In his opinion, since Duan Tian had comprehended the law of space's cross-dimensional/profundity to the initial stage, he was confident Duan Tian would be able to defeat and kill them even if he was not as fast as them. The speed of the dimensional decapitation profound, which was at the minor completion realm, was not something that the 6 people could dodge with their speed. Take Gongsun Wuji, the Azure Green Mansion's core disciple, for example. He did not even have time to dodge before he was killed by Duan Lingtian's dimensional/profundity. Last month, I didn't have a breakthrough in the dimensional/profundity. Duan Lingtian replied to Wan Qingqing's question through voice transmission. This was not a secret, so there was nothing for him to hide. It was fine as long as he did not reveal the quintessential godhead. In truth, even Duan Lingtian did not expect he would be able to comprehend the law of space's dimensional/profundity to minor completion in such a short time. According to the Chaos Divine Flame, the quintessential Godhead was the quintessential Godhead's strongest dimensional/profundity when he was alive. That was why he was able to comprehend the law of space's dimensional/profundity in such a short period of time. Apart from the fundamental profundity, for any law of profundity, the initial realm and the initial realm were 2 completely different concepts. They could not be compared. For this reason, Duan Lingtian's strength had increased by several levels after comprehending the law of space's dimensional/profundity to minor completion stage. You mean, you only recently comprehended the law of space's dimensional/profundity to minor completion? Although Wan Qingqing found it hard to believe, she believed Duan Lingtian's words. Yes. Duan Lingtian nodded. What about the other profundities from the law of space? Since you've comprehended the law of space's profundity to minor completion, it means you've comprehended all the profundities from the law of space, right? Even so, you're not any weaker than Gongsun Wuji, Shimen Haoshuan, and the others. Why do you want to join forces with me? Wan Qingqing asked again via voice transmission. She seemed determined to get to the bottom of this matter. Duan Lingtian was at a loss for words. In any case, all you need to know is that, last month, I alone didn't have the strength to eliminate them. If I had a choice, I wouldn't join forces with you. After Duan Lingtian said this, his eyes lit up as he looked at the disciples of the various immortal mansions present. These people had come to watch the battle between him and Gongsun Wuji. Not good. When Duan Lingtian's wolf-like gaze swept over them, the expressions of the disciples of the various immortal mansions changed drastically. Immediately, a group of people wanted to flee. Whoosh! Duan Lingtian disappeared into thin air. With a teleportation, he appeared in the path of several escaping inner palace disciples of an immortal mansion, blocking their path. Do you want me to do it? Duan Lingtian smiled mockingly as he looked at the few inner palace disciples in front of him. It's all right, I'll do it myself. I'll do it myself as well. The few inner palace disciples who were blocked by Duan Lingtian had an unsightly expression on their faces. However, they did not dare to wait for Duan Lingtian to make a move, so they crushed their accumulative point jades. After obtaining their points, Duan Lingtian continued to look for more targets. Apart from the disciples of the Profound Nether Mansion and the Martial Battle Mansion, everyone else became his targets. However, since the disciples of the Azure Green Mansion were hiding in the Azure Green Mansion's base, he could not make a move on them. Since no one dared to come out of the Azure Green Mansion's base, he did not eliminate anyone else from the Azure Green Mansion after Gongsun Wuji. The disciples of the Martial Battle Mansion had thought they would be in danger. However, they were surprised that Duan Lingtian did not make a move on them. They sighed in relief. Junior sister Qingqing, it seems that it's all thanks to you this time. Heng Feng smiled wryly as he looked at Wan Qingqing. It was not difficult for him to guess why Duan Lingtian did not make a move on the disciples of the Martial Battle Mansion. It must be because of Wan Qingqing. He could not think of any other reason. In the Azure Green Mansion's base, news of Gongsun Wuji's death spread like wildfire in the Azure Green Mansion. Bang! When the Manor Master of the Azure Green Manor gathered the upper echelons of the Azure Green Manor for a meeting, he was so furious that he smashed the table in front of him into pieces. Duan Lingtian from the Profound Nether Mansion has killed Gongsun Wuji. From now on, it'll be difficult for the Azure Green Mansion to obtain any benefits from the 10 major clans in the middle realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm for a long time. Duan Lingtian deserves to die. He better pray that I don't run into him. If I do, I'll tear him to pieces. The high-ranking officials of the Azure Green Mansion were furious. Gongsun Wuji was the Azure Green Mansion's trump card in the middle realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm. Now that Duan Lingtian had killed Gongsun Wuji, they had lost their trump card. The Azure Green Mansion had suffered an unprecedented loss. This was the first time the Azure Green Mansion had suffered such a heavy loss in a battle with the profound Nether Mansion. Let's get an assassin to kill Duan Lingtian. One of the vice mansion masters of the Azure Green Mansion said in a deep voice, I have a way to contact the Blood Skull Gang. Contact them immediately. After receiving permission from the mansion master of the Azure Green Mansion, the vice mansion master of the Azure Green Mansion immediately contacted the high-ranking officials in the Blood Skull Gang. However, a strange expression soon appeared on his face. What's wrong? Is there a problem? Don't tell me Duan Lingtian has some kind of shocking background that even the Blood Skull Gang doesn't dare to accept the mission? The Blood Skull Gang is one of the top assassin organizations in the Southern Heaven Territory. If they don't dare to accept a mission to kill Duan Lingtian, I'm afraid no one in the Southern Heaven Territory would dare to accept a mission to kill Duan Lingtian. A group of high-ranking officials from the Azure Green Mansion asked curiously when they saw the strange expression on the Vice Mansion Master's face. No. The Vice Mansion Master shook his head. I've asked my friend, and he said there's no need for me to issue a mission to kill Duan Lingtian. This is because the Blood Skull Gang has already issued a mission to kill Duan Lingtian. The Vice Mansion Master finished speaking in one breath. There's already a mission to kill Duan Lingtian? It seems like Duan Lingtian has offended many people. That's not a bad thing. Our Azure Green Mansion can save a lot of celestial crystals. Unlike the Azure Green Mansion, in the profound Nether Mansion, a commotion broke out when news of Gongsun Wuji's death, a core disciple of the Azure Green Mansion, spread. Gongsun Wuji from the Azure Green Mansion is dead? Moreover, he was killed by Duan Lingtian? That's great news. I didn't expect Gongsun Wuji would die one day. My cousin was killed by him. It's good that he's dead. It's good that he's dead. Where did senior brother Duan Lingtian come from? How is he so powerful that he can even kill Gongsun Wuji? I heard that not only has senior brother Duan Lingtian comprehended all the profundities from the law of space, but he has also comprehended the cross-dimensional/profundity to the initial stage. He has comprehended the cross-dimensional/profundity to the initial stage? Is that true? As far as I know, there hasn't been anyone below the Celestial King stage who has comprehended a profundity to the initial stage in the history of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm, right? Senior brother Duan Lingtian has created history in the middle realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm. Meanwhile, the elders and disciples of the profound Nether Mansion were shocked by Duan Lingtian's strength. They were delighted by Gongsun Wuji's death. Meanwhile, Duan Lingtian was still in the middle realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm. Look! Senior brother Duan Lingtian's points have exceeded 1,000 again. At this moment, a group of disciples from the profound Nether Mansion witnessed Duan Lingtian's points surpassing 1,000 points again after he ranked first in the middle realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm. Amazing! Amazing! It's expected. Since senior brother Duan Lingtian managed to kill Gongsun Wuji, he should be able to eliminate those 5 people as well. Those 5 people must know that senior brother Duan Lingtian killed Gongsun Wuji. I'm afraid they won't even have the courage to fight senior brother Duan Lingtian. I didn't expect the profound Nether Mansion to be invincible in the middle realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm one day. Senior brother Duan Lingtian is so strong. I'm afraid he won't be staying in the profound Nether Mansion for long. Senior brother Duan Lingtian is not even 100 years old, but he has such achievements. He won't be staying in the profound Nether Mansion for long. I'm afraid it won't be long before the Su clan takes him away. Every grade 6 celestial mansion was governed by a clan. The 10 major clans were in charge of each grade 6 celestial mansion. The Su clan was in charge of the profound nether mansion. Duan Ling Tian, you've obtained 1,000 points. Come out. The person from the Imperial Tutor Mansion wants to see you. After receiving the message from the mansion master of the profound nether mansion, Qi Tianming, the inspector of the profound nether mansion, immediately sent a message to Duan Ling Tian, who was still in the middle realm of the southern heaven ancient realm. Qi Tianming was also aware that Duan Ling Tian had killed Gongsun Wu Ji. He was also shocked by the news that Duan Ling Tian had comprehended the cross-dimensional/profundity to the initial stage. He was skeptical and wondered if the people who spread the news were intentionally exaggerating the truth. Therefore, he planned to ask Duan Ling Tian about it when he returned to the Duan Ling Tian mansion to verify the authenticity of the rumor. If you've really comprehended the cross-dimensional/profundity to the initial stage, the person from the Imperial Tutor Mansion will definitely end the test and allow you to join the Imperial Tutor Mansion. After Qi Tianming sent the first message, he sent a second message to Duan Ling Tian. After receiving the two messages from Qi Tianming, Duan Ling Tian returned to the Profound Nether Mansion's base and returned to the Profound Nether Mansion. Along the way, Duan Ling Tian was greeted warmly by the elders and disciples of the Profound Nether Mansion who recognized him. It could be said that he was the most popular person in the Profound Nether Mansion. After leaving the Middle Realm, Duan Ling Tian went to look for Qi Tianming. I'll bring you there. As soon as Duan Ling Tian arrived, Qi Tianming brought Duan Ling Tian to the Imperial Tutor Mansion. Chapter 3179. Yes. Duan Ling Tian nodded in response to Qi Tianming's question. This was no longer a secret. Many people from the Celestial Mansion had witnessed him killing Gongsun Wu Ji from the Azure Green Mansion. Gasp. Although Qi Tianming was prepared for this, he could not help but gasp when he heard Duan Ling Tian's confirmation. When did you comprehend it? Last month, you had to join forces with one Qing Qing to eliminate Shiman Hao Xian from the Red Leaves Mansion and rank first in the middle realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm. Qi Tianming asked curiously. A few days ago. Before I entered the middle realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm, Duan Ling Tian replied nonchalantly. Qi Tianming's lips twitched when he heard Duan Ling Tian's words. He asked, what about the other profundities from the law of space? Have you comprehended all of them to the rudimentary stage? Nope. Duan Ling Tian shook his head. I haven't comprehended two profundities from the law of space. Apart from the space elemental profundity, he had also comprehended the territory profundity, the restraining profundity, the distortion profundity, the teleportation profundity, the transportation profundity, and the cross-dimensional/profundity. In total, he had comprehended 7 profundities from the law of space. There were 9 profundities from the law of space. Apart from that, he had not comprehended the other 2 profundities. Currently, he had comprehended 7 profundities from the law of space. Apart from the basic profundity, he had already comprehended the dimensional/profundity to the initial stage. As for the other 5 profundities, he had only comprehended the rudimentary stage. You haven't comprehended 2 profundities? Duan Ling Tian's words shocked Qi Tianming so much that he came to a halt in midair. Then, he turned to look at Duan Ling Tian with an incredulous expression on his face. Is what you said true? Yes. Duan Ling Tian nodded. He had already guessed why Qi Tianming was so shocked. Generally speaking, to comprehend a profundity to the initial stage, one had to comprehend the profundity to the rudimentary stage first. Only then would he have a greater opportunity to comprehend the profundities of that law to the minor accomplishment realm. Out of 10,000 people, 9,999 were like this. However, nothing was absolute. There was still a portion of people who could comprehend a certain profundity of a law to the initial stage in advance, and these people were all people with extraordinary comprehension abilities. I thought you were only able to comprehend the law of space because of the heaven sacrificial divine fruit. However, it seems like your comprehension of the law of space is 1 in a million. Qi Tianming sighed. Spatial laws were very difficult to comprehend in the first place. People who could comprehend it were in the minority. Out of 10,000 people who comprehended the law of space, only one person would be able to comprehend the initial stage of the law of space in advance before comprehending the full profundity of the law of space. In his opinion, Duan Lingtian was clearly such a person. Of course, he wasn't wrong. The reason Duan Lingtian had been able to comprehend the dimensional/profundity to the minor completion stage so quickly was because of the paramount Godhead. However, since he possessed the paramount Godhead, his comprehension of the law of space was 1 in a million. In fact, in this world, perhaps only other people who possessed the paramount Godhead would be able to comprehend the law of space as well as he did. Under Qi Tianming's lead, Duan Lingtian arrived at the Imperial Tudor Pavilion again. This time, as soon as Duan Lingtian and Qi Tianming arrived at the illusory formation outside the Imperial Tudor Pavilion, the illusory formation disappeared before Qi Tianming could even speak. After the illusory formation disappeared, Duan Lingtian saw a figure standing in the void not too far away. The figure was looking at him and Qi Tianming calmly. To be more precise, the figure was looking at him. The figure was a tall and burly middle-aged man with a dignified expression. He was dressed in a dark green robe. The Imperial Tudor Pavilion's pavilion master? While Duan Lingtian was trying to guess the identity of the person standing in front of him, Qi Tianming bowed to the person standing in the void in front of them. Lord Mansion Master. Mansion Master? Upon hearing Qi Tianming's greeting, Duan Lingtian knew he had guessed wrongly. He followed Qi Tianming and bowed to the person standing in front of them. Mansion Master. As it turned out, this person was the Mansion Master of the Profound Nether Mansion. The Mansion Master of the Profound Nether Mansion nodded at Duan Lingtian with a smile on his face. Duan Lingtian, you've done well in the middle realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm. The Profound Nether Mansion won't mistreat you. Now, follow me to meet my Grand Master. As soon as the Mansion Master finished speaking, he turned around and led the way. At the same time, he turned around and said to Qi Tianming, Inspector Qi, you can leave now. Grand Master? Duan Lingtian was stunned. The person standing in the Imperial Tudor Pavilion. I think he's Lord Mansion Master's Grand Master. Qi Tianming sent a voice transmission to Duan Lingtian before he cupped his fists and left. The Pavilion Master of the Imperial Tudor Pavilion is the Mansion Master of the Profound Nether Mansion's Grand Master? Duan Lingtian was shocked. He did not expect the Pavilion Master of the Imperial Tudor Pavilion to be the Mansion Master of the Profound Nether Mansion's Grand Master. Duan Lingtian followed the Mansion Master of the Profound Nether Mansion into the Imperial Tudor Pavilion and followed the Mansion Master of the Profound Nether Mansion to the backyard of the Imperial Tudor Pavilion. The backyard was vast, and half of it was a lake. At this moment, a skinny and short old man wearing a bamboo hat could be seen fishing at the side of the lake. Grand Master. The Mansion Master of the Profound Nether Mansion bowed respectfully at the old man. I've brought him here. As soon as the Mansion Master of the Profound Nether Mansion finished speaking, the old man put down his fishing rod and stopped fishing. The old man stood up and turned to look at Duan Lingtian. His eyes that were initially cloudy were now deep and profound as though he could see through a person's heart. When the old man looked at him, Duan Lingtian felt as though he was being seen through. I thought you'd need some time to complete the test I set for you. I didn't expect you to be strong enough to defeat everyone in the middle realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm in just 2 months. As soon as the old man spoke, Duan Lingtian recognized the old man's voice as the Pavilion Master of the Imperial Tudor Pavilion. In that case, you've passed the test. The old man continued to say, from today onward, you, Duan Lingtian, are the new Imperial Tutor of the Profound Nether Mansion. The Imperial Tudor Pavilion will be restored to its former glory. As soon as the old man finished speaking, his eyes shone brightly as though they could illuminate heaven and earth. Thank you, Senior. Because he was mentally prepared, Duan Lingtian was not surprised and calmly thanked him. You may return first. The old man glanced at the Mansion Master of the Profound Nether Mansion indifferently before he left. At this moment, only the old man and Duan Lingtian were left in the backyard of the Imperial Tudor Pavilion. Previously, I've asked you why you want to become the Imperial Tutor of the Profound Nether Mansion. Since you've answered me, I won't ask you again. The old man said. Duan Lingtian remembered the old man had asked him the same question previously. At that time, he had answered the old man. If he became the imperial tutor of the profound nether mansion, he would be able to enter the profound nether mansion through a shortcut. Apart from that, he wanted to use the profound nether mansion as a stepping stone to leave the southern heaven territory. With your current strength, it's meaningless for you to enter the middle realm of the southern heaven ancient realm. Here, take these 2 celestial fruits. The old man casually tossed 2 celestial fruits to Duan Lingtian. One was red and the other was green. The red one was hot while the green one was cold. These are, Duan Lingtian instinctively caught the 2 celestial fruits. His eyes widened as he looked at the celestial fruits. The Ice King celestial fruit and the Fire King celestial fruit. Boy, you're quite knowledgeable to recognize these 2 celestial fruits. The old man was surprised to see Duan Lingtian calling out the names of the 2 celestial fruits. Since you know their names, I'm sure you know their effects as well. In that case, I won't explain it to you. The old man said. From the beginning until now, the expression on the old man's face had not changed at all. It was as if nothing could change the expression on his face. However, Duan Lingtian did not hear the old man's words. His attention was completely focused on the 2 celestial fruits in his hands. He had only read about these 2 celestial fruits in the Memory Celestial Talisman in the Simplicity Celestial Sects Library. This was his first time seeing them in person. Both the Fire King celestial fruit and the Ice King celestial fruit were extremely rare celestial fruits. Even if such celestial fruits were sold in the black market, their value would not be lower than an ordinary royal-grade celestial weapon. Moreover, one of the celestial fruits was worth more than the other. The Fire King celestial fruit and the Ice King celestial fruit were worth more than 1 + 1. It was comparable to a purely defensive royal-grade celestial weapon. The reason these 2 celestial fruits were so valuable was due to their heaven-defying effects. It was common knowledge that in the Devata realms, the higher a celestial's cultivation base was, the harder it was to raise one's cultivation base. This was especially true for the gap between 2 major stages. However, these 2 celestial fruits were enough for a 10-direction celestial duke to break through and become a celestial king. Although one would only be a 1 basic celestial king, it was still heaven-defying. After all, some people might be stuck at the level of a 10-direction celestial duke for the rest of their lives. However, if they consumed these 2 celestial fruits, they would be able to break through and become a 10-direction celestial duke. These 2 immortal fruits could be said to have the ability to defy the heavens and change the fate of those people. Senior. Are you really going to give these 2 celestial fruits to me? When Duan Lingtian finally regained his senses with great difficulty, he gasped and looked at the old man before him with uncertainty. Why would I take them out if I don't give them to you? The corners of the old man's mouth curled up into a rare smile. Thank you, Senior. Although Duan Lingtian knew there would be many benefits to becoming the imperial tutor of the profound nether mansion, he did not expect the old man would give him a Fire King celestial fruit and an Ice King celestial fruit as a welcome gift. Was this welcome gift not a little too extravagant? There's one more thing. In a few days, the people from the Su clan will be here. At that time, it won't be easy for me to hide you. The old man's expression turned solemn as he looked at Duan Lingtian and said, I can promise you that the benefits you'll receive in the profound nether mansion will be more than what you'll receive in the Su clan. Naturally, when the time comes, I won't let you stay in the profound nether mansion. I'll personally send you to the Su clan. With your strength at that time, you'll definitely receive the best treatment in the Su clan. Chapter 3180. Upon hearing the old man's words, Duan Lingtian narrowed his eyes. Senior, you don't want me to join the Su clan too early? It's not that I don't want you to join the Su clan, but I think it's too early for you to attract their attention. The old man shook his head and said, however, if you insist on joining the Su clan, I won't stop you. Moreover, if you want to stay, you'll have to agree to one condition. If you agree to it, you'll be better off staying in the profound nether mansion than joining the Su clan. If you don't agree to it, I suggest you join the Su clan. The old man continued to say. Condition? Duan Lingtian raised an eyebrow. What condition? It's not a condition. It's a rule in the Imperial Tutor Pavilion. Ever since the Imperial Tutor died, I've been in charge of the Imperial Tutor Pavilion. The old man said, those who become the Imperial Tutors of the Profound Nether Mansion and are willing to avenge their former Imperial Tutor will receive the best treatment in the Profound Nether Mansion. The Imperial Tutor? Duan Lingtian's eyes widened slightly. Senior, are you talking about the Imperial Tutor whose wife was defiled 30,000 years ago? As soon as Duan Lingtian finished speaking, he felt a terrifying aura sweep out from the old man in front of him. It slapped on his body and shook him to the point his vital energy and blood surged. At this moment, he could feel the old man's emotions fluctuating violently. Moreover, it was obvious the old man was furious. Why is he angry? It's only the Imperial Tutor from 30,000 years ago. Is it possible that he was the pavilion master of the Imperial Tutor Pavilion when the Imperial Tutor was still alive? Is he the one who groomed the Imperial Tutor? When Duan Lingtian thought of this, realization dawned on him. If that was the case, it was understandable that the Imperial Tutor Pavilion was enraged. Yes, it's the Imperial Tutor. The old man seemed to have noticed his loss of composure. He quickly regained his composure and looked at Duan Lingtian before he asked, are you willing to follow the rule and avenge the Imperial Tutor when you're strong enough? Before that, I have to remind you that the person who killed the Imperial Tutor is currently the Patriarch of the He clan, one of the 10 major clans. He's a celestial lord. After the old man finished speaking, he looked at Duan Lingtian, waiting for Duan Lingtian's response. I'm willing to follow that rule. Duan Lingtian said, that man is devoid of conscience. Everyone has the right to kill him. Although Duan Lingtian didn't consider himself a chivalrous hero, he still couldn't stand some people who went too far. Previously, when Sun Liangpeng, the sect leader of the Simplicity Celestial sect, had told him about the Imperial Tutor of the Profound Nether Mansion, he did not have a good impression of the clan leader of the He clan for causing the destruction of the Imperial Tutor's family. In fact, if he had the chance, he wouldn't mind killing the clan leader of the He clan to enforce justice on behalf of the heavens. It was precisely because of this that Duan Lingtian didn't reject the old man's rule and directly agreed to it. All right. The old man's eyes lit up when he heard Duan Lingtian's agreement. Then, he said solemnly, Duan Lingtian, my seniority is the highest in the Profound Nether Mansion. Even the current mansion master of the Profound Nether Mansion is my grand disciple. Today, I promise you that after you become the Imperial Tutor of the Profound Nether Mansion, you'll be treated better than the mansion master of the Profound Nether Mansion. Apart from that, you'll also be under my protection. For example, I'll personally visit the Blood Skull Gang and ask them to cancel the mission. Moreover, they won't accept any missions that target you in the future. The old man's tone was firm as though he didn't care about the Blood Skull Gang at all. Based on the old man's words, it was not difficult for Duan Lingtian to figure out that the old man's strength was probably among the top in the 10 major clans and 5 major sects. Otherwise, why would the old man be so confident? Senior, I'll accept your offer, but please don't interfere with the Blood Skull Gang's matters. Duan Lingtian said to the old man, I'll deal with the Blood Skull Gang on my own. Deal with the Blood Skull Gang on your own? The old man looked at Duan Lingtian meaningfully before he said, there are many celestial lords in the Blood Skull Gang. The leader of the Blood Skull Gang is not an ordinary celestial lord. His strength is not inferior to mine. Senior, how's the leader of the Blood Skull Gang compared to the clan leader of the He clan? Duan Lingtian asked. Naturally, the clan leader of the He clan is stronger. The old man's eyes glinted as he replied. If the clan leader of the He clan was weaker than the leader of the Blood Skull Gang, he would have killed the clan leader of the He clan a long time ago. Due to the fact that the Imperial Tutor of the Profound Nether Mansion was stronger than him, he could not kill the Imperial Tutor of the Profound Nether Mansion. That was why he had set up the Imperial Tutor Pavilion's rule against the Patriarch of the He clan. If that's the case, why do you have to remind me that the Blood Skull Gang isn't as simple as it seems? Duan Lingtian said, if I can't even deal with the Blood Skull Gang, how am I supposed to deal with the clan leader of the He clan in the future? Duan Lingtian's words left the old man speechless. Inwardly, he praised Duan Lingtian for his courage. Naturally, he did not show it on his face. I hope you'll be able to deal with the Blood Skull Gang as soon as possible. The old man looked at Duan Lingtian meaningfully. Just as the pavilion master of the Imperial Tudor Pavilion had said, a few days later, the Su clan sent a messenger to the profound Nether Mansion to bring Duan Lingtian to the Su clan. Duan Lingtian, the profound Nether Mansion's disciple, has outstanding innate talent and comprehension ability. The Su clan would like to bring him to the profound Nether Mansion. This was what the messenger from the Su clan told the mansion master of the profound Nether Mansion. The profound Nether Mansion has no objections as long as Duan Lingtian agrees. The mansion master of the profound Nether Mansion replied with a smile. Do you think he'll reject the Su clan? The Su clan's messenger asked confidently. However, when the mansion master of the profound Nether Mansion asked Duan Lingtian to reject the Su clan's messenger, the messenger was stunned. You rejected the mansion master? It's not exactly a rejection. I just feel that I'm not strong enough yet. When I'm stronger, I'll definitely join the Su clan. As for the other clans and the 5 great sects, I won't consider them at all. Duan Lingtian looked at the Su clan's emissary and said, This is also my promise to the emissary and the Su clan. Don't you want to reconsider? The Su clan's messenger frowned. He was ordered by the Grand Elder of the Su clan to bring Duan Lingtian to the Su clan. If he did not bring Duan Lingtian to the Su clan, the Grand Elder would definitely reprimand him for his incompetence. Naturally, the Grand Elder of the Su clan had also said that he could not force Duan Lingtian. For this reason, he could not use force. I've made up my mind. Duan Lingtian shook his head. Good. I hope you'll remember your promise. The Su clan's messenger looked at Duan Lingtian meaningfully before he bade farewell to the mansion master of the profound Nether Mansion and left. He did not come back empty-handed. At the very least, based on Duan Lingtian's performance, the 10 major clans and 5 great sects would only join the Su clan. Thinking about it, the Great Elder won't blame me too much when he learns that I brought his promise back. The messenger thought to himself as he made his way back. After the messenger left, Duan Lingtian looked at the mansion master of the profound Nether Mansion and asked, Mansion Master, Senior Palace Master said there's no need for me to enter the middle realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm anymore. He wants me to break through and become a celestial king. Don't you have any objections to this? In Duan Lingtian's opinion, the middle realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm was very important to a grade 6 celestial mansion. Otherwise, the grade 6 celestial mansions in the Southern Heaven territory would not have specially nurtured 10 directions celestial dukes to enter the middle realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm. I'll listen to Grandmaster. The mansion master of the profound Nether Mansion did not object to the pavilion master of the Imperial Tudor Pavilion's decision. At this moment, Duan Lingtian finally realized the pavilion master of the Imperial Tudor Pavilion's position in the profound Nether Mansion. In fact, he had already guessed the answer before he asked the question. He only asked because he wanted to confirm it further. Moreover, he was prepared to break through and become a celestial king with the help of the Ice King's celestial fruit and the Fire King's celestial fruit. In the past, he had relied on his consumable royal-grade celestial weapon to possess celestial origin energy that was comparable to a celestial king. However, that was just a short-lived power. Now, his own cultivation level had broken through to the celestial king tier, and his celestial origin power was no longer just a flash in the pan. It really belonged to him. After returning to the Imperial Tudor Pavilion, Duan Lingtian went into closed-door cultivation. He swallowed the Ice King's celestial fruit and the Fire King's celestial fruit. Their medicinal efficacies flowed through his body. At the same time, Duan Lingtian circulated his cultivation method and began to cultivate. Currently, he was still cultivating the king-grade cultivation method, the Tai Profound method, that Huan Er's great-aunt had passed to him. Duan Lingtian was so immersed in his cultivation that he lost track of time. It was only when he had broken through and become a celestial king that he finally snapped out of his reverie. At the same time, he discovered the celestial origin energy in his body had undergone tremendous changes. It had become purer, more powerful, and more powerful. Of course, the biggest change was in the small world inside his body. With the breakthrough in his cultivation, the small world not only became bigger, but it also became more like a real world. In particular, the main branch of the divine tree of life in the center of the little world had grown larger. It looked like a sapling that was brimming with vitality. Now that I've broken through and become a celestial king, it seems like I can create another little world apart from the little world in my body. With this thought in mind, Duan Lingtian opened his eyes and waved his hand in the air. In the next moment, a spatial tear appeared in the air. However, it was not a spatial tear that led to the turbulent space. It was a spatial tear that led to another little world that he had created. With a wave of his hand, he drew the heaven and earth spirit energy from his little world instead of his own celestial origin energy. Chapter 3181. For immortal kings, they could open up a minor world of their own in any location they wished. A little world could contain anything, including living beings. When Duan Lingtian had just ascended to the spirit overarching heaven, he had entered the little world created by a celestial king from the blissful sect. He had even fallen in love with Murong Bing, a disciple of the compassionate celestial traveler sect. So far, everything seems to be going well. I've become a celestial king in less than 100 years since I ascended. There are only 900 years left before the 1,000 years are up. Today, I'll set a goal to stand at the peak of the Devata realms in 500 years. This way, in the remaining 400 years, I will have the opportunity to obtain greater strength and go to the world of divine remains to rescue Ku Air and Fei Air. Duan Lingtian casually created a little world. With just a thought, the little world shattered and ceased to exist. Celestial King, Duan Lingtian opened his eyes and stood up. Although he had experienced the strength of a celestial king in the past, the strength he possessed and the strength granted by the consumable celestial weapon were two completely different concepts. Not to mention anything else, just the feeling alone was a world of difference. Senior. About half an hour later, Duan Lingtian arrived at the backyard of the Imperial Tudor Pavilion. The old man, the pavilion master of the Imperial Tudor Pavilion, was still fishing. You've made a breakthrough? The old man did not turn around, but it was clear he knew Duan Lingtian had broken through and become a celestial king. Yes. Duan Lingtian nodded. Not bad. You managed to make a breakthrough in less than a month. Although it's mostly due to the celestial fruits, if it weren't for your innate talent, it would have been difficult for you to make a breakthrough in such a short time, the old man said. Duan Lingtian nodded. You should focus on comprehending the law of space and cultivating at the same time. It's best if you don't leave the profound nether mansion before you become a 10-direction celestial king. Now, you've made quite a few enemies outside. The old man continued to say, not only the Blood Skull Gang, but even the Azure Green Mansion has sent people to spy on the profound nether mansion. 10-direction celestial king. How long will he have to stay in the profound nether mansion? Although Duan Lingtian wanted to become a 10-direction celestial king as soon as possible, he was only a 1 basic celestial king. How long would it take for him to become a 10-direction celestial king? With your talent, 300 years shouldn't be a problem. The old man said. 300 years? The corners of Duan Lingtian's mouth twitched violently. He was only close to 100 years old. If he really needed 300 years to break through to become a 10-direction celestial king, wouldn't that be too long? Of course, he was also clear that celestials in the Devata realms would need more time to cultivate as they progressed. For many people, the time it took for them to break through to the 10-direction celestial king realm from the 1 basic celestial king realm was more than 10 times the total time it took for them to become a 1 basic celestial king. The profound nether mansion will provide you with the easiest way to break through from a 1 basic celestial king to a 10-direction celestial king. We'll provide you with celestial fruits and celestial pills as long as you can find them. 300 years is a conservative estimate. If you're lucky, you might be able to break through even faster. The old man said, currently, the profound nether mansion has some resources that can help you break through quickly. However, the resources aren't limitless. I've already asked my grand disciple to look for celestial fruits and celestial pills that can help you break through to the 10-direction celestial king realm in the profound nether mansion compared to the Su clan. There's a process to becoming a celestial king. It's impossible to break through in one go. The effects of a god-grade celestial fruit like the heaven sacrificial divine fruit won't appear in the celestial king realm. Duan Lingtian fell silent for a long time after listening to the old man's words. Moreover, didn't you say you'll deal with the Blood Skull Gang on your own? With your current strength, you'll only be killed if you don't cultivate diligently. Based on what I know, the Blood Skull Gang sent a 10-direction celestial king and 2 9 palaces celestial kings to kill you. Duan Lingtian nodded. A 10-direction celestial king and 2 9 palaces celestial kings? Duan Lingtian raised an eyebrow. He was not worried at all. At most, he would use his consumable royal-grade celestial weapon to temporarily boost his celestial origin energy and soul energy to the level of a 1 basic celestial lord. Then, he would be able to kill all of them using the law of space. After all, even a 10-direction celestial king from the Blood Skull Gang would not be able to comprehend the profundity of the law to the initial stage. With his attainments in the law of space, even if his strength as a 1 basic celestial lord was just a flash in the pan, he would still be able to kill all 3 of the Blood Skull Gang's assassins. However, at this moment, he was more concerned about another matter. Should he stay in the profound nether mansion and cultivate until he became a 10-direction celestial king? Senior. After taking a deep breath, Duan Lingtian decided to tell the old man his thoughts. If I leave the profound nether mansion and stay in the southern heaven territory, is it possible that I'll have a fortuitous encounter that will allow me to become a 10-direction celestial king faster? How naive. Upon hearing Duan Lingtian's words, the old man put down his fishing rod and rose to his feet. Then, he looked at Duan Lingtian and said, the cultivation resources provided by the profound nether mansion are equivalent to fortuitous encounters for you. Even if you leave the profound nether mansion, you won't be able to obtain more cultivation resources than the profound nether mansion. If you're looking for someone to spar with, I can suppress my cultivation base and spar with you at any time. It doesn't matter if you're slightly injured, severely injured, or half crippled, I'll be able to help you. When the old man reached the end of his sentence, he smiled so widely that it sent chills down Duan Lingtian's spine. This is the Southern Heaven territory, not the Upper 7 regions. If we were in the Upper 7 regions, I wouldn't dare to say such words. However, in the Southern Heaven territory, if you want to break through as quickly as possible, staying in the profound nether mansion is the best choice for you. Upon hearing the old man's words, Duan Lingtian was rendered speechless. Nevertheless, he knew the old man's understanding of the Southern Heaven territory was far superior to his. Senior, what will happen when I become a 10-direction celestial king? Are you going to let me go to the Su family? Duan Lingtian asked. Yes. Duan Lingtian asked casually. To his surprise, the old man nodded solemnly. Once you become a 10-direction celestial king, you can head to the Su clan and seek fortuitous encounters in the upper realm of the Southern Heaven ancient realm. In the Southern Heaven territory, it's extremely difficult for a 10-direction celestial king to break through and become a celestial lord on their own. However, if one manages to find a fortuitous encounter in the upper realm of the Southern Heaven ancient realm, one might be able to break through and become a celestial lord. The middle realm of the Southern Heaven ancient realm is only a stage for the disciples of grade 6 celestial mansions in the Southern Heaven territory. If that's the case, the upper realm will be the stage for celestial kings in the Southern Heaven territory. The 10 major clans, 5 great sects, other forces, and sectless cultivators are all allowed to enter the upper realm of the Southern Heaven ancient realm in search of fortuitous encounters. After listening to the old man's explanation, Duan Lingtian learned that the upper realm of the Southern Heaven ancient realm was a stage for celestial kings in the Southern Heaven territory. Apart from the profound nether mansion, where else in the Southern Heaven territory can help you become a 10-direction celestial king faster, I'm afraid it's the upper realm of the Southern Heaven ancient realm. However, the upper realm of the Southern Heaven ancient realm is filled with danger. It's not as safe as staying in the profound nether mansion. For this reason, I won't allow you to enter the upper realm until you're strong enough. However, if you can improve your comprehension of the law of space and comprehend another profundity to the initial stage, I'll allow you to enter the upper realm even if you're only a 7-star celestial king or an 8-trigram celestial king. After the old man finished speaking, he looked at Duan Lingtian meaningfully before he continued to say, "For now, it's best for you to stay in the middle realm of the southern heaven ancient realm. Senior, based on your words, there should be many celestial kings who have comprehended profundities to the initial stage in the upper realm of the southern heaven ancient realm, right?" Duan Lingtian asked with narrowed eyes. The old man was aware that he had comprehended the law of space's cross-dimensional / profundity to the initial stage. Although Duan Lingtian was only a one basic celestial king, with his comprehension of the law of space, he was not afraid of ordinary 3-talent celestial kings or 4-phenomenon celestial kings. However, if his opponent had comprehended a profundity to the initial stage as well, he would not be a match for him. A lot of things were relative. If one had something that others did not, one would naturally have an advantage. However, if one had something that others had, one would lose one's advantage. That's only natural. Even in the 10 great families and 5 great sects, there are many disciples of those clans and sects who have comprehended some of the profundities to the initial stage, and they are the overlords of those clans. Based on your current comprehension of the law of space, even if you're a 10-direction celestial king, you'll only be able to enter the second tier in the upper realm. It had to be said that the old man's words had dealt a blow to Duan Lingtian. One had to know that he was still very confident in his current strength. If he was given the strength of a 10-direction celestial king, he felt that there would be very few people below the celestial lord realm who could be a match for him. But now, he heard the old man say, even if he was a 10-direction celestial king now, with the profundities from the law of space that he had comprehended, he would only be able to enter the second echelon in the upper realm. Perhaps, in this senior's opinion, I'll be lucky if I can comprehend one profundity from the law of space to the initial stage after I become a 7-star celestial king or an 8-trigram celestial king in the profound nether mansion. Duan Lingtian thought to himself. It's just that he doesn't know that I have the omnipotent divine spark left behind by an existence who became an omnipotent through the laws of space. The speed at which I comprehend the laws of space is beyond his imagination. Alright, I'll stay in the profound nether mansion for now. Once I've comprehended 2 profundities from the law of space to the initial stage, I'll be able to enter the upper realm even if I'm not a 7-star celestial king or an 8-trigram celestial king. Chapter 3182. Most of the people in the profound nether mansion, including Qi Tianming, were unaware that Duan Lingtian had become a celestial king. They were still waiting for Duan Lingtian to enter the middle realm of the southern heaven ancient realm and continue to create a legend. They were confident that with Duan Lingtian's strength and luck, he would definitely rank first. However, after waiting for half a month, Duan Lingtian had yet to enter the middle realm of the southern heaven ancient realm. Duan Lingtian seemed to have vanished without a trace. What's going on? Where's senior brother Duan Lingtian? Don't tell me senior brother Duan Lingtian has left the profound nether mansion? That's possible. Otherwise, why hasn't he entered the middle realm of the southern heaven ancient realm since it's been half a month? Isn't it said that senior brother Duan Lingtian is the reinforcements the profound nether mansion has hired? It's normal for him to leave, right? Based on the news, senior brother Duan Lingtian isn't the reinforcements the profound nether mansion has hired. He's from the Simplicity Celestial Sect. The Simplicity Celestial Sect? One of the 3 sects and 2 clans? Heavens! I didn't expect senior brother Duan Lingtian to be from the Simplicity Celestial Sect. I think senior brother Duan Lingtian must have been taken away by the Su clan. Otherwise, he would have entered the middle realm of the southern heaven ancient realm. Everyone in the profound nether mansion was talking about Duan Lingtian who had yet to enter the middle realm of the southern heaven ancient realm. You're not going to enter the middle realm this month? Qi Tianming asked Duan Lingtian through voice transmission. Enter what? Duan Lingtian was conversing with the pavilion master of the Imperial Tutor Pavilion when he received Qi Tianming's message. For a moment, he did not understand what Qi Tianming meant. The middle realm of the southern heaven ancient realm. Qi Tianming replied. Now that I've become a celestial king, do you think I'll still be able to enter the middle realm? Duan Lingtian replied. Qi Tianming was stunned when he received Duan Lingtian's reply. He did not expect Duan Lingtian would reply like this. He's He has become a celestial king? Qi Tianming was truly shocked. Based on his knowledge, Duanling Tian had become a 10-direction celestial duke from a peak overarching heavenly supreme celestial after consuming the heaven sacrificial divine fruit. However, he had just become a 10-direction celestial duke, and yet, he had already broken through to the celestial king realm. He remembered that after consuming the heaven sacrificial divine fruit, he would be able to make a breakthrough from a peak overarching heavenly supreme celestial to a 10-direction celestial duke. Under such circumstances, Duanling Tian's Duan, a heaven, the Imperial Pavilion, Senior, since you've said so, I'll stay in the profound nether mansion. I'll leave when I'm strong enough to enter the middle realm of the southern heaven ancient realm. Duanling Tian told the old man. Tian, the old man nodded in satisfaction when he heard Duanling Tian's reply. Then, as though he was reminded of something, he looked at Duanling Tian and said, speaking of which, there's a new woman keeping an eye on the profound nether mansion. Strangely enough, there are 2 people tailing her. That woman came to the profound nether mansion after the 3 assassins from the Blood Skull Gang and the people from the Azure Green Mansion. Do you know her? The old man asked. A woman? Duanling Tian frowned slightly. What does she look like? I can't see her face. Not only is she wearing a veil, but she's also wearing a bamboo hat as well. The old man replied. Upon hearing the old man's words, Duanling Tian's expression changed drastically. He was reminded of someone when he heard the old man's words. Huan Er. Duanling Tian narrowed his eyes. He looked at the old man and asked anxiously, Senior, where is she now? She might be a friend that I've been looking for a long time. Perhaps, she heard that I'm in the profound nether mansion, and that's why she's here. The more Duanling Tian thought about it, the more he felt it was likely that the woman was Huan Er. A friend of yours? The old man raised an eyebrow. With a wave of his hand, an invisible energy surged out of his hand and shrouded Duanling Tian. In just a blink of an eye, Duanling Tian discovered the old man had brought him out of the Imperial Tudor Pavilion. Due to the speed of the old man's movement, he could not see his surroundings at all. She's over there. When Duanling Tian saw the old man had slowed down, the old man's voice rang in his ears again. Upon hearing the old man's words, Duanling Tian turned to look. With just a glance, he saw a beautiful figure standing in the distance. It was a woman with a bamboo hat on her head and a veil on her face. She wore a white robe and had a graceful figure and an extraordinary temperament. No matter if it was the veil on the woman's face or the bamboo hat on her head, Duanling Tian was no stranger to them. After all, he was the one who had brought her to buy them. Huan Er. Duanling Tian was overjoyed. He did not expect to see Huan Er in the profound nether mansion. He was relieved to see that Huan was fine. Don't be in such a hurry to show yourself. Just as Duanling Tian was about to step forward, the old man's voice rang in the air. There are 2 people following her. They're not humans but celestial beasts. I've used my divine consciousness to probe them. If I'm not mistaken, they're from the Phantom Fox clan. Duanling Tian's expression changed drastically when he heard the old man's words. The Phantom Fox clan? Duanling Tian could still remember what Huan Er's great-aunt had told him. Huan Er's great-aunt had told him that before she became a celestial emperor, she was not to interact with anyone from the Phantom Fox clan other than her mother. However, if anyone from the Phantom Fox clan set their eyes on her, she would kill them unless their surname was due otherwise. Huan Er's life would be in danger. It seemed like it was related to the internal strife of the Phantom Fox clan. Senior. Duanling Tian took a deep breath before he looked at the old man and asked, Are you sure they're from the Phantom Fox clan? I'm sure they are. The old man replied. Senior, please take me to them. I'll ask for their names. If they don't tell me their surname is due, I'll need your help to kill them. Try not to let them use communication celestial talismans before they die. Duanling Tian said solemnly as he looked at the old man. All right. The old man nodded and did not ask any further questions. It was as though he was willing to help Duanling Tian for no reason. In fact, He'd already taken Duan Ling Tian to be his last life-saving straw. If Duan Ling Tian wasn't here, his chances of taking revenge for his father would be even slimmer. There was one thing that Duan Ling Tian was unaware of. In fact, the pavilion master of the Imperial Tutor Pavilion was not only related to the Imperial Tutor of the Profound Nether Mansion from 30,000 years ago, but he was also the biological son of the Imperial Tutor of the Profound Nether Mansion. At that time, the pavilion master of the Imperial Tutor Pavilion and his mother were being hunted down. His mother had given birth to him before she died. He had only learned about his birth through the memory celestial talisman that his mother had left for him. Although he had joined the Profound Nether Mansion and rose to the top due to his hatred, he was still unable to kill the patriarch of the He clan to avenge his parents. For this reason, he could only place his hopes on someone else. However, Duan Lingtian's appearance had given him hope. From the moment Duan Lingtian promised to avenge his father, Duan Lingtian's life was more important than his own. Let alone Duan Lingtian, even if Duan Lingtian wanted him dead, he would not hesitate to kill himself as long as Duan Lingtian wanted him to avenge his father. Swoosh! Swoosh! The old man brought Duan Lingtian with him and appeared in front of the two men who were tailing Huan. At this moment, Duan Lingtian finally saw the two men. They were a young man and a middle-aged man. They were stunned when they saw Duan Lingtian and Huan. Why are the two of you sneaking around the Profound Nether Mansion? Duan Lingtian glared at the two men and said in a deep voice, "You'd better tell me where you're from. Otherwise, don't even think about leaving this place alive." Upon hearing Duan Lingtian's words, the two men's expressions changed drastically. They did not see clearly how Duan Lingtian and the pavilion master of the Imperial Tutor Pavilion had arrived. They did not even have time to react. This was enough to show that at least one of the two was far stronger than them. "Sir, we're from the Phantom Fox clan. My name is Zhang Qiyu, and his name is Zhang Lizhong. We bear no ill will toward the Profound Nether Mansion." The moment Duan Lingtian's words left his mouth, the young man took the initiative to speak. "His surname is not Du." Duan Lingtian's eyes widened in shock. When Duan Lingtian narrowed his eyes, the pavilion master of the Imperial Tutor Pavilion who was standing next to him raised his hand casually. Swoosh! 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 Before Duan Lingtian could react, the two men from the Phantom Fox clan who were tailing Huan were pierced by vines. In just a blink of an eye, they were dead. In such a short time, they didn't even have time to react, let alone send a message. The smiles on their faces were still plastered on their faces. How powerful! At this moment, Duan Lingtian could sense how terrifying the pavilion master of the Imperial Tutor Pavilion was. "Thank you, senior." Duan Lingtian sucked in a breath of cold air. When he regained his senses, he thanked the old man repeatedly. After thanking the old man, Duan Lingtian asked, "Senior, even if the other members of the Phantom Fox clan don't know who killed them, I'm sure they know they died outside the Profound Nether Mansion. They won't bring trouble to the Profound Nether Mansion, right?" In terms of strength, the Phantom Fox clan in the Southern Heaven Territory is no match for the Profound Nether Mansion. Even if they come looking for trouble, the Profound Nether Mansion isn't afraid. The old man replied nonchalantly. Upon hearing this, Duan Lingtian heaved a sigh of relief. Huan. With the old man leading the way, Duan Lingtian appeared near Huan. Huan was still looking at the Profound Nether Mansion's estate from afar. Huan. Duan Lingtian looked at Huan from afar. His eyes were brimming with excitement when he called out her name. Chapter 3183. Huan. Huan, whose back was facing Duan Lingtian, trembled violently when she heard Duan Lingtian's voice. Then, she slowly turned around. With just a glance, she saw the purple-clad young man standing nearby. Although she had not seen him for a few years, he did not seem to have changed at all. "Big brother Lingtian? I'm not dreaming, am I?" Huan removed the bamboo hat and veil from her head, revealing her flawless face. Everything around her seemed to pale in comparison. Even the pavilion master of the Imperial Tutor Pavilion was shocked by Huan Er's appearance. He had lived for more than 30,000 years, but this was the first time he had seen such a beautiful woman. How can there be such a perfect woman in this world? Huan Er. Upon seeing Huan Er's face, Duan Lingtian could no longer hold himself back. He stepped into the air and hurried toward her. Huan Er seemed to have turned into a gust of wind as she flew into Duan Lingtian's arms and hugged him tightly. Big brother Lingtian, I missed you so much. I missed you so much, she could not stop muttering to herself as she lay in Duan Lingtian's arms. Two streams of tears could be seen rolling down her beautiful eyes. I missed you too. Duan Lingtian hugged Huan Er tightly in his arms. The longing that had been buried deep in his heart erupted in an instant. When Huan had left without saying goodbye, he had nearly gone mad with worry. Now that he saw Huan Er standing in front of him safe and sound, he sighed in relief. Huan Er, promise Big Brother Lingtian that you won't leave without saying goodbye in the future, okay? Duan Lingtian said after about 15 minutes had passed. He slowly pushed Huan away and looked into her eyes. Big brother Lingtian, I've been away for a few years. Have you missed me? At this moment, Duan Lingtian could not help but feel a pang of heartache when he saw the tears that streaked down her cheeks. Of course. Big brother Lingtian is worried about you. He's worried that something might happen to you while you're out there alone. When you left without saying goodbye, Big brother Lingtian searched for you for a long time, but he couldn't find you. Where did you go? Duan Lingtian said seriously. In that case, Huan Er's departure was not completely meaningless. Huan said. You little girl, how can you think like that? Duan Lingtian was rendered speechless by Huan Er's words. He could not help but recall the words recorded in the celestial talisman that Huan had left behind when she left without saying goodbye. Big brother Lingtian, I'm leaving. I didn't want to leave, but I've decided to leave. Perhaps you'll miss me more when I'm gone, just like how you miss Sister Murongbing, Sister Ke, Sister Li Fei, and Sister Feng Tianwu. This was the reason why Huan had left without saying goodbye. Even now, Duan Lingtian still felt that Huan was too willful and childish. However, he knew that Huan was still a child. After all, she had only begun to see the world after meeting him. It was understandable for her to do something like that. If he had to blame someone, he could only blame himself for not coaxing Huan Er. Huan Er, promise Big Brother Lingtian that you won't leave again. During your absence, Big Brother Lingtian realized how important you are to Big Brother Lingtian. Duan Lingtian said. Although Duan Lingtian was coaxing Huan Er, the truth was, after Huan Er left, he realized she was more important to him than he had imagined. Is that true? Huan Er's emotions stirred when she heard Duan Lingtian's words. She looked at Duan Lingtian solemnly as though she wanted confirmation from Duan Lingtian. It's true. Duan Lingtian nodded. Big brother Lingtian, I don't want to leave you again. Huan threw herself into Duan Lingtian's arms again. She did not let go for a long time until Duan Lingtian told her that there was someone else present. Then, she shyly pulled away from Duan Lingtian's embrace. Senior, this is Huan Er. She's my younger sister. Duan Lingtian held Huan Er's hand and introduced her to the pavilion master of the Imperial Tutor Pavilion. Younger sister? The old man smiled. You're my lover, right? Duan Lingtian felt slightly awkward when he heard the old man's words. Huan Er, on the other hand, smiled when she heard the old man's words. Old man, you really know how to talk. Are you from the profound nether mansion as well? Huan Er, don't be rude. Duan Lingtian hastily stopped Huan Er. It's all right. The old man waved his hand dismissively and said, I think this girl is inexperienced. It's only natural that she doesn't know the ways of the world. However, why would the Phantom Fox clan target her? The old man studied Huan intently for a moment, but he did not notice anything amiss. He did not even notice that Huan was not human. Huan was a rare Thousand Phantoms ice fox in the Phantom Fox clan. Her aura had always been well hidden. Now that her cultivation base had improved, only celestial emperors and above would be able to tell that she was not human. Naturally, those from the Phantom Fox clan would be able to sense her aura. Those who were more knowledgeable would be able to tell that she was a Thousand Phantoms ice fox. It's a long story. I'll explain it to you when we have the time, senior. Duan Lingtian did not intend to lie to the old man, so he changed the topic and asked, Senior, it shouldn't be a problem for Huan to join the profound nether mansion, right? Of course. A 10-direction celestial duke who's not even 100 years old. She's as monstrous as you. You're really trying to squeeze me dry. The old man said with a sigh. At this moment, Duan Lingtian discovered that Huan had become a 10-direction celestial duke. Just like a month ago, he had become a 10-direction celestial duke. After all, he had only become a 10-direction celestial duke in such a short time because he had obtained the heaven sacrificial divine fruit. However, Huan did not consume the heaven sacrificial divine fruit. If Huan didn't encounter any fortuitous encounter after we parted ways, it's true that she's a Thousand Phantoms ice fox. In the end, Duan Lingtian could only attribute Huan's cultivation base to her true form, the Thousand Phantoms ice fox. As soon as the old man finished speaking, he brought out an exquisite box. When Duan Lingtian opened the box, he was shocked. There were 2 celestial fruits in the box. They were none other than the Ice King celestial fruit and the Fire King celestial fruit. These 2 celestial fruits could help a 10-direction celestial duke become a 1 basic celestial king in a short time. Duan Lingtian knew the effects of these 2 celestial fruits since he had consumed them before. However, he did not expect this. After the pavilion master of the Imperial Tutor Pavilion had given him 2 celestial fruits, he did not expect the old man to give him 2 more celestial fruits. When did the Ice King celestial fruit and the Fire King celestial fruit become so worthless? Little girl, this is the first time we've met. Here's a gift for you. The old man closed the box and passed it to Huan. However, Huan did not accept the gift. Instead, she looked at Duan Lingtian. Senior, isn't this a little too valuable? Duan Lingtian asked with a solemn expression on his face. He wanted Huan to consume the celestial fruits since she was a 10-direction celestial duke. After all, she would be able to become a celestial king in a short time if she consumed the fruits. However, the celestial fruits were indeed very valuable. Before the old man could reply, Duan Lingtian said, Why don't we accept the celestial fruits and take it as I owe you a favor? Brat, you clearly want the fruits, but why are you being so courteous? They're not for you, so stop trying to put on an act. The old man said snappily, This is my gift to the little girl. She's called Huan, right? Based on what he had seen earlier, the old man could see Huan's feelings for Duan Lingtian. He could also see how important she was to Duan Lingtian. With these 2 celestial fruits, there was no doubt that he would be able to tie Duan Lingtian to him even more firmly. Moreover, he found Huan pleasing to the eye. Huan, since Senior insists on giving it to you, just accept it. Duan Lingtian said to Huan. At the same time, he made up his mind to return the favor if he had the chance in the future. Thank you. Huan thanked the old man before she took the box and passed it to Duan Lingtian. Clearly, she had no intention of keeping it for herself. Huan, keep it for yourself. Don't underestimate these 2 fruits. After you consume them, you'll be able to break through and become a celestial king in a short time. Duan Lingtian hastily said when he saw Huan passing the box to him. As soon as Duan Lingtian finished speaking, he added, I consumed these 2 celestial fruits a month ago, and I'm now a 1 basic celestial king. At the same time, Duan Lingtian could not help but look at the old man. He wondered how many Ice King celestial fruits and Fire King celestial fruits the pavilion master of the Imperial Tutor Pavilion had. Little guy, don't even think about taking advantage of me. I only have 2 Ice King celestial fruits and 2 Fire King celestial fruits, and I'll give them to you now. The old man seemed to have seen through Duan Lingtian's thoughts when he saw through Duan Lingtian's thoughts. Huan Er's eyes lit up when she heard Duan Lingtian's words. She did not expect the two fruits to be so powerful. After a short while, Duan Lingtian and Huan were led back to the Imperial Tutor Pavilion by the Pavilion Master of the Imperial Tutor Pavilion. The Pavilion Master of the Imperial Tutor Pavilion returned to the backyard and did not disturb Duan Lingtian and Huan Er's reunion. Huan how have you been these past few years? Duan Lingtian asked Huan in the room. He wanted to know what she had gone through in the past few years for her to become a 10-direction celestial duke so quickly. After listening to Huan Er's explanation, Duan Lingtian learned that she had spent most of her time cultivating in seclusion. As for her breakthrough in cultivation, it was natural. Duan Lingtian was greatly affected by Huan Er's words. 1,000 Phantoms Ice Fox is a rare existence in the Phantom Fox clan that only appears once in a million years. In Duan Lingtian's opinion, even without consuming the heaven sacrificial divine fruit, she was still able to become a 10-direction celestial duke in such a short time. In terms of cultivation speed, few people in the spirit overarching heaven could compare to her. By the way, have you comprehended any profundities? Suddenly, Duan Lingtian remembered this important matter. Yes. Huan nodded. What law did you comprehend? Chapter 3184. The Law of Space. Huan replied to Duan Lingtian's question. The Law of Space? Upon hearing this, Duan Lingtian widened his eyes in shock. He did not expect Huan to comprehend the law of space as well. However, after thinking about it for a moment, he felt relieved. The Phantom Fox clan specialized in the Tao of illusions. As a rare 1,000 Phantoms Ice Fox in the Phantom Fox clan, it was only natural for her to comprehend one of the 4 supreme laws, the law of space. How many profundities have you comprehended? Duan Lingtian asked again. I think 5, Huan replied. Duan Lingtian nodded. 5? Upon hearing this, Duan Lingtian was not as shocked as before. After all, he had comprehended 7 profundities from the law of space. Moreover, he had even comprehended one of the profundities to the initial stage. Which 5? Duan Lingtian asked again. Teleportation, distortion, confinement, magnetic storm, and creation. These 5, Huan replied. Duan Lingtian nodded. Magnetic storm? Creation? Duan Lingtian's eyes widened slightly when he heard these 2 profundities from the law of space. There were a total of 9 profundities from the law of space. Apart from the space elemental profundity, there were also 8 profundities: teleportation, distortion, confinement, territory, dimensional slash, magnetic storm, and creation. Huan you've comprehended 6 profundities. You still have the space elemental profundity. Duan Lingtian smiled bitterly. He did not expect Huan to have comprehended 6 profundities from the law of space, only 1 less than him. Huan you haven't comprehended any profundities to the initial stage, right? Duan Lingtian asked again. Yes. Huan nodded. Duan Lingtian was stunned. Which profundities have you comprehended to the initial stage? Creation, Huan replied. Duan Lingtian nodded. The creation profundity was one of the profundities from the law of space. It was a supportive profundity. Once it was cast, it could create countless spaces to confuse the opponent. The effect of the creation Upanishad was similar to an illusion formation. As a 1,000 Phantoms Ice Fox who has comprehended the creation profundity, she should have an advantage. However, I didn't expect her strength to improve so much in just a few years. Duan Lingtian was a little shocked. Fortunately, the 2 Phantom Fox clan members did not do anything to Huan They only followed her. Otherwise, they wouldn't have been able to track Huan 1,000 Phantoms Ice Fox for so long. Duan Lingtian thought to himself. On the way back to the Imperial Tutor Pavilion, Duan Lingtian had already asked the Imperial Tutor Pavilion Master about the cultivation of those 2 people. One was a 7 stars immortal king while the other was an 8 trigrams immortal king. If they made a move, Huan wouldn't be a match for them. Even if they can't confirm that she's the Thousand Phantoms Ice Fox, they're still suspicious of her. I wonder if they have told the other members of the Phantom Fox clan about this matter. If he tells others, I'm afraid things will get a little troublesome. With this thought in mind, Duan Lingtian frowned slightly. He could not help but feel worried. As it turned out, Duan Lingtian's guess was right. After the two Phantom Foxes were killed by the Imperial Tutor Pavilion Master, the Phantom Fox clan in the Southern Heaven Territory learned about this. After all, the two Celestial Kings had left their soul orbs in the Phantom Fox clan. Naturally, the Phantom Fox clan was alerted when their soul orbs shattered. Zhang Qiyu and Zhang Lizhong are dead. Before they died, they sent a message saying that they had encountered a woman suspected to be a Thousand Phantoms Ice Fox. A Thousand Phantoms Ice Fox? Isn't she the Thousand Phantoms Ice Fox that the main clan in the 7 Upper Province ordered us to keep an eye on? Are you sure? No, it's just a suspicion. However, with Zhang Qiyu and Zhang Lizhong's deaths, it seems like things aren't as simple as they seem. Didn't Zhang Qiyu and Zhang Lizhong say that the woman is only a 10-direction celestial duke? Moreover, she's not even 100 years old. A 10-direction celestial duke who's not even 100 years old? With her innate talent, it's highly likely that she's a Thousand Phantoms Ice Fox. What's so rare about a 10-direction celestial duke who's not even 100 years old? Haven't you heard that the profound Nether Mansion has a 10-direction celestial duke who's not even 100 years old? Not only that, but she has also comprehended 9 profundities from the law of space and has even comprehended the law of space's cross-dimensional profundity to the initial stage. No matter what, we have to investigate that woman. Did Zhang Qiyu and Zhang Lizhong say where they are in their last message? They did say that they're in the profound Nether Mansion. The profound Nether Mansion? The profound Nether Mansion where Duan Lingtian, who swept through the central province of the Southern Heaven Territory, is from? At this moment, 3 figures flew out from the Phantom Fox clan. They were led by a white-clad, white-haired, and white-browed young man. The white-haired, white-browed young man looked to be in his early 20s at most. However, it was such a young man that the 2 old men behind him were extremely respectful towards him. The white-clad young man was none other than the clan leader of the Phantom Fox clan in the Southern Heaven Territory. He was a celestial lord. Since he had received news about the Thousand Phantoms Ice Fox and the profound Nether Mansion, he had no choice but to personally investigate the matter. The main Phantom Fox clan was located in the 7 Upper Province of the Spirit Overarching Heaven. The Phantom Fox clan in the Southern Heaven Territory was only a branch clan. However, 10 years ago, the branch clans in the Southern Heaven Territory, including the Phantom Fox clan, had received an order from the main Phantom Fox clan. They were looking for the Thousand Phantoms Ice Fox in the Phantom Fox clan. Clan leader, why do you think the main Phantom Fox clan is so desperate to find the Thousand Phantoms Ice Fox? Based on what I know, the Thousand Phantoms Ice Foxes that appeared in the Phantom Fox clan in the past were kept in the wild until they became celestial emperors. One of the old men could not help but ask the clan leader of the Phantom Fox clan. Upon hearing the old man's question, the other old man looked at the clan leader of the Phantom Fox clan curiously. Based on what I know, the Thousand Phantoms Ice Fox that appeared in the Phantom Fox clan is from the Du clan. Do you understand what I'm saying? The clan leader of the Phantom Fox clan said indifferently. The Phantom Fox clan was divided into 3 main surnames, one of which was the Phantom Fox clan. First, the Phantom Fox clan was a branch clan with the surname Zhang. Second, the Du clan. Third, the Yuan clan. The Zhang clan has always been neutral. However, the Yuan clan and the Du clan have been fighting each other for years. Do you think the higher-ups intend to help the Du clan or the Yuan clan? The old man who had remained silent earlier asked. That's not something we can speculate on. All we can do is investigate if the Thousand Phantoms Ice Fox that Zhang Lizhong and Zhang Qiyu are after is really the Thousand Phantoms Ice Fox. If it's true, we'll report it to the main Phantom Fox clan and be rewarded handsomely. The eyes of the clan leader of the Phantom Fox clan in the Southern Heaven Territory shone brightly when he thought about the rewards promised by the main Phantom Fox clan. The eyes of the two old men behind him lit up when they heard the clan leader's words. Duan Lingtian was, naturally, unaware that the people from the Phantom Fox clan had made their way to the profound nether mansion. Moreover, the person leading the group was the clan leader of the Phantom Fox clan, a celestial lord. Since Huan has also comprehended the law of space, she should be able to use the supreme powerhouse divinity as well. Duan Lingtian decided to share the supreme powerhouse divinity with Huan, after learning that she had also comprehended the law of space. As long as one carried the supreme powerhouse divinity with them, they would be able to see the law of space in their dreams. Huan, Before sharing the supreme powerhouse divinity with Huan, Duan Lingtian decided to let Huan, try it first to see if she could see the law of space in her dreams. After all, Huan was not human. After Huan, woke up, Duan Lingtian knew the supreme powerhouse divinity would be beneficial to her. Huan, since the supreme powerhouse divinity is beneficial to you, you can sleep while I cultivate. You can cultivate while I sleep. Duan Lingtian said to Huan, I'll listen to you, brother Lingtian. Huan nodded obediently. Huan has always been 1,000 phantoms ice fox, and her innate talent and comprehension are frightening. With the Imperial Tutor Pavilion's cultivation resources and the supreme divinity, her cultivation speed and comprehension speed are definitely above mine. Duan Lingtian knew this very well. However, he did not feel disappointed or jealous. Instead, he felt happy for Huan, No matter how strong Huan, was, she was still his woman. She would only help him deal with others, not others. It was no different from him becoming stronger on his own. While Duan Lingtian and Huan were cultivating and sleeping, the mansion master of the profound nether mansion received a message from the patriarch of the Phantom Fox clan. Grand Master. Since the pavilion master of the Imperial Tutor Pavilion had informed the mansion master of the profound nether mansion after killing the two members of the Phantom Fox clan, the mansion master of the profound nether mansion immediately contacted the pavilion master of the Imperial Tutor Pavilion. The leader of the Phantom Fox clan is here? The old man was slightly surprised when he heard the message from the mansion master of the profound nether mansion. His eyes glinted as he said, It seems like that girl isn't as simple as she seems. Meet him. If possible, try to sound him out and see why he's here. The old man replied to the mansion master of the profound nether mansion. All right. Upon receiving the message, the mansion master of the profound nether mansion went to meet the patriarch of the Phantom Fox clan. Clan leader Zhang, may I know why you've come to the profound nether mansion? Based on what I know, this is your first time visiting the profound nether mansion. The mansion master of the profound nether mansion asked with a smile. Mansion master Zhong, one wouldn't visit a temple without a reason. I'm here because 2 members of the Phantom Fox clan are suspected to have died outside the profound nether mansion. Do you have any leads? The mansion master of the Phantom Fox clan asked without beating around the bush. Is that so? The mansion master of the profound nether mansion was shocked. However, why are the members of the Phantom Fox clan here? Don't tell me they're working for the Blood Skull Gang? The mansion master of the profound nether mansion asked curiously. The Blood Skull Gang? The patriarch of the Phantom Fox clan frowned. There are 3 other assassins from the Blood Skull Gang outside the profound nether mansion. Is it possible that your clansmen had a conflict with them? Chapter 3185. Assassins from the Blood Skull Gang? Moreover, there are 3 of them. The patriarch of the Phantom Fox clan frowned when he heard the mansion master's words. Mansion master Zhong, why did you allow the assassins from the Blood Skull Gang to ambush the profound nether mansion? They didn't do anything, so it's not appropriate for us to act recklessly. After all, the Blood Skull Gang is one of the top assassin organizations in the Southern Heaven Territory. The patriarch of the profound nether mansion said. They're here for Duan Lingtian? The patriarch of the Phantom Fox clan asked. Although I rarely leave the Phantom Fox clan, I've heard of Duan Lingtian's name. Rumor has it that he has become a 10-direction celestial duke before the age of 100. Moreover, he has comprehended all the profundities from the law of space and has even comprehended the law of space's cross-dimensional / profundity to the initial stage. Patriarch Zhang, it seems like you know a lot about Duan Lingtian. However, it seems like you're behind the times. He's no longer a 10 directions celestial duke, he has become a celestial king. The mansion master of the profound nether mansion said with a smile. A breakthrough? The patriarch of the Phantom Fox clan was shocked. Then, realization dawned on him. No wonder I haven't heard about him entering the middle realm of the southern heaven ancient realm. Initially, I thought he couldn't find a match in the middle realm, so he didn't bother to enter. Mansion Master Zhong, may I have the honor of meeting him? The patriarch of the Phantom Fox clan asked with a glint in his eyes. Although the two men from the Phantom Fox clan had died outside the profound Nether Mansion's estate, they had said they were following a woman who seemed to be 1,000 Phantoms Ice Fox. Moreover, the woman was not even 100 years old, but she was already a 10 directions celestial duke. However, when the patriarch of the Phantom Fox clan thought about Duan Lingtian in the profound Nether Mansion, he could not help but wonder if the woman was 1,000 Phantoms Ice Fox as well. After all, the 1,000 Phantoms Ice Fox that had appeared in the Phantom Fox clan 1,000,000 years ago was a man. The patriarch of the Phantom Fox clan was unaware that Duan Lingtian had consumed the heaven sacrificial divine fruit. He's currently cultivating in the Imperial Tutor Pavilion. I'll have to ask the pavilion master of the Imperial Tutor Pavilion if he's free. The mansion master of the profound Nether Mansion said. Imperial Tutor Palace? The leader of the Phantom Fox clan was shocked. Duan Lingtian is already the Imperial Tutor of the profound Nether Mansion? However, with his innate talent and comprehension ability, he's indeed qualified to be the Imperial Tutor of the profound Nether Mansion. He had heard about the significance of being the Imperial Tutor of the profound Nether Mansion. Yes, he's currently the Imperial Tutor of the profound Nether Mansion. The mansion master of the profound Nether Mansion nodded. At the same time, he sent a message to the pavilion master of the Imperial Tutor Pavilion, Duan Lingtian, asking if he was willing to meet the clan leader of the Phantom Fox clan. The pavilion master of the Imperial Tutor Pavilion also asked Duan Lingtian. I'll go. Duan Lingtian was awakened from his cultivation. He did not expect the leader of the Southern Heaven Territory's Phantom Fox clan would come to the profound Nether Mansion after the deaths of the two Phantom Foxes. Moreover, the clan leader of the Southern Heaven Territory wanted to kill him. The reason he wants to see me isn't because I'm involved in the deaths of the two Phantom Foxes. It must be because of something else. Duan Lingtian decided to meet the clan leader of the Phantom Fox clan. After all, the clan leader of the Phantom Fox clan was a potential threat to him. Perhaps, the day would come when the clan leader of the Phantom Fox clan would oppose him. Now that he had the chance to meet the clan leader of the Phantom Fox clan, he could use this opportunity to test the clan leader of the Phantom Fox clan. Under the guidance of an elder from the profound Nether Mansion, Duan Lingtian arrived at the place where the mansion master of the profound Nether Mansion was entertaining the clan leader of the Phantom Fox clan. Mansion Master. As Duan Lingtian greeted the mansion master of the profound Nether Mansion, he saw 3 people sitting at the side. Among the 3 people, only one of them was seated. He was a young man with white hair and eyebrows. 2 old men stood behind him, one on his left and one on his right. They looked like 2 competent bodyguards. Duan Lingtian, this is clan leader Zhang from the Phantom Fox clan. He's heard about you a long time ago. He came to the profound Nether Mansion to meet you because he's curious about you. The mansion master of the profound Nether Mansion smiled. Clan leader Zhang. At this moment, Duan Lingtian turned to look at the patriarch of the Phantom Fox clan and greeted the patriarch. At the same time, the mansion master of the profound Nether Mansion sent a voice transmission to Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian, a fox is cunning. Since Zhang Dong Nan, the clan leader of the Phantom Fox clan, wants to see you, it's not a spur-of-the-moment decision. Duan Lingtian, I've long heard of you. Now that I've met you, I can see you live up to your reputation. As expected of a prodigy among humans. Zhang Dong Nan said with a sigh as he looked at Duan Lingtian. As soon as he saw Duan Lingtian, he was certain Duan Lingtian was not 1,000 Phantoms Ice Fox. After all, he did not sense the aura of a Duan Lingtian from the Phantom Fox clan. Therefore, he did not suspect Duan Tian. If 1,000 Phantoms Ice Fox was a 10 Directions Celestial Duke, it would be difficult for him to confirm Duan Tian's identity with his cultivation base. Therefore, he could only suspect Duan Tian's identity. The mansion master of the profound nether mansion had warned Duan Tian because he was worried Zhang Dongnan would lead Duan Tian by the nose and try to pry information out of him. However, he did not expect Zhang Dongnan would only chat with Duan Tian after meeting him. He did not have any intention of trying to get information out of him at all. Duan Tian was puzzled. On the other hand, Duan Tian was puzzled as well. It seemed like Zhang Dongnan only wanted to get to know him. After chatting with Duan Tian for about half an hour, Zhang Dongnan suddenly recalled something. He looked at the mansion master of the profound nether mansion and asked, "Mansion Master Zhong, did anyone join the profound nether mansion recently? For example, a young woman who's not even 100 years old and wears a veil, a bamboo hat, and a white robe." "The only person who joined the profound nether mansion recently is Duan Tian," the mansion master of the profound nether mansion said. The mansion master of the profound nether mansion said, "Clan leader Zhang, I'm sure you've heard that the profound nether mansion only accepts disciples at certain times. Apart from monstrous geniuses like Duan Tian, the profound nether mansion won't accept disciples." "All right." Zhang Dongnan nodded. Then, he rose to his feet and bade farewell to the mansion master of the profound nether mansion and Duan Tian. "Duan Tian, if you have time, you can visit the Phantom Fox clan. There are many beauties in the Phantom Fox clan. Who knows, you might find your celestial companion there," Zhang Dongnan said to Duan Tian meaningfully before he left. The mansion master of the profound nether mansion sneered when he heard Zhang Dongnan's words. He knew Zhang Dongnan intended to use the women from the Phantom Fox clan to bind Duan Tian to the Phantom Fox clan. However, he was not worried Duan Tian would fall for his trick. This was because his grand ancestor had told him through voice transmission that the woman whom his grand ancestor had killed was extremely beautiful. It would be difficult to find another woman who could compare to her in this world. His grandmaster had lived for more than 30,000 years and had seen countless women. Based on his grandmaster's words, it was not difficult for him to imagine that the woman by Duan Tian's side was a peerless beauty. "You must be joking, clan leader Zhang. I, Duan Tian, am married. I even have a son and a daughter, but I don't dare to fool around outside," Duan Tian said with a smile on his face. Which capable man doesn't have multiple wives and concubines? Take me for example. I just recently took in my 16th concubine. Zhang Dongnan gave Duan Tian a knowing look before he left with the two men behind him. "Duan Tian, remember what I said. Come visit the Phantom Fox clan when you're free." Before Zhang Dongnan left, he did not forget to remind Duan Tian through voice transmission. Upon seeing this, Duan Tian could not help but smile wryly. Why was the clan leader of the Phantom Fox clan acting like a matchmaker? "Duan Tian, Zhang Dongnan is here for the two dead members of the Phantom Fox clan. I'm curious, who's the woman by your side?" The mansion master of the profound nether mansion asked curiously as he looked at Duan Tian. "Mansion master." Duan Tian shook his head and said, "Due to some reasons, I can't reveal her identity to you. Please forgive me. The fact that she was 1,000 Phantoms Ice Fox was related to her safety, so it was best if fewer people knew about it." Outside the profound nether mansion. After Zhang Dongnan left the profound nether mansion with the two old men, he was in no hurry to return to the Phantom Fox clan. The mansion master of the profound nether mansion said there are 3 assassins from the Blood Skull gang waiting outside the profound nether mansion. Perhaps they have seen Zhang Qiyu and Zhang Lizhong. Zhang Dongnan's eyes glinted as he said to the two old men behind him, "Let's split up and find those 3 assassins." "Yes, Lord Clan Leader." The two old men nodded and left. Zhang Dongnan was the patriarch of the Phantom Fox clan, a celestial lord. The two old men he brought with him this time were also outstanding 10 Directions celestial kings. Both of them had comprehended profundities to the initial mastery stage. Even in the upper realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm, these two old men were well-known figures. About 15 minutes later, Zhang Dongnan received news that one of the two old men had discovered the three assassins from the Blood Skull Gang. North of the profound Nether Mansion's estate, a man and three men were facing each other on a lofty mountain. The three men were dressed in black, and they were led by a middle-aged man with a cold expression on his face. However, at this moment, this middle-aged man with a grave and stern face was looking at the old man in front of him with deep fear in his eyes. Situ, I didn't expect you to come personally. It seems like your target this time isn't as simple as it seems. The old man looked at the middle-aged man with a surprised expression on his face. Based on the middle-aged man's words, it was obvious he was an old acquaintance of the middle-aged man. Zhang Zhenhai, why are you here? The middle-aged man, Situ, asked in a deep voice. Zhang Zhenhai. Upon hearing Situ's words, the eyes of the two men standing behind him widened in shock. If Duan Lingtian were here, he would recognize the two men standing behind Situ as the two assassins from the Blood Skull Gang who had chased after him in the Jade Emperor Heaven. Chapter 3186. Leng Yi, one of the two assassins from the Blood Skull Gang who had gone to the Jade Yellow Heaven to hunt down Duan Lingtian, had been waiting for Duan Lingtian outside the Simplicity Celestial Sect's estate for a long time. However, Duan Lingtian had managed to escape with a Wind Shadow escape talisman. Leng Yi was ashamed of this. Initially, Leng Yi thought he could kill Duan Lingtian in the Heaven of Yellow Heaven. He did not expect Duan Lingtian would be able to escape from him again. This time, in order to kill Duan Lingtian, the Blood Skull Gang had sent a 9 Palaces Celestial King assassin who had gone to the Jade Yellow Heaven with Leng Yi. Apart from that, they had also sent their trump card. This trump card was none other than Situ, the strongest assassin in the Blood Skull Gang who was not a celestial lord. Not only was Situ an assassin from the Blood Skull Gang, but he was also famous in the upper realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm. He had comprehended all the profundities from the Law of Wind and had even comprehended one of the profundities to the initial stage. Zhang Zhenhai. The one who has comprehended all the profundities from the Law of Metal and the Light Shadow profundity to the initial stage. Leng Yi and the other 9 Palaces Celestial King from the Blood Skull Gang exchanged a look. Both of them could see the shock in each other's eyes. Zhang Zhenhai was too famous. Although Zhang Zhenhai's profundities were on par with Situ's profundities were much stronger than Zhang Zhenhai's. However, Zhang Zhenhai was stronger than Situ. Situ was only a human and did not have much to rely on. On the other hand, Zhang Zhenhai was a celestial beast, a phantom fox. Most importantly, Zhang Zhenhai was a phantom fox. After all, Zhang Zhenhai had defeated Situ in the upper realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm. I came here with my patriarch. Zhang Zhenhai replied to Situ's question. As soon as Zhang Zhenhai finished speaking, he seemed to have sensed something. His body trembled as he took a few steps back. In the next moment, a figure appeared in front of Zhang Zhenhai like a phantom. It was none other than Zhang Zhenhai, the clan leader of the Phantom Fox clan. Whoosh! After Zhang Dongnan, another figure appeared behind Zhang Dongnan, standing side by side with Zhang Zhenhai. Zhang Yunting. When Situ saw the other old man standing beside Zhang Dongnan, his pupils shrank again and he let out a cry of surprise. Zhang Yunting. Leng Yi and the other man behind Situ looked at the other old man beside Zhang Zhenhai, and their pupils shrank simultaneously. Zhang Yunting's strength was on par with Zhang Zhenhai. He was also a famous figure in the upper realm. Most importantly, like Zhang Zhenhai, he was also a member of the Phantom Fox clan. Just now, Zhang Zhenhai said that he came with their clan leader. Then, isn't the person standing in front of him and Zhang Yunting? Leng Yi and the other Blood Skull Gang assassin beside him exchanged a glance. While they were communicating via soul transmission, their pupils constricted simultaneously. Greetings, Lord Dong Nan. I'm Situ from the Blood Skull Gang. While Leng Yi and the other Blood Skull Gang assassin were trying to guess the identity of the person standing in front of Zhang Zhenhai and Zhang Yunting, Situ bowed respectfully at the white-haired, white-browed young man with a solemn expression on his face. He had met the white-browed young man before, so he knew the white-browed young man was the current clan leader of the Phantom Fox clan, a celestial lord. "Greetings, Lord Dong Nan." After Sitayu bowed, Leng Yi and the other Blood Skull Gang assassin quickly bowed humbly at Zhang Dong Nan as well. In fact, both of them were not even qualified to introduce themselves in front of Zhang Dong Nan, the clan leader of the Phantom Fox clan. "Sitayu?" Zhang Dong Nan looked at Sitayu in surprise. "I'm curious who your target is this time. I didn't expect the Blood Skull Gang to send you here personally." Zhang Dong Nan had long heard of Sitayu, the top assassin in the Blood Skull Gang. In fact, he was also aware that Sitayu was known as a Celestial King assassin in the Southern Heaven Territory. There were many Celestial Kings who were undefeated in a direct confrontation with him, but very few Celestial Kings were able to survive his assassination attempts. At the very least, Sitayu had never failed a mission that targeted a Celestial Lord or below. "Lord Dong Nan, this is no longer a secret. My target this time is Duan Lingtian from the Profound Nether Mansion," Sitayu said. "Duan Lingtian?" Zhang Dong Nan was shocked. "I know him. However, don't you think the Blood Skull Gang is making a mountain out of a molehill by sending you to kill him?" Zhang Dong Nan felt the Blood Skull Gang was making a mountain out of a molehill by sending Sitayu to kill someone who had just become a Celestial King. "Lord Dong Nan, there's something you're unaware of. Previously, Leng Yi, a 9 Palaces Celestial King and a 9 Palaces Celestial King, fought Duan Lingtian head-on, but he failed to kill him. After that, they crossed the Devata realm to the Yen Huang Heaven to kill Duan Lingtian. However, they couldn't even find a trace of Duan Lingtian." Based on Situyu's words, it was clear he was unaware that Leng Yi and the 9 Palaces Celestial King had encountered Duan Lingtian. Leng Yi and the 9 Palaces Celestial King had intentionally concealed this matter from the Blood Skull Gang since they were worried the Blood Skull Gang would punish them. After all, he had been careless at that time. "Oh." Zhang Dong Nan was slightly surprised when he heard Sitayu mention the Yen Huang Heaven. "They went to the Yen Huang Heaven to kill Duan Lingtian? Don't tell me Duan Lingtian is from the Yen Huang Heaven?" "No." Sitayu shook his head. Sitayu shook his head. "Duan Lingtian has only been to the Yen Huang Heaven. Lord Dong Nan, I'm sure you've heard about the reincarnated Celestial Emperor plotting against the Heaven Sacrificial Divine Fruit in the Yen Huang Heaven, right? You're saying he's the reincarnation of a Celestial Emperor?" Zhang Dong Nan raised an eyebrow. He had heard about the rumor a few years ago, but he was not certain if it was true. "No." Sitayu shook his head again. Sitayu shook his head again. He was deceived by the reincarnated Celestial Emperor when he went to the Yen Huang Heaven. In the end, he managed to obtain the Heaven Sacrificial Divine Fruit from the reincarnated Celestial Emperor. That's how he managed to become a 10-direction Celestial Duke and comprehend the law of space. He consumed the Heaven Sacrificial Divine Fruit. Zhang Dong Nan was shocked. "No wonder. I was wondering how a human boy who's not even 100 years old managed to achieve so much in just a few hundred years. As it turns out, he consumed the Heaven Sacrificial Divine Fruit." Realization dawned on Zhang Dong Nan as he thought to himself, however, the Heaven Sacrificial Divine Fruit only allows one to comprehend 8 profundities of a law, right? How did he manage to comprehend all the profundities from the law of space? Moreover, he even comprehended the law of space's cross-dimensional /profundity to the initial stage. "I don't know. Perhaps, he has a high comprehension ability," Sitayu said. Zhang Dong Nan nodded. From the beginning until the end, Sitayu's expression was solemn and humble as he spoke to Zhang Dong Nan. "Yes." Zhang Dong Nan nodded. Then, he looked at Sitayu and asked, "Have you seen these 2 people around the Profound Nether Mansion recently?" Zhang Dong Nan raised his hand and tapped his finger in the air. In just a blink of an eye, 2 lifelike figures appeared in the air. If Duan Lingtian were here, he would have recognized the 2 figures Zhang Dong Nan had drawn in the air were the 2 phantom foxes he had met before. They were the 2 phantom foxes whom the pavilion master of the Imperial Tudor Pavilion had killed. "Yes." Sitayu nodded. "Some time ago, we saw them following a white-clad woman here. However, they have nothing to do with our target, so we didn't pay them any heed. They're from the Phantom Fox clan. They were last seen outside the Profound Nether Mansion, but they're dead. I suspect someone killed them outside the Profound Nether Mansion. Zhang Dongnan's eyes turned cold as he spoke, causing the temperature in the air to drop by a few degrees. Upon hearing Zhang Dongnan's words, Situ Yu's expression changed slightly. The expressions of Lang Yi and the other Phantom Foxes changed drastically as well. Lord Dongnan, although we've seen them, we didn't do anything to them. Lord Dongnan, I swear we didn't do anything to them. At this moment, Lang Yi and the young man could tell that the reason the clan leader of the Phantom Fox clan was here was because of the deaths of the 2 Phantom Fox clan members. Needless to say, Situ Yu was here because he suspected them. Lord Dongnan, we're from the Blood Skull Gang. Unless we're on a mission or someone provokes us, we won't kill for no reason. Unlike Lang Yi and the other Phantom Foxes, Situ Yu quickly regained his composure and said bluntly, moreover, the Blood Skull Gang won't accept missions that target members of the noble clans. Yes, I agree. Zhang Dongnan nodded. At the same time, his expression returned to normal. Do you know why the woman they were following appeared outside the Profound Nether Mansion? Clearly, Zhang Dongnan wanted to use the woman he suspected to be the Thousand Phantoms Ice Fox as a breakthrough point. I really don't know. Situ Yu shook his head before he said, however, although she appeared outside the Profound Nether Mansion, she seemed to be looking in the direction of the mansion's estate. It was as though she was waiting for someone. Waiting for someone? Zhang Dongnan narrowed his eyes. Does this mean she has an acquaintance in the Profound Nether Mansion? If she wasn't waiting for someone, I really don't understand why she would look in the direction of the mansion's estate. Situ Yu continued to speculate. Do you know anything about her? Zhang Dongnan asked. I didn't pay much attention to her at that time. I only know she was dressed in white and had a graceful figure. She wore a veil and a bamboo hat. I didn't see her face. Situ Yu shook his head. Lord Dongnan. At this moment, Lang Yi, who was standing behind Situ Yu, seemed to have recalled something. His eyes lit up immediately. Zhang Dongnan looked at Lang Yi curiously. Lord Dongnan, I've read the Blood Skull Gang's investigation on the Duan Ling Tian. The Duan Ling Tian came from the borderlands of the Southern Heaven Territory, Situ Yu said. Chapter 3187. Are you certain? As soon as Lang Yi finished speaking, Zhang Dongnan, the clan leader of the Phantom Fox clan, narrowed his eyes and stared at Lang Yi. Lord Dongnan, I'm certain. Lang Yi nodded confidently. Lord Dongnan, if you don't believe me, you can investigate this matter. After all, Duan Ling Tian is quite famous in the borderlands of the 6 southeastern regions. Many people know that there's a beautiful woman by his side. Previously, when she was with him, she always wore a veil and a bamboo hat when she was outside. Come to think of it, the reason why such a beautiful woman wore a veil and a bamboo hat was because she didn't want to cause trouble because of her peerless beauty. Lang Yi revealed everything he knew about Duan Ling Tian. All right. I'll look into this matter. Also, you'll follow me to the Phantom Fox clan's estate for the time being. If what you said is true, I won't mistreat you. Zhang Dongnan's voice turned cold as he looked at Lang Yi. However, if I find out that you lied to me, don't even think about leaving the Phantom Fox clan alive. Lord Dongnan, I can follow you. However, I'm afraid you'll have to inform my organization first. Lang Yi did not seem to feel guilty at all. I have a way to contact the vice leader of the Blood Skull Gang. You don't have to worry about that. Zhang Dongnan said indifferently. As soon as Zhang Dongnan finished speaking, he nodded at Situ Yu before he brought the 2 old men and Lang Yi back to the Phantom Fox clan. Situ Yu did not say anything when Zhang Dongnan brought Lang Yi away. After all, he knew it was useless for him to say anything. After all, the clan leader of the Phantom Fox clan was a celestial lord. Apart from that, the clan leader of the Phantom Fox clan was a celestial lord as well. Situ, you would have to resort to assassination to deal with the two old men behind the clan leader of the Phantom Fox clan. The Phantom Fox clan's methods were too strange. He had fought with Zhang Zhenhai before. Although their cultivation bases, profundities, and celestial weapons were on par with each other, Zhang Zhenhai was able to defeat him with his illusion divine ability. Send a message back to inform Vice Chief Chen of this matter. Situ said to the remaining Blood Skull Gang assassin behind him. The assassin nodded and sent out a message. The Blood Skull Gang had more than one vice leader. Situ did not know which vice leader the Phantom Fox clan was acquainted with. Therefore, he asked his men to contact Qin Yuan Shan, the vice leader of the Blood Skull Gang. Now, the mission to deal with Duan Ling Tian was personally handled by Qin Yuan Shan. On the other side. On the way back to the Phantom Fox clan's estate, Zhang Zhenhai, who was following behind Zhang Dongnan, could not help but say, Lord Patriarch, if what Ling Yi said is true, that woman must be in the profound nether mansion right now. She might even be with Duan Ling Tian. Moreover, there's no doubt the profound nether mansion has something to do with the deaths of our two clansmen. Zhang Yunting said. Everything you've said is ultimately just a guess. Do you have any proof? Are we supposed to search the profound nether mansion ourselves? Zhang Dongnan said indifferently. When the two heard this, they fell silent for a moment. There are many grade 6 celestial mansions under the 10 major clans in the Southern Heaven territory. However, the only one I'm truly afraid of is the profound nether mansion. A hint of dread could be seen in Zhang Dongnan's eyes as he continued to say, My father told me there's a powerful celestial lord hidden in the profound nether mansion. He's not much weaker than a titled celestial lord. His strength is even comparable to the patriarchs of some of the 10 great clans. When Zhang Dongnan said this, it wasn't just Zhang Zhenhai and Zhang Yunting who were frightened. Even Ling Yi, who was on the side, was frightened. One had to know that the patriarchs of the 10 great clans were all powerful immortal emperors. Ordinary immortal emperors couldn't be compared to them at all. And now, Zhang Dongnan was telling them, there was a hidden celestial lord in the profound nether mansion? How could they not be shocked? That person is said to be the pavilion master of the Imperial Tudor Pavilion in the profound nether mansion. In terms of seniority, he should be the mansion master of the profound nether mansion. Zhang Dongnan continued. The pavilion master of the Imperial Tudor Pavilion? Zhang Zhenhai's eyes widened slightly. Lord Patriarch, I remember when we visited the profound nether mansion. The mansion master of the profound nether mansion said Duan Ling Tian is the imperial tutor of the profound nether mansion. Doesn't this mean Duan Ling Tian is protected by that powerhouse? Zhang Zhenhai's eyes were filled with dread when he spoke. You only realized this now? Zhang Zhenhai shook his head. We don't have any evidence. Even if we did, we wouldn't be able to prove it. To put it bluntly, the profound nether mansion isn't afraid of the Phantom Fox clan at all. In fact, even 3 Phantom Foxes might not be a threat to the profound nether mansion. As the clan leader of the Phantom Fox clan, Zhang Zhenhai was well aware of the profound nether mansion's strength. He knew the profound nether mansion was the strongest force in the Southern Heaven territory below grade 5 forces. Naturally, not many people in the Southern Heaven territory were aware of this. If the profound nether mansion is so powerful, why would the Azure Green Mansion dare to go against them? Zhang Yunting had heard about the conflict between the profound nether mansion and the Azure Green Mansion. Indeed, there's conflict between them. However, have you heard of any of the stronger celestial kings from either side dying? Zhang Dongnan said, the conflict between the profound nether mansion and the Azure Green Mansion is just a small matter. There's no way the profound nether mansion's celestial lords would lower themselves to deal with the juniors. Realization dawned on Zhang Yunting when he heard Zhang Dongnan's words. The profound nether mansion is so powerful? Is the pavilion master of the Imperial Tudor Pavilion as strong as the clan leaders of the 10 major clans? And now, Duan Ling Tian is the Imperial Tutor of the profound nether mansion? Ling Yi followed behind Zhang Dongnan and the other 2. When he heard their conversation, he felt a chill rise from the soles of his feet to his head. He did not expect the profound nether mansion to be so powerful. He did not expect Duan Lingtian to have such a high status. If we kill Duan Lingtian outside the profound nether mansion, do you think the pavilion master of the Imperial Tutor Pavilion won't know about it? Will he let it go so easily? Thinking of this, Leng Yi couldn't help but inwardly suck in a breath of cold air as cold sweat broke out on his forehead. I think it's better for us to inform the vice leader of this matter. I'm sure the vice leader knows about the pavilion master of the Imperial Tutor Pavilion and Duan Lingtian's current status as the Imperial Tutor of the Profound Nether Mansion. Leng Yi sent a message back to the Blood Skull Gang and to Qin Yuanshan, the deputy leader. Who's that? Duan Lingtian is the Imperial Tutor of the Profound Nether Mansion? According to Zhang Dongnan, the clan leader of the Phantom Fox clan, the old man from the Profound Nether Mansion is still in the Profound Nether Mansion? Qin Yuanshan's expression changed drastically when he received Leng Ye's message. It seems like we have to let the leader decide on this matter. Let's see if we should continue with the mission to kill Duan Lingtian. While Qin Yuanshan was looking for the vice leader of the Blood Skull Gang, he also sent a message to Situ Yu and Duan Lingtian outside the Profound Nether Mansion, telling them not to act rashly even if they saw Duan Lingtian leaving the mansion. Situ Yu and Situ Yu were confused. What was going on? In the Profound Nether Mansion. In the Imperial Tutor Pavilion. After Duan Lingtian returned from the mansion master of the Profound Nether Mansion, he went back to cultivating. With the help of the celestial fruits and celestial pills given to him by the pavilion master of the Imperial Tutor Pavilion, his cultivation speed was extremely fast. When Huan woke up and gave him the supreme powerhouse divinity, he went to sleep while Huan began to cultivate. The cycle repeated itself endlessly. Half a month later, Huan had completely absorbed the medicinal efficacy of the Ice King's celestial fruit and the Fire King's celestial fruit and successfully became a one basic celestial king. As expected of 1,000 Phantoms Ice Fox. Not only is her cultivation speed fast, but she's also able to absorb the medicinal efficacy of the celestial fruits so quickly. Although Duan Lingtian had expected this, he could not help but sigh emotionally when he heard about Huan's breakthrough. Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian was about to cultivate when he received a message from the mansion master of the Profound Nether Mansion. I've received news that the clan leader of the Phantom Fox clan has sent his men to the borderlands of the Southern Heaven Territory after returning to the Phantom Fox clan. Do you think it has something to do with the woman next to you? The mansion master of the Profound Nether Mansion asked. The borderlands? Duan Lingtian narrowed his eyes as he thought to himself, it seems like the clan leader of the Phantom Fox clan is aware of something. Is it the Blood Skull Gang? As for how the clan leader of the Phantom Fox clan found out about the borderlands, it was not difficult for Duan Lingtian to guess the clan leader of the Phantom Fox clan must have leaked the information to him. If I knew this would happen, I would have asked Senior to kill those 3 assassins. When Duan Lingtian opened his eyes, streaks of killing intent flashed in his eyes as though they were about to devour someone. Mansion Master, we're from the borderlands. Duan Lingtian replied. Do you need me to send someone to deal with the Phantom Fox clan's men? Since the clan leader of the Phantom Fox clan sent someone to the borderlands, it means he knows something and wants to confirm it. The mansion master of the Profound Nether Mansion sent a message to Duan Lingtian. It was as though he would send someone to deal with the Phantom Fox clan's men as soon as Duan Lingtian gave the order. There's no need for that. Duan Lingtian stopped the mansion master of the Profound Nether Mansion. Let him investigate. Even if we kill him, the clan leader of the Phantom Fox clan will send someone else to deal with the matter. Although Duan Lingtian appeared calm on the surface, he felt a sense of foreboding. In truth, he was filled with a sense of crisis. The Blood Skull Gang must have found out a lot about me in the borderlands, including the fact that Huan and I were together. Huan was outside the Profound Nether Mansion's estate for a long time, so the Blood Skull Gang's assassins must have seen her. As long as Zhang Dongnan, the clan leader of the Phantom Fox clan, interrogates the assassins, he'll definitely be able to find out about Huan and me. I'm afraid Zhang Dongnan already knows Huan is in the Profound Nether Mansion. Chapter 3188. After taking a deep breath, Duan Lingtian left his room. To be safe, He went to look for the pavilion master of the Imperial Tudor Pavilion to see if the profound Nether Mansion would be able to stop the Phantom Fox clan. After all, he did not know much about the Phantom Fox clan's strength. Although the pavilion master of the Imperial Tudor Pavilion had said the profound Nether Mansion was not afraid of the Phantom Fox clan, he did not think it was a lie. Senior. Duan Lingtian went straight to the pavilion master of the Imperial Tudor Pavilion and said, "I'm afraid it won't be long before the Phantom Fox clan comes to the profound Nether Mansion." "Is the profound Nether Mansion able to protect my sister?" Duan Lingtian asked with a grim expression on his face. "What's going on?" The old man was still unaware of the situation. "The Phantom Fox clan's leader must have found out about us through the Blood Skull Gang's assassins. Otherwise, he wouldn't have sent someone to investigate the place where I used to live." Duan Lingtian told the old man everything the mansion master of the profound Nether Mansion had told him. "Why is the Phantom Fox clan following Huan? Why is the Phantom Fox clan's leader targeting Huan? The old man asked. Duan Lingtian smiled wryly. "Senior, it's not that I don't want to tell you, but it's too important for me to tell you. I'm here to ask you if the Phantom Fox clan's leader will be able to protect Huan, if he comes to the profound Nether Mansion to ask for Huan. This was Duan Lingtian's true purpose of coming here. "So, that's what you're worried about." The old man shook his head. "Didn't I tell you the Phantom Fox clan won't dare to act recklessly in front of the profound Nether Mansion? You don't believe me?" "It's not that I don't believe you, I just want to confirm it." Duan Lingtian felt slightly awkward. After all, he had come to look for the old man because he doubted the old man's words. However, after listening to the old man's words, he knew the old man was not lying. "Don't worry. Let alone the Phantom Fox clan, the profound Nether Mansion wouldn't be afraid even if there were 2 more branch clans in the Southern Heaven territory." Based on the old man's words, it was clear he did not care about the Phantom Fox clan at all. A hint of disdain could be seen in his eyes. "You can focus on your cultivation and raise your cultivation base as soon as possible. You don't have to worry about anything else as long as I'm in the profound Nether Mansion," the old man said. "Thank you, Senior." Duan Lingtian thanked the old man with a serious expression before he left to cultivate. After Duan Lingtian left, the old man's eyes glinted as he muttered to himself, "It seems like that girl is the 1,000 Phantoms Ice Fox that the Phantom Fox clan in the 7 Upper Province is looking for. The main Phantom Fox clan in the 7 Upper Province has offered a reward in the black market. Anyone who can provide information about the 1,000 Phantoms Ice Fox will be rewarded handsomely. That reward, even I am tempted." The old man shook his head and smiled. "However, there's nothing I can do about it. Since I've placed all my bets on that lad, I can only follow him to the end." As soon as he finished speaking, the old man continued to sit by the lake and fish. He resumed his calm and collected demeanor as if nothing had happened. Time continued to pass by quietly. During this time, Duan Lingtian had left the Divine Offering Land. His friends and family who were in various mundane realms had their own encounters as well. Naturally, most of them did not have any fortuitous encounters. Only a small number of them had fortuitous encounters. However, even if he did not encounter any amazing fortuitous encounters, he had been in the realm of gods, the world of divine offering. He had absorbed the heaven and earth spirit energy there and was baptized by the heaven and earth spirit energy. Now that he had returned to the mundane realm, his cultivation speed was much faster than before. In fact, it was difficult to find anyone in the mundane realms whose cultivation speed was comparable to theirs. The Purple Spike realm was one of the many mundane realms in the colossal world. Moreover, it was a large mundane realm with countless planets. "Aunt Xuanai, you should leave now. I'll lure these people away. You can avenge me in the future." In a star field outside a planet, a handsome figure stood there and spoke to a young woman with a solemn expression. The person who spoke was a handsome young man with dashing eyebrows and bright eyes. However, a hint of anxiety could be seen on his face at this moment. "Nian Tian, you should leave now. If I can't even take care of you, how am I supposed to face brother Ling Tian and sister Fei, in the future?" The young woman had a face that could topple the world. Her every move seemed to make everything around her pale in comparison. These two people were none other than Duan Nian Tian and Han Xuanai, who were sent away from the divine offering land by Xia Jie. Both of them were sent to the same mundane realm. Although they were separated in the beginning, it did not take long before Han Xuanai found Duan Nian Tian. Many years later, Duan Nian Tian had grown from an ignorant child into a young man. Aunt Xuanai, Duan Nian Tian was about to say something when he heard the sound of wind whistling in the distance. In just a blink of an eye, he and Han Xuanai were surrounded. You won't be modest anymore since you won't be able to run away. There were 20 to 30 people surrounding Duan Nian Tian and Han Xuanai. The leader was an old woman who was riding a strange beast that resembled a lion or tiger. She held a crooked walking stick in her hand. Granny, are you with them? Lu ping wu 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 gao ji 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 gao ji. Are you with me? 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 A middle-aged man dressed in fine clothes stood next to the old woman as he stared coldly at Duan Nian Tian and Han Xuanai. It was these two people who had killed his only son. Humph. Duan Nian Tian glared at the middle-aged man. If your son didn't pester my aunt, we wouldn't have attacked him. He deserved to die. A hint of anger could be seen on Duan Nian Tian's youthful face as he glared at the middle-aged man. Nian Tian, why are you wasting your breath on them? If they want to fight, let's fight. Han Xuanai shouted. With a raise of her hand, energy surged out of her body and transformed into a dazzling light blade that slashed the three people standing nearby. Although she had killed 3 people in an instant, she did not feel happy at all. After all, these 3 people were the weakest in the group. You're seeking death. As soon as Han Xuanai made her move, the old woman who was the leader of the group was infuriated. She shouted coldly before she made her move as well. Her target was Han Xuanai. At the same time, the middle-aged man beside him also flew toward Duan Nian Tian. As for the other people brought by the old woman and the middle-aged man, they also charged toward Duan Nian Tian. The old woman was the strongest person present, followed by Han Xuanai and the middle-aged man. However, when the old woman made her move, Han Xuanai was completely suppressed. As for Duan Nian Tian, although he was not any weaker than the others, he was slightly weaker than the middle-aged man. Due to this reason, he was at a disadvantage when the middle-aged man targeted him. Die, boy. The middle-aged man shouted coldly as strands of energy shot out from his fingers toward Duan Nian Tian. Nian Tian. Han Xuanai's heart was burning with anxiety when she saw this. She forcefully blocked the old woman's attack and risked her life to save Duan Nian Tian. At this moment, Han Xuanai, who was severely injured, was like an arrow at the end of its flight. Nian Tian, are you all right? Han Xuanai stood with Duan Nian Tian's back facing each other. Her face was pale as she asked worriedly. Aunt Xuanai, I'm fine. At this moment, Duan Nian Tian did not see Han Xuanai's pale face. He also did not see Han Xuanai forcefully blocking the old woman's attack. Humph. You can't even protect yourself. How can you protect this boy? The old woman sneered as she stared at Han Xuanai. Boy, today will be your doomsday. The middle-aged man sneered as he looked at Duan Nian Tian. It was as though Duan Nian Tian was already a dead man in his eyes. However, Duan Nian Tian was staring blankly at the sky in the distance as though something had attracted his attention. The middle-aged man's gaze followed Duan Nian Tian's gaze. With just a glance, he saw a purple-clad woman hovering in the sky in the distance. The purple-clad woman stood there. Her graceful figure and enchanting face seemed as though she was a beauty who had walked out of a painting. Her beautiful hair danced even though there was no wind. On the surface of her body, streaks of purple aura energy were pulsating like bolts of purple lightning. They revolved around her body at a rapid speed. Sister Fei, When the old woman followed the middle-aged man's gaze, Han Xuanai also noticed the purple-clad woman standing in the distance. Mother? Duan Nian Tian looked at the familiar figure in the distance. He was so excited that his eyes turned red and misty. The purple-clad woman standing in the distance was none other than Li Fei, who had been searching for Duan Niantian in the Purple Spike realm for many years. She had finally found her son's whereabouts 2 days ago. She had appeared just in time when her son was on the brink of death. Mother. Let's go. However, when Duan Lingtian thought about his current situation, horror dawned on him. He quickly sent a voice transmission to urge Li Fei to leave. In his opinion, his mother's strength was, at most, on par with him. Even if she was stronger than him, it would not be by much. Even Aunt Xuanai was no match for that old woman. Even if his mother was here, it would be useless. Sister Fei, let's go. Han Xuanai's expression changed as well. She sent a voice transmission to urge Li Fei to leave. At the same time, she looked away as though she did not know Li Fei at all. Both of you, Li Fei hovered in the air as she looked at Duan Niantian and Han Xuanai excitedly. However, when she shifted her gaze to the others, her gaze turned cold. As soon as Li Fei's gaze turned cold, everyone present on the scene could feel the air in the stellar province turning cold as though winter had arrived. Chapter 3189. Swoosh. Swoosh. The old woman and the middle-aged man's expressions changed drastically. Putting everything else aside, based on the fact that Duan Lingtian did not even make a move earlier, it was obvious that Duan Lingtian was much stronger than them. Sir, the old woman wanted to say something, but as soon as she opened her mouth, she saw streaks of purple light suddenly appear in the void around her. They were like purple meteors streaking across the sky. The purple meteors flew toward the old woman, the middle-aged man, and the people they brought with them. Swoosh. 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 The old woman did not have time to finish her sentence since she was busy dodging the streaks of light. If she did not focus on dodging, she would definitely die. Ah! Spare me. No. While the old woman was dodging the streaks of purple meteors in the sky, a series of shrill cries rang in her ears. A few moments later, the cries stopped, and the streaks of purple meteors disappeared. However, when she looked around, she discovered the people she brought with her, including the middle-aged man, were all dead. I'm too late. Li Fei took a step forward. In just a blink of an eye, she appeared next to Duan Niantian. Xuanai, thank you for taking care of Niantian all these years. At the same time, Li Fei looked at Han Xuanai, who was standing behind Duan Niantian. Then, she took out a bottle of pills and handed it to her. This is a healing pill. Take it. Sister Fei, you, Han Xuanai was stunned for a long time before she took the bottle of pills from Li Fei. She could not figure it out. In just a few years, how did Li Fei, who was not as strong as her, become so strong? Based on her strength, she had probably reached the peak of the mundane realm. Mother, Duan Niantian was also shocked by Li Fei's strength. He did not expect his mother, who he had almost caught up to, would become so strong. Mother? The old woman was shocked when she heard Li Fei's words. However, when she heard Duan Niantian calling Li Fei his mother, she regained her senses. Run! Without any hesitation, the old woman turned around and tried to flee. Right now, the exotic beast she was riding on had already been killed by the purple streak of light. Thus, she could only flee on her own. However, would she be able to escape? Humph. Li Fei coldly glanced at the old woman's back. Her face turned cold as she raised her hand and grabbed in the direction the old woman fled. Suddenly, swoosh. In the void, a gigantic hand formed by purple light grabbed the old woman and brought her back. Then, it turned into a purple rope and tied the old woman up. Swoosh. 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 Li Fei asked faintly. Her tone had become increasingly cold. Sir, as long as you're willing to spare my life, I can give you all of my family's wealth. Swoosh. The old woman said with a pale face as her body trembled violently. That's not enough for me. As Li Fei spoke again, she flicked her finger and shot out a purple light blade, cutting off one of the old woman's arms. Ah! The old woman shrieked in pain. She tried to circulate her energy to stop the bleeding, but Li Fei destroyed her cultivation base with a flick of her finger. You destroyed my cultivation base? The old woman glared at Li Fei. Her eyes were filled with hatred and unwillingness. You'll die a horrible death. I won't let you go even if I become a ghost. I'm not even afraid of you as a human, why would I be afraid of you as a ghost? Li Fei sneered. You can come and look for me after you become a ghost. I'll make sure you won't be able to leave even if you become a ghost. As soon as Li Fei finished speaking, she flicked her fingers again. A purple sword light shot out and cut off one of the old woman's legs. When the old woman shrieked in pain again, Li Fei made her move again and cut off the old woman's other arm and leg. Duan Niantian's scalp tingled when he saw this. Mother, however, his heart was filled with warmth. He knew his mother was venting her anger on his behalf. As for Han Xuanai, she looked at the old woman coldly. If she was as strong as Li Fei, she would have tortured the old woman even more. I beg you, give me a quick death, the old woman, who had lost all 4 of her limbs and was covered in blood, begged Li Fei. She no longer had the angry look from before. Li Fei looked at her coldly. Don't beg me. Beg my son. The old woman looked at Duan Niantian with a pleading look in her eyes. Please, Duan Niantian was only a young man after all. He did not hesitate to kill the old woman when he saw her pitiful state. Mother. After killing the old woman, Duan Niantian threw himself into Li Fei's arms. He was so emotional that his eyes were red. All right. How old are you now? Don't forget that your Aunt Xuanai is going to laugh at you. Li Fei patted Duan Niantian's back before she pulled him away. She patted his head and said, in just a blink of an eye, you're already taller than me. Han Xuanai waited for Li Fei to reunite with Li Fei before she asked, Sister Fei, how did you become so strong? I obtained the Purple Spike Supreme Celestial's inheritance. Li Fei replied. The Purple Spike Supreme Celestial's inheritance? Han Xuanai and Duan Niantian widened their eyes in shock when they heard Li Fei's words. Naturally, they knew who the Purple Spike Supreme Celestial was. This mundane realm was called the Purple Spike Realm after the Purple Spike Supreme Celestial. Based on this, one could easily imagine the Purple Spike Supreme Celestial's status in the mundane realm. It was said that the Purple Spike Supreme Celestial was one of the strongest beings in the Devata realms. Later on, she returned to her hometown, the mundane plane, and left behind her inheritance. Mother, I heard that someone obtained the Purple Spike Supreme Celestial's inheritance a few years ago. Is that person you? Duan Niantian looked at Li Fei in shock. He did not expect the person who obtained the Purple Spike Supreme Celestial's inheritance was his mother. Sister Fei, congratulations. Han Xuanai quickly congratulated Li Fei after recovering from her shock. Actually, it's because I appeared in the Purple Spike realm near the Purple Spike Supreme Celestial's place of inheritance. That's why she chose me. If both of you were close to the Purple Spike Supreme Celestial, she would have chosen both of you as well. At this moment, Li Fei knew why the Redbud Supreme Celestial had chosen her. It was because her body had been cleansed by the heaven and earth spirit energy in the divine offering land. Therefore, the Redbud Supreme Celestial was certain Li Fei would not be inferior to her in the future. Yes. Han Xuanai and Duan Niantian were puzzled when they heard Li Fei's words. They finally understood after listening to Li Fei's explanation. Mother, even if that's the case, the fact that you're close to the Purple Spike Supreme Celestial means you're fated with her. Duan Niantian smiled. He was genuinely happy that his mother had such a fortuitous encounter. He knew his mother very well. All these years, his mother had been under a lot of pressure. After all, among all the women by his father's side, his mother was the only one who was mediocre in terms of cultivation. Whether it was Aunt Ke or Aunt Tian Wu, both of them were more outstanding than his mother in terms of cultivation. In his opinion, his mother's suffering was finally over. Nian Tian is right. Han Xuanai agreed with Duan Nian Tian's words. They're out. At this moment, Li Fei suddenly looked into the distance and called out softly. In the next moment, 4 figures appeared in the distant starry sky. It was as though they had appeared out of thin air. The owners of the figures were 4 women. These 4 women all possessed beauty that far surpassed that of ordinary people. When the 4 of them stood together, the most eye-catching thing about them was their nearly identical faces. Apart from their different auras, their appearances were almost identical. Apart from that, they wore different outfits as well. The woman standing on the left wore a purple robe embroidered with plum blossoms. The woman on the right was also wearing a purple robe. However, there were orchids embroidered on her purple robe. The third woman was dressed in a purple robe embroidered with bamboo leaves. The fourth woman was dressed in a purple robe embroidered with chrysanthemums. Young master. After the 4 women appeared, they bowed to Li Fei in unison, their tone respectful and reverent. I've found them. Li Fei said to the 4 women, now, I can return to the Devata realm with all of you. However, I want to bring my son and sister with me. At the same time, Li Fei introduced the 4 women to Han Xuanai and Duan Nian Tian. The 4 women were the servants the Purple Spike Supreme Celestial had sent to the mundane realm to wait for her successor. They were in charge of bringing her successor back to the Devata realm. It's a pity we don't know which mundane realm Si Ling and the others are in. Otherwise, we could have gone to pick them up. Duan Nian Tian sighed. I remember it clearly. At that time, only the 3 of us entered the mundane realm. The others were in other mundane realms. Han Xuanai said. I remember it as well. That's why I decided to bring them to the Devata realm after finding all of you. Li Fei paused for a moment before she said with a sigh, I didn't expect all of you to be together for such a long time. Sister Fei, will it be inconvenient for you to bring Nian Tian and me to the Purple Spike Supreme Celestial's place? Han Xuanai asked hesitantly. It's not inconvenient at all. When Master sees all of you, I'm sure she'll be willing to accept all of you as her disciples. After all, your innate talent and potential aren't inferior to mine. Li Fei said as she shook her head. Whether it was her son, Duan Nian Tian, or Han Xuanai, she was confident in them. Father should be in the Devata realm as well, right? Duan Nian Tian muttered to himself. Upon hearing Duan Nian Tian's words, Li Fei and Han Xuanai fell silent. A purple figure appeared in their minds at the same time. Pieces of memories from the past also appeared one by one at this moment. Chapter 3190. 30 years later. 30 years was not a long time for celestials in the Devata realms. In fact, some powerful celestials could go into closed-door cultivation for hundreds of years or even longer. In the Imperial Tudor Pavilion of the Profound Nether Mansion. Senior. 30 years later, Duan Ling Tian was already over 100 years old. The aura of someone who was not even 100 years old had completely disappeared from his body. 30 years passed in just a blink of an eye for the pavilion master of the Imperial Tudor Pavilion. After all, he had lived for more than 30,000 years. 30,000 years was equivalent to thousands of 30-year periods. He had long grown numb to the concept of time. Even if I don't go to the Su clan, I can still enter the upper realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm, right? I remember you told me that anyone below the Celestial Lord realm in the Southern Heaven territory is allowed to enter the upper realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm. Duan Ling Tian asked bluntly. Yes. The old man nodded. That's right. How do I enter the upper realm? Duan Ling Tian asked again. You just need a formation compass to enter and leave the upper realm. The old man replied. Senior, do you have a formation compass? Duan Ling Tian's eyes lit up immediately when he heard the old man's words. It was as dazzling as the night sky. Why do you ask? The old man frowned. Are you planning to enter the upper realm? Yes. Duan Ling Tian nodded. I'm planning to enter the upper realm to see if I can find a fortuitous encounter. After all, the southern heaven celestial lords have spent a lot of effort to maintain the upper realm. What's your cultivation base now? The old man's frown deepened. He did not expect Duan Lingtian to really enter the upper realm. It had only been 30 years since Duan Lingtian had become a one basic celestial king. Even with the resources provided by the profound nether mansion, Duan Lingtian was, at most, a two-form celestial king. In fact, he might not even have a breakthrough yet. 3-talent celestial king. Duan Lingtian replied. However, Duan Lingtian's words shocked the old man. You become a 3-talent celestial king? Seeing the doubt in the old man's eyes, Duan Lingtian did not bother to explain further. With a thought, he released his cultivation aura. Usually, with the profound divine metal around, the aura of his cultivation base would be concealed by the profound divine metal. If he did not release his aura, even the old man would not be able to see through his cultivation base. Even if you've broken through and become a 3-talent celestial king, you'll still have a slim chance of survival in the upper realm. Unless, your attainments in the laws of space. Before the old man could finish his words, he saw Duan Lingtian casting all kinds of profundities from the law of space. He immediately shut his mouth. You little brat, you're really abnormal. With a wave of his hand, the old man took out a formation compass and said, "This is the formation compass to enter the upper realm of the southern heaven ancient realm. From today onward, I'll place it here. You can enter the upper realm of the southern heaven ancient realm through here. However, if you want to leave the upper realm, you'll have to return to the transporting formation you were teleported to." With a wave of his hand, the formation compass fell to the ground. The formation compass did not look much different from an ordinary formation compass. The only difference was that it was slightly larger. There were many small holes on it that were used to store celestial crystals. As the old man raised his hand again, immortal crystals appeared in the small holes on the formation plate. They were dazzling under the sunlight. Based on the old man's actions, it was clear he did not intend to stop Duan Lingtian from entering the upper realm of the southern heaven ancient realm. Are you going to enter the upper realm alone or with Huan? Over the past 30 years, Huan would occasionally follow Duan Lingtian to the backyard to fish with the old man. Her naivety and innocence had left a good impression on the old man. After 30 years of living together, the old man had treated Huan like his own granddaughter. Duan Lingtian, on the other hand, felt like Huan was more important to the pavilion master of the Imperial Tutor Pavilion. I'll go with Huan, Duan Lingtian said. What's the girl's cultivation base now? The old man asked. A 6-combo celestial king. Duan Lingtian smiled wryly. Even he was shocked by Huan's cultivation base. For the past 30 years, he and Huan had shared many celestial fruits and celestial pills in the profound nether mansion. However, after 30 years, his cultivation base was 3 levels lower than Huan's. The only consolation was that his comprehension of the law of space was slightly higher than Huan's. Although Huan had used the supreme powerhouse divinity to comprehend the law of space, her comprehension of the law of space was not as good as his. Perhaps it was because she was not human. A 6-combo celestial king? The old man was shocked. How could a 1-basic celestial king become a 6-combo celestial king in 30 years? Although he had lived for more than 30,000 years, he had never heard of such a person in the southern heaven territory. Even in the upper 7 regions, it was rare for a 1-basic celestial king to become a 6-combo celestial king in 30 years with Huan's cultivation base. Most of those people had heaven-defying innate talent. It seems like the girl is the 1,000 Phantoms Ice Fox that the Phantom Fox clan in the upper 7 regions is looking for. At this moment, the old man was certain Huan was Huan. In the past, he was not certain. However, now that Huan had become a 6-combo celestial king from a 1-basic celestial king in 30 years and the Phantom Fox clan in the southern heaven territory was looking for her, he was certain of her identity. If she was not 1,000 Phantoms Ice Fox, it was impossible for her to have such heaven-defying innate talent. The Thousand Phantoms Ice Fox clan in the Southern Heaven Territory was the reason why the Phantom Fox clan in the Southern Heaven Territory had their eyes on her. After all, if they could bring her to the Seven Upper Province, they would be rewarded handsomely. The reward was much better than the bounty that was offered to the public. Even the old man, the pavilion master of the Imperial Tudor Pavilion in the profound Nether Mansion, was tempted by the bounty. Based on this, one could just imagine how generous the rewards from the main Phantom Fox clan were. How's the girl's comprehension of the law of space? The old man asked as he looked at Duan Lingtian. Earlier, when he saw Duan Lingtian casting the law of space, he was as shocked as he was when Huan became a six-combo celestial king. Upon hearing Duan Lingtian's words, the old man sighed in relief. At least she's not that scary. Although she's outstanding, she's still lacking compared to you, little freak. However, with her comprehension of the profundities from the law of space, she's not much weaker than you in terms of overall strength. The old man replied. If it were not for Duan Lingtian, the old man would have been shocked by Huan Er's comprehension of the law of space. However, with Duan Lingtian here, he was already mentally prepared, so he was not as shocked as before. Senior, please tell me more about the upper realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm. Duan Lingtian asked as he looked at the old man. The upper realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm. Upon hearing Duan Lingtian's words, the old man patiently explained the upper realm to Duan Lingtian. The upper realm was different from the middle and lower realms of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm. It was meant for the Southern Heaven Territory. Anyone in the Southern Heaven Territory would be able to enter the upper realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm as long as they possessed a formation plate that allowed them to travel to and from the upper realm. There was no scoreboard in the upper realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm. However, unlike the middle realm, the upper realm had a scoreboard. Unlike the middle realm, the upper realm had a scoreboard that was only updated once a year. Once you enter the upper realm, you'll appear in a safe zone. Fighting is prohibited in the safe zone. Anyone who dares to make a move will be killed by the killing formation. No matter how powerful a 10-direction celestial king is, he won't be able to escape from the killing formation. This is because the killing formation was set up by the Southern Heaven Celestial Lord. Duan Lingtian's heart skipped a beat when he heard the old man's words. One could easily imagine how powerful the killing formation set up by a titled Celestial Lord was. Once you're in the safe zone, you'll be able to obtain an Identity Jade token. Carve your name on the Identity Jade token and drip your blood on it to claim ownership of it. It'll follow you until the scoreboard is refreshed. Before the scoreboard is refreshed, those who rank in the top 10 in the previous year will be guided to a secret realm left behind by the Southern Heaven Celestial Lord. You'll be able to obtain royal-grade celestial weapons and purely defensive royal-grade celestial weapons in the secret realm. Apart from that, there are also many rare celestial fruits and celestial pills that the profound Nether Mansion can't provide. Naturally, those who rank in the top 10 will receive the highest reward. The other 20 people who rank in the top 30 will also receive the highest reward. They'll be able to enter a secret realm that's ranked at a lower level. As for the other 70 people who rank in the top 100, they'll be able to enter a secret realm that's ranked at a lower level. In fact, the rewards in the two secret realms are not necessarily worse than the rewards in the top 10 secret realms. However, they're much more dangerous. This is especially true for the secret realm where the top 70 people will be able to enter. Many of the trials will require more than 30 people to work together to pass. As for the top 10 people, as long as they're strong enough, they'll be able to pass all the trials in the secret realm. Naturally, the celestial kings in the Southern Heaven Territory won't be able to enter the upper realm if only those who rank in the scoreboard of fortuitous encounters are allowed to enter the upper realm. After all, even if one doesn't enter the secret realm, there's still a chance to obtain many treasures in the upper realm. Although the illusory formation will change the location of the treasures, if only one person sees it, they'll be able to keep it for themselves. However, if more than one person sees it, they'll have to fight for it. The old man paused for a moment to allow Duan Lingtian to digest the information before he continued. Apart from that, the upper realm is similar to the middle realm. If you don't want to be killed, you can leave by crushing your Identity Jade token. The place you'll exit from is where the formation compass you used to enter the upper realm is located. If you don't crush your identity jade token, you'll have to return to the safe zone and use the transportation formation there. At this point, the old man had basically finished explaining everything he knew. Chapter 3191. In the opinion of the pavilion master of the Imperial Tutor Pavilion, Duan Ling Tian's progress from a 1 basic celestial king to a 3 talent celestial king in 30 years was considered fast. However, in Duan Lingtian's opinion, Duan Lingtian's progress was still too slow. Even with the resources provided by the profound nether mansion, it still took me 30 years to break through from a 1 basic celestial king to a 3 talent celestial king. At this rate, won't it take me at least 200 years to break through and become a 9 palaces celestial king? Moreover, I'm only a celestial king. It's even harder to become a celestial lord, let alone a celestial emperor. Even a 10 direction celestial emperor with strength comparable to a heavenly emperor might not be able to rescue Kerr and the others from the divine offering land. With this thought in mind, Duan Lingtian felt even more pressure on his shoulders. If he had 10,000 years to play around with, he wouldn't think much of it. But now, he only had 900 years left. 900 years was too short a period of time. For this reason, Duan Lingtian decided to enter the upper realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm. After all, he would have a better chance of improving himself there. There are some fortuitous encounters in the upper realm that you might not find in the 10 major clans or the 5 major sects, the pavilion master of the Imperial Tutor Pavilion said. Duan Lingtian had heard about this from the pavilion master of the Imperial Tutor Pavilion a few years ago. For this reason, he was no longer interested in the 10 major clans or the 5 major sects in the Southern Heaven territory. He was more interested in the upper realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm. Although he was only a 3 talent celestial king, his comprehension of the law of space had improved tremendously. With his current strength, he was confident he could protect himself in the upper realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm. Moreover, he was not alone in the upper realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm. Be careful. If your life is in danger, crush your identity jade token immediately. Before Duan Lingtian and Huan entered the upper realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm, the pavilion master of the Imperial Tutor Pavilion reminded them solemnly. All right. Duan Lingtian nodded. Then, they entered the upper realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm through the formation compass. The formation they used to enter the Profound Nether Mansion's Imperial Tutor Pavilion was located in the Profound Nether Mansion's Imperial Tutor Pavilion. Regardless of whether they left the Imperial Tutor Pavilion by crushing their identity jade tokens, they would return to the Profound Nether Mansion's Imperial Tutor Pavilion to strengthen their foundation. Duan Lingtian's vision darkened, and when he regained his sight, he discovered they were standing on a stone platform. And in the surroundings, there were many stone platforms. What a beautiful woman. As soon as Duan Lingtian and Huan appeared, many of the celestial kings who had just entered looked at Huan with bright eyes. There was no one else in the world who could compare to her in terms of beauty. She was a great temptation to any normal man. Beauty, I'm Hong Manxiu, a direct descendant of the Hong clan, one of the 10 great clans of the Southern Heaven territory. Why don't you give up your gigolo and follow me? An ordinary-looking young man said as he walked up to Huan. From the beginning until the end, Huan did not pay any attention to him. Huan's eyes were fixed on Duan Lingtian from the beginning until the end. When she looked at Duan Lingtian, a smile bloomed on her beautiful face. This caused the men in the surroundings to fall in love with her even more. After a while, a few men stepped forward to strike up a conversation with Huan, but she still ignored them. At this moment, the onlookers shifted their gazes from Huan to Duan Lingtian. Brat, who are you? I'd like to see what makes you so beautiful. Brat, I'm a core disciple of the Wind Thunder Dao sect, one of the 5 major celestial sects of the Southern Heaven territory. Who are you? The group of people glared fiercely at Duan Lingtian. It was as though Duan Lingtian had some enmity with them, such as killing their fathers or seizing their wives. In fact, Duan Lingtian was not the only one who had never seen them before. Even they had never seen Duan Lingtian before. The reason they disliked Duan Lingtian so much was because Huan was always by his side. A bunch of idiots. Duan Ling Tian glanced at the group of people who were arguing with him indifferently. A hint of coldness appeared on the corners of his mouth as he spat out these words in a neither fast nor slow manner. Duan Lingtian's words were akin to poking a hornet's nest. Brat, don't activate the one-time concealment formation in your identity jade token if you dare. The young man who claimed to be a core disciple of the Wind Thunder Dao sect glared at Duan Lingtian and said arrogantly. After all, no one dared to make a move in this safe zone. After all, the killing formation that the Southern Heaven Celestial Lord had set up would instantly kill them. For this reason, the group of people did not dare to make a move against Duan Lingtian even though they were furious. Everyone who entered the upper realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm could activate the concealment formation on their identity jade tokens before they left. Once the concealment formation was activated, no one would be able to detect their presence. Therefore, they would not have to worry about being targeted. The concealment formation on the identity jade token could only be activated in the safe zone. For this reason, if one wanted to leave the upper realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm, one could only rely on one's own strength to return to the safe zone unless one crushed one's identity jade token. This was not something ordinary people could do. After all, there were many celestial kings lying in ambush near the safe zone. They were waiting for other celestial kings to return to the safe zone so they could ambush them. After the Wind Thunder Dao sect's core disciple made a move against Duan Lingtian, many people began to taunt him as well. However, Duan Lingtian completely ignored them. He brought Huan to a nearby stone wall and collected 2 identity jade tokens. Duan Lingtian could engrave his name on the identity jade token. He could engrave his real name or fake name on the identity jade token. Duan Lingtian. However, Duan Lingtian did not bother inscribing his real name on the identity jade token since there was no need for him to inscribe a fake name. At the same time, she engraved the words Huan on her identity token as well. Although Huan had never been taught how to write, she had inherited the memories of 1,000 Phantoms Ice Fox. Therefore, she was able to write on her own. Soon after, Duan Lingtian and Huan performed blood ownership claim on their identity jade tokens in unison. They could feel a strong connection with their identity jade tokens. Huan, let's go. Duan Lingtian bade farewell to Huan before they flew out of the safe zone. Nobody knew how many safe zones there were in the middle realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm. However, it was not certain which safe zone one would end up in. If one wanted to leave the safe zone, one would have to return to the safe zone they were in. For example, if Duan Lingtian and Huan wanted to return to the Imperial Tudor Pavilion in the Profound Nether Mansion, they would have to return to the safe zone. Apart from that, they would have to crush their identity jade tokens to leave the safe zone. However, once the identity jade token was crushed, the points inside would be emptied. It would be equivalent to a wasted trip. When Duan Lingtian and Huan left, they did not activate the invisibility formation in their identity jade tokens under everyone's watchful eyes. Seeing this scene, the group of people in the safe zone were all stunned. These two are so daring. In the upper realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm, only powerful 10-direction celestial kings would dare to do something like this, right? Is it possible that they're one of those 10-direction celestial kings? I've never heard of her before. That woman is extremely beautiful. If she's here before, there's no way Ouyang Yue, the true disciple of the 100-Flower Celestial Sect, would be the most beautiful woman in the upper realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm. That's right. I've met Ouyang Yue once. Although I was stunned by her beauty, in terms of appearance, Ouyang Yue still pales in comparison to this woman. 2 unknown characters left the safe zone just like that. Aren't they afraid they'll be eliminated as soon as they leave the safe zone? They must be confident in their strength. Both of them must have some sort of technique to conceal their cultivation bases. It's impossible to determine their cultivation bases. Under the shocked gazes of the people in the safe zone, Duan Lingtian and Huan left the safe zone. The safe zone was a vast stone platform that hovered in the air without any support. The stone platform was located in a dark and gloomy world. The sky was dark, and the ground was red as though it was dyed in blood. The middle realm of the southern heaven ancient realm is nothing compared to the upper realm. It seems like the southern heaven celestial lords have really put in a lot of effort into the upper realm. Although the scenery in the middle realm of the southern heaven ancient realm was natural and lifelike, it paled in comparison to the scenery in front of them. Duan Lingtian could feel the oppressive atmosphere as he walked in the middle of the dark place. An ancient and desolate aura surged over, giving him the feeling that he was in an ancient battlefield. Before he knew it, Duan Lingtian and Huan had left the safe zone. It would take them some time to return to the safe zone. Huan were being watched by quite a few people. In fact, as soon as they left the safe zone, Duan Lingtian had sensed many people probing them with their divine consciousness. Among these people, there were people inside the safe zone, and there were people outside the safe zone. It was obvious the people outside the safe zone were waiting for their prey. However, none of them dared to make a move. After all, they could not detect Duan Lingtian and Huan's cultivation bases. That woman. She's not even 100 years old. Outside the safe zone, 3 people were hiding in the dark. One of them, a young man, muttered to himself, "She's definitely the most beautiful woman I've ever seen in my life." Not even 100 years old? You're right. When the other 2 heard the old man's words, they were shocked to learn that Huan was not even 100 years old. Humph. At this moment, a cold snort rang in the air as a figure appeared out of thin air and blocked Duan Lingtian and Huan's path. It's Jun Wangchen, a core disciple of the Wind Thunder Dao sect. Many people who were hiding in the dark immediately recognized the person who had blocked Duan Lingtian and Huan's path. Chapter 3192. The Wind Thunder Dao sect was one of the 5 great sects in the Southern Heaven Territory. It was a grade 5 sect in the Devata realm. The core disciples of the 5 great sects in the Southern Heaven Territory were all outstanding geniuses. Most of them were celestial kings below the age of 2000. Jun Wangchen, a core disciple of the Wind Thunder Dao sect, was a 10-direction celestial king who had comprehended 9 profundities from the law of metal. Although he had not comprehended any of the profundities from the law of metal to the initial stage, his strength was still not to be underestimated. At the very least, the group of people hiding nearby did not dare to attack Jun Wangchen even if he did not activate the invisibility formation on his identity jade token. "Brat, I didn't expect you to not activate the invisibility formation on your identity jade token." Jun Wangchen stood in the way of Duan Lingtian and looked at Duan Lingtian with a cold smile on his face. In fact, he did not have to activate the invisibility formation. However, he was afraid Duan Lingtian and Duan Lingtian would discover him when he was tailing them. For this reason, he had activated the invisibility formation on his identity jade token and followed them here. Under the cover of the concealment formation, it was impossible to directly attack. That was because the concealment formation contained a restriction formation, which prevented people from using the concealment formation to launch a sneak attack. The restriction formation would only disappear after 3 breaths of time had passed since the invisibility formation was removed. Naturally, during these 3 breaths of time, the person who removed the invisibility formation would not be able to attack others. After all, the restriction formation was a powerful defensive formation as well. Naturally, it was impossible for a mere identity jade token to contain such a powerful formation. Since the identity jade token was connected to the upper realm of the Southern Heaven ancient realm to a certain extent, it contained such a powerful formation. Why wouldn't I? Duan Lingtian looked at the young man calmly. He vaguely remembered the young man. The young man was one of the few people who had made a fuss in the safe zone earlier. He remembered the young man saying he was a core disciple of the Wind Thunder Dao sect. "Brat, remember this. The person who killed you is me, Jun Wangchen, a core disciple of the Wind Thunder Dao sect. I will let the beauty by your side know that a weakling like you is not worthy of her." While Jun Wangchen's celestial origin energy that had fused with the law of metal's fundamental profundity, the metal elemental profundity, surged in his body, he did not forget to look at Huan, who was standing next to Duan Lingtian. Instantly, he felt a sense of defeat. For a moment, he vented all of his anger on Duan Lingtian. His eyes were filled with murderous intent as he looked at Duan Lingtian. Brat, I'll send you on your way now. As soon as Jun Wangchen said that, he started to move. At the same time, a sword appeared in his hand. Light flowed around it, emitting an extraordinary aura. Royal grade celestial sword. Duan Lingtian raised an eyebrow when he sensed the aura of the celestial sword in Jun Wangchen's hand. He could tell it was a royal grade celestial weapon. That purple-clad brat is doomed. Although Jun Wangchen is the weakest core disciple in the Wind Thunder Dao sect, his strength is not to be underestimated. In the upper realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm, there aren't many people who are stronger than Jun Wangchen. Jun Wangchen has always been ranked in the top 100. His strength speaks for itself. When Jun Wangchen made his move to kill Duan Lingtian, the people who were hiding in the dark or using concealment formations were certain Duan Lingtian would be killed by Jun Wangchen. After all, in their opinion, Duan Lingtian was a nobody. Those who tried to kill my brother Ling Tian deserve to die. When Jun Wangchen was about to charge toward Duan Ling Tian on his sword, a clear and melodious voice rang in the air. The person who spoke was none other than Huan who was standing next to Duan Ling Tian. Huan Er's gentle gaze that was focused on Duan Ling Tian turned cold when she saw Jun Wangchen flying toward her. It was as though the temperature in the surroundings would drop if she looked at Jun Wangchen. In the next moment, swoosh! Huan appeared in front of Duan Lingtian as her celestial origin energy surged out of her body and merged with the law of space's space elemental profundity. A 6-combo celestial king? This peerless beauty is a 6-combo celestial king? Wait. Did you notice? She's not even 100 years old. Heavens! A 6-combo celestial king who's not even 100 years old? Where did this monster come from? She's really not even 100 years old. When the crowd discovered Huan was only a 6-combo celestial king through her celestial origin energy, they did not think she would be a match for Jun Wangchen. However, when they found out that Huan was not even 100 years old, they were shocked once again. She's comprehending the law of space. Many people discovered this as well. After all, Huan Er's celestial origin energy had merged with the law of space's space elemental profundity. A 6-combo celestial king? Jun Wangchen frowned when he saw Huan Er standing in front of Duan Lingtian. However, when he discovered Huan was only a 6-combo celestial king, he smiled. A 6-combo celestial king was not a threat to him. Moreover, it would be easy for him to toy with a 6-combo celestial king. However, just when he thought she was a pushover, her eyes narrowed as she stared at him. In the next moment, Jun Wangchen realized that the space around him had solidified as if he had been imprisoned. The law of space's restraining profundity? So what? With my strength, I can easily break the restraining profundity cast by a 6-combo celestial king. Jun Wangchen brandished his sword. Golden light shone brightly as a majestic energy surged out of his sword in an attempt to break the space around him. Swoosh! 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 Boom! When the energy from Jun Wangchen's sword landed on the space around him, it only caused the space around him to tremble. It did not shatter. How's this possible? Jun Wangchen's eyes widened, and his expression changed drastically. The law of space's restraining profundity cast by a mere 6-combo celestial king shouldn't be able to stop my attack. Unless, she's comprehending the law of space's restraining profundity to the initial stage. If Jun Wangchen could think of this, then so could the onlookers. They were all shocked, and when they looked at Huan again, they couldn't help but feel a sense of dread. A 6-combo celestial king who was not even 100 years old was enough to scare them. However, a 6-combo celestial king who was not even 100 years old had comprehended the law of space's restraining profundity to the initial stage. Swoosh! When Jun Wangchen realized Huan had comprehended the law of space's restraining profundity to the initial stage, his expression turned serious as he thrust his sword at the space around him. This time, he managed to shatter Huan Er's restraining profundity. After all, he was a 10 directions celestial king. His cultivation base was 4 levels higher than Huan Er's. However, as soon as he shattered the restraining profundity, he discovered a figure had appeared in front of him. The figure was none other than Huan Er. Huan appeared in front of Jun Wangchen in just a blink of an eye. She activated her space territory and waved her hand. In the next moment, swoosh, 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 swoosh. 3 spatial tiers appeared in the sky and surrounded Jun Wangchen in a triangular formation. Before Jun Wangchen could recover from the blow, another gray blade light flashed out from behind the 3 ferocious space cracks. It was as if the blade radiance had crossed the space and was heading toward Jun Wangchen with fierce power. Under normal circumstances, Jun Wangchen would have been able to overcome this predicament with brute force. However, he had just unleashed his full strength and had yet to catch his breath. It was impossible for him to unleash his full strength again in such a short time. For this reason, he decided to defend himself. Golden light surged from his body, and he seemed to have turned into a golden man in an instant. Around the golden man's body, streaks of dazzling golden power wandered and wreaked havoc, surrounding the golden man tightly. She has comprehended the cross-dimensional/profundity to the initial stage as well. Although Jun Wangchen was focused on defending himself, he did not feel safe at all. His expression changed drastically. If her cross-dimensional/profundity can easily break through my defenses, I'll crush my identity jade token and leave. Jun Wangchen's expression was grim as he stared at the 3 cross-dimensional/profundity that Huan had cast. She has comprehended the cross-dimensional/profundity to the initial stage as well. The onlookers felt as though their hearts were about to explode. How could a beauty who was not even 100 years old be so monstrous? Huan used the transportation profundity. Duan Lingtian reminded Huan, through voice transmission. He could see the determination in Jun Wangchen's eyes. Moreover, there was no fear in Jun Wangchen's eyes. It was not difficult for him to see that Jun Wangchen intended to crush his identity jade token and leave. However, he did not want Jun Wangchen to leave just like that. As soon as Huan received Duan Lingtian's voice transmission, the 3 cross-dimensional/profundity bypassed Jun Wangchen's defenses and appeared next to him. No. Jun Wangchen didn't even have time to take out his identity jade token and crush it. He could only let out a shrill cry as the 3-dimensional/profundities destroyed his metal body profundity's defense like a piece of rotten wood. Apart from that, the silhouette of a purely defensive king-grade celestial weapon that appeared on his body was also destroyed. Swoosh. 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 The 3 cross-dimensional/profundity swept past Jun Wangchen's body and disappeared into the void in just a blink of an eye. The onlookers who were hiding in the dark could only watch helplessly as Jun Wangchen was killed. When they regained their senses, they could not help but gasp. This is too terrifying. Is he really just a 6-combo celestial king? Chapter 3193. After all, Jun Wangchen was a core disciple of the Wind Thunder Dao sect. He was a 10-direction celestial king and possessed a royal-grade celestial weapon. However, he was killed by a young woman who was not even 100 years old. The entire process only took a few breaths. She used the law of space's transportation profundity to send the 3 cross-dimensional/profundities past Jun Wangchen's defenses and killed him when he least expected it. At that time, Jun Wangchen didn't even have time to crush his identity jade token to leave the upper realm. In my opinion, Jun Wangchen was lucky. Otherwise, he would have taken out his identity jade token and left the upper realm as soon as the 3 cross-dimensional/profundities appeared. He got lucky and ended his life. The onlookers who were hiding in the dark could not help but sigh when they saw Jun Wangchen had died. They felt Jun Wangchen had died due to carelessness. All eyes were trained on the white figure hovering in the air. Their expressions turned solemn immediately. Although the woman was only a 6-combo celestial king, she had comprehended 2 profundities from the law of space to the initial stage. It was not difficult for the onlookers to see that the woman had only cast the cross-dimensional/profundity and the confinement profundity to the initial stage. Brother Ling Tian, Huan called out. After killing Jun Wangchen, she took his spatial ring and returned to Duan Lingtian. Then, she passed the spatial ring to Duan Lingtian. Naturally, she also passed Jun Wangchen's royal grade celestial sword and the purely defensive king grade celestial weapon to Duan Lingtian. After putting the two celestial weapons away, Duan Lingtian performed a blood ownership claim on the spatial ring. With just a glance, he saw a mountain of celestial crystals, some medicinal herbs, and some unique metals in the spatial ring. This is a Wind Shadow Escape Talisman? Meanwhile, Duan Lingtian discovered two celestial talismans in Jun Wangchen's spatial ring. They were similar to the Wind Shadow Escape Talisman that Sun Liangpeng, the sect leader of the Simplicity Celestial sect, had given him. Moreover, when his divine sense entered, he found that these two Wind Shadow Escape Talismans were not inferior to the Wind Shadow Escape Talisman he used before. If Jun Wangchen had used the Wind Shadow Escape Talisman to escape, Huan wouldn't have been able to kill him. Naturally, there's no need for him to use such a precious celestial talisman in the upper realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm since he can still crush his identity jade token to escape. In the end, he still harbored the thought of getting lucky. Jun Wangchen's death was within Duan Lingtian's expectations. If he did not send a voice transmission to Huan, Jun Wangchen might have been able to leave the upper realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm alive. He was the one who reminded her to use the law of space's teleportation profundities to send her attack past Jun Wangchen's outer layer of defense. That was how she was able to kill Jun Wangchen before he could crush his jade token. Jun Wangchen was ranked in the top 100 in the first half of the year. Before he died, he was ranked 92nd with 59 points. Now that Huan has killed Jun Wangchen, she's definitely ranked in the top 100 even though she has just entered the upper realm. I see. Currently, a new name appeared in the 92nd spot. Huan Er. Huan Er's name is Huan Er. She's not even 100 years old, but she's a 6-combo celestial king who has comprehended 2 profundities from the law of space to the initial stage. Where did she come from? Even the prodigies in the 7 upper province aren't as talented as her, right? How terrifying. I've never seen such a terrifying 6-combo celestial king before. Meanwhile, Duan Lingtian saw Huan Er's ranking through her identity jade token. After killing Jun Wangchen, a core disciple from the Wind Thunder Dao sect, Huan had obtained his points and was now ranked in the top 100. Now, she had 60 points. Apart from her own points, the rest were from Jun Wangchen. Huan do you see it? Duan Lingtian reminded Huan to check the scoreboard in the upper realm through her identity jade token. This was one of the unique features of the upper realm. It was impossible for outsiders to see the scoreboard in the upper realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm even if they had their identity jade tokens with them. Although the identity jade token would retain its points after leaving the upper realm, one would not be able to see the rankings through the identity jade token. There was only one way for outsiders to find out the rankings in the upper realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm. The only way to do that was to find out the rankings from the people in the upper realm. In the upper realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm, not only could one use celestial weapons, but one could also use celestial talismans, including memory celestial talismans. For this reason, those in the upper realm could communicate with outsiders through communication celestial talismans. Jun Wangchen was a core disciple of the Wind Thunder Dao sect after all. News of him being killed by Huan spread like wildfire. Although there were no other people from the Wind Thunder Dao sect present, there were still some people who recognized people from the Wind Thunder Dao sect. Brother, let me tell you something. Your Wind Thunder Dao sect's core disciple, Jun Wangchen, was killed. Brother Tian, your Wind Thunder Dao sect's core disciple, Jun Wangchen, was killed by a woman who's not even 100 years old. Her name is Huan Senior sister Qin, your senior brother Jun Wangchen, has been killed. As they sent messages to their friends in the Wind Thunder Dao sect, the news of Jun Wangchen's death began to spread in the sect. Naturally, Duan Lingtian was unaware of this. Even if he knew, he would not have cared. After all, to a certain extent, those who entered the upper realm of the southern heaven ancient realm had already disregarded their own lives. Jun Wangchen's death in the upper realm was purely due to his lack of strength. After all, the Wind Thunder Dao sect's disciples could not possibly go to the profound nether mansion and ask them to hand them over. As one of the 5 major sects in the southern heaven territory, the Wind Thunder Dao sect could not afford to lose face. The most they could do was to send people into the upper realm to avenge Jun Wangchen. Apart from that, they could not openly attack the upper realm. Brother Ling Tian, isn't this a little too easy? I only need to eliminate one person, and I'm already in the top 100. Huan said to Duan Ling Tian after she looked at the scoreboard through her identity jade token. Based on her words, it was as though she thought it was a piece of cake for her to enter the scoreboard. Huan, the reason you're able to enter the top 100 is because of the unlucky guy you eliminated earlier. He has 59 points. It has been half a year since the last time the scoreboard was updated. In other words, you've obtained all the points that the unlucky fellow had accumulated over the past 6 months. Duan Lingtian patiently explained the situation to Huan, since he knew she did not know much about the upper realm of the southern heaven ancient realm. Upon hearing Duan Lingtian's explanation, realization dawned on Huan, So that's how it is. Does this mean I'll be able to obtain more points if I encounter someone as unlucky as him? Theoretically, yes. However, there are less than 100 people in the upper realm who have more points than him. Duan Lingtian sighed. Let's go, Huan, Let's walk around the perimeter and see if we can find our target. After saying that, Duan Lingtian led Huan in the opposite direction of the safe zone. Wherever they passed, a group of people hidden in the dark held their breaths. There were even some people who completely forgot that they were under the cover of the invisibility formation. No matter how heavy their breathing was, they would not be discovered. They only sighed in relief when they saw Duan Lingtian and Huan, silhouettes disappearing from their sight. Have any of you heard of that woman before? Many people asked their companions. In the upper realm of the southern heaven ancient realm, many celestial kings who were not particularly strong would form a group to obtain points. Of course, people who could walk together usually had a very good relationship with each other and could trust each other. Otherwise, they would be stabbed in the back. I've never heard of her before. Huan, this is the first time this name has appeared on the scoreboard, right? Yes, I've never heard of her before. If she had entered the upper realm in the past, it's impossible for her to remain unknown. Put aside her strength, just her beauty alone is enough to make her the most beautiful woman in the upper realm and the entire southern heaven territory. That's right. This must be her first time here. At this moment, the name Huan was deeply engraved in everyone's mind. They also remembered the peerless beauty of the woman who called herself Huan. Apart from that, many of the men present on the scene could not help but feel envious of the purple-clad young man standing next to the woman. They were all men. How could the purple-clad young man stand next to such a beautiful woman? What did he do to deserve this? Such innate talent and beauty. Moreover, he's not even 100 years old, and he's dressed in white. It's as though he's from the same clan as me. Moreover, there's a handsome purple-clad young man standing next to him. Could these two be Duan Lingtian and the white-clad young woman who seems to be 1,000 Phantoms Ice Fox from the Phantom Fox clan? Among the crowd of onlookers, there was an inconspicuous gray-robed young man. His eyes flickered a few times before he finally sent out a message. Soon after, he received another message. Do you know anything about the purple-clad young man? The gray-clad young man replied truthfully. There's no doubt he's Duan Lingtian. I met him when I followed Lord Patriarch to the profound nether mansion. As for the woman standing next to him, she must be the veiled and conical woman whom 2 of our clansmen were tailing. Moreover, according to the news from the people we sent to the borderlands, the woman who appeared next to Duan Lingtian in the borderlands is none other than Huan. The person who sent the message was also an old man in the upper realm of the southern heaven ancient realm. Chapter 3194. Not only was Zhang Yunting a 10 Directions Celestial King, but his son was also a 10 Directions Celestial King. Although his son was a 10 Directions Celestial King, his son was not as strong as him since he had only comprehended 8 profundities from the law of water. When Zhang Yunting heard his son's voice transmission, he immediately sent a message to Zhang Dongnan, the clan leader of the Phantom Fox clan. Duan Lingtian from the profound nether mansion brought a woman suspected to be 1,000 phantoms ice fox into the upper realm of the southern heaven ancient realm? Zhang Dongnan's eyes widened slightly when he heard the news. In fact, after he confirmed that the white-clad woman whom the 2 clan leaders of the Phantom Fox clan were tailing was acquainted with Duan Lingtian, he was eager to meet her to confirm if she was really 1,000 phantoms ice fox. If she was 1,000 phantoms ice fox, even if he could not bring her out of the profound nether mansion, he could still send a message to the main Phantom Fox clan in the 7 Upper Province and ask them to send a powerhouse over. After all, the main Phantom Fox clan could easily send a titled celestial lord to bring her out of the profound nether mansion. However, he did not dare to send a message back to the main Phantom Fox clan. If the white-clad woman was not 1,000 phantoms ice fox, the main Phantom Fox clan would not let him off easily. After all, titled celestial lords were on par with the current ruler of the Southern Heaven territory, the Southern Heaven Celestial Lord. Zhang Dongnan would not be able to withstand the wrath of a titled celestial lord. Moreover, she's no longer a 10-direction celestial duke. She's a 6-combo celestial king now. Moreover, she has comprehended many profundities from the law of space, including the shackling profundity and the cross-dimensional / profundity to the initial stage. Zhang Dongnan was shocked. Although he was the clan leader of the Phantom Fox clan's branch in the Southern Heaven territory, he had never heard of such a monstrous genius. Even the previous 1,000 phantoms ice fox in the Phantom Fox clan isn't as monstrous as her, right? In just 30 years, her cultivation base has risen from a 10-direction celestial duke to a 6-combo celestial king. Moreover, she has comprehended such a profound law of space. Zhang Dongnan's expression turned solemn at that instant. Now that she's already a celestial lord, if she intentionally conceals her aura, even I wouldn't be able to tell that she's the 1,000 phantoms ice fox. Thinking of this, Zhang Dongnan's eyes flashed. Could it be that I really have to send news back to the main clan under uncertain circumstances? Forget it, let's wait a little longer. Perhaps there will be a turn for the better. Taking a deep breath, Zhang Dongnan sent a message to Zhang Yunting. Elder Yunting, if you have the chance, go and test that woman. Yes. Zhang Yunting nodded, then asked his son, Duan Lingtian, where Huan, and Huan, had gone. The environment in the upper realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm, including the safe zones, was fixed, unlike the middle realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm. The only thing that would change in the upper realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm was the locations of treasures and secret realms. Because of this, when Zhang Yunting heard from his son about Duan Lingtian and Huan, whereabouts, he immediately rushed over. Along the way, Duan Lingtian and Huan had encountered many people, but none of them were ranked in the top 100. These people could not even withstand a single blow from Duan Lingtian. Naturally, since he had no enmity with them, he did not kill them. For this reason, those who were eliminated by Duan Lingtian knew that a powerful purple-clad young man had appeared in the upper realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm. Although he was only a 3-talent celestial king, his battle prowess was on par with a 10-direction celestial duke. After all, among those eliminated by Duan Lingtian, the weakest one was a 7-star celestial king while the strongest one was a 9-palaces celestial king. However, even after eliminating many people, Duan Lingtian only managed to obtain slightly more than 30 points. He was still far from entering the upper realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm. I wonder how big the upper realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm is. Duan Lingtian sighed inwardly as he flew across the upper realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm. Huan, on the other hand, was holding his hand and sticking close to him like a celestial couple. He. What a golden couple. As a figure flew over from afar like a ghost, a sinister voice sounded from afar, getting closer and closer. A few moments later, a figure clad in a black robe appeared in front of Duan Lingtian and Huan, It was an old man. His entire body was covered in a black robe. He was so skinny that he looked like a bag of bones. His face was completely sunken in, making him look very strange. This person is a 10 Directions Celestial King. Duanling Tian could tell the old man was a 10 Directions Celestial King based on the celestial origin energy the old man emitted earlier. Although Duanling Tian was only a 3-talent Celestial King, he was very sensitive to the celestial origin energy of a 10 Directions Celestial King due to his consumable royal-grade celestial weapon. There's a little girl who's not even 100 years old. Little girl, you're a peerless beauty. If I'm a few tens of thousands of years younger, I might be interested in you. The black-clad old man chuckled as he looked at Huan. In the end, he shifted his gaze to Duanling Tian and asked, Lad, are you going to crush your identity jade tokens or do you want me to send you away? Let me tell you this. If I, the black demon old man, make a move, I might not be able to spare your lives. The black-clad old man warned Duanling Tian. Thank you for your warning, senior. Duanling Tian was not surprised to hear the black-clad old man had lived for tens of thousands of years. After all, Celestials in the Devata realms could live as long as heaven and earth. Celestials who had lived for tens of thousands of years could be found everywhere in the Devata realms. For example, the pavilion master of the profound Nether Mansion's Imperial Tudor Pavilion had lived for more than 30,000 years. However, if you want to eliminate us, we'll have to see if you're strong enough to convince us. Faced with the old man's reminder, Duanling Tian thanked the old man before he looked at him intently. What? Are you doubting my strength? The old man was taken aback by Duanling Tian's question. Then, a frown appeared on his face as he said, Wait a minute. Don't tell me you've never heard of me, the Black Demon? Upon hearing the old man's words, Duanling Tian recalled the black-clad old man's name had appeared on the scoreboard of the upper realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm through his identity jade token. To confirm his suspicion, Duanling Tian looked at the scoreboard again through his identity jade token. Black Fiend, ranked 69th, has 186 points. Upon seeing this, Duanling Tian's eyes lit up immediately. He looked at the black-clad old man as though he was a hungry wolf that had spotted its prey. As it turns out, senior, you're ranked 69th on the scoreboard. My apologies, Duanling Tian said. Now that you know who I am, shouldn't you leave? The old man waved his hand impatiently. I've killed too many people in the past. Now that I'm old, I feel like I'm looking at my juniors. I don't want to kill you if it's not necessary. Duanling Tian could not help but smile when he heard the old man's words. He found the old man's words rather amusing. Senior, please give me some pointers. Duanling Tian said with a smile on his face. Based on your words, it seems like you want to fight me? The old man raised an eyebrow when he heard Duanling Tian's words. A hint of seriousness could be seen in his eyes. He had lived for tens of thousands of years, naturally. He knew those who dared to fight him after finding out his ranking were either idiots or truly strong. Since the purple-clad young man did not seem like an idiot, he was certain Duanling Tian was strong. However, he did not believe Duanling Tian would be able to defeat him. After all, he had fought most of the people who were stronger than him in the upper realm. He had become a 10 Directions Celestial King 10,000 years ago, but he had not made a breakthrough. During the past 10,000 years, Duanling Tian had spent most of his time in the upper realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm. Therefore, he was very familiar with the people in the upper realm. However, he did not know the purple-clad young man before him. Senior, please enlighten me. Duanling Tian said with a smile on his face. All right. Since you want to fight me, I'll fulfill your wish. As soon as the black demon old man finished speaking, a burning flame burst out from his body. It soared into the sky and emitted a scorching aura. It was clear the old man had comprehended the law of fire. Swoosh! As the flames on the black demon's body surged, a large blade appeared in his hand. As soon as the saber appeared in his hand, a sharp aura surged out of the old man's body and swept toward Duanling Tian. This old man is much stronger than Jun Wangchen, the core disciple of the Wind Thunder Dao sect. Although they had not fought yet, based on the aura the old man exuded, it was not difficult for Duanling Tian to determine the old man was stronger than Jun Wangchen. He wondered if the old man had comprehended the law of fire's profundity to the rudimentary stage. Swoosh! Duanling Tian teleported and disappeared on the spot. When he reappeared, he was already above the old man. The law of space's teleportation profundity? The old man looked at Duanling Tian with a hint of surprise in his eyes. However, he did not panic. After all, although there were not many people in the upper realm who had comprehended the law of space, there were still a few of them. Boy, take out your celestial weapon. The old man reminded Duanling Tian when he saw Duanling Tian was still empty-handed. It was as though he did not want to have an unfair advantage over Duanling Tian. Senior, please make your move. If I need a celestial weapon, I'll use it. At this moment, Duanling Tian's impression of the old man improved. After all, not everyone in the upper realm of the southern heaven ancient realm was capable of such feats. Boy, how dare you look down on me? Let the Black Fiend sect teach you a lesson. The flames on his body surged as he charged forward with his saber in hand. It was as though he had transformed into a fireball that shot up into the sky. Chapter 3195. Duanling Tian's celestial origin energy surged out of his body and merged with the space elemental profundity, emitting a mysterious aura. Meanwhile, He Sha, who had transformed into a fireball and was charging toward Duanling Tian, halted his attack when he discovered Duanling Tian was only a 3-talent celestial king through Duanling Tian's celestial origin energy. In just a blink of an eye, he appeared near Duanling Tian and looked at Duanling Tian with a frown on his face. Brat, you're only a 3-talent celestial king? How dare a mere 3-talent celestial king enter the upper realm of the southern heaven ancient realm? Are you tired of living? At this moment, He Sha's tone was even more arrogant when he spoke to Duanling Tian. It was as though he was a senior lecturing his senior. In his opinion, a 3-talent celestial king should not enter the upper realm of the southern heaven ancient realm. After all, he would only be giving away points to others and might even be killed. Senior, did you stop because of my cultivation base? Duanling Tian was slightly puzzled when he saw He Sha had stopped attacking earlier. He was about to launch another attack when he saw He Sha had stopped attacking. Duanling Tian was rendered speechless by He Sha's words. As it turned out, he had met a nice old man. He Sha did not seem like a righteous person, but he treated Duanling Tian as though He Sha was his junior. Duanling Tian felt awkward. He did not know whether to attack or not. Brat, I'll give you one more chance. Leave the upper realm of the southern heaven ancient realm now. Otherwise, if I really make a move, a mere 3-talent celestial king like you will definitely die. He Sha said threateningly with a dark expression on his face. Senior, the 7-star celestial kings, 8 trigram celestial kings, and 9 palaces celestial kings I met earlier were just like you. Duanling Tian sighed. Do you know what happened to them in the end? Don't tell me you eliminated them. He Sha did not believe Duanling Tian's words. He thought Duanling Tian was bragging. Not bad. Duanling Tian nodded. Brat, aren't you afraid of biting your tongue when you talk big? Do you think a mere 3-talent celestial emperor like you can eliminate a 9 palaces celestial emperor? He Sha sneered. Since Senior doesn't believe me, then Junior can only prove it. Senior has taken care of me many times, so I won't take advantage of you. I hope that after Senior sees my strength, you can become serious and fight with me with all your strength. As soon as Duanling Tian finished speaking, he did not wait for He Sha's response and directly attacked. Confine. With a thought, Duanling Tian sealed the void where He Sha was, trapping him firmly inside. At the same time, in the space that trapped the Black Fiend, waves of distorted and vibrating power raged and swept towards the Black Fiend. Good. In the next moment, Duanling Tian teleported and appeared dozens of meters away from the confined space. The space law domain swept out and enveloped He Sha. In the past, his space domain could only cover a radius of 10 meters. However, now that he had comprehended the territory profundity to the initial stage, he could cover a radius of 100 meters. The initial stage of the territory profundity? He Sha's expression turned solemn immediately. However, in the next moment, his expression changed drastically when he discovered the distorted and vibrating power in the confined space was getting stronger and stronger. Coupled with the space domain's power, he felt a strong sense of danger. He has also comprehended the distortion profundity to the initial stage. He Sha's expression changed drastically. Flames rose from his body as he brandished the saber in his hand. He wanted to open up a path in the space domain that was suppressing him. Buzz. 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 At this moment, He Sha no longer dared to underestimate Duan Lingtian. He unleashed all his strength in an attempt to escape. What a joke! Although Duan Lingtian was only a 3-talent celestial king, he had comprehended 2 profundities from the law of space to the initial stage. Based on this alone, Duan Lingtian was not any weaker than an ordinary 10-direction celestial duke. Moreover, He Sha had no idea what Duan Lingtian had up his sleeve. At this moment it was, naturally, more important for him to escape from the space domain and regain his freedom. Otherwise, the situation would be under Duan Lingtian's control. Even if he was stronger than Duan Lingtian, he might still fail miserably. The flaming saber rays tore through Duan Lingtian's territory profundity and the distortion profundity before they swept toward the space shackles in the surroundings. Although more than half of the flaming saber rays had been depleted, He Sha was still confident he could break free from the space domain. Unless, Duan Lingtian had also comprehended the space domain's restraining profundity to the initial stage. However, was this possible? How's this possible? Initially, He Sha thought that it was impossible. However, when he saw his saber light being forcibly blocked by the spatial shackles, he knew that what he thought was impossible had happened. The purple-clad young man who was a 3-talent celestial king had indeed comprehended the space domain's restraining profundity to the initial stage. He had also comprehended the space domain profundity, the distortion profundity, and the restraining profundity to the initial stage. He Sha's expression changed drastically when he saw a 3-talent celestial king achieving such a feat. His eyes widened, and he looked at Duan Lingtian as though he had seen a ghost. "Senior, do you want to continue?" He Sha's expression changed drastically as he stared at Duan Lingtian as though he had seen a ghost. At this moment, Duan Lingtian raised his hand, and 3 space tears appeared outside the space domain. In the next moment, 3 gray blade auras seemed to have crossed the space and whizzed out from another dimension. They hovered around the confinement space and surrounded the black fiend in a triangular formation. The dimension profundity to the initial stage. He Sha gulped when he saw this. He could not help but curse, "Why am I so unlucky to encounter such a little monster?" There were only 9 profundities in the law of space, and only 8 of them could be comprehended to the initial stage. However, the purple-clad young man had comprehended 4 profundities from the law of space. It could be said that he had comprehended 4 profundities from the law of space to the initial stage. He Sha had never seen or heard of such an achievement in the upper realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm. Even the peerless prodigy of the 10,000 Battles Heaven sect, a 10-direction celestial king who was ranked first in the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm, had only comprehended 3 profundities from the law of wind to the initial stage. However, the purple-clad young man in front of him was only a 3-talent celestial king, but he had already comprehended 3 profundities to the initial stage. Most importantly, He Sha had comprehended the law of space. The law of space, one of the 4 supreme laws, was said to be the most difficult law to comprehend. Swoosh! After taking a deep breath, He Sha withdrew his flame energy and put away his royal-grade celestial saber. "Lad, what's your name?" He Sha asked with a bitter smile on his face as he looked at Duan Lingtian, who had also withdrawn his attacks. "This is the first time I've met a monster like you. Even a reincarnated celestial emperor might not be as monstrous as you. I wonder what you've experienced in the past to be able to achieve such a feat. Perhaps you're from a force in the 7 Upper Province or the Spirit Overarching Region?" He Sha shook his head as he spoke. At this moment, he did not have the slightest intention to make a move in front of Duan Lingtian. This was because he knew even if he made a move, he would not be a match for Duan Lingtian. Duan Ling Tian could easily defeat him without using a celestial weapon. Even if Duan Ling Tian was only a 3-talent celestial king, he would still be able to defeat him. Senior, I'm Duan Ling Tian. Duan Ling Tian smiled faintly. Duan Ling Tian? Why does this name sound so familiar? Upon hearing Duan Ling Tian's name, He Sha found Duan Ling Tian's name familiar. After a while, he raised an eyebrow. That's right. 30 years ago, there was a monstrous disciple from the profound nether mansion who was invincible in the middle realm of the southern heaven ancient realm. His name was Duan Ling Tian as well. Although He Sha muttered to himself, he did not make the connection between Duan Ling Tian and Duan Ling Tian. After all, although both of them were monstrous, there was a huge gap between their strength. No. Both of them seemed to have comprehended the law of space. He Sha gulped as he looked at Duan Ling Tian. Lad. Don't tell me you're Duan Ling Tian, the disciple of the profound nether mansion who caused a commotion in the southern heaven territory 30 years ago? Senior, if you're referring to the disciple of the profound nether mansion, that's me. Duan Ling Tian smiled. Based on the old man's words, he knew the old man had heard of him before. You're right. The old man's eyes widened in shock when he heard Duan Ling Tian's confirmation. He sighed emotionally before he said, as the saying goes, every generation produces a new generation of geniuses. In the future, the southern heaven territory will belong to you youngsters. He Sha shook his head before he took out his identity jade token. He looked at Duan Ling Tian and said, Lad, I hope you'll be able to surpass me and enter the top 10. I'll keep an eye on you after I leave this place. The moment He Sha's words left his mouth, he crushed his identity jade token. All the points in his identity jade token were taken away by Duan Ling Tian. This He Sha is quite interesting. After He Sha left, Duan Ling Tian returned to Huan Er's side and took out his identity jade token, 223 points. Currently, Duan Ling Tian had 223 points in his identity jade token. Based on his identity jade token, he discovered his current ranking was even better than the old man's. He was currently ranked 65th on the scoreboard. Huan Er, on the other hand, was ranked 93rd since she still had 60 points. Huan Er, I'll leave the rest to you. Try to maintain a balance between our points. Duan Ling Tian said to Huan, who was holding his hand. Huan nodded. I'll listen to you, Brother Ling Tian. Chapter 3196. Who's Duan Ling Tian? He actually replaced He Sha and is ranked 65th on the scoreboard. Those who were paying attention to the scoreboard in the upper realm of the southern heaven ancient realm were shocked by the name that suddenly appeared in the scoreboard. Duan Ling Tian was ranked in the top 70 as soon as he entered the scoreboard. Based on Duan Ling Tian's points, it seemed like he only had slightly more than 30 points before he defeated He Sha. He Sha used to be ranked 69th. However, Duan Ling Tian is ranked 65th after he defeated He Sha. To think he's able to eliminate He Sha. With such strength, he shouldn't be a nobody in the upper realm of the southern heaven ancient realm. However, I've never heard of such a person before. Duan Ling Tian? That name sounds familiar. Duan Ling Tian? I remember the disciple from the profound nether mansion who was invincible in the middle realm of the southern heaven ancient realm 30 years ago was called Duan Ling Tian? Is it possible that they're the same person? Impossible. Put aside the huge gap between their strength, do you think someone who was only a 10-direction celestial duke 30 years ago is strong enough to eliminate He Sha? Are you kidding me? He Sha is a veteran powerhouse in the upper realm of the southern heaven ancient realm. Although he hasn't comprehended any profundities from the law of fire to the initial stage, he has comprehended 9 profundities from the law of fire. With his royal grade celestial saber, only a 10-direction celestial king who has comprehended profundities to the initial stage would be a match for him. Currently, the safe zones in the upper realm of the southern heaven ancient realm were bustling with activity. The commotion was caused by the sudden appearance of a name that had risen to 65th place. Duan Ling Tian? There were many people from the profound nether mansion in the upper realm of the southern heaven ancient realm. They were shocked when they learned that Duan Lingtian had risen to 65th place. However, they did not dare to associate Duan Lingtian with the Duan Lingtian from the Profound Nether Mansion. Although Duan Lingtian was the imperial tutor of the Profound Nether Mansion, his status was even higher than the core disciples. After all, no matter how heaven-defying a 10-direction celestial duke was, it was impossible for a 10-direction celestial duke to grow to such a level in just 30 years. Those were the thoughts of the people from the Profound Nether Mansion. Duan Lingtian. Zhang Yunting, a 10-direction celestial king from the Phantom Fox clan, was on his way to see Duan Lingtian and Duan Lingtian. Out of curiosity, he took out his identity jade token and looked at the scoreboard. I didn't expect the 1,000 Phantoms Ice Fox to be so powerful. Even He Sha was eliminated by her. Zhang Yunting sighed. He did not think it was Duan Lingtian who had eliminated He Sha. He thought it was Huan, who had eliminated He Sha and gave He Sha's points to Duan Lingtian instead. This was because he had met Duan Lingtian 30 years ago. At that time, Duan Lingtian had just become a one-basic celestial king. Now that 30 years had passed, it would be a miracle if Duan Lingtian had become a two-form celestial king. It was impossible for him to defeat He Sha. Even Zhang Yunting was only evenly matched with He Sha a few thousand years ago before he comprehended the profundities of the law to the initial stage. That woman didn't even use a celestial weapon to kill Jun Wangchen, a core disciple of the Wind Thunder Dao sect. Now, she even eliminated He Sha. It seems like even I won't be able to defeat her. Zhang Yunting's expression turned solemn. He did not think Huan did not have a royal-grade celestial weapon. With Duan Lingtian's status in the Profound Nether Mansion, it would not be difficult for him to obtain a royal-grade celestial weapon for Huan. However, even if I'm not a match for her, I can still test her strength. At most, I'll crush my identity jade token and leave the upper realm at a critical moment. Zhang Yunting sighed in relief when he thought about this. In the past, if someone told him that a 6-combo celestial king was strong enough to defeat him, he would not have believed it. However, he had no choice but to believe it now. Duan Lingtian and Huan traveled in a straight line. Since he did not know where the other paths led, he decided to travel in one direction until the end. Unbeknownst to them, the members of the Phantom Fox clan were rapidly closing in on them. For a while, Duan Lingtian did not make a move. Instead, Huan took over. Everyone she encountered was eliminated by Huan, one after another. As she continued to climb up the scoreboard, her reputation in the upper realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm grew as well. After Huan eliminated another person, she was about to continue traveling with Duan Lingtian when Duan Lingtian narrowed his eyes as though he had sensed something. At this moment, Huan turned to look in the distance. Imperial Tutor Duan, we meet again. A grey-clad old man flew over from afar, and his gaze descended onto Duan Lingtian as a wisp of a faint smile appeared on his face. Imperial Tutor Duan, it has been 30 years since we last met. Don't tell me you've forgotten about me? The grey-clad old man said with a smile. You're one of the people who followed clan leader Zhang from the Phantom Fox clan. At this moment, Duan Lingtian finally recognized the old man standing before him. He was one of the two old men standing behind the patriarch of the Phantom Fox clan 30 years ago. He did not expect to meet the grey-clad old man from the Phantom Fox clan here. Previously, due to the presence of the clan leader, it was inappropriate for me to speak. Today, I'll introduce myself to you. My name is Zhang Yunting, an elder of the Phantom Fox clan. The grey-clad old man said. Zhang Yunting. Upon hearing the grey-clad old man's words, Duan Lingtian narrowed his eyes in surprise. You're Zhang Yunting who's ranked 52nd on the scoreboard? He had just taken a look at the scoreboard 15 minutes ago. Zhang Yunting was ranked 52nd on the scoreboard. It did not cross his mind that Zhang Yunting was ranked 52nd on the scoreboard. He did not expect Zhang Yunting to be the old man from the Phantom Fox clan. At the same time, Duan Lingtian's expression turned solemn when he saw Zhang Yunting looking at Huan, who was standing next to him. A hint of killing intent could be seen flashing in the depths of his eyes. Although it was impossible for Zhang Yunting to see through Huan Er's disguise as 1,000 Phantoms Ice Fox, it was not impossible for him to suspect her. Fortunately, Huan had become a celestial king, so Zhang Yunting was not as suspicious as the two old men. After all, Zhang Yunting was a celestial king, and the two old men were celestial kings as well. Although there was a difference in their divine consciousness, it was not that big of a difference. You must be the young lady who killed Jun Wangchen, a core disciple of the Wind Thunder Dao sect, and eliminated He Sha, right? Zhang Yunting asked with a smile on his face. Huan ignored him since she had received Duan Lingtian's voice transmission earlier. She knew Zhang Yunting was from the Phantom Fox clan, someone who posed a threat to her. Since Huan was ignoring him, Zhang Yunting calmly said, "Miss, I'm currently ranked 52nd on the scoreboard. Why don't we have a battle? If you can defeat me, you will be able to obtain my points, and you will be able to enter the top 50 of the rankings." Zhang Yunting took the initiative to challenge Huan In his opinion, although he was not certain Huan was 1,000 Phantoms Ice Fox, he was certain she would reveal her true form if he forced her to use her full strength. Even if she did not reveal her true form, her aura would be exposed. At that time, he would be certain she was 1,000 Phantoms Ice Fox. At that time, he would have completed his mission. At that time, it would be worth it even if he was eliminated from the Phantom Fox clan. As long as I can confirm she's 1,000 Phantoms Ice Fox, I'll report this to the Patriarch. The Patriarch will definitely send experts from the main clan to the Profound Nether Mansion to take her away. Zhang Yunting thought to himself. Zhang Yunting could not help but feel excited when he thought about the reward he would get for providing the main clan with clues about the 1,000 Phantoms Ice Fox. Naturally, he knew the meat of the reward would go to the Patriarch. At most, he would only get a sip of the soup. However, even if it was just a sip of soup, he was more than satisfied. After all, the reward was just too tempting. Huan, since he's the one who initiated the battle, you should accept it. However, don't use the techniques of the 1,000 Phantoms Ice Fox or the Phantom Fox clan. Use the profundities from the law of space that you've comprehended. If you can't suppress him with the law of space, use your celestial weapon. Duan Lingtian was not certain about Zhang Yunting's strength. However, based on Zhang Yunting's current ranking, it was not difficult for him to guess Zhang Yunting's strength. At the very least, he was stronger than the Black Fiend. Perhaps, he had comprehended some profundities from a law to the initial stage. However, even if you think he's weaker than you, don't be in a hurry to show that you're stronger than him. It's best if you can maintain a stalemate with him for a while. Give him the illusion that you're evenly matched. Duan Lingtian said. Although she did not know why Duan Lingtian asked her to do this, she did not question it. After all, her brother Ling Tian must have his reasons for asking her to do this. There was no need for her to know the reason. Whoosh. 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 As soon as Duan Lingtian finished speaking, Huan Er's celestial origin energy that had been boosted with the space elemental profundity surged out of her body. Then, she stepped into the air and reappeared 100 meters away. She stared at Zhang Yunting coldly. Since you want to challenge me, leave your points behind. At this moment, her pleasant voice was laced with coldness. If you want my points, you'll have to defeat me. Zhang Yunting said bluntly. As soon as Zhang Yunting finished speaking, the flames on his body surged and wreaked havoc. Similar to the Black Fiend that Duan Lingtian had encountered earlier, Zhang Yunting had comprehended the law of fire. However, compared to the Black Fiend, Zhang Yunting was much stronger. He has comprehended the law of fire's burning profundity to the initial stage. Chapter 3197. After a dozen breaths of time, Zhang Yunting realized he still could not make the white-clad woman take out her celestial weapon. Moreover, he did not see the white-clad woman using any of the 1,000 Phantoms Ice Fox's techniques. In fact, she did not even use the techniques of the Phantom Fox clan. It seems like I can only use the Phantom Fox clan's illusory techniques. If she's 1,000 Phantoms Ice Fox, my illusory techniques would be useless against her. As long as she can ignore my illusory techniques, I'm sure she's 1,000 phantoms ice fox. At that time, I'll go out and inform the clan leader about this. Thinking of this, Zhang Yunting's eyes suddenly narrowed. His originally sharp eyes flashed with a white light. At the same time, the silhouette of a huge white fox appeared behind Zhang Yunting. It was like a towering mountain that occupied half the sky. Just as Zhang Yunting was about to summon his Dharma idol and use the Phantom Fox clan's illusory techniques, "It seems like you really don't take me seriously." A clear and cold voice sounded from behind Zhang Yunting, causing his expression to change drastically. Naturally, Zhang Yunting could tell the owner of the voice was Duan Lingtian. However, he did not know when Duan Lingtian had appeared behind him. Zhang Yunting's expression changed drastically. He was about to turn around to face Duan Lingtian when he discovered 3 spatial tears had appeared in the void around him. At the same time, 3 gray sabers with golden flames shot out from the spatial tears toward Zhang Yunting. Spatial energy surged out from Duan Lingtian's body, distorting and vibrating the space around him. It easily destroyed Zhang Yunting's hastily cast defensive technique. Buzz! Buzz! At the same time, Zhang Yunting saw the white-clad woman who had not used her celestial weapon. She took out 2 rings and put them together before throwing them at Zhang Yunting. A terrifying aura surged out from the rings, causing Zhang Yunting's heart to palpitate. No! Zhang Yunting did not have time to use his celestial talisman to escape. He did not even have time to take out his identity jade token and crush it. Buzz! 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 In just a blink of an eye, Zhang Yunting was killed by Duan Lingtian's cross-dimensional /profundity and Huan Er's bracelets. The Yin Yang 9 Water Chestnut Ring was a combination of the mystical Yin 9 Water Chestnut Ring and the mystical Yang 9 Water Chestnut Ring. The mystical Yin 9 Water Chestnut Rings and the mystical Yang 9 Water Chestnut Rings were both royal-grade celestial weapons. Although it was still a royal-grade celestial weapon, its power was comparable to an emperor-grade celestial weapon. Whoosh! The moment Zhang Yunting died, Duan Lingtian teleported away, allowing Huan Er to obtain Zhang Yunting's points. And just as Zhang Yunting had said before, she was ranked 47th on the scoreboard in the upper realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm after obtaining Duan Lingtian's points. Currently, she had nearly 500 points. That Zhang Yunting really has a lot of points. Duan Lingtian glanced at the scoreboard through his identity jade card and put it away. At the same time, he couldn't help but sigh. The scoreboard in the upper realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm changed instantly. After Zhang Yunting was eliminated, Huan Er's name shot up to the top 50. Anyone who paid attention to the scoreboard would know Huan was the one who had eliminated Zhang Yunting. Heavens! That woman eliminated Zhang Yunting? After killing Jun Wangchen, a core disciple of the Wind Thunder Dao sect, she eliminated Zhang Yunting as well? How is she so strong? I heard she's not even 100 years old yet. Zhang Yunting is much stronger than Jun Wangchen. I can't believe she's capable of eliminating Zhang Yunting. Many people in the upper realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm were shocked by Huan Er's elimination. As for Zhang Yunting's son, when he heard that his father had been eliminated, he glanced down at his own storage ring, and his eyes widened in anger. Father. He discovered his father's soul pearl had shattered. This meant that his father had died. He had been killed by the woman called Huan Er. Meanwhile, Zhang Dongnan, the clan leader of the Phantom Fox clan, also learned about Zhang Yunting's death. Elder Yunting. She killed him? She's only a 6-combo celestial king, but she managed to kill Elder Yunting? It seems like she hid her strength when she killed Jun Wangchen. Zhang Dongnan's expression was unsightly. Zhang Yunting, like Zhang Zhenhai, could be said to be his right-hand man. However, Zhang Yunting was killed by a woman who was suspected to be 1,000 Phantoms Ice Fox from the Phantom Fox clan. In the upper realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm, the strongest people in the Phantom Fox clan were Elder Yunting and Elder Zhenhai. However, Elder Yunting was killed by her. Even Elder Zhenhai won't be able to escape death if he goes there. Zhang Dongnan frowned. He felt this matter was getting more and more troublesome. That's right. I can report this matter to the main clan and ask them to send a powerful 10-direction celestial king over. Wouldn't that do? The 10-direction celestial kings in the main clan are much stronger than the 10-direction celestial kings in the Southern Heaven Territory. Even the peerless prodigy from the 10,000 Battles Heaven sect is no match for a 10-direction celestial king in the main clan. With this thought in mind, Zhang Dongnan rose to his feet and took out a shining golden celestial talisman. He recorded the matter and sent it out. It was a communication celestial talisman, but it was different from ordinary communication celestial talismans. Ordinary communication celestial talismans could only be used in the Southern Heaven Territory and not in the chaotic astral ocean. The communication celestial talismans could only be used in the chaotic astral ocean. The 7 upper regions was the name of the 7 territories. These 7 territories were superior to ordinary territories like the Southern Heaven Territory. The rulers of ordinary territories were titled celestial lords, but the rulers of the 7 territories in the 7 upper regions were titled celestial emperors. Most importantly, all of them were famous titled celestial emperors. In the spirit overarching heaven, there were many ordinary territories like the Southern Heaven Territory, but there were only 7 territories like the 7 upper regions. The main clan of the Phantom Fox clan was located in the Heavenly Territory in the 7 upper regions. The Phantom Fox clan was a famous clan in the Heavenly Territory. Although there were no titled celestial emperors in the clan, there were many celestial emperors in the clan. The Phantom Fox clan was a grade 1 force in the Devata realms. Apart from having many celestial emperors, they also controlled many king-grade celestial crystal veins. The Phantom Fox clan status in the Heavenly Territory was equivalent to the 10 major clans and 5 major sects in the Southern Heaven Territory. At this moment, the main clan of the Zhang clan, who was in a corner of the Phantom Fox clan's estate, received a message from a branch clan in the Southern Heaven Territory. The person who sent the message was Zhang Dongnan, the clan leader of the branch clan in the Southern Heaven Territory. Someone suspected to be 1,000 Phantoms Ice Fox has appeared in the Southern Heaven Territory. Are you sure? The person who received the message was a high-ranking official in the main clan of the Phantom Fox clan. He frowned. What's wrong with Zhang Dongnan? If he's not sure, why did he inform me? However, in the end, he patiently read through Zhang Dongnan's message. She entered the upper realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm and killed an elder from a branch clan in the Southern Heaven Territory. That elder is a 10-direction celestial king who has comprehended 9 profundities from the law of fire and has comprehended the burning profundity to the initial stage. Moreover, that woman is a 6-combo celestial king even though she's not even 100 years old. It's no wonder Zhang Dongnan suspects she's 1,000 Phantoms Ice Fox. She's a 6-combo celestial king even though she's not even 100 years old. The high-ranking official in the main clan of the Zhang clan brought Zhang Dongnan's message to the Grand Elder of the Zhang clan. Even the previous generation's 1,000 Phantoms Ice Fox isn't as monstrous as her. In just 30 years, she has become a 6-combo celestial king from a 10-direction celestial duke. After receiving Zhang Dongnan's message, the Grand Elder of the Zhang clan agreed with Zhang Dongnan's words. In that case, I'll send Zhang Jin-yi to the upper realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm in a moment to test that woman's strength. If I can confirm she's 1,000 Phantoms Ice Fox, I'll send a titled celestial lord to bring her back. The Grand Elder of the Zhang clan said. Understood. The Zhang family senior who received Zhang Dongnan's message accepted the order and retreated, but waves of shock surged in his heart. He did not expect the Grand Elder of the Zhang clan would send Zhang Jin-yi to the Southern Heaven Territory. Zhang Jin-yi was ranked in the top 3 among the 10-direction celestial kings in the Zhang clan. His strength was only second to the other 2 10-direction celestial kings. Apart from being a 10-direction celestial king, Zhang Jin-yi had also comprehended 4 profundities from the law of metal to the initial stage. Most importantly, Zhang Jin-yi was a direct descendant of the Zhang clan. His illusory techniques were far superior to those from the branch clans. Apart from that, Zhang Jin-yi had also mastered the innate ability of a pure Phantom Fox clan member. It was even more powerful than the Grand Elder of the Zhang clan's illusory techniques. Such a person would be invincible in the Southern Heaven Territory if he was not a celestial lord. The Grand Elder wants me to go to the Southern Heaven Territory to test a woman who seems to be 1,000 phantoms ice fox. Zhang Jinyi was a tall and handsome young man dressed in a long green robe. He frowned slightly when he received the message from the Grand Elder of the Zhang clan. In the end, he left the Zhang clan and made his way to the transporting formation in the Phantom Fox clan's estate. Naturally, he could not travel to the chaotic astral ocean by himself. If he used the transporting formation, he would be able to travel to the Southern Heaven Territory with just a thought. I hope that woman is really 1,000 phantoms ice fox from the Phantom Fox clan. Otherwise, I won't let her off easily. Chapter 3198. In the Phantom Fox clan's estate in the Southern Heaven Territory. Zhang Dongnan, the clan leader of the Phantom Fox clan's branch in the Southern Heaven Territory, welcomes the arrival of the emissary. Zhang Dongnan brought all the elders of the Phantom Fox clan out to welcome the emissary from the main clan in the Heavenly Territory, one of the 7 upper province. Yes. Although Zhang Jinyi was only a 10 direction celestial king, he was a direct descendant of the Zhang clan and the Phantom Fox clan. His bloodline was much purer compared to Zhang Dongnan and the others. Therefore, even though Zhang Jinyi was a 10 direction celestial king, he only responded indifferently. Emissary, please follow me. Following that, Zhang Dongnan led Zhang Jinyi to the main hall of the Phantom Fox clan's estate. Zhang Zhenhai was the only one who followed Zhang Dongnan. The other elders of the Phantom Fox clan did not follow them. That young man is the emissary from the main clan? How dare a mere 10 direction celestial king act so arrogantly in front of the clan leader? How despicable! An elder of the Phantom Fox clan said with a displeased expression on his face. Although he was aware of the existence of the main clan, he respected the clan leader of the branch clan the most. After all, the clan leader had saved his life. However, a junior from the main clan dared to act so arrogantly in front of the clan leader. Although the clan leader did not show any displeasure, he was still furious. Shoo! Keep your voice down. That's the emissary from the main clan. Even if he kills you, the clan leader won't be able to do anything to him. The other elder of the Phantom Fox clan cautiously glanced at the 3 silhouettes in the distance before he said to the elder. I wonder if he's strong enough to suppress that woman who's suspected to be 1,000 phantoms ice fox. Since the main clan sent him here, he must be strong. It'll be a joke if he can't suppress her. I wonder how the main clan will react. I don't think that's possible. While the elders of the Phantom Fox clan were discussing among themselves, Zhang Jinyi, a 10 direction celestial king from the main clan, was led by Zhang Dongnan to the main hall of the Phantom Fox clan's estate. Emissary, how should I address you? Zhang Dongnan asked with a smile on his face. You don't deserve to know my name. Zhang Jinyi said indifferently. His condescending attitude was obvious. How dare you? Hearing Zhang Jinyi's words, Zhang Dongnan's face stiffened and his smile froze. Behind him, Zhang Zhenhai had already shouted. Impudent? Zhang Jinyi indifferently glanced at Zhang Zhenhai, a cold light flashing in his eyes. You're just an inferior member of a branch family, yet you dare to be arrogant in front of a direct descendant of the main family? A direct descendant of the main clan? Zhang Dongnan's pupils constricted, and when he looked at Zhang Jinyi again, his eyes were filled with shock. Although he knew the main clan had sent a powerful 10 direction celestial king over, he didn't know the 10 direction celestial king was a direct descendant of the main clan. Humph. Hearing a cold snort, Zhang Dongnan's expression changed. He immediately moved to stop Zhang Jinyi, who was about to attack Zhang Zhenhai. Emissary, please show mercy. After stopping Zhang Jinyi, Zhang Dongnan cupped his hands towards Zhang Jinyi. At this moment, his back was drenched in cold sweat. A direct descendant of the main clan? And now, even Zhang Zhenhai, who was standing behind Zhang Dongnan, after hearing Zhang Jinyi say that he was a direct descendant of the main family, his expression completely changed. Naturally, he knew what a direct descendant of the main clan represented. It was the highest bloodline in the Phantom Fox clan, second only to the legendary Thousand Phantoms Ice Fox. What? Are you trying to stop me? Zhang Jini stared coldly at Zhang Dongnan and asked sternly, do you know what price you have to pay to stop me? Emissary, I was raised by Elder Zhenhai since I was young. I can't just watch him die like that. Please show mercy, emissary, Zhang Dongnan said in a deep voice. Since he's also a 10-direction celestial king, I'll give him a chance. As long as he can last 2 breaths of time, I'll spare his life. When Zhang Jini discovered Zhang Zhenhai was also a 10-direction celestial king, his eyes flashed coldly as a sneer appeared on his face. 2 breaths of time. Zhang Dongnan was shocked. He did not expect Zhang Jini would dare to make such a bold claim. Even the peerless prodigy from the 10,000 Battles Heaven sect who was widely acknowledged as invincible in the upper realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm would not be able to kill Elder Zhenhai within 5 breaths of time, right? How could an emissary from the main clan make such a bold claim? Perhaps, the emissary is just trying to find a way out of this embarrassing situation, Zhang Dongnan could not help but think to himself. Although Zhang Jini was stronger than the peerless prodigy from the 10,000 Battles Heaven sect, he did not think the emissary would be able to kill Zhang Zhenhai within 2 breaths of time. 2 breaths of time. Zhang Zhenhai laughed. Just like Zhang Dongnan, he thought the emissary was just trying to find a way out of this embarrassing situation. Emissary, this way please. Zhang Zhenhai beckoned to Zhang Jini before he led Zhang Jini to the sky above the Phantom Fox clan's branch. Zhang Dongnan followed suit. Many of the Phantom Fox clan's members were confused when they saw this. Isn't that the patriarch? Elder Zhenhai is here as well. The person who's fighting with Elder Zhenhai is the emissary from the main clan? Elder Zhenhai is going to spar with the emissary from the main clan? The leaders of the Phantom Fox clan were curious as they watched the battle. I'll give you 15 minutes to prepare. After 15 minutes, I'll remind you again before I make my move. Zhang Jini looked at Zhang Zhenhai indifferently as he said, at that time, if you can survive within 2 breaths of time, you'll be able to live. Otherwise, if you can't hold on for 2 breaths of time, you'll definitely die. Zhang Jini's eyes were filled with disdain when he spoke. As soon as Zhang Jini finished speaking, the atmosphere turned tense, causing the expressions of the Phantom Fox clan's members to change drastically. What's going on? Based on the emissary's words, it seems like he wants to kill Elder Zhenhai. He wants to kill Elder Zhenhai within 2 breaths of time. Is he really a 10-direction celestial king? Even the peerless prodigy from the 10,000 Battles Heaven sect wouldn't dare to make such a bold claim, right? I remember Elder Zhenhai fought with the peerless prodigy from the 10,000 Battles Heaven sect. Elder Zhenhai only lost after 6 breaths of time. Isn't the emissary from the main clan a 10-direction celestial king? Isn't he a 10-direction celestial king? While the clan leaders of the Phantom Fox clan discussed among themselves, a group of elders from the Phantom Fox clan who had received the news quickly made their way over. What's going on? What's going on? The elders of the Phantom Fox clan were confused. They did not understand why the emissary from the main clan wanted to kill Elder Zhenhai. Realization dawned on them when they heard Zhang Dongnan's words. As it turned out, Zhang Zhenhai had offended the emissary. Most importantly, the emissary from the Phantom Fox clan was shocked. The emissary from the main clan was a direct descendant of the main clan. After all, he was a Phantom Fox with the purest bloodline. 2 breaths of time. It seems like the emissary is just trying to find a way out of this embarrassing situation. It's impossible for him to kill Elder Zhenhai within 2 breaths of time. Unless he's a celestial lord, it's impossible. The elders of the Phantom Fox clan were certain of this as well. After all, it was impossible for Zhang Jini to kill Zhang Zhenhai within 2 breaths of time. However, when Zhang Jini reminded Zhang Zhenhai and killed Zhang Zhenhai in the blink of an eye, they realized how narrow-minded they were. At this moment, Zhang Zhenhai remained in the same position as before he made his move. On the other hand, Zhang Jinyi had appeared behind Zhang Zhenhai at some point in time. Zhang Zhenhai's eyes dimmed as his body exploded into a cloud of blood. I overestimated you. I can kill you in less than a breath's time. I only need one breath to kill you, Zhang Jinyi said indifferently as he looked at Zhang Zhenhai's body that had turned into a cloud of blood. At this moment, the entire place fell silent. Even the clan leader of the Phantom Fox clan, Zhang Dongnan, was rendered speechless as though something was stuck in his throat. So this is the strength of a 10 Directions celestial king from the main clan? Zhang Dongnan's heart trembled in fear. He was a celestial lord, so he could see how Zhang Jinyi had made his move. Apart from that, he also witnessed Zhang Jinyi using the innate skill that only the direct descendants of the Phantom Fox clan could master. Even the peerless prodigy from the 10,000 Battles Heaven sect wouldn't be able to last more than 10 breaths in front of Zhang Jinyi, right? After a moment, Zhang Dongnan was the first to come back to his senses and gasped. Although Zhang Dongnan was saddened by Zhang Zhenhai's death and wanted to avenge him, he knew it was impossible for him to avenge Zhang Zhenhai. Unless he wanted to die. Gasp. 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 At the same time, the elders and clansmen of the Phantom Fox clan gasped when they regained their senses. When everyone looked at Zhang Jinyi again, it was as if they had seen a ghost. Envoy. In the end, Zhang Dongnan broke the silence and said, with your strength, you should be invincible among those below the Celestial Lord realm, right? Invincible among those below the Celestial Lord realm? Zhang Jinyi looked at Zhang Dongnan indifferently and sneered. You're just a frog at the bottom of a well. In fact, I'm only ranked 3rd among the 10 Directions celestial kings in the Zhang clan, let alone the Phantom Fox clan's main clan. As soon as Zhang Jinyi finished speaking, the entire place fell silent again. Zhang Dongnan's eyes widened in shock as an indescribable expression of shock appeared on his face. A 10 Directions celestial king like Zhang Jinyi was not the strongest 10 Directions celestial king in the Phantom Fox clan. Moreover, there were 2 people stronger than him. This, for the first time, Zhang Dongnan felt like a frog at the bottom of a well. Chapter 3199. 5 months later. In the upper realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm. The safe zones were in an uproar as the news spread. Heavens! The Dao scholar Profound Sect's true disciple, Yen Ru Yv, eliminated Tang Ping Shan from the 10,000 Battles Heaven sect? Ever since Tang Ping Shan ranked first in the upper realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm, he hasn't been eliminated before, right? Tang Ping Shan is a peerless prodigy from the 10,000 Battles Heaven sect. He has comprehended 3 profundities from the Law of Thunder to the rudimentary stage. How could he be defeated? Did Yen Ru Yv from the Dao scholar Profound Sect grow quickly, or did he conceal his strength? He actually eliminated Tang Ping Shan. From today onward, Tang Ping Shan's legend will be shattered. Yen Ru Yv will become a peerless prodigy in the upper realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm. Tang Ping Shan, a disciple of the 10,000 Battles Heaven sect, was a peerless prodigy who had dominated the upper realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm for many years. However, he was eliminated today. He was eliminated by the Dao scholar Profound Sect's Yen Ru Yv. Yen Ru Yv was no stranger to those in the upper realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm since he was a true disciple of the Dao scholar Profound Sect and ranked in the top 10 in the upper realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm. Most importantly, Yen Ru Yv was younger than Tang Ping Shan. Today, he had defeated Tang Ping Shan and ascended to the top. From today onward, the news of him defeating Tang Ping Shan would spread like wildfire in the Southern Heaven territory. Somewhere in the upper realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm, a young man stood in the void. He wore a white robe and had a handsome appearance. He held a folding fan in his hand and looked extraordinarily scholarly. His temperament was outstanding and he had an elegant demeanor. Congratulations, you've gotten what you wanted and defeated Tang Ping Shan. I, Qinli, am truly blessed to have a friend like you in this life. The refined young man smiled when he received the message. Then, he sent a voice transmission to Qinli. Qinli, how's the investigation going? Is Duan Ling Tian, who's currently ranked 13th in the upper realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm, the imperial tutor of the profound Nether Mansion? The target of the mission that was cancelled 30 years ago? The refined young man was none other than Yen Ru Yv, who had just defeated Tang Ping Shan, a true disciple of the 10,000 Battles Heaven sect. Yen Ruyu was also a childhood friend of Chen Li, the son of Qin Yuanshan, the deputy leader of the Blood Skull. If one were to ask who Yen Ryu cared about the most in this world, it would be Chen Li, yes. According to He Sha, the sectless cultivator who was eliminated by Duan Ling Tian, the Duan Ling Tian in the upper realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm is the imperial tutor of the profound Nether Mansion. I can't believe he's already a 3-talent celestial king. Moreover, he even has the strength to defeat the Black Fiend. According to the Black Fiend, although Duan Ling Tian is only a 3-talent celestial king, he has comprehended many profundities from the law of space to the initial stage. Chen Li replied via voice transmission. Where's the woman by his side, Huan? Have you found anything? According to my guess, the reason why he was able to enter the top 20 was because of that woman. Otherwise, it's impossible for a 3-talent celestial king like him to have such a brilliant result in the upper realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm. Yen Ryu continued to send messages to Chen Li. That woman is very mysterious. She only appeared in the profound Nether Mansion 30 years ago. Prior to that, she had a close relationship with Duan Ling Tian in the borderlands. At that time, she was already stronger than Duan Ling Tian. Chen Li replied. Both of them are monstrous geniuses. If it weren't for your testimony, I would have suspected that there's something wrong with the Blood Skull Gang's intelligence network. Yen Ryu sighed with a hint of surprise in his eyes. Initially, he had thought his innate talent was shocking. However, his innate talent was nothing compared to Duan Ling Tian and Huan Er's innate talent. Duan Ling Tian had just turned 100 years old, but he was already a 3-talent celestial king and had comprehended many profundities from the law of space to the initial stage. Huan was not even 100 years old, but she was already a 6-combo celestial king and had comprehended many profundities from the law of space to the initial stage. Although the mission to kill Duan Ling Tian has been cancelled, if you encounter him, I hope you can kill him for me. Chen Li continued to say, I won't be able to calm down until he's dead. Don't worry. Yen Ryu said confidently, if I encounter him, he'll definitely die. I heard there's a new person in the upper realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm who's ranked in the top 10. Chen Li asked, changing the topic. That's right. Yen Ryu replied, that person is called Zhang Jinyi, and I don't know where he came from. After he entered, all the people that were eliminated by him died at his hands, and no one knows his background. He's very mysterious. Moreover, he's very strong. Even Tuaku, a true disciple of the Bodhi Zen sect, was killed by him. A hint of fear could be seen in Yen Ryu's eyes when he reached the end of his sentence. Tuaku. Tuaku, the true disciple from the Bodhi Zen sect who has comprehended 3 profundities from the law of earth to the initial stage and is said to have the strongest defense in the upper realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm? Chen Li inhaled sharply. Rumor has it that even Tang Ping Shan wouldn't be able to kill Tuaku if he insists on crushing his identity jade token and leaving. That person called Chen Jinyi. Where did he come from? Although Chen Li had only heard of Tuaku, he was familiar with Tuaku since Yen Ryu was familiar with him. Even if I'm confident I can kill him now, I won't be able to stop him if he insists on leaving, Yen Ryu said. Chen Li nodded. If you say that, doesn't it mean that Zhang Jinyi's strength is not below yours? In fact, he's stronger than you? Chen Li sucked in a breath of cold air again. It's not impossible. However, there's another possibility. Tuaku didn't know Zhang Jinyi and was killed by him due to his carelessness. Yen Ryu made her own judgment. If that's the case, then his strength might not be comparable to mine. Regardless, the fact that he's ranked in the top 10 means he's quite strong. Yen Ryu continued to speculate. In the profound Nether Mansion. In the Imperial Tutor Pavilion. You're ranked 13th and 15th. Why didn't you stay in the upper realm and enter the top 10 as soon as possible? There's still a month left. The pavilion master of the Imperial Tutor Pavilion asked in confusion as he looked at Duan Lingtian and Huan, who had just been transported out of the upper realm. Something's not right. Duan Lingtian shook his head with a grim expression on his face. What's wrong? The old man asked. 4 months ago, a person called Zhang Jinyi suddenly appeared in the upper realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm. It's as though he appeared out of thin air. Before that, nobody had heard of him or knew of his existence. No one knew about him, Duan Lingtian said in a deep voice. Currently, he's ranked 4th on the scoreboard. Even Tuaku from the Bodhi Zen sect, who was said to have the strongest defense in the upper realm, was killed by Zhang Jinyi. Although it's possible Tuaku's death was due to carelessness, it's highly unlikely. After all, before Zhang Jinyi killed Taku, he had already reached 9th place in the rankings. Duan Lingtian's expression turned grim when he finished speaking. So? The old man asked again. I suspect Zhang Jinyi is from the Phantom Fox clan. Duan Lingtian replied. The Phantom Fox clan? The old man frowned before he shook his head decisively. It's impossible for such a person to exist in the Phantom Fox clan. What if he's not from the Phantom Fox clan's branch in the Southern Heaven Territory? What if he's from the main Phantom Fox clan outside the Southern Heaven Territory? Duan Lingtian said boldly, with the convenience of the transporting formation, even if he's from the main Phantom Fox clan, he should be able to travel to the Southern Heaven Territory in a short time. The main Phantom Fox clan? You're saying he's from the Heavenly Territory in the 7 Upper Province? The old man's eyes widened. Although I'm not certain, it's possible. Otherwise, how could it be so coincidental? It's someone who hasn't appeared in the upper realm before, and his surname is Zhang. Duan Lingtian suspected Zhang Jinyi was from the main Phantom Fox clan. After all, Zhang Jinyi's speed of accumulating points was much faster than his and Huan Er's. Therefore, he decided to leave the upper realm in advance. He and Huan did not plan to enter the top 10. Once the rankings were reset, he would enter the secret realm with Huan Er. Even if Zhang Jinyi was from the main Phantom Fox clan, since he was ranked in the top 10, the secret realm he would enter would be different from the secret realm he and Huan would enter. Therefore, he did not have to worry about encountering Zhang Jinyi. Although Huan Er and Huan were not weak, they would only be able to enter the top 10 at most. Based on Zhang Jinyi's performance so far, even if they joined forces, they might not be a match for him. Now that you mention it, it's true that we have to be on our guard. I really didn't expect that a kid like you would have such a high level of comprehension and have such a good brain. Even the pavilion master of the Imperial Tutor Pavilion was convinced by Duan Lingtian's words. In the Phantom Fox clan's estate in the Southern Heaven Territory. Duan Lingtian and the woman by his side have left the upper realm through the transporting formation? Zhang Dongnan, who had just received a message, could not help but frown. After Zhang Yunting's death, Zhang Dongnan's son had been lurking in the safe zone to monitor the transporting formation. He had finally found Duan Lingtian and Huan Er to leave the Southern Heaven Territory. Therefore, he immediately sent a message to Zhang Dongnan. Zhang Jinyi refused to enter the upper realm under an assumed name. Now, it seems like Duan Lingtian is suspicious of him. Chapter 3200. Zhang Jinyi had entered the upper realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm to meet Duan Lingtian and test if Huan Er was 1,000 Phantoms Ice Fox from the Phantom Fox clan. Before entering the upper realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm, Zhang Dongnan had suggested that Zhang Jinyi change his name, but Zhang Jinyi had ignored him. After receiving Zhang Dongnan's voice transmission, Zhang Jinyi did not linger in the upper realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm. Since they're out, let's go to the Profound Nether Mansion and test them. Zhang Jinyi said in a deep voice, do you think the Profound Nether Mansion, a mere grade 6 force, will dare to stop me? Upon hearing Zhang Jinyi's words, Zhang Dongnan nodded in agreement. After all, the Profound Nether Mansion would not dare to offend Zhang Jinyi. With that, the duo made their way to the Profound Nether Mansion. When the mansion master of the Profound Nether Mansion learned about Zhang Jinyi's identity, he was very cooperative and even brought Zhang Jinyi to the Imperial Tutor Pavilion. However, in the Imperial Tudor Palace, there was only the palace master fishing. Other than him, there was no one else. "Senior, where's Duan Ling Tian and the woman next to him?" Zhang Dongnan asked respectfully. The pavilion master of the Imperial Tudor Pavilion in the profound Nether Mansion was as strong as some of the leaders of the 10 major clans. Even Zhang Dongnan did not dare to act recklessly in front of the pavilion master of the Imperial Tudor Pavilion. "They left 10 years ago," the old man said indifferently. The old man glanced at Zhang Dongnan and said, "They left?" Zhang Dongnan was dumbfounded. He thought Duan Ling Tian and Huan were sent to hide in the upper realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm after the old man received the news. It did not cross his mind that they were no longer in the profound Nether Mansion. Zhang Dongnan had sent a message to Zhang Yunting's son to ask if Duan Ling Tian and Huan had entered the upper realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm. However, Zhang Yunting's son said he did not see Duan Ling Tian, and Duan Ling Tian's names on the scoreboard did not change. This ruled out the possibility that Duan Ling Tian and Duan Ling Tian had crushed their identity jade tokens and teleported to another safe zone in the upper realm. The upper realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm was different from the middle realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm. As long as one crushed their accumulative point jade, they would not be able to enter the upper realm again. As for the former, even if they were eliminated, they could still enter, but they would have to comprehend their identity jade token again and earn points from the beginning. Hearing the words of Zhang Yunting's son, Zhang Dongnan's face darkened. In that case, there was only one possibility. Indeed, Duan Ling Tian and Duan Ling Tian were no longer in the profound Nether Mansion. They had entered the upper realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm from somewhere else. Of course, there was another possibility. Before he and Zhang Jinyi arrived, Duan Ling Tian and Duan Ling Tian had left the profound Nether Mansion's estate to hide. Or perhaps it was hidden in the small world within the Imperial Tudor Palace Master's body. However, even if it was the latter, there was nothing they could do. "Lord Envoy, it seems like they're no longer in the profound Nether Mansion." Zhang Dongnan looked at Zhang Jinyi and said with a wry smile, "If there's any news about that woman, inform me immediately. If I find out that you didn't report it, I won't let you off easily." Zhang Jinyi looked at the mansion master of the profound Nether Mansion and the pavilion master of the Imperial Tudor Palace coldly before he tossed a soul pearl at the mansion master of the profound Nether Mansion. "I'd like to see how a mere 10 directions celestial king like you won't let me off easily." The old man tossed his fishing rod aside and looked at Zhang Jinyi coldly as he said, "I won't bully you. I'll suppress my cultivation base to that of a 10 directions celestial king and fight you." As soon as the old man finished speaking, he made his move. Just as he had said, the old man suppressed his cultivation base to that of a 10 directions celestial king. However, the profundities he had comprehended far surpassed Zhang Jinyi's. Even after Zhang Jinyi cast the Phantom Fox Clan's Phantom Fox Clan's Phantom Fox Clan's Phantom Fox Clan's direct line of descent, he was still evenly matched with the old man. "Old man, you're quite strong. With your strength, you'd be a leader in an ordinary grade 5 force. I wonder why you're fishing in a grade 6 force." Zhang Jinyi was surprised that the old man managed to fight him to a draw even with his cultivation base suppressed. "You're not from the Southern Heaven territory, right? It's impossible for a 10 directions celestial king like you to appear in the Southern Heaven territory." The old man looked at Zhang Jinyi solemnly and asked, "Of course. I'm from the heavenly territory." Zhang Jinyi said proudly. "Remember my words. If you have any news about that woman, send me a message as soon as possible. If I find out that you didn't report it to me, even if I can't destroy the profound Nether Mansion with my strength, one of my uncles can easily destroy the profound Nether Mansion." Zhang Jinyi continued to threaten Zhang Jinyi before he left. "Remember my name. My name is Zhang Jinyi. Apart from that, I'm a direct line of descent from the Zhang clan in the Heavenly Territory's Phantom Fox clan. Even the weakest of my uncles is a titled Celestial Lord." As soon as Zhang Jinyi finished speaking, he took the lead and left. Zhang Dongnan followed closely behind him. After Zhang Dongnan and Zhang Jinyi left, the old man sighed. I didn't expect the Phantom Fox clan in the Heavenly Territory to have a 10-direction celestial king. His strength isn't something those two fellows can contend with. Even if they join forces, they won't be a match for him. Even the old man couldn't help but be surprised by Zhang Jini's strength. Grandmaster, where are they now? The mansion master of the profound nether mansion asked. They're hiding in my little world. As soon as the old man finished speaking, two figures appeared in the Imperial Tudor Pavilion. They were none other than Duan Lingtian and Huan Er. Earlier, Duan Lingtian and Huan had entered the old man's little world. Unless one's cultivation base was higher than the old man's, it was impossible to detect Duan Lingtian and Huan Er after they entered the old man's little world. Did you see what happened earlier? The old man asked Duan Lingtian and Huan Er. Yes. Duan Lingtian's expression was solemn. I didn't expect a 10-direction celestial king from the Phantom Fox clan in the Heavenly Territory would be so strong. Even Tang Ping Shan, the peerless prodigy of the 10,000 battle celestial sect, wouldn't be able to last more than 10 moves against him. Even Yen Ruyu, the true disciple of the Dao scholar profound sect, who replaced Tang Ping Shan, wouldn't be a match for him. Duan Lingtian sighed with emotion. Earlier, when the old man suppressed his cultivation base to fight Zhang Jin, Duan Lingtian had seen everything. Their strength was on par with each other. Throughout the battle, the old man had used all the profundities he had comprehended. However, he did not gain the upper hand at all. However, his last two moves aren't profundities. They must be from the Phantom Fox clan. Duan Lingtian looked at Huan Er and asked, Huan Er, do you see anything? Yes. Huan nodded. Brother Lingtian, that person used the Phantom Fox clan's innate illusory technique in the beginning. Later on, he used the innate ultimate skill that only the main Phantom Fox clan's members can master. However, those two methods are completely useless against me. We're 1,000 Phantoms Ice Foxes, and we have the supreme bloodline in the Phantom Fox clan. None of the Phantom Fox clan's techniques are effective against us. Upon hearing this, Duan Lingtian and the others were stunned. Now, I finally understand why they want to get rid of you. Once you grow stronger, you'll definitely be their nemesis. Duan Lingtian sighed with emotion. In that case, you won't have to suppress your strength to the level of a 10-direction celestial king to defeat him. The old man said. Even if we don't include those two methods of his, the current him is still not a match for the two of us if we were to encounter him. Duan Lingtian smiled bitterly. Even if Zhang Jin did not count his two techniques, the law of metal he had comprehended was not to be underestimated. He had comprehended all profundities from the law of metal, and he had even comprehended 4 profundities to the initial stage. Even if Duan Lingtian and Huan joined forces, they would still be no match for Zhang Jin. Unless, of course, Duan Lingtian used a Devata artifact. However, who knew if Zhang Jin possessed an Emperor-grade celestial weapon? In Duan Lingtian's hands, a Devata artifact was not much stronger than an Emperor-grade celestial weapon. Moreover, even if Duan Lingtian used a Devata artifact, Duan Lingtian and Huan would not be able to defeat Zhang Jin. Since Duan Lingtian was not confident he could kill Zhang Jin, he did not want to fight Zhang Jin. For this reason, he could only avoid Zhang Jin for now. You're right. The old man nodded. Then, he looked at Duan Lingtian with a complicated expression on his face and said, You're right, brat. When you left the upper realm, you said they might come. I didn't expect them to really come. Duan Lingtian had guessed Zhang Jin and Zhang Dongnan would come together. However, the events that transpired later proved his speculation right. It's expected. After all, I would have done the same if I were him. Duan Lingtian replied. That may be the case, but not everyone is as meticulous as you. The old man sighed. My confidence in you is growing. Perhaps, you might really be able to avenge the imperial tutor of the profound nether mansion. Why? Did you not have confidence in me in the past, senior? Duan Lingtian asked with a smile on his face. After Zhang Dongnan and Zhang Jini left, Duan Lingtian did not hurry to bring Huan back to the upper realm. Instead, he waited for almost a month before he entered the upper realm. When Duan Lingtian entered the upper realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm, it was the day the scoreboard was reset. Huan and I are ranked between the 11th and 30th place. We'll be able to enter the Grade 2 Secret Realm. Duan Lingtian and Huan had entered the upper realm to enter the Grade 2 Secret Realm. The Grade 1 Secret Realm was for those who ranked in the top 10. As for those ranked from the 31st to the 100th place, they would only be able to enter the Grade 3 Secret Realm. Mystic realms were all treasure-storing mystic realms. Even the treasures hidden inside were similar, but the difficulty of obtaining them differed greatly. The Grade 1 Secret Realm was the easiest to obtain. The Grade 2 Secret Realm was the second most difficult to obtain. Chapter 3201. Clan leader, Duan Lingtian and that woman have entered the Grade 2 Secret Realm. I think they're going to enter the Grade 2 Secret Realm. As soon as Duan Lingtian and Huan entered the safe zone, Zhang Yunting's son, who was killed by Duan Lingtian and Huan noticed them and immediately sent a message back to the Phantom Fox clan. Envoy. Zhang Dongnan immediately sent a message to Zhang Jinyi, who was resting in the Phantom Fox clan's estate, to inform him that Duan Lingtian and Huan had entered the upper realm of the Phantom Fox clan. The Grade 2 Secret Realm? This was Zhang Jinyi's first time in the Southern Heaven territory, so he did not know much about the upper realm. Envoy, the scoreboard in the upper realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm will be refreshed every year. Before the scoreboard is refreshed, the top 100 people will be sent to the 3 secret realms. They are respectively the Grade 1, Grade 2, and Grade 3 secret realms. Zhang Dongnan explained, if you enter the upper realm now, your identity jade token will send you to a location where you'll meet up with the other 9 participants when the scoreboard resets tomorrow. Since Zhang Jinyi was ranked in the top 10, he was allowed to enter the Grade 1 secret realm. Will I be able to meet the woman who's suspected to be 1,000 Phantoms Ice Fox in the Grade 1 secret realm? Zhang Jinyi asked. No. Zhang Dongnan replied. The Grade 1 secret realm and the Grade 2 secret realm are separated. That woman and Duan Lingtian are allowed to enter the Grade 2 secret realm. You won't be able to meet them. If that's the case, I'm not interested in entering the upper realm. I'll enter the upper realm with a fake name the next time the upper realm opens and enter the same secret realm as them. Zhang Jinyi was not interested in the upper realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm. In fact, he was not interested in the treasures in the secret realms. To him, the Southern Heaven territory was just a small place in the countryside. He had obtained treasures even before he became a celestial king. An ordinary royal grade celestial weapon. When he had just become an overarching heavenly supreme celestial, the clan had given him a royal grade celestial weapon. A purely defensive royal grade celestial weapon. He had obtained one when he had just become a celestial duke. As for immortal pills, immortal talismans, and the like, he had no lack of them. Moreover, he even possessed a celestial talisman that would allow him to escape from a titled celestial lord. Lord Envoy, I have a suggestion. While the scoreboard in the upper realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm is being reset, we should kill a sectless cultivator who's always ranked at the top of the scoreboard. After the scoreboard is reset, you can use his name to obtain points in the upper realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm. Try your best to maintain your ranking as high as Duan Lingtian and Duan Lingtian so you can enter the secret realm with them a year later. After all, if you were to use your own name to enter, it would be too conspicuous. Also, it wouldn't be safe to use a random name. After all, no one would know who you are, and Duan Lingtian would inevitably become suspicious. Zhang Dongnan voiced his concerns. Alright, we'll do as you say. Perhaps it was because he had suffered a loss the previous time, but this time, Zhang Jinyi agreed without hesitation. However, I'm not familiar with the sectless cultivators. I'll leave the matter of finding and killing the sectless cultivators to you. As long as you agree, I'll take care of the rest. Zhang Dongnan sighed in relief when he saw Zhang Jinyi had agreed to his suggestion. He was worried Zhang Jinyi would be stubborn. Fortunately, Zhang Jinyi was willing to listen to his advice. In the upper realm of the southern heaven ancient realm. In just a blink of an eye, Duan Lingtian and Huan had been in the upper realm for a day. The scoreboard would be reset in an hour. Currently, Duan Lingtian and Huan were standing at the edge of the safe zone. No one dared to provoke them. After all, everyone knew Duan Lingtian and Huan were very strong. One of them was ranked 11th while the other was ranked 15th. In other words, they were not weak at all. In the upper realm of the southern heaven ancient realm, there were very few people who were stronger than them. That person, Duan Lingtian, looked at the corner of the safe zone and saw a person looking at him and Huan from time to time. Duan Lingtian recognized the person. In fact, this was the third time they had met. Furthermore, they were all in the safe zone. Huan, is that person from the Phantom Fox clan? Duan Lingtian asked. Although Duan Lingtian could sense Zhang Yunting's aura was similar to the Phantom Fox clan's Zhang Yunting, he did not expect Zhang Yunting to be so strong. However, he was not certain. As 1,000 Phantoms Ice Fox from the Phantom Fox clan, Huan would be able to tell if the person was from the Phantom Fox clan. Upon hearing Duan Lingtian's words, Huan's eyes followed Duan Lingtian's gaze. When Duan Lingtian looked away, Huan's divine consciousness had already landed on Duan Lingtian. Brother Lingtian, he's from the Phantom Fox clan. Huan was certain Duan Lingtian was from the Phantom Fox clan. As expected. Duan Lingtian smiled. I was wondering why Zhang Dongnan, the clan leader of the Phantom Fox clan, has such a keen sense of smell. As it turns out, he has a spy here. Naturally, Duan Lingtian did not do anything to Zhang Dongnan even though he knew Zhang Dongnan was a spy. Moreover, no one was allowed to make a move in the safe zone. It didn't take long for an hour to pass. Meanwhile, the scoreboard in the upper realm of the southern heaven ancient realm froze for about 15 minutes before it returned to zero. Apart from the safe zones, those who were in the top 100 in the previous year's scoreboard were sent away as well. They were divided into 3 groups and sent to 3 different places. One of the groups consisted of those who were in the top 10. They were sent to a spacious cave. However, there were only 9 of them in the group. Why are there only 9 people? Where's the other one? The 9 people looked at each other in confusion when they realized they were new to each other. Zhang Jinyi. He didn't come in. It did not take long for someone to confirm this. That Zhang Jinyi, I don't know where he came from, even Taku of the Bodhi Zen sect died at his hands. A middle-aged man dressed in a gray robe sighed. Tuaku is your senior brother. Did he send a message back to the Bodhi Zen sect before he was killed by Zhang Jinyi? A handsome young man wearing a white robe with a folding fan in his hand asked a young monk wearing a black and white cassock. He had an elegant demeanor and was extraordinarily handsome. The white-clad young man was none other than Yen Ruyu, the true disciple of the Tao scholar Profound sect. He was also the first on the scoreboard in the previous year. He was the one who broke the legend of Tang Ping Shan, the peerless prodigy of the 10,000 Battles Heaven sect, and became the new peerless prodigy in the upper realm of the southern heaven ancient realm. If Yen Ruyu could maintain his status, he would become a legend as well. Senior Tuaku didn't manage to send a message before he died. The young monk called Tuayi shook his head and smiled bitterly. If Senior Tuaku had time to send a message, he would have crushed his identity jade token and fled. Come to think of it, even he did not expect that he would be killed. Upon hearing Tuaye's words, realization dawned on Yen Ruyu. Yen Ruyu, you're the strongest among us now. If Zhang Jinyi was in front of you, would you be able to eliminate him? A handsome young man asked as he looked at Yen Ruyu with a smile. Based on the young man's words, it was clear he was very close to Yen Ruyu. He was none other than Ouyang Yuhao, the son of the sect leader of the Hundred Flowers Celestial Sect. He was one of the few male disciples in the Hundred Flowers Celestial Sect. He was also a true disciple of the Hundred Flowers Celestial Sect. Beside him, a woman was holding his hand. The woman was beautiful and had a graceful figure. Standing in the middle of a group of men, she was like a crane among a flock of chickens. She was none other than Ouyang Yue, the former most beautiful woman in the upper realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm. She was also a true disciple of the 100 Flower Celestial Sect. She and Ouyang Yuhao were fraternal twins. She was the younger sister while Ouyang Yuhao was the older brother. However, the two of them did not have much in common. Ouyang Yue looked delicate while Ouyang Yuhao looked masculine. I'm not confident. Yan Ruyu waved the fan in his hand and shook his head. At the very least, I won't be able to kill Tuaku even if I defeat him. Indeed. The others agreed with Yan Ruyu's words. Tuaku's defense is the strongest in the upper realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm. Most of us might be able to defeat him, but we won't be able to kill him. I wonder where Zhang Jinyi came from. Why is he so strong? More and more people were puzzled by Yan Ruyu's words. After talking about Zhang Jinyi for a while, the crowd gradually changed the topic. In the end, a tall and burly young man looked at Ouyang Yue and said with a smile, "Junior sister Yue, I heard that everyone who has met you said you're not as strong as her. Moreover, she's quite strong as well. It's her first time entering the upper realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm, but she's ranked 15th. I heard that the man next to her, Duanling Tian, is weak. He only managed to rank so high because she helped him." The burly young man was none other than Ho Tong Xian, a true disciple of the Wind Thunder Dao sect. If there's a chance, I'd like to meet her. Ouyang Yue narrowed her eyes slightly as a smile appeared on her face. Let's see if she's as peerless as the rumors say. Ho Tong Xian, it's a big mistake to underestimate Duanling Tian. Duanling Tian is no ordinary person. Yan Ruyu looked at Ho Tong Xian and shook his head. 30 years ago, he was still a tyrant in the middle realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm. 30 years later, he's already ranked 13th in the upper realm. Do you think he's as weak as you say? Yan Ruyu knew Duanling Tian better than anyone else. In fact, before Duanling Tian joined the Profound Nether Mansion and joined the Simplicity Celestial Sect, one of the 3 sects and 2 clans of the Profound Nether Mansion, Yan Ruyu had heard about Duanling Tian. Naturally, at that time, Yan Ruyu did not think much of Duanling Tian. Chapter 3202. Wait a minute. Yan Ruyu, are you saying Duanling Tian and the Duanling Tian from the Profound Nether Mansion are the same person? Ho Tong Xian was shocked when he heard Yan Ruyu's words. His eyes were filled with disbelief. The others were also shocked by Yan Ruyu's words. Are you serious? That's too shocking. He was only a 10 Directions Celestial Duke 30 years ago, and now, he's ranked 13th in the upper realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm? Yan Ruyu, are you sure? At this moment, the other 7 people looked at Yan Ruyu with an incredulous expression on their faces. Why would I lie to you? Yan Ruyu shook her head. I can tell you, this is 100% true. If you see him in the future, you can ask him about it. This is unbelievable. Someone who was still in the middle realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm 30 years ago has already made a name for himself in the upper realm. Ho Tong Xian sighed. Humph. In my opinion, he must have relied on the woman next to him. With his strength, he's definitely not strong enough to rank 13th, a young man dressed in a green robe scoffed. Hu Lei, we shouldn't jump to conclusions before we know the truth. That Duanling Tian is not as simple as he seems. Yan Ruyu said. Although Yan Ruyu did not know Duanling Tian, he had watched Duanling Tian rise to prominence. What? Do you know him well? Hu Lei, a lineal disciple of the Hu clan, one of the 10 major clans in the Southern Heaven Territory, asked Yan Ruyu. Not really. However, how could someone who managed to snatch the heaven sacrificial divine fruit from a reincarnated celestial emperor be simple? Yan Ruyu asked as he looked at Hu Lei intently. The heaven sacrificial divine fruit? Upon hearing Yan Ruyu's words, not only Hu Lei, but the others were stunned as well. Is that true? Although I've heard about it from my seniors, I thought it was fake. Which one of the reincarnations of immortal emperors isn't a shrewd person? How could someone steal the heaven sacrificial divine fruit? Whether you believe it or not, I don't really believe it." Everyone shook their heads. "It's true. I have a friend," Yen Ryu said. "He's the son of Qin Yuanshan, the deputy leader of the Blood Skull Gang. Back then, he vouched for someone and accepted the mission to target the Duan Lingtian. At that time, Duan Lingtian was only an overarching heavenly supreme celestial. Even though he's only an overarching heavenly supreme celestial, the assassins sent by the Blood Skull Gang were much stronger than him. You should know that even the weakest assassin in the Blood Skull Gang is a one basic celestial king. Of course, he didn't kill the Blood Skull assassin with his own strength. Let's not talk about that for now. However, he did obtain the heaven sacrificial divine fruit. In just a few years, he managed to become a 10-direction celestial duke from a peak overarching heavenly supreme celestial." Upon hearing Yen Ryu's words, the expressions of the other 8 people turned grim immediately. They knew there was no reason for Yen Ryu to lie. It seems like Duan Lingtian isn't as simple as he seems. If I were in his shoes, I wouldn't be confident he'd be able to snatch food from the tiger's mouth. Since a reincarnated celestial emperor wants to obtain the heaven sacrificial divine fruit, he must be well prepared. In the history of the Devata realms, there have been cases of reincarnated celestial emperors seizing the heaven sacrificial divine fruit. However, most of the time, the person who seizes the heaven sacrificial divine fruit is a reincarnated celestial emperor. Moreover, the reincarnated celestial emperor was much stronger than the person who severed the heaven sacrificial divine fruit. I'm very interested in him now. I hope I'll have a chance to meet him in the future. Duan Lingtian was unaware that the top 10 people in the Grade 1 secret realm, including Yen Ryu who was ranked first, were talking about him. Currently, he was in the Grade 2 secret realm with Huan, Around them, there were another 28 people. There was a spacious hall in the Grade 2 secret realm. However, the hall was sealed from top to bottom. There was no exit at all. It seems like we'll have to wait for a while before the Grade 2 secret realm officially opens. Previously, Duan Lingtian had learned from the pavilion master of the Imperial Tudor Pavilion about the secret realms in the upper realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm. After entering the secret realm, they would have to wait for about an hour before the secret realm officially opened. At this moment, apart from Duan Lingtian, Huan, and a few other people, the rest of the people in the hall were separated from each other. The atmosphere was rather tense. Many people looked at Duan Lingtian and Huan from time to time. It was obvious they were curious about the duo. Duan Lingtian and Huan could be considered as famous people in the upper realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm. After all, not everyone would be able to rank in the top 20 on their first attempt at entering the upper realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm. This is my first time entering the Grade 2 secret realm. I've only been to the Grade 3 secret realm before. Brother, do you know what we should pay attention to in the Grade 2 secret realm? One of the middle-aged men asked the other middle-aged man standing next to him curiously. However, the other middle-aged man merely glanced at him indifferently and ignored him. Upon seeing this, Duan Lingtian shook his head. In the Grade 2 secret realm, everyone was a competitor. Unless they knew each other, they would not lend a helping hand. In just a blink of an eye, an hour had passed. Rumble. Rumble. With a series of rumbling sounds, a door opened in every direction of the hall. There were a total of 4 doors. 19 figures flew out of the 4 doors at lightning speed and disappeared from the 4 doors in just a blink of an eye. At this moment, Duan Lingtian discovered those who were in a hurry to leave the hall were looking at him. These people, who were strangers to each other, were now looking at him and Huan, in unison. Swoosh. 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 The sound of a gust of wind rang in the air as the remaining 9 people surrounded Duan Lingtian and Huan, All of them glared at Duan Lingtian and Huan, Everyone, what's the meaning of this? Duan Lingtian frowned slightly. He did not know any of these people, and yet, they were attacking him and Huan, You can leave, but this woman must stay. The only woman among the 9 people was dressed in a tight red leather jacket. She stared at Huan coldly as she spoke to Duan Lingtian. "HM?" Huan looked at the woman in confusion when she heard her words. She did not understand why this woman, whom she had never met before, was targeting her. "Why?" Duan Lingtian asked in a deep voice as his gaze turned cold. He did not care if these people were targeting him. However, he would not allow them to target Huan. "Brat, do you know who she is?" A middle-aged man among the 9 glanced at the red-clothed woman and asked with a chuckle. "She's Jun Xiu, a core disciple of the Wind Thunder Dao sect. Jun Wangchen, whom the woman beside you killed earlier, is her younger brother." Another old man said with a grin. "I see." Upon hearing the old man's words, Duan Lingtian finally understood. As it turned out, these people were here to seek revenge. "You're quite capable to have so many people helping you." Duan Lingtian looked at Jun Xiu in surprise. "You must have paid a hefty price to get these people to help you, right?" If there were only 1 or 2 people helping Jun Xiu, it might be because she had a wide network of friends. However, there were 8 people who were ranked in the top 30 in the upper realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm who were helping Jun Xiu. Therefore, Jun Xiu must have promised them something. "I don't mind paying a hefty price as long as I can avenge my brother," Jun Xiu sneered. Jun Xiu sneered as she glared at Huan. It was as though she could not wait to kill Huan, to avenge her younger brother. "You only have yourself to blame for your younger brother's death. I'll give you a chance to scram. Otherwise, don't blame us for being merciless." Duan Lingtian narrowed his eyes as a cold gleam flashed in them. "I'd like to see how merciless all of you are." Jun Xiu sneered again. As soon as she finished speaking, she moved like a bolt of lightning toward Huan. Purple lightning coiled around her body, making her look like a god of thunder, majestic and awe-inspiring. It was clear she had comprehended the law of thunder. Swoosh! Just as Jun Xiu moved, a long whip appeared in her hand. The whip was crimson and was surrounded by electric snakes. It swept through the void, causing the air to stagnate. Swoosh! 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 After Jun Xiu made her move, the other 8 people made their moves as well. Since they had received benefits from Jun Xiu, it was only natural for them to help her. "Huan, there's no need to show mercy." Duan Lingtian's eyes flashed with killing intent when he saw the 9 people attacking him. His celestial origin energy that contained the space elemental profundity surged out of his body as he said in a deep voice. "All right, brother Lingtian." Huan Er's eyes flashed with killing intent when she sensed Duan Lingtian's killing intent. In just a blink of an eye, Duan Lingtian and Huan disappeared from their original spot. When they reappeared, they were already outside the encirclement of the 9 people. At the same time, Duan Lingtian and Huan spread out. "4 of you, go and kill that brat. The rest of you, help me kill this little tch." Jun Xiu ordered her subordinates before she made her move again. She flicked her whip and charged toward Huan. 4 people charged toward Duan Lingtian. The rest of them went to help Huan. "Since all of you want to die, I'll fulfill your wishes." Duan Lingtian's eyes turned cold when he saw the 4 people charging at him menacingly. He no longer teleported away. Instead, his celestial origin energy surged out of his body as his spatial domain spread out. The 4 people were instantly shrouded by the spatial domain. Shackle. With just a thought in Duan Lingtian's mind, the 4 of them were trapped in a square cage that was burning with golden flames. Chapter 3203. A mere 3-talent celestial king wants to trap us? What a joke. I can break your spatial shackles with a wave of my hand. The 4 people who were trapped by the golden flames did not seem to care at all when they saw the square cage shrouded in golden flames. In the next moment, they launched their attacks in an attempt to break free from the cage. Cross-dimensional slash. As soon as the 4 of them made their moves, with just a thought from Duan Lingtian, 3 spatial tiers appeared outside the cage. It was as though 3 spatial beasts had opened their bloody mouths. In the next moment, buzz. 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 3 blurry rays of light shot out from the spatial rifts, leaving a trail of golden flames in their wake. Teleport. Duan Lingtian's eyes flickered. The 3 blurry rays of light were instantly teleported into the cage that was shrouded in golden flames. The 4 people in the cage continued to attack the cage as they tried to defend themselves against the cross-dimensional slash that had suddenly appeared in the cage. At this moment, the 4 people took out their celestial weapons. They were all royal-grade celestial weapons. An illusory image appeared on each of their bodies. It was either an armor illusory image, a vest illusory image, or a cape illusory image. These were the purely defensive king-grade celestial weapons they were wearing. Although they knew Duan Ling Tian was only a 3-talent celestial king, they still felt threatened by the sudden attack from the cross-dimensional slash profundity. Buzz. 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 The 3 cross-dimensional slash shot toward 3 of the 4 people in the cage, locking them in place. The 3 people in the cage attacked the 3 cross-dimensional slash. They thought their attacks would be able to block the 3 cross-dimensional slash. When their attacks were annihilated, only the golden flames on the dimensional slash were extinguished. The dimensional slash continued to fly toward them. Their expressions changed completely. This is bad. How can he be so strong? The 3 people's expressions changed drastically. At the same time, the 4 people's attacks landed on the cage as well. Similarly, their attacks only managed to extinguish the golden flames on the cage. After the golden flames were extinguished, the spatial energy continued to restrain them. Whoosh! Just as the 4 of them were preparing for the next wave of attacks with all their might, an ear-piercing sword whistle sounded in their ears. At some point in time, Duan Ling Tian had already arrived outside the cage, standing parallel to the 4 people. He swung the sword in his hand horizontally, bringing out a 7-colored sword light. Duan Ling Tian had not used the 7 Orifices exquisite sword for a long time. Although the 7 Orifices exquisite sword had not completely merged with the artifact soul, its power had increased by quite a bit. Not good. What kind of immortal weapon is that? When the 4 people who were imprisoned heard the sound of the sword, they hurriedly came back to their senses. By the time they realized that the sword in Duan Lingtian's hand was extraordinary, it was already too late. Whoosh! The 7-colored sword chi that was capable of annihilating everything in its path killed all 4 of them. They did not even have the chance to crush their identity jade tokens to leave the Southern Heaven ancient realm. Naturally, none of them had the chance to crush their identity jade tokens to leave the Southern Heaven ancient realm. While Duan Ling Tian killed the 4 people, Huan Er's Yin Yang 9 water chestnut ring had also killed the 5 people who had besieged her. Although the 9 people who had besieged Duan Ling Tian and Huan had comprehended all the profundities from a law, some of them had even comprehended 2 profundities to the initial stage. However, the profundities that those who had comprehended profundities to the initial stage were only ordinary profundities. Therefore, their overall strength was mediocre. Their strength was nothing compared to Duan Ling Tian and Huan In the end, all 9 of them were annihilated by the duo. Huan, let's go. Duan Ling Tian beckoned Huan as the 7 Orifices exquisite sword merged with his body again. Then, the 2 of them made their way to one of the doors at the side of the main hall. Inside the main hall, corpses littered the ground and blood flowed like a river. Before leaving, Duan Ling Tian casually collected the 9 people's spatial rings. The Wind Thunder Dao sect was one of the 5 great sects in the Southern Heaven territory. At this moment, a furious roar rang from one of the palaces in the Wind Thunder Dao sect. At the next moment, outside the palace, under the gazes of a group of Wind Thunder Dao sect's disciples, an old figure flew out from the side hall. His expression was extremely ugly. The old man was none other than Jun Chong Shan, the vice hall master of the Wind Thunder Dao sect's enforcement hall. What's going on this time? Why is vice hall master Jun so angry? I remember something similar happened a few months ago. At that time, vice hall master Jun's great-grandson, Jun Wangchen, was killed in the upper realm of the southern heaven ancient realm. I heard that after Jun Wangchen's death, his sister, Jun Xiaohe, has been searching everywhere for people with high rankings in order to avenge Jun Wangchen's death in the ranking secret realm of the upper realm of the southern heaven ancient realm. Based on the time, they should be in the ranking secret realm now, right? Don't tell me something happened to Jun Xiaohe as well? Many shocked gazes fell on Jun Chongshan. A group of Wind Thunder Dao sect disciples whispered to each other. They could not help but suspect that something had happened to Jun Xiaohe. Vice Hall Master Jun, what's going on? Another muscular figure appeared in the sky and asked as he looked at Jun Chongshan. It's Wu Gang, the Vice Hall Master of Hidden Edge Hall. Many disciples from the Wind Thunder Dao sect recognized the muscular middle-aged man who had appeared in the sky. At this moment, the two men standing in the sky were celestial lords from the Wind Thunder Dao sect. As the two of them stood there, the anger on the old man's body soared to the heavens, causing the nearby Wind Thunder Dao sect disciples to feel a slight pressure. Xiao He has died, Jun Chongshan said in a low voice. Jun Chongshan said in a deep voice as he clenched his fists. His celestial origin energy pulsed involuntarily from his body, emitting waves of awe-inspiring aura. Many disciples from the Wind Thunder Dao sect with lower cultivation bases were horrified. They quickly flew away from Jun Chongshan. What? Wu Gang's eyes widened slightly. Jun Xiaohe is dead? While Wu Gang was still in shock, Jun Chongshan had already flown away. In just a blink of an eye, he had disappeared from everyone's sight. Jun Xiaohe. Is she really dead? Heavens! Did we really guess it right? That woman called Huan, in the upper realm of the southern heaven ancient realm actually killed Jun Xiaohe who had a group of helpers? How terrifying! With her strength, I'm sure she's definitely ranked in the top 10 in the upper realm of the southern heaven ancient realm. Vice Hall Master Jun seems to be heading toward Vice Sect Leader Ho's residence. In my opinion, he's probably going to look for Vice Sect Leader Ho to ask Senior Brother Ho Tongxian to avenge Jun Xiaohe and Jun Wangchen. While the disciples of the Wind Thunder Dao sect were whispering among themselves, the Deputy Hall Master of the Enforcement Hall, Jun Chongshan, had arrived at the residence of the Deputy Sect Leader of the Wind Thunder Dao sect, Ho Zhen. Vice Sect Leader, please ask Ho Tongxian to avenge my great-grandson and great-granddaughter. Jun Chongshan bowed as soon as he saw Ho Zhen. It was as though he would not stand up if Ho Zhen did not agree to his request. Vice Hall Master Jun, please stand up first. Ho Zhen said. After listening to Jun Chongshan's explanation, Ho Zhen finally understood what had happened. You mean? Jun Xiaohe found 8 people who were ranked in the top 10 in the upper realm of the southern heaven ancient realm, but they were all killed by that woman called Huan. Vice Hall Master Jun, is there a mistake? Perhaps Jun Xiaohe had died in the trial of the ranked secret realm. Ho Zhen speculated. Impossible. Jun Chongshan shook his head decisively. Before Huan killed that woman, she had sent me a message. However, she died not long after she sent the message. At that time, everyone in the Grade 2 secret realm had left. Only Huan, her helper, and the young man next to her, Duan Ling Tian, were left in the secret realm, Duan Ling Tian explained. Jun Chongshan said. Who did Jun Xiaohe find? Do you know? Ho Zhen asked. I know. I've contacted a few of those people's elders that I can contact. They were all killed. Jun Chongshan's expression was unsightly. Ho Zhen's eyes widened when he heard Jun Chongshan's words. If those 2 people really killed them, I'm afraid they're not much weaker than my son, Ho Tongxian. Vice Hall Master Jun, I'll send a message to my son, but I can't guarantee he'll be able to kill them. Ho Zhen said. Vice Sect Leader Jun, if even Ho Tongxian can't kill them, I can only accept it. Jun Chongshan said through gritted teeth. In the upper realm of the southern heaven ancient realm, Ho Tongxian, who had separated from the others and was exploring the Grade 1 secret realm by himself, suddenly received a message from his father. Duan Ling Tian and Huan killed Jun Xiaohe? Moreover, Jun Xiuhe had gathered 8 people to kill Jun Xiuhe. It had to be said that when Ho Tongxian received this message, he was completely shocked. Jun Xiuhe was not weak to begin with. Moreover, the people she gathered were all ranked in the top 30 on the scoreboard. They were not weak at all. However, these 9 people were completely annihilated by Duanling Tian and Huan Er. Father, if this is true, I'm not confident, Ho Tongxian said in a deep voice. If there's a chance, we'll test them. Of course, don't kill them at first. As far as I know, those 2 aren't people who kill indiscriminately. They won't kill unless they're trying to kill them, Ho Tongxian said. Ho Zhen said. This was the reason he agreed to Jun Chongshan's request. He knew Duanling Tian and Huan were not people who killed indiscriminately. Otherwise, he would not have risked his precious son's life. It's not a problem to test them. Ho Tongxian sighed in relief. At the same time, his eyes glinted as he sent a message. Yen Ryu, how much do you know about Duanling Tian and the woman by his side, Ian? Chapter 3204. In the upper realm of the southern heaven ancient realm. In the grade 2 secret realm. Brother Ling Tian, where should we go now? After leaving the main hall, Duanling Tian and Huan were greeted by a vast and boundless world. Now, even if they looked back, they wouldn't be able to see the hall they were in just now. It was as if they had appeared in a completely new world the moment they walked out of the door of the palace. Furthermore, they had merged with this world. Let's go wherever we want. Duanling Tian smiled. Huan you can go wherever you want. There were many fortuitous encounters in grade 2 secret realms such as celestial weapons, celestial pills, celestial fruits, and celestial talismans. However, Duanling Tian only wanted celestial pills and celestial fruits that could raise his cultivation base. It was extremely difficult for celestial kings to obtain celestial pills and celestial fruits that could raise one's cultivation base. Even if such a thing existed, it was as rare as phoenix feathers and Qilin horns in the southern heaven territory. Naturally, there were many celestial pills and celestial fruits that could raise one's cultivation base. The reason Duanling Tian was able to break through from a 1 basic celestial king to a 3-talent celestial king in just 30 years was because the pavilion master of the Imperial Tutor Pavilion had given him many celestial pills and celestial fruits. He had given half of them to Huan Even if he did not give half of them to Huan his current cultivation base would still not reach the level of a 4-phenomenon celestial king. The gap between a 3-talent celestial king and a 4-phenomenon celestial king was as wide as a chasm. Brother Ling Tian, let's go this way, Huan said as she looked at Duanling Tian. Duanling Tian said as he glanced at the direction to his right. All right. Duanling Tian did not ask any questions. He led Huan to the right. Along the way, he extended his divine consciousness to search for fortuitous encounters. The grade 2 secret realms in the upper realm of the southern heaven ancient realm were filled with both fortuitous encounters and risks. In fact, one's life might be in danger here. Naturally, the more valuable an item was, the more dangerous it was. For example, defensive royal grade celestial weapons were protected by powerful formation spirits in the secret realms of the upper realm of the southern heaven ancient realm. The formation spirit was a spirit body condensed by the formation. It was extremely powerful. Although his cultivation base was only a 10-direction celestial king, the profundities he comprehended were not inferior to the profundities in the top 10 in the upper realm of the southern heaven ancient realm. Generally speaking, when encountering this kind of array spirit, many people would choose to join forces. However, even though it's dangerous in the ranked secret realm, you can still crush your identity jade token and leave. Duanling Tian had heard the Imperial Tutor Palace Master mention this before. Of course, once he crushed the identity jade token and left, he would not be able to enter again. It was equivalent to giving up this opportunity to explore the ranked secret realm. Big Brother Ling Tian, there's a sound in front. After traveling for about 2 hours, Duanling Tian pointed at a group of volcanoes in the distance and said, "There's no need to worry about that." Right now, the 2 of them were standing on a barren desert. In the distance, there was a group of volcanoes. In the center of the volcanoes, flames were constantly erupting. Duan Lingtian, on the other hand, could not hear the sound. Nevertheless, he still led Huan forward. After traveling for a while, they finally heard the sound. Boom! Rumble! A series of earth-shattering explosions rang in Duan Lingtian's ears. At the same time, he could vaguely see figures flashing in the center of the volcanoes. Apart from a few figures, there was a huge figure in the center of the volcanoes as well. However, it did not look human at all. The Imperial Tutor Palace Master continued to say, in the ranked secret realm, as long as there's a commotion, it means a treasure is about to appear. The stronger the formation spirit, the more valuable the treasure is. Some of the treasures in the secret realms are things that even the 10 great clans and 5 great sects yearn for. Of course, there aren't many of those treasures. The pavilion master of the Imperial Tutor Pavilion's words seemed to echo in Duan Lingtian's ears as his eyes lit up. It seems like the treasure that the formation spirit is guarding is not simple. Duan Lingtian speculated that the huge figure in the center of the volcanoes was the formation spirit guarding the treasure. Based on how the formation spirit was evenly matched with the few figures, it was obvious that the formation spirit was not weak. Huan, let's go. Duan Lingtian held Huan's hand as he teleported 10,000 meters away from where they were. In just a blink of an eye, Duan Lingtian felt 1/3 of his celestial origin energy had been depleted. With my current celestial origin energy, it's still difficult for me to cast the teleportation profundity to the initial stage, Duan Lingtian smiled bitterly. Duan Lingtian had comprehended the law of space's teleportation profundity to the initial stage. With this, he could travel 10,000 meters with just a teleportation profundity. However, it would take a lot of celestial origin energy to travel 10,000 meters with the teleportation profundity at the initial stage. This amount of celestial origin energy was nothing to a celestial lord. However, it was a huge burden to a celestial king. For example, Duan Lingtian was only a 3-talent celestial king. Even so, he had to consume 1/3 of his celestial origin energy to teleport 10,000 meters away. On the other hand, if he only used teleportation to travel a distance of 100 meters, 1,000 meters, or even 10,000 meters, he wouldn't need to use so much celestial origin energy. After traveling 10,000 meters, Duan Lingtian and Huan arrived above the volcanoes. At this moment, they could clearly see the figures in the distance. There were 3 people in total, and they were fighting a flaming rock giant. The rock giant's body emitted a scorching aura. Moreover, it was red in color, as though it had just been taken out of a furnace. These 3 people, Duan Lingtian looked at the 3 people. One of them was a middle-aged man, and the other 2 were young men. He had seen them when he first entered the Grade 2 secret realm. However, at this moment, they were once again at a disadvantage in the face of the flame giant's attack. Swoosh! The flaming rock giant's fist that was the size of a small mountain swept through the air, carrying with it a vast amount of celestial origin energy that was boosted with the fire elemental profundity. Its fist contained most of the profundities from the law of fire, and it even contained profundities from the law of fire to the initial stage. The explosion profundity and the burning profundity. They're both at the initial stage. Before Duan Lingtian comprehended the law of space, he had comprehended the law of fire. With just a glance, he could tell how powerful the law the flaming rock giant was. The flame giant was much stronger than any of the 9 people who had died at his hands. Although some of the 9 people had comprehended 2 profundities from the law of fire to the initial stage, they were only profundities that did not have much of a presence. The profundities that did not have much of a presence were not as powerful as the profundities that did not have much of a presence. For example, the law of fire's explosion profound meaning and the law of fire's burning profound meaning were the main offensive profound meanings of the law of fire. Those who had comprehended these 2 profound meanings to the initial realm would be considered top-notch existences. Bang! The flaming rock giant's fist was about to land on the weakest person. However, at this critical moment, the weakest person took out his identity jade token and crushed it before disappearing into thin air. The flaming rock giant's fist missed its target and smashed into a nearby volcano, causing it to tremble violently. The entire group of volcanoes shook like an earthquake. Retreat. The expressions of the two survivors changed drastically as they hastily retreated. The flaming rock giant only calmed down after they were out of the range of the towering flames. The flaming rock giant was slowly submerged in the towering flames. It was as though it was never there. At this moment, the two survivors who had retreated looked at the bottom of the towering flames with an unwilling expression on their faces. The treasure is down there? Duan Ling Tian brought Huan closer when he sensed the duo's attention. With just a glance, he saw a towering plant under the towering flames. It was still as green as ever even as the flames burned it. 5 fiery red fruits could be seen on the plant. They were celestial fruits. Upon closer inspection, one could also see that there were blue veins on the ground. On the surface of each of the 5 fiery red fruits, there were 3 fine blue lines that were faintly discernible under the contrast of the flames. These are flaming green striped fruits. Duan Lingtian's eyes lit up. Moreover, there are 5 of them. With my current cultivation base, I'll be able to break through and become a 4-phenomenon celestial king in a short time if I consume 2 of them. The flaming green striped fruit was a celestial fruit that could raise the cultivation base of a celestial king. If a 1 basic celestial king consumed 2 flaming green striped fruits, he would be able to break through and become a 2-form celestial king in a short time. The higher the cultivation base of a celestial king, the less effective the flaming green striped fruit would be. For example, a 9 palaces celestial king would not be able to break through and become a 10 directions celestial king in a short time even if he consumed 10 flaming green striped fruits. Even if the flaming green striped fruit could be consumed multiple times, its efficacy would not decrease. Flaming green striped fruits. Huan recognized the flaming green striped fruits as soon as Duan Lingtian recognized them. As 1,000 Phantoms Ice Fox, she had inherited the memories of 1,000 Phantoms Ice Fox as well. There are 5 flaming green striped fruits. Duan Lingtian was excited. Although he had obtained many similar cultivation resources in the profound Nether Mansion, none of them could compare to the flaming green striped fruits. The flaming green striped fruits were extremely rare. Even the 10 major clans and 5 major sects might not have them, let alone the profound Nether Mansion. At this moment, the 2 celestial kings finally noticed Duan Lingtian and Huan Er's presence. Their eyes lit up immediately as they flew toward Duan Lingtian and Huan Er. Gentlemen, why don't we work together to obtain the flaming green striped fruits? Not interested. Duan Lingtian glanced at the 2 celestial kings indifferently. Now, you can either leave this place or crush your identity jade tokens and leave. You have 5 breaths to think about it. Otherwise, you'll have to bear the consequences.